Chapter 1, Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The dough crystal pillar stood 8 feet tall at the center of the Stone River sect's outer disciple intake ceremony, and Wei Liang arrived last. Not late. The ceremony ran in surname order, which placed Wei at the end by default. He had known this in advance and had used the waiting time to read the inscription patterns in the courtyard stone floor, which were miscalibrated by approximately 12%. He noted this and did not say anything about it. The 37 outer disciple candidates before him had produced assessments ranging from mortal rank to Doja 4th stage. 2 of the Doja 4th stage candidates had been immediately flagged for inner disciple consideration. The examiner, a thin senior disciple with the bored efficiency of someone doing this for the 4th time this year, had recorded everything without once looking up from the ledger. When Wei Liang's name was called, he walked to the front of the courtyard. He was 20 years old. This was older than the other candidates by 3 to 5 years. The examiner had noted this without comment. Wei Liang had noted the examiner noting it and had no particular feelings about it. He was 20 because he had spent 5 years working in his village's salt trade before concluding that the inscription patterns he kept seeing in everything were not something other people saw, and that perhaps he should go somewhere they studied that kind of thing. He pressed his palm to the dough crystal pillar. The pillar went dark. Not the dark of a failed reading. It produced a reading. The crystal lit from inside with a deep, sourceless glow that had no color in the standard assessment range. Then the glow expanded beyond the crystal structure, and the courtyard floor's inscription patterns activated simultaneously. And then the pillar's output exceeded its design capacity, and the whole upper section fractured neatly along its center seam. Wei Liang took his hand back. The examiner looked at the fractured crystal. He looked at Wei Liang. He looked at the ledger. He looked at the 37 results recorded before Wei Liang, and then looked at the empty space where Wei Liang's entry should go. He wrote, "Inscription affinity, unclassified. Refer to maintenance elder." Wei Liang said, "I am aware the pillar was miscalibrated before I touched it. I did not cause that." The examiner said, "You caused this." He indicated the fracture. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "That part was me." He was directed to the administrative hall to wait for the maintenance elder's assessment. He went. He sat in the hall and read the inscription patterns in the wall, which were also slightly miscalibrated, but in a different way than the courtyard floor. He noted this in his notebook. The other 37 candidates were assigned their dormitories and sent to get settled. Wei Liang sat in the administrative hall for 40 minutes. The maintenance elder was a heavy-set man in his 60s who moved with the specific deliberateness of someone who had been disappointed by young practitioners before and had learned to withhold assessment until he had actual data. He sat across from Wei Liang and said, "Show me." Wei Liang indicated the inscription pattern in the hall's east wall and described precisely what was wrong with it and how it should be calibrated. The elder listened. He said, "Can you correct it?" Wei Liang corrected it in 4 minutes. The elder looked at the east wall for a long time. He said, "That took senior disciple phone 11 sessions." He looked at Wei Liang. "You are assigned to the inscription workshop, not the outer disciples' dormitory. Your stipend is senior artisan grade. Your duties begin tomorrow morning." He did not ask if Wei Liang wanted this. Wei Liang said, "What is my cultivation rank for the sect's records?" The elder said, "Blank slate. It is the lowest rank on the inscription assessment scale." Wei Liang said, "What is at the top of the inscription assessment scale?" The elder looked at him. He said, "No one has ever asked that." Wei Liang said, "There is presumably something." The elder said, "First author, theoretically. It is not considered a practical rank." Wei Liang said, "Thank you." He went to find the inscription workshop. Chapter 2. The inscription workshop was in the sect's east wing, in a building that had not been fully used in 40 years. The maintenance elder had explained this on the walkover. The workshop required an inscription practitioner, and the sect's last inscription practitioner had retired 4 decades ago. Since then, the workshop had functioned as storage for inscription materials and the outer disciples' broken practice equipment. Wei Liang had been assigned to clear it and make it functional, which was apparently part of what "duties begin tomorrow morning" meant. He spent the first morning clearing the practice equipment. He spent the afternoon examining the inscription materials, which were various grades of inscription stones, formation anchors, and calibration tools. Some of the materials were still functional. Some had degraded. He organized them and made a list of what needed to be replaced. He found the notebook the previous inscription practitioner had left behind. It was not a cultivation journal in the standard sense. It was a record of inscription observations, specific patterns seen in specific locations around the sect, with annotations about what they meant and whether they required attention. The observations were meticulous and covered 40 years of maintenance work before the practitioner retired. Wei Liang read the entire notebook that evening. He had been eating meals in the outer disciples' communal hall, where he did not know anyone and no one had introduced themselves. This was fine. He was thinking about the inscription patterns in the east courtyard floor and the specific way they had responded when he pressed his palm to the dough crystal pillar. The calibration issue in the outer courtyard was more complex than he had initially assessed. The miscalibration had been accumulating for approximately 12 years, not caused by poor maintenance, but by a slow drift in the formation anchor that no one had noticed because the output change was gradual. The anchor would need to be reset. He could do this. He was not sure if he had the authority to do it without being asked. He sent a written request to the maintenance elder describing the issue and requesting authorization to correct it. The maintenance elder's response arrived the next morning with one word: proceed. He corrected the outer courtyard's inscription formation over the following 3 days. The outer disciples who used the courtyard for their morning training sessions noticed something different on the 4th morning, but could not identify what it was. Their training output was measurably better. No one knew why. He did not tell anyone. He went back to the workshop and started on the East Wing's secondary formations. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Ruan Xiao appeared in the workshop doorway. She was the same age as him. She was from the same village. She had passed the standard assessment as a Doja 3rd stage healer track candidate and had been assigned to the outer disciples' dormitory along with everyone else. She stood in the doorway with the expression of someone who had been looking for him for 3 days and was now feeling multiple things about having found him. She said, "There you are." He said, "Here I am." She said, "They put you in the inscription workshop." He said, "Yes." She said, "Because you can read inscriptions." He said, "Yes." She said, "You have been able to read inscriptions since you were 12, and you did not mention this before now." He said, "I did not know it was unusual." She said, "Wei Liang." He said, "What?" She said, "Everyone else sees walls." He said, "I see walls too. There are also inscription patterns in them." She looked at him for a moment. She said, "Are you eating properly?" He said, "Yes." She looked around the workshop. She looked at the organized inscription materials, the repaired storage shelves, the notebook open on the workbench with 7 pages of new observations in his handwriting. She said, "Do you need anything?" He said, "I have a request into the maintenance elder for additional calibration tools. He has not responded yet." She said, "I will come by tomorrow." He said, "You do not have to." She said, "I know. I will come by tomorrow." She did. Chapter 3. On the 9th day, a senior inner disciple came to the workshop with a formation stone that had stopped working. He examined it. The issue was a second-layer inscription error, the kind of flaw that was invisible at surface level but caused the formation to gradually lose coherence. He corrected it in 20 minutes. The inner disciple looked at the corrected stone with an expression Wei Liang was beginning to recognize, not gratitude, which he had expected, but something more unsettled, like discovering that a problem you believed was intractable has a straightforward solution. The inner disciple said, "Senior disciple Feng spent 3 sessions on this." Wei Liang said, "The error is in the second layer. First layer examination misses it." The inner disciple said, "How do you know about the second layer?" Wei Liang said, "I can see it." He explained, briefly and without elaborating unnecessarily, that he perceived inscription patterns at multiple depth levels simultaneously. The inner disciple listened to this and then said, "Are you available to examine the training hall's primary formation? It has been underperforming for 2 years." He said, "Send a request through the maintenance elder." 3 requests arrived from different senior disciples in the following week. The maintenance elder processed all of them. Wei Liang worked through them in the order they arrived. He found patterns in everything. The sect's buildings each had multiple inscription layers. The construction inscriptions that made the wood and stone resistant to weather and fire. The cultivation support inscriptions that enhanced do-chi circulation in training spaces. The boundary inscriptions at the outer walls. The deep foundation inscriptions that were so old they predated the sect's current management by at least 2 centuries. The foundation inscriptions interested him most. He could read them, but not fully. His current level was sufficient to perceive the first 2 or 3 layers of a complex inscription, but the foundation inscriptions had depth he could not reach yet. He made notes about them. He was examining the foundation inscription near the east gate when the sect elder passed and stopped. The elder was called Elder Ru. He was responsible for the outer disciples' curriculum and had the manner of someone who had been managing young practitioners for 30 years and had long since stopped being surprised by anything they did. He looked at Wei Liang examining the gate foundation. He said, "What are you reading?" Wei Liang said, "The construction inscription." There is a third layer support pattern I cannot fully perceive yet. Elder Ru said, the third layer is 200 years old. Wei Liang said, I can tell. The inscription style is different from the sect's current work. The elder looked at him for a moment. He said, have you been assigned to any specific research focus? Wei Liang said, no. My duties are maintenance and repair requests. The elder said, I will speak to the head elder about a research allocation. He went. Wei Liang returned to the foundation inscription. He still could not reach the third layer. He noted specifically what he could perceive and what he could not and added it to the notebook. The next morning, a formal research allocation appeared in his assignment, 12 hours per week designated for independent inscription study. No specific direction. No assigned output. 12 hours. He started on the foundation inscriptions. Chapter 4. On the 14th day, he found the stone tablet. He had been clearing the workshop's back room, which was the section that had been used purely as storage. The previous inscription practitioner's notes mentioned it only once, in an entry that said, back room cleared and locked, see key in desk, items of unclear origin, do not disturb. The key was in the desk. He had found it on the first day. He went to the back room. The items of unclear origin were various inscription stones of different ages, a box of formation anchors with no identification marks, and the fragment of a larger stone tablet. The fragment was approximately the size of his forearm. It was covered on one face with inscription patterns of a complexity he had never encountered, not in any of the sect's formations, not in the foundation inscriptions, not in the maintenance notebook. The patterns were also in a style he did not recognize, older, more precise, with a quality that suggested the author was not using inscription as a technique, but as a native language. He could not read it. His current level was insufficient to parse more than the surface layer, and the surface layer told him almost nothing. He turned the fragment over. The back was smooth stone. He held it for a while. He put it in his work satchel. He went back to the main workshop and recorded the back room's contents in his inventory, noting the fragment as stone tablet, partial, inscription of unknown classification, author and origin unclear. He sent the inventory to the maintenance elder. The maintenance elder's response: note what you cannot identify. Set aside what you cannot use. Keep accurate records. He kept accurate records. The fragment stayed in his satchel. He took it out occasionally and examined it with whatever new capability he had developed since the last examination. It revealed nothing useful yet. He kept it because it was clearly significant and because throwing away things that were clearly significant seemed like a poor practice. In the workshop courtyard after dinner, he was reviewing notes when he became aware of a cluster of outer disciples at the far end of the space, speaking in the lowered voices of people who were discussing something they believed to be private. He could not make out the words. He could make out the direction of their attention, occasionally toward him. He continued reviewing notes. One of the outer disciples separated from the cluster and walked over. He stopped a few feet away with the manner of someone who has been nominated for something by a group and is now regretting accepting the nomination. He said, "Are you Wei Liang? From the inscription workshop?" Wei Liang said, "Yes." The outer disciple said, "Yu Mingzhu was asking about you." Wei Liang said, "Who is Yu Mingzhu?" The outer disciple's expression shifted through several stages. He said, "The sect heir." Wei Liang said, "What did she want?" The outer disciple said, "We don't know. She just asked what you looked like." Wei Liang said, "That is an unusual question for a sect heir to ask about an inscription workshop maintenance worker." The outer disciple said, "Yes." Wei Liang said, "What did you tell her?" The outer disciple said, "That you were normal looking." Wei Liang said, "Accurate." He returned to his notes. The outer disciple stood for a moment longer, clearly expecting a different reaction, then returned to the cluster. Wei Liang added a notation to the day's record. Sect heir Yu Mingzhu has made inquiry about my appearance. Reason unclear. Will note if further contact occurs. He continued reviewing the foundation inscription notes and did not think about this again until the following afternoon, when Yu Mingzhu appeared in his workshop doorway. Chapter 5. She was taller than he expected, which was an odd thought to have because he had not formed expectations. She stood in the workshop doorway with the specific stillness of someone who is accustomed to being the center of a room's attention and has decided that for this particular room, at this particular moment, she would prefer not to be. She looked at him. He looked at her. He set down his calibration tool. She said, "You are shorter than I expected." He said, "I was not aware anyone had expectations." She said, "That is the problem, isn't it?" He waited. She did not elaborate immediately. She looked at the workshop instead, the organized materials, the cleared shelves, the inscription stones in their proper storage, the notebook open on the bench. She looked at all of this for a moment with the thorough attention of someone performing an assessment, and whatever she was assessing seemed to produce a result that was either confirming or complicating. She said, "The outer courtyard formation." He said, "Yes." She said, "You corrected it." He said, "Yes." She said, "Senior disciple Feng has been trying to identify that calibration problem for 3 years." She looked at him. "The maintenance elder told me you sent him a written request and a correction proposal on your 5th day." He said, "The drift in the anchor was visible from the pattern layer. It was straightforward once I could read the layer." She said, "And the East Wing's secondary formations. And the training hall." He said, "Yes." She said, "How long have you been reading inscriptions?" He said, "Since I was approximately 12. I did not know what it was at the time. I thought everyone saw the patterns." She was quiet for a moment. He picked up the calibration tool and returned to what he had been working on, one of the formation anchors from the back room that he was attempting to examine more closely. She watched him work. After 4 minutes, she said, "I have a technique." He said, "Most inner disciples do." She said, "It is incomplete." He said, "Many techniques are." She said, "It has been incomplete for 14 years. He set down the calibration tool. He said, 14 years is a long time to leave a technique incomplete." She said, "Yes." She was looking at the inscription anchor he had been examining rather than at him. She said, "A sect-approved inscription master evaluated it 3 years ago and told me the incomplete half was not correctable with available methods." He said, "That sounds like an evaluation based on cultivation methods rather than inscription methods." She turned and looked at him directly for the first time. He said, "They are not the same. Cultivation-based analysis reads the surface layer and the energy output. Inscription-based analysis reads the pattern structure. A flaw that appears incorrectable from one perspective is sometimes a straightforward calibration issue from another." She said, "You are describing my technique as a calibration issue." He said, "I am describing a category of problem that is frequently misidentified. I do not know if your technique falls into that category. I have not examined it." She said, "Could you examine it?" He said, "Send a request through the maintenance elder." She looked at him. He said, "That is how other senior practitioners have been requesting examination services." She said, with precision, "I am the sect heir." He said, "Yes. I am the inscription workshop maintenance worker. The maintenance elder coordinates my schedule." Something shifted in her expression. Not irritation, something more like recalibration. She said, "I will send a request through the maintenance elder." She left. He returned to the formation anchor and did not think about why she had asked about his appearance before visiting, and did not think about what 14 years of an incomplete technique required from someone's daily life, and did not think about the specific quality of stillness she had when she was processing something she had not expected. He added to the day's record, "Yu Mingzhu, sect heir, ice affinity cultivation, incomplete technique of unknown type, has requested an examination of the technique through the maintenance elder." He looked at what he had written. He added, "She said, that is the problem, isn't it?" After I said I was unaware anyone had expectations. I do not know what she meant. I will note if clarification occurs. He closed the notebook. The formation anchor was still showing its surface layer only. He could tell the deeper pattern was complex. He could not reach it yet. He would be able to reach it eventually. He put the anchor away and went to the communal hall for dinner, where Ruan Xiao had saved him a seat, which she had not mentioned she would do, but which she had done every evening since the 3rd day. He sat down. She said, "You look like you are thinking about something." He said, "Several things." She said, "Which ones?" He said, "The formation anchor from the back room. The sect heir visited the workshop today." Ruan Xiao set down her bowl. She said, "The sect heir visited your workshop." He said, "Yes." She said, "Why?" He said, "She has an incomplete technique. She wants an examination." Ruan Xiao said, "Wei Liang." He said, "What?" She said, "Why did she visit you specifically? Before submitting a request through the maintenance elder?" He thought about this. He said, "She said I was shorter than she expected." Ruan Xiao stared at him. He said, "She had apparently been expecting a specific appearance." Ruan Xiao said, "From what?" He said, "She did not say." Ruan Xiao picked up her bowl again. She said something under her breath that he could not quite hear. He said, "What?" She said, "Nothing. Eat your dinner." He ate his dinner. He thought about the formation anchor. He thought, briefly, about the specific way the sect heir had said, "That is the problem, isn't it?" with the inflection of someone who had just confirmed something they had been prepared to confirm for a long time. He did not know what to do with that observation. He filed it and returned to thinking about the anchor. Chapter 6. The maintenance elder approved the examination request within 2 hours of receiving it, which was faster than his usual response time of 1 day. Wei Liang noted this and did not ask about it. He examined Yu Mingzhu's incomplete technique the following morning in the practice courtyard adjacent to the inner disciple's wing. She performed the technique twice so he could observe the full output pattern. He stood at a distance of 10 feet, watching not the visible technique but the inscription beneath it, the cultivation pattern at the technique's core, which he could perceive at his current level. What he saw was unusual. The technique was not incomplete in the way a half-written text is incomplete, with a visible ending point and an obvious gap. It was incomplete in the way a bridge with no far shore is incomplete. The structure was whole, functional, and specifically designed to connect to something else that did not exist yet in her cultivation. He said, "Please hold the final form." She held it. He walked around her slowly, reading the inscription from multiple angles. The technique's inscription was extremely precise and had been very carefully developed over many years. He could see this in the calibration depth, which showed the accumulated refinement of someone who had been working on one problem for a long time. The technique was a dual resonance structure. He had read about dual resonance techniques in the inscription practitioner's notebook, which cited them as theoretical constructs rarely seen in practical cultivation. They required two practitioners with complementary inscription signatures, meaning practitioners whose underlying pattern structures created a harmonic relationship when combined. He said, "You can release it." She did. He said, "What exactly did the prophecies say?" She went still. He said, "The outer disciple told me you asked about my appearance. You came to the workshop before the formal request and said I was shorter than expected. You reacted to my statement about inscription methods versus cultivation methods as if it confirmed something. These are not characteristics of someone approaching a technique consultation. These are characteristics of someone approaching a person they were told to expect." He looked at her. "What was in the prophecy?" She was quiet for a moment. She said, "How did you know it was a prophecy?" He said, "I didn't until just now. I said prophecy, and you did not correct me." She sat down on the courtyard bench. She said, "When I was 7, a traveling oracle came to the sect. My father brought me to her for a blessing." She was looking at the courtyard floor rather than at him. "The oracle said I would one day meet a man with no cultivation path who would complete my incomplete technique." He said, "How specific?" She said, "Yes." He said, "Was there additional detail?" She said, he would be shorter than I expected." He said, "The oracle told you I would be shorter than expected." She said, "In retrospect, I understand why she included that. I was 7 and had specific ideas about what prophesied partners looked like." He said, "Do you still have those ideas?" She said, "I have updated them." He thought about the dual resonance structure in her technique. He said, "I need to tell you something about the technique." She looked up. He said, "It is not incomplete in the way an unfinished technique is incomplete. It was designed to be a dual resonance structure from the beginning. It requires a second practitioner with a complementary inscription signature. The incomplete half is not missing. It is waiting for a partner pattern to engage with." He said, "I do not have a cultivation signature in the standard sense. I have something else. I have a neutral baseline that can, theoretically, match any pattern by absence rather than presence." He said, "I am not certain your oracle's prophecy was describing a relationship." The winter assessment arrived on Wei Liang's 40th day at the sect. Every outer disciple was required to demonstrate cultivation progress, a formal review of rank advancement, technique development, and cultivation output since intake. For most outer disciples, this was a straightforward progression report. For Wei Liang, the maintenance elder had negotiated a modified assessment. Instead of cultivation rank demonstration, he would perform a practical inscription examination. The head elder had approved this with the notation, non-standard practitioner, non-standard assessment. The practical examination was presented to him as a formation stone with a complex inscription error that the assessment panel described as certified incorrectable by 3 senior inscription masters. The panel sat at one end of the assessment hall. Wei Liang stood at the other with the formation stone. He examined it. The error was in the 3rd layer, which was deep enough that standard examination methods, cultivation-based, reading the energy output rather than the pattern structure, would miss it entirely. The 2nd layer had a visible anomaly that looked like the problem, but was actually a symptom. 3 senior inscription masters had each attempted to correct the symptom and not found the cause. He corrected the cause. It took 11 minutes. The formation stone's output immediately normalized, visible to anyone who checked the cultivation energy reading, which the panel did, and which produced an extended silence in the assessment hall. The head elder said, 11 minutes. Wei Liang said, the error was in the 3rd layer. 3rd layer access requires the direct inscription reading method, not cultivation energy analysis. The head elder said, Senior Master Fin used cultivation energy analysis. Wei Liang said, yes. He would have found the second layer symptom, but not the third layer cause. Correcting the symptom without addressing the cause produces temporary improvement and recurrence. The head elder looked at him. He said, "Did you examine the formation stone before today?" Wei Liang said, "No. Is that relevant?" The head elder said, "Master Fan spent 6 weeks on this stone." Wei Liang said, "He was using the wrong method. I am not more capable than Master Fan. I have a specific approach that works on this type of problem." The head elder made a note. Wei Liang did not know what the note said. He was directed to return to the workshop. He returned to the workshop. Ruan Xiao was waiting in the courtyard outside. She said, "How did it go?" He said, "I corrected the formation stone." She said, "How quickly?" He said, 11 minutes. She said, "Wei Liang, do you understand that is going to cause a reaction?" He said, the head elder made a note. She said, "Yes, I imagine he did." She looked at him. The other outer disciples are already talking about the outer courtyard formation improvement and the training hall and the 2 senior disciples' technique corrections. And now this. She said, "People are going to start paying attention to you." He said, "That seems manageable." She said, "That depends on which people." He said, "Which people are you concerned about?" She said, "The ones who have been told by prophecies to look for you." He stopped. He said, "How many people do you think have been told by prophecies to look for me?" She said, "I don't know." "How many people have already found you in the first 40 days? He thought about you, Mingzhu. He said, 1. Ruan Xiao said, "Wei Liang, I grew up in the same village as you. I know how you move through a space. You notice everything and respond to nothing until you have processed it completely." She said, "You noticed something about you Mingzhu's visit and you processed it and you arrived at a conclusion and you have not told me what the conclusion is." He said, "She received a prophecy when she was 7. Ruan Xiao said, "What did it say?" He told her. She said, "That is very specific." He said, "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "And you are certain it is about you?" He said, "No cultivation path. Shorter than expected. The oracle included my height." He said, "And she told you Mingzhu I would be literal-minded." Ruan Xiao said, "The oracle told her you would be literal-minded." He said, "Yes." She said, "I need to document this." He said, "Why would you document this?" She said, "Because I have a feeling I am going to need the record later." She pulled out her own notebook. He had not previously known she kept a notebook. She said, "When exactly did you Mingzhu visit the workshop?" He told her. She wrote it down. She said, "And what exactly did the prophecy say?" He told her again. She wrote it down. She said, "And your response to learning about the prophecy?" He thought about it and told her that too. She closed the notebook. She said, "Good." He said, "Good." She said, "I am prepared." Chapter 8 The Ordained Council's quarterly evaluation arrived on the 53rd day. Wei Liang learned about it when the head elder sent a notice to all sect members. The council's representative would be conducting compliance assessments for 3 days, and all practitioners with active prophecy files should expect a formal interview. He read the notice. He did not have an active prophecy file. He asked Ruan Xiao to explain what compliance assessments were. She was in the workshop, where she had begun spending her afternoons. She said the workshop was quiet and her dormitory was not. But Wei Liang suspected she was also monitoring the situation in a way that she found productive. She looked up from her notebook when he asked. She said, "You really don't know?" He said, "I really don't know." She set down her notebook. She said, "The Ordained Council maintains records of all active prophecies within their jurisdiction. A prophecy is considered active if the prophesied practitioner has received the vision and has acknowledged it formally. The council tracks whether these prophecies are progressing, whether the conditions the prophecy describes are developing toward fulfillment." He said, "The conditions." She said, "If a prophecy describes a fated partnership, the council assesses whether that partnership is forming. If it describes a cultivation outcome, whether that outcome is developing." She said, "They intervene if progress is insufficient." He said, "What does intervention look like?" She described it. Arranged circumstances, situations engineered to bring the prophecy participants together. Structured assignments that placed prophesied partners in proximity. In cases of significant noncompliance, the council had the authority to relocate practitioners to council-operated facilities for accelerated prophecy fulfillment. He said, "How many active compliance files involve me?" Ruan Xiao said, "At least 3. He said, 3. She said, "Yu Mingzhu is the only one you know about. But I have been talking to the other outer disciples, and I have found 2 other practitioners who received prophecy visions that include a description matching you." She opened her notebook. One is a mid-rank inner disciple. One is a senior formation master visiting from the North River sect. He said, "A visiting formation master has a prophecy about me." She said, apparently she received the vision 6 months ago, which is why she requested the visiting assignment here. She has not introduced herself to you yet. He sat down on the workshop bench. He said, what exactly did the formation master's prophecy say? Ruan Xiao said, she told one of the inner disciples, who told an outer disciple, who told me. The vision showed her working alongside a man who read stones like text. She described it as a working relationship, not a personal one. He said, that is less specific than Yu Mingzhu's. Ruan Xiao said, yes. There seems to be a range. He said, the inner disciple? She said, I don't have details yet. I am working on it. He said, there are active compliance files with my description in them, and I have not been formally notified. She said, you are not a prophecy subject. You are the person being prophesied about. There is apparently a distinction in the council's records. He said, that seems legally unclear. She said, many people have thought so. The council's response is that the prophecy subjects are the ones who receive the visions, not the ones who appear in them. He looked at the formation anchor on his bench. He said, I need to understand the council's authority framework. She said, I know. He said, where would I find documentation of it? She said, the sect's administrative archive has the council's registered documents. You would need a research access authorization. He said, I have a research allocation. She said, that covers inscription-related materials. This would require a separate request. He said, then I will send a separate request. She said, Wei Liang. He said, what? She said, be careful about what you put in writing to the sect administration regarding the council. He said, why? She said, because the council evaluates sect administrations as well as individual practitioners, and sect administrators are aware of this. He considered this. He said, I will frame the request as historical research on institutional governance structures. She said, that is more careful. He said, I am capable of being careful. She looked at him. He said, with adequate warning. She said, I know. That is why I am warning you. Chapter 9. Yu Mingzhu found him on the 58th day, 2 days after the council's quarterly evaluation had concluded. He had spent the evaluation period conducting normal maintenance work and 3 formation correction requests that arrived during the council representative's visit. The representative had stopped by the workshop once, looked at the organized materials and the open notebook, spoken briefly with the maintenance elder, and left without speaking to Wei Liang directly. He had noted this as unusual. If he appeared in 3 active compliance files, the council's representative should have spoken to him. He added the non-contact to his records. Yu Mingzhu came to the workshop in the late afternoon with the manner of someone who has been managing a difficult period and has reached the point where they need to talk to a specific person about it. She said, the council's representative asked me about you. He said, I gathered they would. What did they ask? She said, whether the prophesied relationship was developing. She sat on the bench across from his workspace. She had done this before, on 2 previous examination visits, and she now sat without asking, which he had noted but not commented on. I said it was developing. He said, what made you say that? She said, because it is true. He thought about this. He said, the technique examination is developing. She said, yes, and other things. He set down the inscription tool. He said, what other things? She said, conversations, observations, the way you approach problems. She was looking at the inscription stones organized on the shelf rather than at him. I have had an incomplete technique for 14 years, and in 6 weeks, you have identified the structural issue that 4 inscription masters missed. That is not nothing. He said, that is an accurate assessment of a practical situation. She said, it is also more than that. He said, I know. He picked up the inscription tool again. He said, what did the council's representative say after you told them it was developing? She said, they noted it in the file. They asked about timeline. I said I could not provide a timeline. She said, they were not satisfied but they accepted it. He said, they will return. She said, yes, quarterly. He said, I have been researching the council's authority framework. She said, I know. Elder Ru told me you submitted a research access request. He said, the administrative archive documents are not as complete as I would like. The founding documents have gaps. She said, what kind of gaps? He said, the council cites a divine authority document as the basis for their compliance mandate. I cannot locate that document in any of the sect's records. The founding documents reference it, but do not reproduce it. She was quiet for a moment. She said, I have a personal cultivation library. He said, I know. She said, I have some pre-council documents. Historical materials. Some of them are from before the current archive systems, which means they predate the council's records control. He said, would you be willing to share access? She said, yes. She said it immediately. He looked at her. She said, "This is not because of the prophecy. I want to be clear about that." He said, "What is it because of?" She said, "Because the council has a compliance file with my name on it, and I would very much like to understand the legal basis of their authority over my cultivation choices." He said, "That is a straightforward reason." She said, "Yes." He said, "Thank you." She gave him the access authorization for the personal library. She did not say anything else. She looked at the inscription stones on the shelf for a moment. He had been working on one of the older ones, a pre-council formation anchor, and it had marks from his examination that showed the depth layers he had been able to reach. She said, "You're getting deeper." He said, "Slowly." She said, "I will come back Thursday for the next technique examination." He said, "Through the maintenance elder?" She said, "Through the maintenance elder." She left. He opened Yu Mingzhu's library access authorization and made a list of what he needed to find. He was particularly interested in the divine authority document the council's founding records cited but did not reproduce. A document that was cited in founding records but whose original had not been preserved, or had been preserved elsewhere, or had been preserved by the council itself and not shared. All three of those possibilities had different implications. He added to his notebook, divine authority document, not in sect archive, not in YMZ personal library, to check. Origin and current location unknown. This is the first material gap in the council's foundational claim. Note, Chapter 10 on the 62nd day, he found that the inner disciples formation training was producing below expected results for one student in particular. The student's name was listed on the training hall's output record as Disciple Chun, 3rd year, Fire Affinity, expected advancement to Do, Sure 3rd stage not yet achieved. The training formation output record showed the disciples' sessions as technically complete, but the cultivation output was running at 60% of expected yield. Wei Liang had not been asked to look at this. He found it because he was reviewing the training hall formation's general output as part of standard maintenance monitoring. He sent a request to the training hall supervisor asking if Disciple Chun had been evaluated for cultivation core inscription issues. The supervisor's response, "That is not a recognized diagnostic category. Please focus on formation maintenance." He filed this response and spent 3 days thinking about it. The cultivation core inscription, the fundamental pattern structure that governed a practitioner's cultivation, was something he could perceive at his current level, but only at surface depth. He had looked at enough practitioners during technique examinations to know that the surface layer varied. He had not had occasion to examine a case where the surface pattern showed a possible flaw. On the 65th day, he encountered Disciple Chun by coincidence in the South Practice Courtyard. The disciple was attempting a fire affinity technique and failing to maintain the output level. Wei Liang stood at the courtyard's edge and looked at the cultivation pattern. There was a second layer flaw in the cultivation core. Not a large flaw, not dramatic. The kind of thing that would accumulate impact slowly, causing consistent underperformance without a clear identifiable cause. Exactly what the training records showed. He went to the maintenance elder. He said, "I have identified a probable cultivation core inscription flaw in Disciple Chun. 3rd year, Fire Affinity. I can correct it if I have access and authorization." The elder said, "Correcting a cultivation core is a cultivation physician's work." He said, "Correcting a cultivation core inscription flaw is inscription work." The cultivation physician's approach treats the energy output symptom. The inscription approach addresses the pattern cause. The elder looked at him. He said, "The disciple's training output is at 60% of expected yield. This has been the case for at least 3 years, which is when the training records show the divergence beginning. That is a long time to have a correctable problem uncorrected." The elder said, "I will need to consult with the cultivation physician and the head elder." He said, "Of course." The consultation took 4 days. On the 5th day, Wei Liang was granted access to perform an inscription examination of Disciple Chin's cultivation core, with the cultivation physician present and the head elder observing. He performed the examination. He confirmed the second layer flaw. He corrected it. The correction took 40 minutes. The cultivation physician, who had examined Disciple Chin 3 times in the past 2 years without identifying the issue, watched the entire process. Disciple Chin's cultivation output normalized within 24 hours. By the following week, the training records showed advancement to Do, Sure 3rd stage. The cultivation physician came to the workshop the next day. She said, "I would like to understand the examination method." He said, "I am happy to explain it." She said, "And I want to know if you can identify other cultivation core inscription issues in the sect's practitioners." He said, "Probably. My depth access is improving. I could not have identified Disciple Chin's flaw 3 weeks ago. My level was insufficient. I am now at pattern reader access depth." She said, "How quickly is your depth access improving?" He said, faster than I expected. She said, I see. She looked at him. She said, I received a vision 2 years ago about a man who read cultivation patterns no one else could see. He said, what exactly did the vision say? She told him. He said, that is embarrassingly specific. She said, I know. When the sect posted the intake notice for the inscription workshop position, even though it said no experience required, I applied because of the vision. She said, I did not expect you to be 20. He said, the vision did not mention my age? She said, no, only that you would be reading cultivation patterns no one else could see when I arrived. He said, that is accurate. She said, yes. She said, are you keeping track of these? He said, of what? She said, the visions. I assume I am not the first. He said, you are the third. She said, third. In 65 days. He said, yes. She said, are you documenting them? He said, my colleague is documenting them. She said, good. She looked at the workshop. I will send consultation requests through the maintenance elder for future cultivation core examinations. She said, I assume that is the correct procedure. He said, yes. She said, all right. She left. He went to find Xianxia. He said, the cultivation physician. Third, she received a vision 2 years ago. Xianxia opened her notebook. He said, what exactly did the vision say? He told her. She wrote it down. She said, 3 in 65 days. She said, Wei Liang. He said, what? She said, I think this is going to keep happening. He said, I am aware of that. She said, how do you feel about it? He thought about this for a moment. He said, what exactly is the question? She said, the question is how you feel. He said, I feel that I need more information about the Council's divine authority document before I can make useful decisions about any of this. She stared at him. He said, that is a genuine answer. She wrote it down. She said, I know. That is what makes it useful for the record. She closed the notebook. Come on, dinner. If you're enjoying this cultivation story with a different kind of protagonist, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss an upload. Hit like if Wei Liang's extremely methodical reaction to prophecies speaks to you on a personal level. Leave a comment with your thoughts on what comes next, and share this with someone who deserves something fresh. Chapter 11. The cultivation physician's name was Shen Ming. She was 38 and had been at the Stone River sect for 11 years. She did not come back to the workshop the next day, but she sent 3 formal consultation requests through the maintenance elder, which was the correct procedure. Wei Liang processed the requests in order. On the 72nd day, he was in the sect's market district, the small commercial area near the outer gate where practitioners could buy supplementary materials, food, and personal items, purchasing a specific type of fine-line inscription brush that the workshop had run out of. He was reviewing the selection at the stall with the focused attention he gave any practical task. A child appeared beside him. The child was perhaps 8 years old. He was carrying a steamed bun and looking at Wei Liang with the direct attention of a child who has decided to speak to someone. He said, I had a dream about you. Wei Liang set down the inscription brush he had been examining. He said, what was in the dream? The child said, you were sitting at a big table writing something. You looked very concentrated. He took a bite of the bun. It wasn't a prophecy, though. I know what prophecies feel like. My mother gets them sometimes and they're different. This was just a dream. Wei Liang said, what is the difference between a prophecy and a dream? The child said, prophecies feel heavy, like the ground is telling you something. Dreams are just your own head. He thought about this. He said, what was I writing in the dream? The child said, I don't know. I couldn't see the page. You just looked like you were finished. He finished the bun. Also, there were some ladies around you, but I didn't see their faces. Wei Liang said, also some ladies. The child said, yes. He appeared to lose interest and wandered toward another stall. Wei Liang stood in the market district for a moment. He said to himself, quietly, writing something. Looked finished. He added to his internal notes, not a prophecy. A dream, by the child's own assessment. Different mechanism. Note, there is apparently a phenomenological difference between prophetic visions and ordinary dreams that even children can identify. This may be relevant to understanding the prophecy system's mechanism. He bought the inscription brush and returned to the workshop. He told Xiao about the child that evening. She wrote it down. She said, he said it wasn't a prophecy. He said, yes. He said prophecies feel heavy and come from outside. Dreams feel like your own head. She said, that is an interesting distinction. He said, I thought so. She said, what were you writing? He said, he couldn't see the page. She said, frustrating. He said, yes. She said, what do you think you were writing? He said, I don't know. I write many things. He said, but the child said I looked finished. That is a specific detail about a state. not an activity. He looked at the workshop. I will note it and see if it clarifies. She wrote, child's dream, not prophecy. Wei Liang writing something. Appearing finished, women present. Child assessed it was personal head dream, not council-type prophecy. Note is separate phenomenon. She underlined the last phrase. Chapter 12. The news that Wei Liang had corrected disciple Chen's cultivation core reached the outer disciples in stages. First came the general awareness that Chun had advanced after 3 years of stagnation. Then the more specific awareness that an inscription worker had performed a cultivation examination and resolved a flaw that the cultivation physician had missed. Then the specific framing, which emerged from senior disciples who had been watching the workshop requests accumulate. The inscription workshop practitioner does things that shouldn't be possible. The outer disciples sorted into 2 responses. Some of them decided this was impressive and began treating Wei Liang with the particular reverence they usually reserved for inner disciples of significant rank. They greeted him in the corridors, offered to carry materials for him, asked if he needed anything. He found this mildly disorienting and responded to each interaction with the same politeness he gave everyone. The other group decided he must be using some kind of forbidden technique. This was a more common response to unexplained capability. The sect's cultivation hierarchy was well established, and someone operating outside it produced cognitive dissonance that resolved, for some people, by assuming something was wrong with the operation rather than something unexpected about the practitioner. Wei Liang noted both responses and did not comment on either. He was more interested in a third group, the practitioners who came to the workshop specifically because they had heard about the cultivation core correction and wanted to discuss the method. 3 senior inner disciples arrived in 1 week, separately, with questions about inscription-based examination versus cultivation-based examination. He answered their questions thoroughly. 2 of them were clearly interested in the practical application. They had been trying to diagnose a similar pattern in junior disciples, and the results had been unsatisfactory. One was there because she had received a vision 3 months ago and was attempting to determine if Wei Liang was the right person. She said, near the end of the conversation, I need to ask you something direct. He said, all right. She said, I received a cultivation vision 3 months ago. It described a practitioner who examined cultivation cores through inscription patterns rather than energy output. I applied to this sect for a visiting research fellowship because the description matched what I had heard about the inscription workshop here. He said, what exactly did the vision say? She told him. He said, that is embarrassingly specific. She said, I know. He said, 4th. She said, excuse me? He said, you are the 4th person who has told me about a prophecy or vision describing me. She said, in how long? He said, 78 days. She was quiet for a moment. She said, is that unusual? He said, I have no reference point. I have been keeping records. He said, what would you like to do with the vision? She said, I would like to understand whether what I do and what you do are complementary in the way the vision implied. He said, send a request through the maintenance elder. She said, you are very methodical about the request process. He said, the maintenance elder coordinates my schedule and maintains documentation of all formal requests. Proper documentation is useful when dealing with organizations that review such things. She said, you mean the council? He said, the council reviews active compliance files. Formal documentation is the most useful thing I can provide them. She said, that is actually smart. He said, it is practical. She sent the request through the maintenance elder. He added her name and the details of her vision to his records. He told Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao wrote it down. She said, 4th. She said, I am going to need a larger notebook. Chapter 13. Wan Xiao explained the council's compliance mechanism in full detail on the 81st day, because she had finally compiled enough information to give him a thorough account. She had been gathering information since the quarterly evaluation, speaking to practitioners who had received formal compliance assessments, and asking detailed questions about what the process involved. She sat across from him in the workshop with her notebook and presented it the way she presented medical information to patients, systematically, in order of importance, with clear distinctions between verified fact and reported inference. The ordained council maintained 3 categories of files. Standard prophecy files, practitioners who had received a vision and formally registered it. Standard compliance assessment, quarterly review, intervention if progress was insufficient. Enhanced prophecy files, practitioners whose prophecies involved practitioners outside their sect. These required cross-institutional coordination and had more aggressive intervention timelines. Nexus files, practitioners who appeared in multiple active prophecies as the appearing party rather than the receiving party. Nexus files were rare. The council's public documentation referenced them only in passing. The details of Nexus file management were not in the sect's archive. He said, "The council has a Nexus file for me." She said, "Almost certainly. You appear in at least 4 active prophecies as the appearing party. That is well beyond the threshold for standard Nexus designation." He said, "What would the Nexus file management involve?" She said, "I don't know. The council's public documentation on Nexus files is minimal. What I have found suggests that Nexus file management is handled by senior council officers rather than the regional representative. The quarterly evaluations are probably just monitoring. The actual Nexus assessment would be conducted at the council level." He said, "By Grand Arbiter Su Chun." She said, "He is the most senior compliance officer in this region." "Yes." He said, "He did not speak to me during the quarterly evaluation." She said, "He may have assessed that you were not yet ready for Nexus assessment. Or he may have been waiting for more data." She said, "Wei Liang, there are now 4 active compliance files that name you. The council's quarterly evaluations are going to become more focused. You need to understand what they have authority to do before they try to do it." He said, "I am researching the foundational documents." She said, "Research faster." He said, "I have been trying to access the Divine Authority document that the founding rules cite. It is not in the sect's archive or in Yu Mingzhu's personal library. I have been cross-referencing pre-council texts from the personal library, and I have found some interesting discrepancies, but I have not found the document itself." She said, "What discrepancies?" He described them. The founding rules cited divine authority in specific terms, a divinity of inscription, which the founding document described as the inscribed will, transmitted by the first author through the celestial record. But pre-council texts from the same era had no record of any entity called the first author, or any celestial record transmission event. The terminology seemed to have originated with the council's founding document rather than predating it. She said, "You think they invented the divine authority?" He said, "I think the terminology is suspicious. I need more evidence before I can draw a conclusion." She said, "How much more evidence?" He said, "The actual document, ideally." She said, "Where would it be?" He said, "With the council, most likely. Or destroyed. Or in a private collection that predates the council's record control." He said, "Elder Shun Bai from the Mountain Hermit sect has documents from before the council. I have read a reference to her collection. It is 2 months' travel away." She said, "You are not going to travel 2 months to look at old documents." He said, "Not immediately. I am building the case for why I might need to eventually." She said, "That is very long-term thinking." He said, "I have been told the problem is long-term." She said, "Who told you that?" He said, "Yu Mingzhu. 14 years with an incomplete technique, waiting for someone who does not have a cultivation path. That is a long-term problem." She looked at him. She said, "And you?" He said, "What about me?" She said, "You have been at Blank Slate for 20 years, and you have just started moving. That is also a long-term problem." He said, "I don't experience it as a problem." She said, "I know." She closed the notebook. "But it is." Chapter 14. On the 89th day, Wei Liang submitted a formal request to the sect's administrative liaison for access to the ordained council's active files that pertain to him. The request was, as Yuan Xiao had suggested, framed as a research inquiry into the regulatory framework governing prophecy compliance. He cited the research allocation and Elder Ru's research authorization. He asked specifically for access to any files that named him as an appearing practitioner rather than a receiving practitioner. The administrative liaison's response came back in 2 days. It said, "The ordained council's active compliance files are not accessible to the subjects named within them." He read this response. He thought about it. He wrote back, "Could you please provide the specific regulatory citation that establishes this access restriction?" The liaison's response took 4 days. It said, "This is established practice under the council's compliance framework." He wrote back, "I understand it is established practice. I am asking for the specific regulatory citation, the document name and section that provides the legal basis for this practice." He did not receive a response. He documented the exchange. Yu Mingzhu came to the workshop that evening for one of her twice-weekly visits. She had been coming consistently since the formal examination arrangement had been established, and he had noted that the technical examination component occupied approximately 40% of the visit, while the other 60% was conversation of a different character. He showed her the exchange with the administrative liaison. She read it. She said, "They didn't respond to the citation request." He said, "No," she said, "because they don't have a specific citation." He said, "That would be the most straightforward explanation." She said, "Or they have a citation and they don't want to share it because sharing it would allow you to analyze it." He said, "That is also possible." She said, "Either way, the non-response is informative." He said, Yes. She said, what will you do? He said, I am going to research the Council's compliance framework using every available source that is not the Council's own documentation. Historical records, pre-Council institutional documents, the foundational texts of the sects that predate the Council's authority. He said, if the Council's authority is derived from a divine source document, evidence of that document's existence should appear in contemporary records from when it was transmitted. If it does not appear in contemporary records, that is informative. She said, you are trying to find evidence that the document doesn't exist. He said, I am trying to find evidence either that it exists and is what they say it is, or that the documentation trail shows anomalies. Both are informative. She was quiet for a moment. She said, Wei Liang. He said what? She said, if the Council's divine authority is not what they claim it is, if there is evidence that the foundation is false, what do you intend to do with that evidence? He thought about this. He said, I don't know yet. I need the evidence first. She said, most people in your position would decide what they wanted to do before gathering the evidence and shape the research toward that outcome. He said, that produces unreliable research. She said, yes. She looked at him. I am reminding myself of that occasionally when I feel impatient. He said, you are impatient. She said, I have had an incomplete technique for 14 years and a compliance file monitoring my romantic life for 3 years. Yes, I am impatient. He said, the compliance file cannot continue to exist if the authority behind it is shown to be false. She said, I know. She said, how long will the research take? He said, longer than you would like, shorter than it would without the access you have provided. She said, that is a reasonable answer. He said, it is the honest one. She said, I know. She looked at the inscription stone he had been working on before she arrived. She said, what is that one? He said, a pre-council formation anchor from the workshop's back room. I am trying to read the 4th layer. She said, can you? He said, not yet, but I am close. She said, you always say that. He said, because it is always true. Chapter 15 Grand Arbiter Su Chun arrived at the Stone River sect on the 97th day. The arrival was announced formally. A council arbiter's visit required 48 hours advance notice, which was in the founding documents and which the sect's administrative office complied with. Wei Liang received the notice through the maintenance elder, which was not standard. The notice should have gone to the head elder only. The maintenance elder said, the arbiter's office specifically requested that you be notified directly. Wei Liang said, I see. He spent the 48 hours before the arbiter's arrival reviewing everything he had researched about the council's authority framework. He had found 31 pre-council texts with relevant information. He had found 0 contemporary records of the inscribed will or first author that the founding document cited. He had found 3 historical scholars who had questioned the founding document's provenance, all of whom had been removed from their institutional positions within 5 years of publishing their questions. He noted these as data points. He met Su Chun in the head elder's formal receiving hall, which was where significant official business was conducted. The arbiter was in his 40s, a compact man with the specific economy of movement that came from doing a precise job for a long time. He sat across from Wei Liang in the formal receiving hall with 2 junior council officers present and the head elder present and maintenance elder present. He said, you are Wei Liang, inscription practitioner, 20 years old, blank slate cultivation rank. Wei Liang said, yes. Su Chun said, you appear in 4 active compliance files as an appearing practitioner. Wei Liang said, that is my understanding. Su Chun said, you submitted a request to access those files. Wei Liang said, yes. Su Chun said, the request was denied. Wei Liang said, the denial did not cite a regulatory basis. Su Chun said, the practice is established. Wei Liang said, practice without regulatory citation is practice based on precedent. Precedent can be reviewed if the foundational authority is questioned. The head elder made a sound that was not quite a noise. Su Chun looked at Wei Liang. He said, you are questioning the foundational authority. Wei Liang said, I am asking where it is documented. I have not been able to locate the divine authority document that the council's founding rules cite. Su Chun said, that document is held by the council. Wei Liang said, is it accessible to researchers with appropriate standing? Su Chun said, it is not publicly accessible. Wei Liang said, what level of access would be required to review it? Su Chun said, it is internal council documentation. Wei Liang said, I see. He made a note. He said, what is the purpose of your visit? Su Chun said, I am conducting a nexus assessment for your file. A non-standard prophecy nexus. A practitioner who appears in multiple active compliance files as an appearing party rather than a receiving party requires direct assessment at the arbiter level. Wei Liang said, "What does the assessment involve?" Su Chun described it. A formal evaluation of Wei Liang's current cultivation state, a review of the active compliance files and their progress status, and a determination of whether any additional compliance measures were warranted. Wei Liang said, "What are additional compliance measures for a Nexus subject?" Su Chin said, "They can include cultivation guidance, location designation, or transfer to a council evaluation facility." Wei Liang said, "Transfer." Su Chun said, "If compliance progress is insufficient." Wei Liang said, "Compliance progress toward what? I have not received any prophecies. The compliance files relate to other practitioners' visions. What progress am I expected to demonstrate?" Su Chin said, "The compliance framework addresses the prophesied relationship conditions. If the conditions are developing, if the prophesied circumstances are occurring, that is compliant progress." Wei Liang said, "The prophesied circumstances are occurring through the natural development of my work here." Su Chin said, "I am here to assess that." He assessed it. The assessment was thorough. He interviewed each of the 4 prophecy subjects, Yu Mingzhu, Shun Ming, the visiting inner disciple who had identified herself, and the formation master from the North River sect. He reviewed Wei Liang's work records. He examined the documentation of the cultivation examinations. At the end of the assessment, he said to Wei Liang, "The compliance files show active development in all 4 cases. The work you are doing is the condition the prophecies described." He said, "The Nexus assessment will show compliant progress." Wei Liang said, "And the transfer?" Su Chin said, "Not warranted at this time." Wei Liang said, "I appreciate the assessment." He said, "One more question." Su Chin waited. Wei Liang said, "What is my cultivation rank in the council's records?" Su Chin said, "Blank slate." Wei Liang said, "And what happens to the Nexus file if my cultivation rank advances?" Su Chin looked at him. A long moment. He said, "That would require further assessment at that time." He said, "Of course." He made a note. He said, "Thank you for the assessment." Su Chin left. Wei Liang went to the workshop. He sat at the bench. He wrote for 40 minutes, not inscription notes, the full record of the assessment. Every question, every answer, every moment where the arbiter had not answered his question directly. The citations that Su Chun had referenced without providing. The specific wording of the transfer condition. The information about the divine authority document being internal to the council. He wrote, "The document exists." Su Chin did not deny it. He confirmed it is internal. This narrows the search. He wrote, "The transfer condition is insufficient compliance progress." The compliance progress is assessed by the council. The council defines what constitutes the prophesied conditions. The council is monitoring whether I am fulfilling visions that were told to other people about me. This structure gives them authority over my behavior on the basis of other people's experiences. He wrote, "There is no legal challenge process documented in the materials I have found. Determining whether one exists will require a different approach." He looked at what he had written. He wrote, "Wan Xiao was right. Research faster." He went to Yu Mingzhu's personal library and stayed until the 4th bell. Chapter 16. After Su Chin left, Yu Mingzhu found Wei Liang in the workshop. She stood at the bench across from him and said, "The arbiter asked me if the prophesied relationship was developing." He said, "What did you say?" She said, "I said it was developing." He said, "And?" She said, "He asked on what basis I was assessing that." He said, "What did you say?" She said, "I told him about the technique examination, the dual resonance identification, the sessions since then." He said, "And?" She said, "He noted it in the file and moved on. He is satisfied with the compliance assessment." He said, "I know. He told me." She said, "He told you." He said, "After interviewing you, he seemed satisfied with the overall Nexus assessment." She sat down on the bench. She said, "And you?" He said, "And me what?" She said, "Are you satisfied with the assessment?" He thought about this carefully. He said, "No." She waited. He said, "The council's authority framework does not have the documentation I would expect for an organization that exercises the kind of authority it claims to exercise. The divine authority document is real." Su Chin confirmed it, but it is held internally by the council and not accessible to outside review. He said, "An authority that cannot be reviewed from outside is structurally different from an authority with transparent documentation." She said, "That describes most authority structures." He said, "Yes, but most authority structures are not claiming divine origin." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "You are not satisfied with the assessment because you are not satisfied with the council." He said, "I am not satisfied with the evidentiary basis of the council's authority. The assessment proceeded on terms the council defined. I had no ability to challenge those terms during the assessment. She said, what would challenging the terms look like? He said, having access to the foundational documents so the authority can be independently verified. He said, or finding someone with pre-council institutional standing who does not fall under the council's jurisdiction. She looked at him. She said, Elder Shunbai. He said, yes. She said, 2 months travel. He said, yes. She said, Wei Liang. He said, what? She said, this is going to become a larger project than correcting inscriptions in the East Wing, isn't it? He said, the scope depends on what the evidence shows. She said, and if the evidence shows the council's divine authority is fabricated? He said, then the scope of the project is defined by that finding. She was quiet again. Then, the technique examination. The dual resonance structure you identified. He said, yes? She said, if the ordained council's compliance file is based on fraudulent authority, the compliance mandate is not valid. He said, that would be the implication. She said, I have had a compliance file with my name on it since I was 23. 14 years of my cultivation choices being monitored on the basis of a vision I received when I was 7. She said this with the flatness of someone who has been carrying something for a long time and is finally holding it out in the open air. I would like to know if that monitoring has any legitimate basis. He said, I will find out. She said, I know you will. She stood. She said, the technique session tomorrow is at the 3rd bell. He said, through the maintenance elder? She said, through the maintenance elder. She went to the doorway. She paused. She said, Wei Liang. He said, what? She said, the oracle who gave me the prophecy at 7. She said the man with no cultivation path would be literal-minded. He said, you mentioned that. She said, she also said he would be, and I am using her words, relentlessly invested in getting things right. He said, that sounds accurate. She said, it does. She left. He added to his notebook. YMZ notes the oracle described me as relentlessly invested in getting things right. This is accurate. Note this as a positive data point about oracle accuracy, not as a character observation. He looked at what he had written. He added, it may be both. Chapter 17. On the 107th day, Wei Liang found a reference. He had been working through Yu Mingzhu's personal library in the evenings. She had provided access and a quiet alcove and occasionally tea, which she brought without asking if he wanted it, and which he drank without thanking her, because by this point they had both understood that certain things were simply the texture of the situation. The reference was in a private journal from a cultivation scholar who had lived in the generation before the council's founding. The scholar had been a formation inscription specialist who had also documented institutional history. The journal was not widely circulated. Yu Mingzhu had acquired it from an estate sale and cataloged it, but not read it thoroughly. The relevant entry described a visit the scholar had made to a gathering of inscription theorists in which the attendees had discussed a practitioner named Hizun, who was developing a theory that prophetic visions were not divine transmissions, but inscription phenomena, patterns embedded by human practitioners in the cultivated landscape that were read by sensitive individuals as visions. The scholar's journal noted, Hizun's theory is compelling to those of us who work with inscription daily, as we can observe the patterns he describes. The celestial record contains exactly the kinds of structured patterns he attributes to human authorship. Whether this constitutes a revolution in understanding prophecy or a heresy against the divine will depends, perhaps, on how one defines the divine. He read this 3 times. He said, to Ruan Xiao, who was reading at the other end of the alcove, there was a practitioner named Hizun who theorized that prophecies are inscription phenomena. She looked up. He said, before the council was founded, Hizun proposed that prophetic visions are not divine transmissions, but patterns embedded in the cultivated landscape. He showed her the journal entry. She read it. She said, what happened to Hizun? He said, the journal doesn't say. This is the only reference I have found so far. She said, the council was founded 2 generations after this journal entry. He said, yes. The timeline is consistent with Hizun's theory being developed, potentially put into practice in some form, and then the council's founding building on or reacting to that work. She said, you think Hizun might have created the prophecy system? He said, I think Hizun had a theory about the prophecy system that predated the council's divine authority claim. I don't know yet what he did with the theory. She said, how do you find out? He said, more sources. Hizun's own writings, if they exist. Contemporary accounts of him. The celestial observatory records from that era, if accessible. He said, an elder Shunbai, who is 200 years old and was alive when the council was founded. She said, she might have known Hizun. He said, or known of him. Yes. She wrote down, Hizun, Inscription theory of prophecy origin. Pre-council. Research further. Possible connection to council's divine authority document origin. She said, this changes the scope. He said, yes. She said, in which direction? He said, larger. She said, of course. She poured herself more tea. I am going to need a third notebook. Chapter 18, he told Yu Mingzhu about Hizun. She sat with the information for a full evening, which was unusual. She typically processed things while they were being discussed, and extended silence meant the processing was taking longer than normal. Finally, she said, if the prophecy system is an inscription phenomenon created by a human practitioner, then the council's divine authority claim is false at the root. He said, that would be the implication. She said, and the compliance files, the monitoring, the transfer authority. He said, all derived from the divine authority claim. If the claim is false, the derived authority is, she said, fabricated. He said, yes. She said, Wei Liang. He said, what? She said, be careful about what you do with this. He said, I know. She said, no, I mean specifically. The council has been successfully operating for nearly 300 years. The practitioners and sects under their compliance framework have been living with it for generations. Even practitioners who receive prophecies have built their cultivation understanding around the concept that the visions were divine. She said, proving the council's authority is false is not only a legal or institutional question. It is a question about how an enormous number of people understand their own cultivation experience. He had not thought about this dimension. He sat with it. He said, you are saying the evidence needs to be handled carefully even after it is found. She said, I am saying that finding the truth of the thing and knowing what to do with the truth of the thing are two separate problems. He said, yes. He made a note. He said, I will not do anything with the evidence until I understand the full picture and have considered what happens after. She said, thank you. He said, that is practical caution, not sentiment. She said, I know. It is also the right thing to do. The two are not mutually exclusive. He said, no. He looked at the journal. The right thing to do and the practical thing to do align more often than people assume. She said, in your experience. He said, yes. She said, how do you know when they don't align? He said, when I notice I am finding reasons why what I want to do is also the right thing. She looked at him. He said, that is when I stop and reconsider. She said, I am going to think about that. He said, it helps to have someone who will tell you when it is happening. She said, is there anyone who tells you? He said, Ruan Xiao. She said, good. She returned to reading. Chapter 19. Xiao Rui arrived at the Stone River sect for the first time on the 115th day. She arrived with a martial exchange delegation, 3 practitioners from her sect, the Arnridge sect, which had a long-standing exchange relationship with Stone River. The delegation's stated purpose was cultivation technique exchange for the outer disciples' martial curriculum. Wei Liang knew she was there before she found him. He registered the approach of someone with an Earth Affinity inscription pattern of unusual density at the outer gate. His range had been improving, and he could now read incoming inscription signatures before practitioners reached the inner grounds. The Earth Affinity signature was the densest he had encountered at that distance. He noted it as unusual. She found him in the workshop on the second day of the delegation's visit. She walked through the doorway and stopped. She looked at him for a moment with the direct assessment of someone who has been looking for something specific and wants to confirm the specific thing is present before saying anything. She said, I had a dream 6 years ago. He set down his tool. She said, we were fighting side by side. You were completely useless, but we won. She said this with no particular judgment. She was describing a fact. I have been looking for you since. He said, what exactly did the dream say I did? She described it. A man who read the air around fighters, who could not strike directly, but who created conditions by doing something to the space that changed how the fight worked. He thought about the inscription in the air around a fight, the way combat affected the spatial inscription patterns, the thermal signatures, the cultivation energy movements. He said, what you described is an inscription-based terrain reading applied to a combat space. I have not done this. But the description is mechanically consistent with what inscription reading can do in a dynamic environment. She said, so you could do it. He said, at sufficient depth, yes. I am not there yet. She said, how close? He said, 2 to 4 months. She said, that is not very long. He said, no. She looked at the workshop, not an assessment the way Yu Mingzhu had looked at it, but in the way a person looks at a place they are understanding for the first time. She said, there are others. It was not a question. She said it as someone who has done reconnaissance and confirmed a hypothesis. He said, there are others. She said, how many? He said, 4, not counting you. She said, in how long? He said, 115 days. She said, how are you managing it? He said, I am keeping records and proceeding with the work. She said, the work. He said, the inscription examination and research, the technique consultations, the investigation into the council's authority framework. He said, the prophecies and visions, the compliance files, the council's monitoring. Those are connected to a larger question I am working on. The working on the question is the work. She looked at him. She said, that is not how most people describe their situation when 5 women have shown up and told them they were prophesied. He said, I am not most people. She said, no. She sat down on the bench across from him. The bench that was, he now realized, frequently occupied by someone who had come to the workshop for one reason or another. I was sent here officially for the martial exchange. She said, I submitted the exchange request because of the dream. He said, I assumed. She said, what exactly did the dream say I would find? He said, you told me about your dream. I don't know what the original was. She said, I mean, what am I finding? What is here actually? Not the dream's description. The actual thing. He thought about this. He said, someone working on an inscription problem that is larger than it initially appeared, keeping careful records, trying not to let the situation move faster than his understanding of it. He said, that is what is here. She said, and the others? He said, are choosing what they do with their own visions. I am not responsible for their choices, and I am not directing them toward particular outcomes. She said, but they are here. He said, yes. She said, and you? He said, I am here too. He said, send a request through the maintenance elder if you would like to discuss the combat terrain application. She said, you are very formal about the request process. He said, documentation is useful. She said, I know. It is also funny. She stood. I will send a request. She went to the doorway. She stopped. She said, the dream said you were useless, but somehow you were useful anyway. He said, that sounds accurate. She said, yes. I am beginning to understand why. She left. He added to his notebook, Chao Rue, Iron Ridge Sect, Earth Affinity Martial Practitioner. Dream 6 years ago. Combat terrain inscription application, mechanically viable, not yet achievable at current depth. Sent to maintenance elder for request processing. He looked at the entry. He added, she said, it is also funny, regarding the documentation process. Note, I am not certain what is funny about it. Also note, she was the most direct prophecy recipient I have encountered. No ceremony, no prolonged disclosure, no attempt to manage my reaction. This is different from the others. This difference is informative. Chapter 20, the 120th day, Wei Liang advanced to draft writer rank. He was working on an environmental inscription in the valley below the sect's outer wall, a water flow pattern that had been causing minor flooding in wet seasons by directing water toward the outer gate path rather than the natural drainage channel. The maintenance elder had flagged it as a long-standing issue that had never been satisfactorily addressed. He read the inscription. It was a third-layer environmental pattern, the kind that required draft writer access to modify. He had been approaching this level for 3 weeks and had been monitoring his own progress with the same methodical attention he gave everything. He made the correction. The correction required him to modify an environmental inscription he could not fully read. He could see the surface and second layer clearly, and the third layer at the edges. He worked with what he could see, extended toward what he could not, and found that in the act of working, the third layer became visible. He wrote in his notebook, afterward, advancement mechanism, direct engagement with the next layer rather than preparatory study of it. This is interesting. The inscription reveals itself when you work toward it, not when you study it from outside. Apply this principle to other areas. He did not tell anyone about the advancement immediately. He returned to the workshop and sat with what had changed. The draft writer level opened environmental inscription. He could now modify the inscription patterns in the landscape, the water flows, the thermal gradients, the cultivation energy distribution in outdoor spaces. This was a significant increase in practical range. It also meant that he was closer to the cultivation core level he needed to fully examine Yu Mingzhu's dual resonance technique. He went to find Yu Mingzhu. She was in the inner disciples' cultivation hall, running a training sequence. He waited in the corridor until she finished. When she came out, she read his expression. She had become good at reading his expressions, which surprised him occasionally because he had not been aware his expressions were particularly readable. She said, "You advanced." He said, "Yes, draft writer." She said, "What does that mean for the technique examination?" He said, "I need 3 more sessions to determine whether I can fully interface with the dual resonance structure at this level. Possibly 4. She said, "When can you start?" He said, Send a request through the maintenance elder. She said, Wei Liang. He said, yes? She said, I am going to send the request. I always send the request. I am asking when you are available, not requesting that you skip the documentation. He said, tomorrow afternoon. She said, good. She started to go back into the cultivation hall. She paused. Does it feel different? Being at draft writer level. He thought about it. He said, the valley inscription is visible at the 3rd layer now. It was not before. He said, it does not feel different from inside. The pattern was always there. I can just read it now. She said, does anything feel different from inside? He thought about this longer. He said, no, that is always how it is. The things I can do keep changing. The way I approach them does not. She said, is that true across everything? He said, I think so. She looked at him for a moment. She said, that is either reassuring or not reassuring depending on what you do about it. He said, I know. He said, send the request. She sent the request. He returned to the workshop and made a list of what draft writer level access opened, what it did not yet open, and what he needed to reach next. The list took 2 pages. Yuan Xiao appeared in the doorway. She said, you advanced. He said, yes. She said, draft writer. He said, how did you know? She said, the valley, the flooding drainage issue. The maintenance elder mentioned that you had resolved it. She said, he mentioned it twice, which is unusual for him. He said, I see. She said, he is proud of you. He said, I did not know the maintenance elder expressed that kind of response. She said, he does it very quietly. She produced a new notebook. 3rd notebook. I anticipated this. She sat down. Tell me about draft writer level. What opens? He told her. She documented it. He told her about the list he had made. She documented that too. He told her about the advancement mechanism, working toward the next layer rather than studying it. She stopped writing and looked up. She said, that is important. He said, I thought so. She said, it applies to more than inscription. He said, yes. She said, are you going to tell anyone else? He said, I told you. She said, I mean the others. He said, if it comes up in conversation. She said, it will come up. He said, I know. She wrote, WL advancement mechanism. Engage the thing to understand the thing. Knowledge follows approach, not preparation. She looked at it. She wrote beneath it, this is going to be relevant later. She underlined, relevant later. She said, congratulations. He said, thank you. She said, you don't know how to receive congratulations. He said, I receive it accurately. She said, that is a kind description. She closed the 3rd notebook. Let's eat. He went. Chapter 21. The martial exchange lasted 7 days. Xiao Rui's request through the maintenance elder came the morning after her visit, which was faster than any previous request. Wei Liang saw her twice during the exchange period. Once for the formal consultation session, once unexpectedly, when she was using the outer practice courtyard at the same time, he was checking the formation maintenance. The consultation session was efficient. He described the inscription-based terrain reading mechanism. She described what she needed from it, specific combat situations, what she needed to know about the space, how quickly the information needed to be available. He identified which aspects were achievable at his current level and which required deeper access. She took notes on the achievable aspects and did not comment on the ones that were not yet accessible. She said, near the end of the session, you work like a craftsman. He said, what do you mean? She said, you identify what exists, what is needed, what you can do, and what you cannot. You don't apologize for the cannot. You just move on to the next thing. He said, that is the practical approach. She said, most people, she said, spend time on the cannot. He said, time spent on cannot that is irreversible is inefficient. She said, yes. She made a final note. I am going to submit a visitor extension request. He said, you are leaving with the delegation. She said, the delegation is leaving. I will follow after. He said, your sect expects you back. She said, my sect expects me to develop my cultivation. I will develop it here for a period. She said this with the flatness of someone who has already made a decision and is describing it rather than announcing it. He said, the maintenance elder coordinates visitor extensions. She said, I know. She stood. I will submit the request. She submitted it. The maintenance elder approved it without comment, which suggested the maintenance elder had developed a particular response to requests that originated near the inscription workshop. Xiao Rui moved into the guest quarters. Yu Mingzhu found out 2 days later. She came to the afternoon technique session and said, without preamble, Xiao Rui is staying. He said, yes. She said, she submitted a visitor extension. He said, yes. She said, for cultivation development purposes. He said, That is what her request cited. She was quiet for a moment. He continued the session preparation, setting up the formation anchors for the dual resonance examination. She watched him set up. She said, "How many people have submitted formal requests through the maintenance elder related to you?" He said, "At last count, 7. She said, 7. He said, "Including this session. The maintenance elder has noted that the volume is unusual for an inscription workshop." She said, "I imagine." She sat on the bench. She said, "I want to be clear about something." He said, "All right." She said, "I have had a compliance file on my cultivation choices since I was 23. I have been assessed quarterly since then. I am 29. The filing was based on a vision I received when I was 7, which told me to expect a specific kind of person." She said, "I expect that person. I chose to tell you about the vision when you asked. I am choosing how to proceed." She said, "I want to be clear that those are choices, not compliance." He said, "I understand the distinction." She said, "I know you do." She looked at the formation anchors. "I also want to be clear that when other practitioners come here because of their own visions, those are also their choices." He said, "Yes." She said, "And they are not my business." He said, "No." She said, "Good." She said, "That is what I wanted to be clear about." He said, "I understand." She said, "Good." She said, "Shall we start?" They started. Chapter 22. On the 143rd day, the maintenance elder called Wei Liang to his office. The office was a small room attached to the main administrative hall, full of maintenance records organized by a system that only the elder fully understood. The elder sat behind the desk and said, "I have received a formal inquiry from the head elder requesting a comprehensive review of the inscription workshop's consultations and their institutional impacts." Wei Liang said, "What prompted the review?" The elder said, "The head elder's note cites the significant number of external practitioners visiting the sect in connection with the inscription workshop, and the cultivation advancements of practitioners who received examinations from you." He looked at the paper. Disciple Chun is not the only case. There are 7 practitioners who have shown advancement following inscription examinations. Wei Liang said, "The core inscription correction method appears to be effective." The elder said, "Yes." The head elder's inquiry is not critical. He is trying to understand what is happening. Wei Liang said, "I can prepare a written summary of the method." The elder said, "Please do." He looked at the record on his desk, the long list of formal consultation requests. There is also a note from the council's regional office asking about the Nexus file update timeline. Wei Liang said, "What does the note say?" The elder said, "It asks when the next compliance assessment interview is scheduled." He said, "The council representative visits quarterly. The next visit is in 6 weeks. Wei Liang said, "I see." He said, "Elder, I have been researching the council's authority framework." The elder said, "I know." Wei Liang said, "You know?" The elder said, "You submitted a research access request 2 months ago, and you have been using materials from 2 different libraries." The head elder tracks research activity. He looked at Wei Liang. "I have been asked to tell you that the head elder has noted the research direction and is not discouraging it." He said, "He is also not encouraging it. He is observing." Wei Liang said, "He is watching to see what the evidence produces." The elder said, "Yes." He said, "The head elder has been dealing with quarterly compliance assessments for 30 years. He finds the council's authority framework, as he put it to me, more historically complicated than the council presents it." Wei Liang said, "He has his own doubts." The elder said, "He has his own questions." He said, "Which he has never had grounds to pursue." "You may be developing grounds." Wei Liang said, "I need more time." The elder said, "You have 6 weeks before the next council visit." He said, "I suggest you use them." He did. Chapter 23. Chao Rui's cultivation extension settled into a pattern within the first week. She trained in the outer practice courtyard in the mornings using the inner formation, which had been improved by Wei Liang's corrections and produced better results than she had expected. She used the afternoons for consultation sessions with Wei Liang on the terrain reading application. She spent evenings in the guest quarters reviewing what she had learned. She was not subtle about her opinions. On the 5th day of her extension, she said during a consultation, "The formation energy here is cleaner than at the Arnridge sect's practice grounds." "What did you do to it?" He said, "I corrected a foundational calibration that had been drifting for 12 years. She said, "In how long?" He said, "1 weekend." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "Iron Ridge's formation issues have been ongoing for 6 years." He said, "I could examine them. You would need to arrange access." She said, "I will arrange access." He said, "Through the maintenance elder." She said, I know." She made a note. She said, "The terrain reading. The combat application." I want to understand the ceiling. He said, the ceiling for the application depends on my depth access at the relevant time. The combat terrain inscription reading uses the spatial patterns generated by high-energy cultivation techniques. At pattern reader level, I can read these patterns in real time. He said, at codex keeper level, I can potentially modify them. She said, modify them. He said, within the space of a fight, change the inscription pattern of the space itself to create conditions. Not attack the fighters. Change the ground conditions, the air quality, the cultivation energy distribution. She said, that would be extraordinary. He said, yes, I am not there yet. She said, but you will get there. He said, if the pattern holds. She said, the pattern? He said, each advancement has opened the next level of access. Draft writer from blank slate. Pattern reader approaching from draft writer. The pattern suggests the advancement will continue. She said, how long? He said, faster than the standard inscription advancement timeline, based on what I have observed. She said, because you engage the thing to understand the thing. He looked at her. She said, Yuan Xiao told me. She also told me you don't share that observation much. He said, it is a working hypothesis. She said, it is clearly accurate. He said, working hypotheses can be accurate. She said, most working hypotheses fail. He said, yes, I know it when mine do. She said, has any of yours failed? He thought about it. He said, the calibration I applied to the East Courtyard in the first week was slightly overcorrected. I had to adjust it the following day. She said, that's it? In 143 days? He said, I have not been working at this for very long. She said, the others have been working at their cultivation for decades. He said, their problem is different from mine. Most cultivation problems are about increasing power. Mine is about increasing access. He said, access follows a different trajectory than power. She said, explain. He explained for 20 minutes. She took notes. She asked 3 questions that required him to extend the explanation. By the end of the session, she said, this conversation has been more useful than most of the cultivation technique instruction I have received. He said, I haven't been teaching cultivation technique. I've been describing an observation about mechanism. She said, yes. She stood. It was still more useful. She sent the Iron Ridge sect access request through the maintenance elder before the end of the day. Chapter 24 Lin Feilu arrived on the 161st day. Wei Liang registered her approach at the outer gate. A practitioner with a poison affinity signature, unusual for the region where poison cultivation was not a common specialization. The signature was controlled, very controlled, the kind of precision that came from long practice with a dangerous element. She came to the outer disciples' dormitory first, which was where most visitors were directed. She requested information about the inscription workshop. She was directed there. She appeared in the doorway at the 3rd bell. She was approximately 30. She wore plain traveling clothes and carried a small case. She looked at Wei Liang with the specific attention of someone performing an assessment and doing it professionally. He looked at her. He said, can I help you? She said, no. She said it flatly, not rudely, like someone giving the accurate answer to the question. He said, are you looking for something specific in the workshop? She said, no. He said, are you meant to be here? She said, I am evaluating the workshop's security. He said, the workshop's security. She said, yes. He said, for what purpose? She said, evaluation. He looked at her. He said, the workshop does not have significant security measures. It contains inscription materials and records. The most valuable items are the formation anchors, which are moderate grade and not unusual. She said, I know. He said, then you know what is here. She said, yes. He said, all right. He returned to the formation anchor he had been examining. She stood in the doorway for another moment. Then she left. He added to his notebook, practitioner at the doorway. Poison affinity, controlled signature, professional manner. Said she was evaluating the workshop's security. Declined to give a purpose. Knew what was in the workshop before asking. This is a pattern inconsistent with casual inquiry. Note. He told Yuan Xiao that evening. Yuan Xiao said, a poison affinity practitioner evaluated the workshop's security and then left. He said, yes. She said, Wei Liang. He said, what? She said, that sounds like a preliminary visit. He said, before what? She said, whatever she came to do. He said, she said she came to evaluate security. Yuan Xiao said, that is what someone says when they came to do something else and haven't decided to do it yet. She looked at him. Keep the workshop locked. He said, I can read inscription patterns. I will know if someone enters who shouldn't. She said, can you tell the difference between someone who shouldn't and someone who is going to? He thought about this. He said, no, not yet. She said, Lock the workshop. He locked the workshop. Chapter 25. The second day. Lin Feilu did not appear. The third day, Wei Liang registered her signature at the eastern wall near the practice courts. She was watching from a distance he could read, but which would be invisible to most practitioners. He noted her position and continued his work. On the fourth day, he registered the poison affinity signature in the workshop courtyard, closer. He was working at the inscription bench, and he heard nothing. She was clearly practiced at silent movement. He continued working. She was behind him for 4 minutes before he turned around. She was standing against the back wall of the workshop with something concealed in her right hand. She looked at him when he turned. Neither of them spoke. He said, "All right." She said, "All right." He said, "You have been deciding something." She said, "Yes." He said, "And you are still deciding." She said, "Yes." He turned back to the inscription bench. He said, "Would you like to sit down?" She did not sit down. She stood against the back wall for several more minutes. He continued working. Eventually she said, "I need you to look at something." He said, "All right." She said, "My cultivation." He set down the tool. He turned to face her. He said, "What exactly are you concerned about?" She said, "I had a dream 4 days ago." She said this with the tone of someone who is very annoyed at themselves. "The dream said my own cultivation technique has been slowly damaging me, and that you would be able to correct it." He said, "What exactly did the dream say?" She told him. The dream had shown her cultivation inscription as a flawed pattern, the same poison cultivation technique she had been practicing for 15 years, and had depicted Wei Liang correcting it. She had described the correction to him in the dream in specific terms. He said, "The description of the correction is technically accurate. That is the method I would use for a cultivation core inscription flaw." He looked at her. The dream contained accurate information about inscription correction methods. She said, "I know." He said, "That is not how most people describe their own dreams." She said, "No." He said, "Did the dream feel different from ordinary dreaming?" She said, "Yes." He said, "Like a heavy weight? Like the ground telling you something?" She looked at him. She said, "How did you know that description?" He said, "A child in the market district described the difference between prophetic visions and regular dreams. Heavy, external weight for the prophecies. Internal, personal quality for ordinary dreams." He said, "Your description matches the prophetic vision pattern." She said, "There is a pattern." He said, "There appear to be consistent phenomenological characteristics across people who have received what they describe as prophetic visions." He said, "It is informative about mechanism." She stared at him. He said, "The cultivation examination. I can examine your technique inscription. If there is a flaw, I can attempt to correct it. The correction may require multiple sessions depending on the depth." He said, "Send a request through the maintenance elder." She said, "You want me to submit a formal request?" He said, "It creates a record." She said, "I was not planning to be formally present at this sect." He said, "That is relevant information for the record." She said, "Is everything a record with you?" He said, "Documentation is useful when dealing with organizations that review such things." She looked at him for a long time. She said, "Fine." She said, "I will submit a formal request." She said, "Under what name?" He said, "Your own, presumably." She said, "Presumably." He said, "Unless you have a reason not to." She said, "I might." He said, "Then use the name you have reason to use. The maintenance elder will ask for an affiliation." She said, "I am independent." He said, "That is a valid affiliation category." She said, "All right." She moved toward the doorway. She stopped. She said, "The dream also said I would find the correction reluctantly useful." He said, "That is an accurate prediction of most reactions to things that are useful but inconvenient." She said, "Yes." She left. He added to his notebook, Lin Feilu, poison affinity, independent, no sect affiliation given. Received prophetic vision describing her cultivation inscription flaw and the correction method. Has submitted, or will submit, formal request. Is apparently also an assassin based on the behavior pattern of the first 4 days. This last observation is notable. He looked at what he had written. He added, 6th. He sent Yuan Xiao a short written note. 6th. Poison affinity. May have originally been here for a different purpose. I believe she has changed course. Details tomorrow. Yuan Xiao's reply arrived within the hour. I know. I saw her at the eastern wall. I have been monitoring since day 2. You should tell me these things sooner. 4th notebook required. He wrote back. I noted it in my records immediately. She wrote back. That is not the same as telling me. He put the note away and returned to the formation anchor. The third layer was almost visible. He needed 2 more sessions. He thought about the dream description. Poison cultivation slowly damaging itself. the pattern clearly visible in the inscription but not in the energy output. He had not yet examined Lin Feilu's cultivation core, but the description was consistent with what he had seen in Disciple Chan, a deep flaw that was invisible to cultivation-based examination because it read as normal at the energy layer. He would need pattern reader depth access for a cultivation core at the complexity level a 15-year-old technique would have. He was approaching pattern reader. He noted this and continued working. Chapter 26. The formal request came through the maintenance elder the following morning. The name on it was Lin Feilu. The affiliation was listed as independent. The purpose was listed as cultivation technique consultation. There was a note at the bottom in small characters. Practitioner requests evening sessions only. The maintenance elder had approved it with his usual lack of comment. Wei Liang sent a response through the same channel. Evening sessions are available. The first session is tomorrow. Lin Feilu appeared at the workshop the following evening precisely at the 7th bell. She was wearing the same plain traveling clothes. She had the same professional manner. The concealed item in her right hand was no longer visible, which could mean several things. He indicated the examination chair, a plain wooden seat he had positioned in the clearest section of the workshop, away from the formation anchors. She sat in it. She looked at the chair. She said, "This is what you use for examinations." He said, "Yes." She said, "It looks like a dining chair." He said, "It serves the purpose." She said, "All right." She sat correctly in it, upright, hands on her knees, poison affinity signature drawn inward. She said, "What do I do?" He said, "Hold your cultivation still. Don't circulate it. Just let it sit." She said, "For how long?" He said, "Until I tell you otherwise." She held it still. He began the examination, draft writer depth access, reading the inscription patterns of her cultivation technique. The technique was old, 15 years of practice had layered it in specific ways. He could read the basic structure immediately, a poison affinity circulation method designed for sustained output rather than burst deployment. Efficient, elegant, in the way that methods developed over years of practical use become elegant through iterative correction. The flaw was visible on the third pass. It was subtle. Deep in the foundational layer, where the technique's core circulation pattern began, there was a resonance mismatch between the poison affinity intake mechanism and the practitioner's natural cultivation signature. The mismatch was small enough that it had been invisible to standard cultivation examination, small enough that it had not produced symptoms for the first decade of practice. But it had been accumulating. Every circulation cycle, the mismatch created a small amount of residual pressure at the core. Over 15 years, that residual pressure had built a stress pattern around the technique's foundation. He said, "Hold." She held. He said, "The flaw is present." The dream's description was accurate. She said, "You sound surprised." He said, "I am confirming, not expressing surprise." She said, "You've been confirming for 20 minutes." He said, "The examination requires thoroughness." He straightened. The flaw is a resonance mismatch between your technique's intake mechanism and your natural cultivation signature. It's at the foundational layer. 15 years of practice has built residual stress around it. She said, "Can you correct it?" He said, "Yes, but not in one session. The correction needs to address the stress pattern before it can address the foundational mismatch. If I correct the mismatch first, the stress pattern will collapse in a way that damages surrounding technique structure." She said, "In order." He said, "In order. First the stress pattern, then the foundational correction." She said, "How many sessions?" He said, 3, probably 4, depending on how the stress pattern releases. She said, "For evenings?" He said, "Yes." She said, "That is a long time to be in this sect." He said, "You could have the correction done in one session if you're willing to accept the risk of technique damage." She said, "No." She said it immediately. 4 sessions is fine." He said, "All right." He said, "I'll start on the stress pattern tonight. Sit still." He began the first stage. The stress pattern was layered. He could read it in the inscription structure, could see exactly where each year's accumulation had added to it. He worked carefully, releasing the outermost layer first, testing how the structure responded before moving inward. She sat still throughout. She breathed evenly. She had good physical discipline, which he had already inferred from her movement patterns. After 40 minutes, he said, "First session complete. The outermost stress layer has been released." She said, "I can tell." She said it with the tone of someone making a factual observation. "It is different." He said, "The residual pressure will redistribute for the next day or 2. You may feel it as mild discomfort in the upper circulation channels." She said, "All right." She stood. She looked at the examination chair. She said, "Same time tomorrow?" He said, "Yes." She turned toward the door. She stopped. She said, without turning, I am still technically contracted. He said, I know. She said, the contract hasn't been withdrawn. He said, I know. She said, I'm reconsidering the timeline. He said, I gathered. She turned to look at him. She said, you don't seem concerned. He said, I'm noting it in my records. She looked at him for a moment. She said, that's a strange response. He said, would a different response change the situation? She thought about it. She said, no. She left. He added to his notebook, session 1 complete. Stress pattern release begun, 3 more sessions needed. She confirmed the contract is still active. She said she is reconsidering the timeline. This suggests she has not yet determined whether to fulfill the contract or not. The practical implication is that she will be present for at least 4 evenings while she makes this determination. I will treat this as a standard patient situation and note the additional variable. Chapter 27. Lin Feilu did not attend the second session. He waited until the 7th bell. He waited until the 8th bell. He returned to his work. A formation anchor that had developed an interesting resonance pattern he wanted to examine before it faded. In the morning, he registered her cultivation signature in the practice court's east corridor at the 4th bell. Watching, he continued his morning examination of the formation anchors. At midday, he registered her signature near the outer library reading room. Still watching, positioned where she had a sight line to the administrative hall entrance. He had a consultation with the head elder's secretary about the institutional review summary. He walked the same path he always walked. In the afternoon, her signature was in the upper courtyard garden, which had a clear view of the inscription workshop roof formation. She was watching the formation. He was working inside. He made a small adjustment to the southern anchor, one that would produce a visible change in the roof formation's inscription pattern. A practitioner watching from the garden would see it. A few minutes later, he heard a small exhale from the direction of the garden. In the evening, he was in the workshop when she appeared in the doorway. She said, you adjusted the southern anchor to see if I was watching. He said, yes. She said, that was annoying. He said, the session was last night. You didn't come. She said, I was observing. He said, I know. She said, I do that before decisions. He said, what did you learn? She considered the question with the seriousness of someone who actually intended to answer it. She said, you work the same way whether you think you're being watched or not. You take the same paths. You work the same hours. You interact with the same people in the same manner. He said, yes. She said, that's unusual. He said, is it? She said, most people perform. She said, whether they're being watched by someone who might kill them or someone they want to impress or someone they want to avoid. They perform. You don't. He said, I am not doing anything worth performing about. She said, that is the conclusion I reached. She looked at the examination chair. She said, second session. He said, you missed a night. The stress pattern may have reorganized slightly. I'll need to assess before continuing. She said, then assess. She sat in the chair. He assessed. The stress pattern had shifted slightly. Not worse, but redistributed, as expected. He adjusted his approach and continued the release sequence. 40 minutes into the session, she said, you said the contract hasn't been withdrawn. He said, you said it. She said, I said it. You said you knew. He said, yes. She said, the person who hired me wanted information. Whether your inscription work can be used as a weapon. What your advancement rate is. Where you keep your research notes. He said, who hired you? She said, that's not information I give. He said, all right. She said, but it wasn't the council. He said, all right. She said, I thought you'd want to know that. He said, I noted it. She said, you're going to write that in your notebook. He said, yes. She said, the notebook is a liability. He said, the notebook is a record. Records are useful to me. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, the research notes on the inscription correction method. Where are they? He said, in the notebook. She said, the notebook you just said is a liability. He said, the research notes are not the liability. A record of who asked what and when. That is a different kind of useful. She was quiet again. Then she said, you're recording that I asked. He said, yes. She said, that's actually clever. She said it without warmth, the way someone acknowledges a well-executed technique. The record creates a deterrent. If anything happens to you, the record documents who had information about your work. He said, and who asked about my research notes during a cultivation examination. She said, I see. She said, fourth notebook, Wan Xiao said. He said, she keeps a copy. Lin Feilu made a sound that was not quite a laugh. She said, she's been keeping a copy all along. He said, since the beginning. She said, You are actually very difficult to assassinate. He said, I have not been trying to be difficult to assassinate. I have been trying to maintain adequate documentation. She said, the result is the same. He said, I suppose it is. She said nothing more for the rest of the session. When he indicated the session was complete, she stood, checked the workshop doorway out of habit, and left. Chapter 28. On the third day, Wei Liang found her standing behind the practice hall pillar at the sixth bell. He had come through the practice hall courtyard taking a slightly different route than usual. The maintenance records he needed were in the eastern storage room rather than the workshop. He registered her signature before he saw her. Poison affinity cultivation, controlled, positioned at the pillar's shadow edge. He said, Good morning. She stepped out from behind the pillar. She said, You changed your route. He said, The maintenance records I need are in the eastern storage. She said, You knew I was there. He said, Yes. She said, From the registration distance. He said, Yes. She looked at him. She said, You said pattern reader accesses inscription patterns in the surrounding environment. He said, Yes. She said, So you can register cultivator signatures at a distance. He said, Within range. The range extends with rank. She said, What is your current range? He said, 50 meters, approximately, at draft writer. The clarity decreases at the outer range. She said, 50 meters. She said, I've been staying 53 meters back. He said, Which is why you've been somewhat blurry. She stared at him. He said, You've been clear enough to identify as you. The precision decreases at range, but the signature remains. She said, I've been maintaining operational distance for 3 days, and you've been able to read me the entire time. He said, Yes. She said, That would have been useful information on day 1. He said, You didn't ask. She looked at the pillar. She looked at him. She said, I need you to examine my cultivation. Today. He said, The session is this evening. She said, Now. He said, I have maintenance records to collect. She said, After the maintenance records. He said, All right. He collected the maintenance records. She followed at a distance that was now inside the 50 meters. She had stopped maintaining operational spacing now that she knew it was irrelevant. He noted that she adapted quickly to changed information. That was a useful quality. In the workshop, she sat in the chair without being asked. He set down the maintenance records. He began the third session examination. The second layer of the stress pattern released more cleanly than the first. The underlying structure was cleaner than he had expected. Good maintenance on her part over 15 years. The technique's core had been well tended despite the flaw. She said, partway through, when this is corrected, the technique will advance faster. He said, Yes. The residual pressure has been slowing your advancement. Without it, the technique's natural progression should resume. She said, How fast? He said, I don't know your potential rate, but the drag should be gone. She said, I've been at the same cultivation level for 4 years. He said, The stress pattern would produce that effect. The ceiling you've been experiencing is artificial, created by the mismatch, not your actual ceiling. She said, For years. He said, Yes. She said, I hate this. She said it quietly, with the specific exhaustion of someone who has been fighting against something invisible for a long time and has only now learned the cause. I thought I had reached my limit. He said, You hadn't. She said, I know that now. He said, The correction will take 1 more session after this one. The foundational mismatch is the last stage. She said, Tomorrow. He said, Tomorrow evening. She was quiet for the rest of the session. When he finished, she looked at the examination chair and said, You made a chair for this. He said, I positioned an existing chair. She said, For examinations. He said, Yes. She said, Before I came. He said, I have had previous examination sessions. She said, Right. She stood. She looked at him. She said, I hate this, by the way. He said, I understood that from the context. She said, I mean the whole thing. The dream. Coming here. The examination. The feeling that this was inevitable in a way I didn't choose. He said, I understand completely. She said, You sound like you mean that. He said, I mean it. The experience of operating within a framework you didn't design and can't fully see is uncomfortable. I have also been experiencing it. She looked at him. He said, 6 people came here because of visions or dreams or prophecies. None of them planned to be here. The entire situation is designed by something that did not consult any of the participants. She said, That doesn't make it better. He said, No, but it is accurate. She said, You find accuracy comforting. He said, I find it more useful than the alternative. She said, What's the alternative? He said, Finding it unfair and spending time on that. She was quiet for a moment. She said, I see your point. She said, I still hate it. He said, noted. She left. Chapter 29. The fourth session took longer than the first three. The foundational mismatch correction required careful work. He needed to address the precise point where the technique's intake mechanism diverged from her natural cultivation signature and redirect it without disrupting the 15-year accumulation of layered practice above it. One wrong adjustment would cascade upward through the technique structure. He worked slowly. She sat still. She had stopped speaking during sessions after the third day, which suggested she had moved past the stage of processing through conversation and had settled into the process itself. That was also an adaptation. He noted it. An hour into the session, he said, the redirection is going well. The technique is accepting the correction. She said, I can feel it. He said, what does it feel like? She said, like something that has been held at an angle for a long time being set down flat. He said, that is an accurate description of what is happening. She said, I know what my own cultivation feels like. He said, I know. I was confirming the description matched the mechanism. She said, you do that a lot. He said, confirming? She said, mapping what someone says to the mechanism. He said, it is informative. Most people describe their cultivation experience in terms that contain accurate information about what is happening structurally. They just don't know that's what they're describing. She said, you can extract technical data from subjective descriptions. He said, sometimes, when the description is specific enough. She said, Yuan Xiao told me you've been researching the phenomenology of the prophetic visions. He said, she told you. She said, she tells me things. We have been talking in the evenings. He said, what things? She said, that the visions have consistent characteristics across recipients, that you've been documenting them, that you have a working hypothesis about the mechanism. He said, what did she say about the hypothesis? She said, that it involves the visions being manufactured rather than divine. He said, that is the working hypothesis. She said, she also said you have evidence, but not proof. He said, I have precedent. An old scholar documented an artificial inscription-based prophecy system. The phenomenological characteristics match what the current recipients describe, but I haven't found the source inscription system. She said, you're looking for it. He said, yes. She said, that's what the research into the Council's authority framework is about. He said, partly. The Council's authority is based on a claim of divine mandate derived from the prophetic tradition. If the prophetic tradition is manufactured, the divine mandate is manufactured. She said, that would be a significant finding. He said, yes. She said, what do you do with a significant finding when the organization whose authority it undermines is the organization that reviews your Nexus file quarterly? He said, I build a comprehensive record before presenting it. She said, She said, the notebook. He said, multiple notebooks. She said, and copies. He said, and copies. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, the person who hired me. I said it wasn't the council. He said, yes. She said, it was someone who wants to know whether you can be turned, whether you would assist in a competing claim to the prophecy interpretation authority. He said, a faction within the existing structure. She said, or adjacent to it. He said, all right. He said, you haven't withdrawn from the contract. She said, I'm reconsidering the assignment parameters. He said, which parameters? She said, all of them. He said, all right. She said, you're not going to ask me to withdraw. He said, no. She said, why not? He said, because a request from me wouldn't be the operative factor in your decision. You're a professional. You make decisions based on your own assessment. If I ask, it doesn't change the assessment. It only introduces a variable about whether I'm trying to manipulate you. She said, you've thought about this. He said, briefly. She was quiet again. A few minutes passed. He completed the foundational correction and began the final verification pass, confirming the adjustment had been absorbed correctly by the surrounding technique structure. He said, the correction is complete. She said, complete. He said, the foundational mismatch is resolved. The stress pattern layers have been released across the previous 3 sessions. Your technique should now circulate without drag. She said, now. He said, you'll need to rest for a day or 2. Let the technique settle before you begin full cultivation again. She said, and then, he said, then the ceiling you experienced for 4 years should no longer be present. She was quiet. She said, if you're wrong about the ceiling. He said, then we return to the examination and find out why. She said, and if you're right. He said, then you advance. She sat in the chair for a moment after he stepped back. She said, I've been assuming my limit for 4 years. She said, that is a significant adjustment. He said, yes. She said, to find out it was a mistake. He said, a flaw? Not a mistake on your part. She said, there's a difference. He said, yes. A flaw is a structural problem in the technique. A mistake is a decision you made. You didn't choose the mismatch. It was in the original technique design, a subtle error that most practitioners never encounter because most don't reach the depth you have. She said, most don't practice it for 15 years at this intensity. He said, yes. The flaw only becomes significant at sustained high-level use. She said, so the better I was at my cultivation, the worse the flaw became. He said, the more apparent the flaw became. The damage was accumulating regardless. She said, right. She stood. She stood for a moment without moving. She said, the dream was right. He said, yes. She said, the correction was exactly as described. He said, yes. She said, that means the dream's source had accurate technical knowledge about my cultivation technique. He said, yes. She said, something knew my cultivation better than I did. He said, something was able to read your cultivation inscription in the way I can, yes. She looked at him. She said, that should be more disturbing than it is. He said, you've been in a profession that requires accepting that other people have access to information about you. The disturbance tolerance develops. She said, you've adapted to the same thing. He said, partly. She said, only partly. He said, I am still finding certain aspects of the situation unusual. She said, which aspects? He said, that the source of the visions chose its recipients in a way that has resulted in this specific group of practitioners, in this specific workshop. He said, the selection criteria appear to involve people who are useful to each other and to a particular investigative direction. She said, you mean it didn't just pick people with visions about you? It picked people who could help you. He said, that is what the pattern suggests. She was quiet for a long time. She said, I'm a poison cultivation assassin. He said, yes. She said, how am I useful to an investigation into inscription-based prophecy systems? He said, I don't know yet. She said, that's not reassuring. He said, I know. She said, the dream also knew that. He said, what do you mean? She said, the dream showed you correcting the flaw. It showed the correction working. It showed me still being here afterward. She said, the dream implied a continuation. He said, yes. She said, I noted that. He said, I know. She left. She did not say anything about the contract. He wrote in the notebook, Session 4 complete. Foundational correction finished. The technique should now function without drag. She has noted that the dream implied continuation. She has not withdrawn from the contract and has not indicated she intends to fulfill it. The situation remains in assessment. I will treat it as ongoing and continue documentation. He wrote, Yuan Xiao needs to know the 4th session completed. 4th notebook, still. He put the notebook away and went to find Yuan Xiao. Chapter 30 Yu Mingzhu came to the morning technique session 3 days later and said, without preamble, you have been spending your evenings on something. He said, yes. She said, the workshop has been in use until the 9th bell every night for 4 nights. He said, yes. She said, I asked Yuan Xiao. He said, what did she say? She said you had a cultivation examination patient and the sessions ran long. She said, she also said the patient is an independent practitioner. He said, that is accurate. She said, she declined to give me the practitioner's name. He said, that is also accurate. She said, on the grounds that patient consultations are private. He said, they are. She looked at him. She said, is this a new arrival connected to the pattern? He said, I don't discuss patient consultations. She said, I am not asking about the consultation. I am asking about the pattern. He said, I am noting that there have been new arrivals. I discuss the pattern in general terms with you when I have information relevant to the investigation. She said, is there information relevant to the investigation? He thought about this. He said, the new arrival received a vision describing a cultivation flaw. The vision contained accurate technical information about inscription correction methods. Yu Mingzhu said, accurate how? He said, the correction method described in the vision matched my method exactly. Not approximately, exactly. As if the source had observed my technique. She was quiet. She sat on the bench. She said, it observed your technique. He said, or it read the inscription pattern of my method and transmitted that reading as part of the vision. She said, the visions are getting more specific. He said, yes. She said, mine described a person with no cultivation path. The physicians described a diagnostic technique. The new arrivals described a specific correction method. He said, the specificity appears to increase with each case I have documented. She said, as if it is learning. he said, or as if the earlier, less specific visions were calibrating. She said, calibrating toward what? He said, I don't know yet. He said, but the pattern suggests the source is responsive. It observes, it adjusts, it recalibrates. She said, something is watching this workshop. He said, something has been watching for at least 22 years, possibly much longer. He said, your vision was when you were 7. That is 22 years ago, she said, and it was watching before that to know what it would need to send. He said, yes. She was quiet for a long moment. She said, Wei Liang. He said, what? She said, I want to be clear that this is not frightening me. He said, all right. She said, I am noting it as extraordinary. I am not frightened. He said, I believe you. She said, good. She said, because if I were frightened, I would not be useful to this investigation, and I intend to be useful. He said, you have been. She said, the dual resonance technique. The progress. He said, yes. She said, tell me where we are with the technique. He described it. The dual resonance structure required a neutral baseline as the foundation. A practitioner who could hold two opposing resonances simultaneously without either amplifying or dampening the other. In the 14 years since she had received the incomplete technique, she had been working with the resonances in sequence. Fire then water, stabilize, alternate. That was the wrong approach. The technique required simultaneous holding, not sequential. She said, I've been trying to fix a sequence problem by perfecting the sequence. He said, you've been trying to complete a technique that required the sequence to be abandoned entirely. She said, how long have you known? He said, since the second session. I didn't have the depth access to correct it until recently. She said, you've had it now. He said, for 3 weeks. She said, you didn't tell me. He said, I was preparing the correction method. The adjustment to simultaneous holding requires retraining the foundation. It will take time. She said, how much time? He said, weeks, perhaps 2 months. You'll need to unlearn 14 years of sequential practice before the simultaneous approach becomes stable. She said, 2 months. He said, possibly less. Your foundation is exceptionally clean. The sequential practice has been imperfect, but not damaging. She said, when do we start? He said, today if you want. She said, today. They started. At the end of the session, she stood and said, Ruan Xiao told me the independent practitioner has been talking with her in the evenings. He said, yes. She said the practitioner is interesting. He said, Ruan Xiao finds most people interesting. She said, she doesn't say it about most people. She said the practitioner has an accurate view of situations. He said, that is a fair assessment. She said, you like her. He said, I have found the consultation sessions productive. She said, that's not what I said. He said, I understood what you said. She said, are you going to answer it? He said, I find people who adapt quickly to changed information and don't perform useful. He said, most people are one or the other. She said, most people perform and don't adapt. He said, yes. She looked at him. She said, that was almost a personal observation. He said, almost. She said, I will ask Ruan Xiao. She said it with the tone of someone who has concluded that a direct line of inquiry has been exhausted and is moving to a secondary source. He said, she will tell you what she decides to tell you. She said, she always does. She left. He wrote in the notebook, Yu Mingzhu has deduced that the new arrival is connected to the pattern and that I find the consultation sessions productive. She is going to ask Ruan Xiao. Ruan Xiao will tell her what Ruan Xiao decides to tell her. This is outside my ability to influence, and I will not attempt to influence it. The technique correction has begun. 2 months to unlearn sequential practice. The investigation continues. He looked at what he had written and added, Ruan Xiao needs a 5th notebook. He closed the notebook and went back to work. Chapter 31. The correction was complete. The verification was not. Wei Liang spent the next 3 evenings monitoring how Lin Feilu's technique integrated the correction. This was necessary. Foundational realignments required observation sessions to confirm the adjustment had settled correctly into the surrounding technique structure, that no secondary stress had developed elsewhere in response to the change. He had told her this was standard. She had said, how many sessions? He had said, 3, probably. She had said, all right, and appeared the next evening at the 7th bell. The monitoring sessions were quieter than the correction sessions. He read. She circulated her technique and reported what she observed. He compared her reports to what he could read in the inscription pattern. On the second monitoring session, she said, I have been thinking about what you said, about the source of the visions knowing my cultivation better than I did. He said, yes. She said, the knowledge was accurate. He said, yes. She said, which means the source had examined me at some point. He said, or had the ability to read your inscription without physical proximity. He said, I am not yet certain of the mechanism. The registration range for inscription reading increases with rank. At sufficient advancement, the range may become very large, or unlimited. She said, you're saying something read my cultivation from a distance. He said, that is one hypothesis. She said, and you are approaching the level where you could do that. He said, pattern reader ability includes biological cultivation inscriptions. I don't yet know the upper range. She was quiet. Then she said, that's uncomfortable. He said, yes. She said, is there anything I can do to prevent it? He said, I don't know. The practitioners I've met who have shielding techniques are shielding against cultivation sensing, not inscription reading. They may be different mechanisms. She said, so potentially no one can shield against you. He said, potentially. I haven't tested this extensively. She said, you would tell me if you had read something you shouldn't. He said, I read what is in front of me. I am not selective, but I only report observations that are relevant. She said, that is a non-answer. He said, the honest answer is that I read your cultivation inscription for 4 sessions, and my primary goal was correcting the flaw. If I noted other aspects of your technique during those readings, I have not reported them because they were not relevant to your consultation. She said, what did you note? He said, that your technique is efficient, that the original design is old and sophisticated, that you have maintained it carefully. He said, nothing personal. She said, cultivation technique is personal. He said, yes. I treated the information accordingly. She said, meaning you put it in the notebook. He said, I noted that the technique is old and sophisticated. That is the extent of what I wrote. She said, all right. She said it with the tone of someone who had weighed the alternatives and concluded this was acceptable. The contract. He said, yes. She said, I have been reconsidering the timeline for 8 days. He said, I know. She said, at some point reconsidering becomes deciding. He said, yes. She said, I haven't decided yet. He said, all right. She said, you're not concerned. He said, I've noted that you have not taken action in 8 days despite having consistent access and opportunity. That is a pattern. She said, patterns can break. He said, they can. But patterns that break usually break because of changed conditions. What conditions would change your assessment? She looked at him. She said, if you turned out to be different than you appear. He said, different how? She said, dangerous. Deceptive. Using the examinations for something other than what they appear to be. He said, I have not been using the examinations for anything other than cultivation correction. She said, I know. She said, that's the problem. He said, the problem is that I am exactly what I appear to be. She said, it makes it difficult to complete a contract. He said, I see. She looked at the inscription bench. She said, you are recording all of this. He said, yes. She said, and xianxia has a copy. He said, yes. She said, which means if anything happens to you, there is a record that I was here for 8 days and didn't act. He said, the record would show that you received cultivation treatment and discussed your contract status openly. He said, it would also show who hired you, based on the courier markings at the gate. She was very still for a moment. He said, I didn't look for that information. xianxia was monitoring the gate logs, and she noted the markings. She tells me things. He said, I have not yet identified the hiring party from the markings. She said, but you will. He said, probably. She said, before or after I decide. He said, I don't know. She stood. The monitoring session was complete. He had confirmed the correction was integrating correctly on all 3 passes. She said, 3rd session complete? He said, yes. The integration looks stable. You can return to full cultivation. She said, all right. She left. He wrote in his notebook, day 8. Contract unresolved. She is aware the courier markings were noted. This has introduced a calculation element. She now knows the record exists and knows I am working toward identifying the hiring party. This changes the operational dynamics. She is no longer only deciding about the correction. She is deciding within a framework where staying or leaving both have documented consequences. He added, she said patterns can break. She knows this. She is also a pattern. Chapter 32 Yu Mingzhu found xianxia in the south reading room 3 days after her conversation with Wei Liang about the unnamed visitor. xianxia was organizing her notes. She kept her notebooks indexed, the older ones in order on a separate shelf, the current one open beside her. She looked up when Yu Mingzhu sat across from her. Yu Mingzhu said, who is the visitor? xianxia looked at her for a moment. She had known this question was coming since the evening she first saw Lin Feilu standing in the workshop doorway with something concealed in her right hand, had known it would arrive in exactly this form, in exactly this tone. She had spent the intervening days deciding what to say. She said, "A cultivation researcher." Yu Mingzhu said, "From which sect?" Yuan Xiao said, "She is independent." Yu Mingzhu said, "What is she researching?" Yuan Xiao said, "Poison affinity cultivation technique. She has a particular technical approach." Yu Mingzhu said, "That is more information than you usually provide." Yuan Xiao said, "I am telling you what is true and what is not private." Yu Mingzhu said, "Is there something that is private?" Yuan Xiao said, "Patient consultation details are private." Yu Mingzhu said, "She was his patient." Yuan Xiao said, "She received a consultation." "Yes." Yu Mingzhu said, "Connected to the pattern." Yuan Xiao said, "I don't know. He hasn't told me everything." This was not quite true. Yuan Xiao knew about the vision, the cultivation flaw, the contract. She knew about the courier markings and the probable hiring party. She knew that Lin Feilu had been at the sect for 11 days and had not completed the contract. She knew that Wei Liang had noted all of this carefully in his notebook. What she did not know was what Lin Feilu intended to do next, and she suspected Wei Liang didn't know either. Yu Mingzhu said, "You are being careful." Yuan Xiao said, "I am." Yu Mingzhu said, "More careful than usual." Yuan Xiao said, "There are situations where more care is warranted." Yu Mingzhu looked at her. Yuan Xiao met her gaze steadily. The reading room was quiet. Outside, the afternoon practice bells had started, the sect's inner disciples beginning their evening routines. Yu Mingzhu said, "Is she a danger to him?" Yuan Xiao thought about this carefully. She said, "I think that is being determined. Not by me." Yu Mingzhu said, "By who?" Yuan Xiao said, "By the situation." Yu Mingzhu said, "That is a non-answer." Yuan Xiao said, "I know." She said, "I am not being evasive to protect information from you. I am being careful because the situation is ongoing and I genuinely don't know how it resolves." Yu Mingzhu said, "Yuan Xiao." Yuan Xiao said, "She arrived with a purpose that was not cultivation research. That purpose has not been completed. She received treatment from Wei Liang for a genuine cultivation problem. She is still here. That is what I can tell you." She said, "He knows about the original purpose. He has documentation. He is handling it." Yu Mingzhu said, "He is handling an active threat." Yuan Xiao said, "He is handling a situation that may or may not involve an active threat. In the way he handles everything, by reading it carefully and maintaining adequate records." Yu Mingzhu was quiet for a moment. She said, "I want to know if it escalates." Yuan Xiao said, "I will tell you if it escalates." She said, "In the meantime, the cultivation technique correction is working." Yu Mingzhu said, "What?" Yuan Xiao said, "The visitor's cultivation problem. He corrected it." She confirmed the correction worked. "She has been here for 11 days. She said, whatever she came to do, she hasn't done it. And she has been having evening conversations with Wei Liang about inscription theory, which I document." She said, "That is the current situation." Yu Mingzhu looked at the window for a moment. She said, "Evening conversations about inscription theory." Yuan Xiao said, "They have different verbal habits, which makes the conversations interesting to document." Yu Mingzhu said, "In what way?" Yuan Xiao said, "She speaks in short declarations. He speaks in longer analytical sequences. They have developed an exchange pattern where she cuts his explanations short and he provides denser responses to compensate." She said, "It is efficient." She said, "Also she asks good questions." Yu Mingzhu looked at Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao looked back. She had learned very early in this situation that looking away first produced follow-up questions she was less prepared to answer. Yu Mingzhu said, "Fifth notebook." Yuan Xiao said, "Yes." Yu Mingzhu said, "You could give me the original purpose if you wanted to." Yuan Xiao said, "I could, but I don't think it would help you and it might change how you look at the situation before it resolves." She said, "Wei Liang didn't run from it. He documented it. That is telling." Yu Mingzhu stood. She said, "You trust his assessment." Yuan Xiao said, "I have been trusting his assessments for 14 years. He is occasionally wrong about small things. I have not yet seen him wrong about a situation." Yu Mingzhu said, "All right." She said, "Tell me if it escalates." Yuan Xiao said, "I will." Chapter 33. Chao Rui and Lin Feilu met in the practice courtyard on the 14th morning. It was not planned. Chao Rui arrived at the 4th bell for her standing training session. Lin Feilu was already using the center of the courtyard, a clear space she had taken without asking, which suggested she was accustomed to taking space without asking. They evaluated each other. 8 seconds. Chao Rui said spar. Lin Feilu said, "Yes." They sparred for 40 minutes. Xiao Rui fought with her Earth Affinity Berserker style. Heavy, direct, using the ground as an extension of herself. Stone cracked under her feet where she applied force. She moved like someone who had decided she would hit and was now executing that decision without adjustment. Her style was not subtle. It was very effective. Lin Feilu fought with her Poison Affinity method, controlled, efficient, precise. She used less space than Xiao Rui. She used less force. Everything she did was calibrated to specific effect. She was not subtle either, but her lack of subtlety was completely different. Where Xiao Rui announced her intentions and then executed them faster than you could respond, Lin Feilu's intentions were invisible until they had already happened. The match ended when they both held a position that neither wanted to break. Xiao Rui had Lin Feilu's exit route blocked with a stone formation, and Lin Feilu had 3 pressure point contacts established that would be effective faster than Xiao Rui could break the formation. They held that position for 6 seconds and then stepped back simultaneously. Xiao Rui said, "Good." Lin Feilu said, "Yes." They sat at the courtyard wall to recover. The morning light was coming over the eastern buildings. From where they sat, the inscription workshop roof formation was visible, its patterns shifting slowly in the early light, responding to the ambient cultivation energy of the sect's morning practitioners. Xiao Rui said, "You're the one who was going to kill him." Lin Feilu said, "I am reconsidering." Xiao Rui said, "He grows on you." Lin Feilu said, "That is not the correct description." Xiao Rui said, "What is the correct description?" Lin Feilu said, "He is not growing on me. I have made a professional assessment that completing the contract is not in my interest. I have also received a service that was genuinely valuable. Both of these produce a certain amount of goodwill as a secondary effect." Xiao Rui said, "That's what growing on you means." Lin Feilu said, "No." Xiao Rui said, "Give it time." Lin Feilu looked at the workshop roof formation. She said, "How long has this been happening to you?" Xiao Rui said, 3 days. She said, "I arrived. He identified the valley flooding problem while carrying maintenance records and barely stopping to look, corrected it in an afternoon, and that was 3 days in." She said, "By the time I understood what was happening, it had already happened." Lin Feilu said, "How long has it been happening overall?" Xiao Rui said, "From what I can tell, since he was born." Lin Feilu said, "There are 6 of us now, including the physician." Xiao Rui said, "And Ruan Xiao." Lin Feilu said, "Ruan Xiao doesn't have a prophecy." Xiao Rui said, "Ruan Xiao is the most effective person in this situation, and she doesn't have a prophecy." Lin Feilu considered this. She said, "How long has she been documenting?" Xiao Rui said, "Since the beginning, I think. She has notebooks going back to before his first technique session." Lin Feilu said, "She was documenting before any of the prophecy recipients arrived." Xiao Rui said, "She was documenting because she knows him and she knew something was going to happen." She said, "That is its own kind of prophecy." Lin Feilu said, "That's different. That's just good observation." Xiao Rui said, "Yes." They sat for a moment. From the workshop, the faint sound of something being set down on stone. Wei Liang starting his morning work. Lin Feilu said, "He told me his range is 50 meters. Xiao Rui said, "I know. He told me too." Lin Feilu said, "How?" Xiao Rui said, "I asked if he could read my Earth Affinity signature when I was outside the workshop. He said, within 50 meters, approximately." Lin Feilu said, "He just tells you." Xiao Rui said, "He tells you relevant information when you ask directly." She said, "The problem is most people don't ask directly because they assume there will be games. He doesn't play games. If you ask, he answers." Lin Feilu said, "And if you don't ask?" Xiao Rui said, "He tells you things when he determines you need to know them." She said, "It is occasionally startling." Lin Feilu said, "He's in the workshop already." Xiao Rui said, "Fourth bell is when he starts." Lin Feilu said, "Every morning." Xiao Rui said, "Every morning." Lin Feilu looked at the workshop and said nothing for a moment. Then she said, "The spar was useful. Same time tomorrow." Xiao Rui said, "Yes." They went separate ways. Lin Feilu walked past the workshop entrance. She did not go in. Chapter 34. On the 182nd day, Wei Liang found the break in the inscriptions. He had been conducting a standard maintenance sweep of the outer wall formation. A quarterly check the elder had assigned him after his 3rd month at the sect, because he could read the formation state in a fraction of the time it took a cultivation-based approach. He was working through the eastern section of the outer wall when he registered an absence. Not damage. Absence. He stopped walking and knelt at the base of the wall. The formation inscription here should have shown a specific pattern, the standard protective resonance sequence that ran along the entire outer wall perimeter. It was visible everywhere else, faint, steady, a baseline inscription that had been set into the wall stones when the outer boundary was built. Here, for a span of roughly 12 meters, it was simply not there. He examined the edges of the absence. The inscription did not break off. There was no trailing pattern, no damaged inscription that suggested the pattern had been hit by something. The inscription ended cleanly on both sides of the gap and resumed cleanly, as if someone had taken a 12-meter section of inscription and smoothly removed it. Every trace gone. He pressed his hand to the wall stone. The stone itself was fine. The physical material was intact. What had been removed was the inscription within the stone, the written pattern that governed how the stone behaved as part of the formation. The stone was still standing. It was just no longer part of the formation. He walked the gap. He counted 11 wall stones. Each stone had been cleared in the same way. The inscription removed cleanly from the interior, while the physical surface remained intact. He made notes. He measured. He read the edges of the remaining inscription on both sides of the gap, trying to determine if there was any residue that would tell him what had done this. There was nothing. Whoever or whatever had removed the inscriptions had removed them entirely, without leaving a signature. He reported to the maintenance elder that afternoon. He found the elder in his office, organizing records. He said, "I found a gap in the outer wall formation during the maintenance sweep. Eastern section, 12 meters. The inscription has been removed. Cleanly." The elder looked up. He looked at Wei Liang. Then he looked at the wall section Wei Liang had marked on the maintenance diagram. He went pale. He sat for a moment. He said, "Cleanly removed." Wei Liang said, "No damage. No residue. The inscription is simply absent." The elder said, "Not eroded. Not damaged by proximity to a conflicting formation. Removed." Wei Liang said, "Yes." The elder was quiet. He put the maintenance record down slowly. He looked at the mark on the diagram. He looked at Wei Liang. He said, "This has not happened in 40 years. Wei Liang said, "What happened 40 years ago?" The elder said, "A formation section near the inner courtyard." He said, "The head elder at that time assessed it. It was classified as an environmental flux event." Wei Liang said, "Does that classification still hold?" The elder did not answer immediately. He went to the storage shelves at the back of his office and began looking through the older records. He found a thin file and set it on the desk. He said, "This is what was documented 40 years ago." He said, "Do not share this file with anyone outside this office." He said, "Do you understand?" Wei Liang said, "Yes." The elder said, "Treat this as an ongoing maintenance concern. I will speak to the head elder tonight." Wei Liang said, "I will need to reinscribe the missing formation section." The elder said, "Yes. Tomorrow, after I speak to the head elder." He said, "Tonight, stay away from the eastern wall." Wei Liang said, "All right." He went back to the workshop. He did not tell Ruan Xiao that evening. She was attending a session with Yu Mingzhu, and he did not interrupt it. He wrote in his notebook exactly what he had observed and exactly what the elder had said. He noted, Elder went pale. He said, "This has not happened in 40 years. He did not explain what it is. He told me to stay away from the eastern wall tonight. He added, "The file from 40 years ago is now on the maintenance elder's desk. I need to read it." He was right that he needed to read it. He was right that the elder would allow it. He waited. Chapter 35. The file was 3 pages. The maintenance elder allowed Wei Liang to read it the following morning before the reinscription work. He sat across the desk and read carefully. The incident report was from 42 years ago. An inscription practitioner, not stationed at this sect, a traveling practitioner who had stopped as a guest for an extended working period, had shown unusual talent. The report described his ability as rapid inscription insight, advancing at a rate approximately 3 to 4 times the standard progression timeline. He had been at the sect for 6 months. One morning, he had been found unconscious in the formation workshop where he was conducting independent research. When he woke, he had no cultivation ability. The report said his cultivation inscription had been unraveled. The practitioner's own account used that word, and the physician's examination confirmed it. His cultivation core was intact as a physical structure, but the inscription pattern within it was gone. Every layer of his 15 years of cultivation practice had been removed, as if it had never been written. He had survived. He could no longer cultivate. The investigation had lasted 2 weeks. The conclusion was, environmental flux event, likely caused by an unstable inscription in the formation workshop resonating with the practitioner's own elevated inscription sensitivity. The elevated sensitivity, the report noted, made him more vulnerable to inscription flux than a standard cultivator. This conclusion appeared in the summary. In the case notes, which were handwritten rather than formal, a different phrase appeared. Pattern is inconsistent with natural flux. The author of the case notes was not named. The note was not crossed out. Wei Liang read the case notes twice. The inscription unraveling in the wall formation. Clean removal, no residue, no signature. 11 stones over 12 meters. The practitioner's cultivation inscription, completely unraveled overnight. No damage to the physical cultivation core. The practitioner survived. Wei Liang read the physician's examination notes from 42 years ago. The physician had been thorough. In the detailed section, nearly hidden under a description of the practitioner's physical symptoms, there was a sentence. The cultivation core's surface shows micropatterns consistent with directed inscription contact, not environmental exposure. Directed inscription contact. He set the file down. He said, "Elder, the physician's examination notes state that the unraveling showed directed inscription contact." The elder said, "I know." Wei Liang said, "That was not included in the official conclusion." The elder said, "No." Wei Liang said, "The conclusion of environmental flux was written after those notes were produced." The elder said, "Yes." Wei Liang said, "Someone directed the conclusion toward natural causes." The elder said, "The head elder at that time believed containing the incident was more important than investigating it." The traveling practitioner was compensated and moved on. The incident was closed. Wei Liang said, "He was afraid of what the investigation would find." The elder said, "He was afraid of what it would mean." He said, "A natural flux event requires maintenance response. A directed attack requires identifying who directed it. And the practitioner who was targeted had shown unusual inscription advancement." He paused. He said, "The head elder at that time decided not to know." Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. He said, "The inscription removed from the eastern wall, was it in a section with any particular significance?" The elder said, "It was near the oldest formation stones, the foundational layer." He said, "The formation stones in that section have not been reinscribed since the sect's original construction." Wei Liang said, "Original construction." The elder said, "Yes." Wei Liang said, "What is under the outer wall in that section?" The elder said, "Storage. Old records." Wei Liang said, "Records going back to the original construction." The elder said, "Yes." Wei Liang said, "I need access to those records." The elder looked at him. He said, "After you reinscribed the eastern wall formation." Wei Liang said, "Yes, of course." He reinscribed the formation section. He worked carefully, matching the existing inscription pattern, restoring the 12-meter gap to functional continuity. When he pressed his hand to the wall and felt the pattern reconnect across the repaired section, he stood for a moment and thought about what he had read. An automated process, his hypothesis suggested. Not a person. Something that removed inscriptions, cultivation patterns, formation stones, whatever was within its scope, cleanly, without residue, without signature. Something that had been operating for at least 42 years. Something that targeted practitioners who were advancing unusually quickly. He thought about his own advancement rate. 3 weeks to complete a correction that should have taken months. Draft writer from blank slate in 143 days. He finished the reinscription and went to request access to the old storage records. He had a working hypothesis that he was not going to write in the notebook until he had more evidence. He needed the old records first. Chapter 36 Grand Arbiter Su Chen arrived on the 189th day without a scheduled visit. He came with 2 administrative staff and a formal notation file. He requested an immediate meeting with Wei Liang through the maintenance elder, who sent a note to the workshop within the hour. Wei Liang put down the formation anchor he was examining and went to the administrative hall. The head elder was present. He sat at the side of the table with the neutral expression of someone who had been informed of this visit shortly before it happened and had decided to observe rather than intervene. Su Chen sat at the main table. He opened the notation file. He said, "The council's assessment registry has been updated since my last visit. Your file has been reclassified." Wei Liang said, "What is the new classification?" Su Chen said, "Non-standard prophecy nexus." Wei Liang said, "I am not familiar with that category." Su Chen said, "It is applied when a subject's nexus file exceeds a standard threshold for secondary impact. Practitioners who show exceptional cultivation advancement in connection to the nexus. Your file currently shows 11 such practitioners." He said, "This is an unusual number." Wei Liang said, "I have conducted cultivation examinations for practitioners who requested them through the maintenance elder. If those practitioners advanced following the examinations, that is a consequence of correct inscription work, not a feature of any prophecy nexus." Su Chen said, "The council does not distinguish between direct and indirect effects for nexus classification purposes." Wei Liang said, "I understand." Su Chen said, "I need to conduct a direct assessment of your current cultivation level." He said, "Please describe your current cultivation rank." Wei Liang said, "I don't have one." Su Chen said, every practitioner has a rank. Wei Liang said, I am blank slate by your system, though I believe that classification doesn't apply to what I actually do. Su Chen said, blank slate is assigned to practitioners with negligible cultivation potential. He said, your Nexus file notes 7 significant inscription corrections over the past 6 months. Those are not negligible. Wei Liang said, they are not cultivation achievements in the standard sense. They are inscription reading and correction. The Council's rank system is built around cultivation power, the ability to generate and deploy spiritual energy. I don't do that. I read inscription patterns and identify errors in them. Su Chen said, that requires cultivation. Wei Liang said, it requires something. I am not certain it is cultivation in the sense your system defines it. He said, when the inscription pillar tested me at intake, it went dark. That is consistent with no measurable cultivation. But I have been advancing in inscription ability since then. Either the pillar was wrong, or what I do operates on a different axis than what the pillar measures. Su Chen said, you believe the classification system is wrong. Wei Liang said, I believe it wasn't written with me in mind. He said, that is not a criticism. Classification systems are written based on the cases that existed at the time of writing. I appear to be a case that didn't exist. The head elder, at the side of the table, made no expression. He was watching Su Chen. Su Chen said, can you demonstrate your current inscription ability? Wei Liang said here. Su Chen said, yes. Wei Liang looked at the table surface. He said, the administrative hall's formation inscription has a calibration drift in the southwest anchor, a small inefficiency that has been accumulating for approximately 3 years. The drift is not causing problems yet. It would begin affecting the hall's formation stability in another year. He reached across the table and pressed his fingers to the edge of the table's surface, a corner that aligned with the southwest anchor's registration line. He corrected the calibration. The correction took 11 seconds. The head elder's neutral expression shifted very slightly. Su Chen said, what did you just do? Wei Liang said, I corrected the formation drift in the southwest anchor. The calibration is now accurate. The formation should be stable for another 7 years without maintenance. Su Chen said, you corrected a formation inscription through a table. Wei Liang said, through the stone surface, yes. The formation anchor connects to the floor material, which connects to the table. The inscription runs through the physical medium. Su Chen said, without performing a cultivation technique. Wei Liang said, without generating or deploying spiritual energy, yes. I read the inscription and modified it directly. Su Chen looked at the table. He said, how long have you been able to do this? Wei Liang said, environmental inscription correction has been available to me for approximately 3 months. My ability has been advancing since then. Su Chen said, your advancement rate. Wei Liang said, faster than the standard inscription advancement timeline. Su Chen said, how much faster? Wei Liang said, I don't have a precise comparison. The standard timeline assumes a cultivation base that I don't have. My advancement appears to follow a different trajectory. Su Chen said, one that is accelerating. Wei Liang said, yes. Su Chen closed his notation file. He sat for a moment. He said, the council will require a formal capability assessment at our evaluation facility. I will send the transfer notice within the week. Wei Liang said, I would like to decline. Su Chen said, it is not optional. Wei Liang said, is there a legal challenge process? Su Chen's expression did not change, but he was still for a moment in a way that suggested he was deciding how to respond. He said, the challenge process exists. It has not been successfully used. Wei Liang said, I will research it. Su Chen said, the notice will arrive within the week. He stood. He closed the file. He said, the council does not make this request lightly. Wei Liang said, I understand that. I am not declining lightly. Su Chen left. The head elder waited until the administrative staff had departed, then looked at Wei Liang and said, I have dealt with quarterly assessments for 30 years. I have never heard anyone say I would like to decline to Su Chen. Wei Liang said, it appeared to be the factual statement. The head elder said, it was. He said, the legal challenge process is in the council's foundational records. Section 47 of the Transfer Authority Framework. He said, you didn't hear that from me. Wei Liang said, understood. Chapter 37. The transfer notice arrived on the 193rd day. Wei Liang read it. He filed a research access request for the council's foundational documents the same afternoon. The request was approved. The sect's research library had a section of public council documents, and his research access was still active. In the morning of the 195th day, he found his access card no longer opened the older archive section. He stood at the archive door for a moment. He confirmed with the library elder that his card had been restricted. The library elder said, I received a general access update from the administrative office. Certain archive sections have been reclassified as restricted. He said, I'm sorry. I don't control the classifications. Wei Liang said, when did the update come through? The library elder said, this morning. Wei Liang said, thank you. He went to find xianxia. She was in the south reading room. He sat across from her. He said, my archive access was restricted this morning. The older section, the pre-council foundational documents I have been working through. Xiao said, the council did this. Wei Liang said, the timing is consistent. The restriction came through the morning of the second day after Su Chen's visit. She said, they don't want you finding whatever is in those records. He said, they want to manage what I can access. She said, that's escalation. He said, yes. He said, they have moved from observation to management. She said, what are you going to do? He said, find another access path. He said, and file the challenge. She said, the challenge process hasn't succeeded before. He said, I know. I am looking for the procedural requirements that the council's current transfer notice failed to meet. He said, those requirements exist. The council's own foundational documents specify them. She said, except you can no longer access those documents. He said, I accessed them before the restriction. I took notes. He opened his notebook. Section 47 of the Transfer Authority Framework, as the head elder had suggested. He had found it 2 days ago and copied the relevant sections. The requirement. Transfer notices must be co-signed by the subject's registered sect head and the subject's registered cultivation master. He read it to xianxia. She said, you don't have a registered cultivation master. He said, the inscription pillar assigned me no cultivation path. There was no master registered. She said, so the notice is incomplete. He said, under the council's own rules, yes. He said, I am going to file the challenge on this basis. She said, they will respond. He said, they will try to fill the gap. They will appoint a cultivation master retroactively. He said, that creates its own procedural problem, which I am also researching. She said, Wei Liang. He said, what? She said, you are playing a procedural game against the organization that wrote the rules. He said, yes. She said, they will change the rules. He said, they can change the rules for future cases. They cannot retroactively apply new rules to a challenge that was filed under the original rules without invalidating the entire authority structure that the rules are based on. He said, I need them to try. Every time they try to close the gap I find, they confirm that the rules had the gap and that the gap matters. She said, you are building a record. He said, I am building a record. She said, for the challenge. He said, for the eventual full review of their authority structure. He said, the challenge is a step. What I am actually doing is much slower. Xiao looked at him. She said, you don't seem concerned. He said, I am very concerned. I'm not sure what the useful response to concern is yet. He said, the useful action in the meantime is to build the case carefully. She said, I will need a 6th notebook. He said, yes. Chapter 38 Yu Mingzhu came to the inscription workshop on the 197th day with a small card in her hand. Wei Liang was at the bench. She put the card on the bench surface next to him and said nothing. He looked at it. The card was engraved with the Yu family seal, not the sect seal, the family seal, which was different. Below the seal was a character string he recognized as an access authorization code. He said, what is this? She said, my family's private cultivation library. It is maintained separately from the sect library and is classified as private property, not sect property. She said, the council does not have jurisdiction over private family collections. He said, that is correct. She said, the collection has pre-council foundational texts, including texts that were never submitted to the council's archive review. She said, they have been in the family for 300 years. He looked at the card. He looked at her. She said, you have been researching the council's authority structure. Your access to the public foundational texts was restricted 2 days ago. She said, I imagine you need what is in those texts. He said, yes. She said, then use the library. He said, this is not about the prophecy. She said, no. He said, you are offering access to a private family collection with no requirement attached. She said, that is correct. He said, you understand what I am researching. She said, I have been aware of the direction of your research for some time. She said, my family has been collecting pre-council texts because my family has also had doubts about the council's authority structure for several generations. We collected texts rather than acting on the doubts because we did not have grounds. She looked at him. You are developing grounds. He said, slowly. She said, I know. The private library has materials that may accelerate that. She said, use them. He took the card. He held it. He said, thank you. She said, I am choosing this. He said, I know. She said, I want that to be clear. He said, it is clear. She sat on the bench stool. She said, the dual resonance technique. You said 2 months to unlearn the sequential approach. He said, approximately. She said, we have been working on it for 3 weeks. He said, the foundation is releasing faster than I estimated. Your cultivation baseline is cleaner than most. The sequential habit is breaking down. She said, how much faster? He said, a month possibly, rather than 2. She looked at the card. She said, the technique will complete with the correction. He said, if the advancement continues on the current trajectory, yes. She said, 14 years. He said, yes. She said, in a month. He said, yes. She was quiet for a moment. She said, Wei Liang. He said, what? She said, when the technique is complete, the oracle's prophecy will be fulfilled. He said, the fulfillment terms of the prophecy, as you described them, are that the man with no cultivation path would complete your technique. If the technique completes, yes, the stated terms are met. She said, the compliance file closes when the prophecy is fulfilled. He said, I believe that is how the council's framework operates, yes. She said, I have been under quarterly assessment for 6 years. He said, I know. She said, when the file closes, I stop being assessed. He said, yes. She looked at the workshop. She said, I have thought about this a great deal. She said, I want to be clear that completing the technique is something I want because the technique is worth completing, not because it closes the file. I have wanted to complete the dual resonance structure since I was 17. She said, the file closing is a consequence. It is not the reason. He said, I understand the distinction. She said, I know you do. She stood. She said, the library card has no expiration. Use it when you need it. She left. He set the card beside the notebook and looked at the inscription bench. The formation anchor he had been examining was still in the center of the bench, half-read. He picked it up and continued working. He noted the library card in the notebook. Access to private collection, you family, pre-council foundational texts. Not council jurisdiction. She said, I am choosing this. She also said, the technique completion is for the technique, not the file. Both of these were important. He wrote both. Chapter 39, the Yu family library occupied a small pavilion at the eastern edge of the family residential quarter, which was adjacent to the sect grounds, but technically separate, a distinction that had been maintained carefully for 300 years through property documentation. Wei Liang used the card the following morning. The library was modest in size, but dense in content. The texts were organized by era, oldest first. He began at the oldest section and read efficiently, scanning for specific markers. The inscription theory lineage he had been tracing through the public records, the pre-council scholars who had described prophecy as a physical phenomenon rather than a divine one. He found the texts he needed. They were not hidden or marked. They were simply old, written before the council's vocabulary for these subjects had been standardized. He worked through them carefully, taking notes, building the chain of evidence he had been constructing. On the 3rd day in the U library, he found the reference. The council's founding document, the original authority text that the ordained council had cited when it established its divine mandate, referred to a specific physical artifact, a stone tablet that the council's founders had described as divine origin. The tablet was said to contain an inscription of prophetic authority, divinely authored. The Yu family's private collection included a text from before the council's founding that described the same tablet. The pre-council text, written by a scholar whose name Wei Liang had encountered before in the inscription theory lineage, described it differently. As an inscription artifact of exceptional complexity, likely produced by an advanced inscription practitioner rather than divine authorship. Wei Liang read the scholar's description 3 times. The scholar had examined the tablet, had described its inscription in technical terms, had noted that the inscription style matched a known advanced practitioner's work, not divine origin, but a very sophisticated manufactured inscription. The scholar had not named the practitioner. Wei Liang read the margin notes. The scholar's handwriting was careful, and the marginalia was more informal. In one margin, the style is consistent with the celestial inscription theorist's later work. HC, perhaps, or someone using his methods. HC. Hizun. Wei Liang set the text down. He pressed his hands flat on the reading surface and sat for a moment. The council's founding authority was based on a divine tablet. The divine tablet was a manufactured inscription. The manufactured inscription was consistent with Hizun's style. the same Hizun who had disappeared from historical records approximately 100 years before the council's founding. He took his notebook and documented everything: the scholar's text, the margin notes, the description of the tablet, the reference to HC. He described the tablet's location as given in the scholar's text, held in the council's inner archive, not publicly accessible. He could not read the tablet itself at his current level. His ability was insufficient for an inscription of that complexity. He would need to advance further. But the chain of evidence was building. He noted, "Fourth notebook. This is the evidence I needed. Not proof, but the connection is now documented in a primary source. The council's founding authority is traced to a manufactured inscription. The inscription is consistent with Hizun's style. Hizun is the inscription theorist who proposed that prophecy was physical, not divine. The council's authority was built on Hizun's work. Hizun disappeared approximately 100 years before the council's founding. He looked at what he had written. He added, "This has more implications than I have yet traced. I need the original tablet." He closed the notebook and returned the Yu family text to its shelf. Chapter 40. Lin Feilu officially canceled the contract on the 201st day. She sent the communication through a courier service Wei Liang did not know, using a contact method that did not appear in the sect's gate logs. He found out because she told him. She appeared in the workshop doorway on the morning of the 202nd day and said, "The contract is canceled." He said, "All right." She said, "I refunded the retainer with a note." She said, "The note said, the target has corrected a structural problem in my cultivation technique. I have determined that completing the contract is not in my professional interest." He said, "That is a professional communication." She said, "Yes." She said, "I kept a copy." He said, "I assumed you would." She said, "I also kept a record of the courier markings." He said, "The ordained council affiliate." She said, "Yes." She said, "The hiring party was an affiliated organization of the council, not the council directly, but a sector of the apparatus that handles nexus management." She said, "That is the phrase in their operational documents. Nexus management." He said, "They were managing me." She said, "They were trying to gather information about your current level and willingness to cooperate with a competing faction within the council structure. The hiring party wanted to know if you could be positioned as a resource rather than a threat." She said, "The refund went to a contact address in the council's regional office." He said, "You're giving me this." She said, "I'm giving you documentation." She put a folded paper on the inscription bench. The contact address, the communication chain, the operational language. Everything I retained. He looked at the paper. He said, "Why?" She said, "Because I spent 14 days at this sect being examined by a system that knew my cultivation better than I did, having an actual problem corrected that I didn't know I had, and finding out that the 4 years I spent thinking I had reached my limit were caused by a design flaw." She said, "And then someone tried to use me to evaluate you as a resource to manage." She said, "I find that annoying." He said, "All right." She said, "Also the documentation is useful to your case." He said, "Yes." She said, "And useful documentation should go to useful people." He said, "Yes." She said, "I am also staying." He said, "In the guest quarters." She said, "I am independent. I have no sect recall orders. I have canceled my outstanding contract. I have no reason to leave." She said, "The maintenance elder's extension process is familiar to me by now." He said, "What purpose will you cite for the extension?" She said, "Continued cultivation research." She said, "My cultivation technique has been corrected and I have not yet established a new baseline ceiling. Continued monitoring is reasonable." He said, "That is accurate." She said, "I know." She said, "I have also been having useful conversations about inscription theory." He said, "Yes." She said, "Submit the extension request to the maintenance elder." He said, "You should submit it." She said, "I know." She left. He looked at the folded paper on the bench. The contact address, the communication chain. The council's nexus management apparatus, documented by the operative they had sent to assess him. He opened his notebook. He wrote, "The contract is canceled. Lin Feilu provided documentation of the hiring party, council affiliate, nexus management sector. The documentation is now in my record. Together with the U library texts and the procedural challenge I have filed, the record is growing. The council is escalating. I need to be ready for what comes next." He added, "She is staying." She cited continued cultivation research. She also cited useful conversations. I noted both. He looked at the gate logs Ruan Xiao had kept since Lin Feilu's arrival. 14 days. He noted the duration and put the records away. He went back to work. The U library had more texts to read. The challenge was filed. The record was building. He needed to advance further. The original inscription was ahead of him. He needed to be ready to read it when he got there. Chapter 41. The advancement came on a Tuesday. Not in the workshop, not during a formal session. It happened in the outer courtyard, where Wei Liang was examining the formation anchor stones along the northern perimeter wall. He was reading the inscription pattern of the anchor nearest the practice courts, a pattern he had read a dozen times before, at draft writer depth, which produced a certain kind of clarity. He could see the surface structure, the operational layers, the calibration records going back several years. On this pass, something shifted. The pattern opened further. The depth he could access had changed, not the same inscription at greater resolution, but access to a layer that had not been present before. A new dimension of reading. The biological cultivation patterns in the two inner disciples crossing the courtyard 20 meters away became legible to him. Their cultivation cores visible as distinct inscriptions, each with a specific structure, a history, a trajectory. He could read those patterns as clearly as he could read the anchor stones. The sensation lasted about 4 seconds before he controlled it. He set both hands flat on the anchor stone and breathed carefully, pulling the new access back to a manageable level. This was the first time an advancement had arrived without warning, and the adjustment required more than a moment. The two inner disciples crossed the courtyard and went inside. They had not noticed anything. The courtyard looked exactly as it had before. Wei Liang looked at his hands. He looked at the anchor stone. He pressed one hand back to the stone and read its inscription at the new depth, pattern reader depth, and saw 5 additional layers that had been invisible before. The anchor's deep calibration, the inscription history going back to original construction, the faint residue of practitioners who had worked on it over the decades. He stood up carefully. He was halfway to the workshop when the surge came. It was not pain. It was sudden, uncontrolled output, inscription energy moving outward from him without direction, the way a bucket 2 full tips without anyone touching it. The stone path under his feet shifted. A 3-meter section of flagstone smoothed itself to a mirror finish, the inscription pattern in each stone pulled into alignment. The effect lasted 2 seconds and then stopped. He looked at the path. The flagstones were now perfectly flat, each surface polished, the inscription pattern running through them unified. It looked intentional. It was not. He had not meant to do that. Yuan Xiao, who had been walking toward him from the side corridor, stopped and looked at the stones. He said, "I advanced." She said, "I noticed." He said, "The pattern reader depth opened during the perimeter inspection." She said, "How much can you see now?" He said, "The two disciples who crossed the courtyard. I could read their cultivation cores." He said, "I wasn't trying to." She looked at him carefully. She said, "Can you turn it off?" He said, "I'm adjusting the range. It is not automatic." He said, "I need to practice the control before I speak to anyone." She said, "How long?" He said, "An hour. Maybe 2. She said, "I'll handle your afternoon schedule." He said, "The maintenance elder has a question about the West Formation. Tell him I will address it tomorrow." She was already writing it down. She said, "The stones." He said, "I'll reinscribe the original surface pattern when the control is stable." She said, "They don't look like a mistake." He said, "They are a mistake." She said, "No one else will know that." He said, "I will know that." She said, "You are going to have to work on being less rigorous about small things." She said, "Or at least about visible small things." He went to the workshop and spent 2 hours learning the new depth. What he could now read at Pattern Reader was not merely more of what he had at Draft Writer. It was a different kind of reading. Physical formations and environmental inscriptions had been one register. Biological inscriptions, cultivation cores, technique structures, the inscription patterns within living practitioners were an entirely different register. He needed to learn to hold them separately. By the evening, the access was controlled. He could read biological inscriptions when he chose to. He could maintain the physical inscription reading without it spilling over into biological. He wrote in his notebook, Pattern Reader, "The biological inscription access is confirmed. I read 2 cultivation cores without intention during the search. I have established basic control. Further refinement required." He added, "The flagstones still need reinscription." Chapter 42. Xia Wenjing arrived on the 210th day. She had traveled from the capital. The gate elder's log noted her arrival time as the second bell of the afternoon, her stated purpose as scholarly consultation, her registered affiliation as the Celestial Observatory. She asked for directions to the inscription workshop. She appeared in the workshop doorway at the 3rd bell. She was approximately 40, with the particular manner of someone who has spent many years observing things from a great distance and has grown very comfortable with patience. She was carrying a tube-shaped case that held documents. She looked around the workshop with the attentive interest of someone visiting a location they have studied from afar for a long time. She said, "You're smaller than I expected." He said, "I hear that occasionally." She said, "I know. I have read documentation of previous reactions." She crossed to the bench and sat in the examination chair, the one Lin Feilu had described as looking like a dining chair, without being invited. She set the document case on her knees. She said, "I am Xiao Wenjing, director of the Celestial Observatory. I have traveled from the capital to meet you." He said, "All right." She said, "You appeared in the Celestial Inscription 22 years ago." She said, "I was 12. I have been tracking your trajectory since." He said, "What exactly does the Celestial Inscription say?" She said, "Oh, it's quite specific. Would you like to hear it?" He said, "Yes." She opened the document case. She produced a star chart that was clearly old, the paper slightly yellowed, the notation style predating current standards. She unrolled it on the bench. He looked at it. The celestial notation was precise and detailed. She read the relevant section. It was specific. It described his arrival at the Stone River sect. It described his inscription ability. It described the practitioners who would come to find him. It described a journey and an endpoint and a correction. In the astronomical notation of celestial inscription tradition, it was the most detailed record of a single person's trajectory that he had encountered. He said, "That is embarrassingly specific." She said, "I know. I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time." She said this with genuine warmth, not the carefully managed warmth that some people deployed around subjects they found useful. She appeared to actually be pleased. He found this slightly alarming. He said, "How much of the trajectory has been accurate?" She said, "Everything I have been able to verify so far." She said, "The arrival timing was accurate to within a season. The inscriptions about the practitioners who would come, 6 people is noted in the celestial record as the constellation, which is a traditional notation for a working group. I have been counting arrivals." She said, "You have 5 now, including me." He said, 6, including Wan Xiao." She said, "Wan Xiao appears in the celestial record also, but as a different notation, not part of the constellation but as a persistent reference point, like a fixed star." She said, "The notation is rare. I have only seen it applied to practitioners who maintain essential continuity through a major transition." He said, "She has been maintaining records since the beginning." She said, "That would match the celestial notation, yes." He said, "What does the record say about the endpoint?" She said, "A correction." She said, "The notation uses a technical term from the celestial inscription tradition, a realignment. Something has been written incorrectly, and the trajectory is moving toward the correct version." He said, "Hizun." She looked at him. She said, "You know about Hizun." He said, "I have been building toward him for months." He said, "I know his inscription signature. I know his celestial inscription message. I know the foundational divine tablet is his work." He said, "What does the celestial record say about him?" She said, "His name appears in the astronomical record 3 times. Once as the architect of the trajectory alignment system, the prophecy infrastructure. Once as the subject of what appears to be an incomplete erasure. And once at the endpoint." She said, "He is part of the correction." He said, "He's been preserved somewhere." She said, "The celestial notation suggests continuity, yes." She said, "How did you know?" He said, "The inscription eraser archives practitioners rather than destroying them. The registry uses the word archived." He said, "Hizun was the architect. Someone else activated the eraser against him when he was no longer convenient." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "You have significantly advanced the analysis beyond what I had." He said, "I have been building a record for months." She said, "I have been building a record for 22 years." She said, "I would like to contribute to yours." He said, "Send a formal request through the maintenance elder." She looked at him. She said, "Of course there's a formal request process." She said, "I'll submit it this afternoon." She submitted it. The maintenance elder approved it with slightly less than his usual absence of comment. He said, reading her affiliation, "Celestial Observatory." He then said nothing else and approved the request. This suggested the maintenance elder was tracking how much the inscription workshop had become a gathering point for practitioners with specialized knowledge and had developed a philosophical acceptance of it. Chapter 43. On the 214th day, all 5 of them ended up in the workshop at the same time. It was not planned. Yu Mingzhu came for her regular morning technique session. Lin Feilu arrived because she wanted to ask about a specific interaction between her corrected cultivation technique and a poison affinity enhancement she was testing. Xiao Rui had been training since the 4th bell and had finished early and walked into the workshop looking for something she described as a chair that works. Xia Wenjing came with her star charts because she had found a notation in the celestial record that she wanted to cross-reference with Wei Liang's inscription notes. Wei Liang looked up from the bench and found all four of them in the workshop at once, plus Yuan Xiao in the doorway, who had come to deliver the morning administrative notes and had stopped when she saw the situation. He said, "Is this going to keep happening?" Yuan Xiao said, "Almost certainly." She produced a notebook from under her arm. She said, "I am documenting this." He said, "That is not helpful." She said, "It will be later." He looked at the room. Yu Mingzhu was seated at the session bench with the patient expression of someone accustomed to managing complex situations. Lin Felu had taken the examination chair and was reading a small text with complete apparent disinterest in the gathering. Xiao Rui was examining the formation anchor display wall with the attention of someone who finds physical objects interesting to handle. Xia Wenjing had set her star charts on the secondary table and was organizing them with methodical efficiency. He said, "I have a morning technique session at the 7th bell, which is in 20 minutes. I have a formation consultation at the 9th bell. I have the Iron Ridge sect access preparation to complete before next week." He said, "These are scheduled activities. If there is something specifically requiring my attention, tell me. Otherwise," Xiao Rui said, "the formation anchor in the second row has a slight resonance mismatch." He said, "I know. I'm addressing it next week." Xia Wenjing said, "This notation," she held up the star chart, "refers to what I believe is the location Hizun encoded in his celestial message. I wanted to confirm the coordinate correspondence with your inscription records." He said, after the session. Lin Feilu said, without looking up from her text, "The poison enhancement interaction can wait." Yu Mingzhu said, "The session can begin now." Yuan Xiao was writing in the notebook. He could see her from the corner of his eye. She was writing quickly. He said to Yuan Xiao, "What are you writing?" She said, "I am documenting the first time all 5 practitioners were present simultaneously." She said, "Plus myself." She said, 6. "I'm including myself in the count because the celestial record includes me." He said, "The celestial record," she said, "Xia Wenjing told me. Fixed star notation." She looked up from the notebook. "I find that accurate." She said it with the specific quality of someone who has been doing a job carefully for a long time and is satisfied to find it recognized. He looked at the room. 5 people who had each received a vision or prophecy or dream directing them here, plus 1 person who had decided on her own that proper documentation was necessary and had been right about that since before any of the others arrived. The morning light was coming through the workshop's eastern window. The formation anchors were running steadily. He said, "All right." He said it to no one in particular. He looked at Yu Mingzhu. "Shall we start?" She said, "Yes." The session began. The others occupied themselves, Xia Wenjing with her charts, Lin Felu with her text, Xiao Rui with the formation anchors, Yuan Xiao with the notebook. The workshop was full, but not crowded. It was, he thought, a functional arrangement. He noted this and moved on. Chapter 44. The Council's response to the challenge arrived on the 218th day. It came through the administrative office, a formal document with the Council's seal, addressed to the Stone River Sect Administration with a copy to Wei Liang's file. He received it from the head elder, who had been sent a copy of it first, and had let a full day pass before forwarding it to Wei Liang. The head elder said, handing him the document, "They responded faster than I expected." Wei Liang said, "What is their response?" The head elder said, "Read it." He read it. The council had addressed the procedural challenge directly. They acknowledged the co-signature requirement. They acknowledged Wei Liang had no registered cultivation master. They then noted that this was an administrative gap that could be remedied, and announced that the gap had been remedied. Effective retroactively from the date of Wei Liang's intake, his registered cultivation master was Grand Arbiter Su Chun. He read this twice. He said, "They appointed Su Chun retroactively." The head elder said, "Yes." He said, "Registration is not a retroactive process under the council's own procedural guidelines." The head elder said, "No." He said, "This response is itself a procedural violation." The head elder said, "I imagine they are calculating that you will need to file a counter-challenge on that point, which takes time, and the time costs you more than it costs them." He said, "Yes." He said, "That is the correct calculation." The head elder said, "Are you going to file the counter-challenge?" He said, "Yes, but I am also going to do something else at the same time." He said, "A retroactive appointment can be voided if a prior appointment already exists in the registration record." He said, "If I can produce a cultivation master with legitimate registration that predates their Su Chin appointment, the Su Chin registration is void." The head elder said, "Do you have such a person in mind?" Wei Liang said, "I am working on it." He was not lying. He had been thinking about this problem since he filed the original challenge, anticipating the council's response. The question was, who could serve as his cultivation master, with registration credentials that the council could not easily contest, dating to a period before the council had consolidated their authority? The credentials would need to be from a different era, an era when the council's jurisdiction was not yet established. He wrote to xianxia that evening, "I need someone. Cultivation registration from before the council's foundational year. Legitimate credentials will be needed to provide documentation of registration. This is not hypothetical. I need a name." She wrote back within an hour, "I have been thinking about this since you filed the challenge. I believe I know who to ask. Give me a few days." He gave her a few days. In the meantime, he filed the counter-challenge, a formal response noting that retroactive registration was not provided for under the council's own procedural guidelines, and that the attempt itself demonstrated the council's awareness that the original challenge was procedurally valid. He documented everything and sent copies to the maintenance elder and the head elder for their records. Chapter 45. Xiao's information arrived on the 222nd day. She came to the workshop in the early morning before any of the others and put a folded letter on the bench. She said, "She is real. I checked. The credentials predate the council's founding by 40 years. She said, "I don't know if she will agree." She said, "I sent a message. She will know to expect a request." He unfolded the letter. He read the name. He said, "A 200-year-old tortoise spirit matriarch." Xiao said, "Yes." He said, "Living in the hermit territory north of the third range." Xiao said, "Yes." He said, "Her cultivation registration predates the council's foundational year." Xiao said, "By 40 years. Her sect's founding predates the council's establishment. Her credentials are from a tradition the council's founding documents technically acknowledged and explicitly chose not to regulate." She said, "I found this in the pre-council records Yu Mingzhu gave you access to." He said, "She has a prophecy." Xiao said, "I didn't confirm that specifically." He said, "Xiao." She said, "She sent her own letter 200 years ago to a scroll repository that is still accessible. The letter is dated and sealed. It describes a meeting she is expecting." She said, "I did not look at the specific contents of the meeting description." He said, "But you read the date." She said, "The date matches the approximate window we are currently in." She said, "Yes." He said, "All right." He read the letter again. He said, "I need to reach out to her directly." Xiao said, "I included a contact method in the letter I sent. She should know the request is coming." She said, "Her reply will take time. She moves slowly." He said, "How slowly?" Xiao said, "She is a tortoise spirit. She moves at the speed appropriate to someone who has 200 years of experience and has learned that most things can be approached without rushing." She said, "I expect a reply in a week, maybe 2. He said, "The council's counter-challenge window is 30 days. She said, "Then you have 30 days. He drafted a formal letter, careful, complete, outlining the situation without embellishment. He described what he needed: a cultivation master registration, legitimate credentials, willingness to make the registration official through proper channels. He described the council situation. He described what registering him would entail, including the likelihood that the council would attempt to contest the registration. He added at the end, "I am told you have been preparing for this meeting for 200 years. I would prefer to understand what you have prepared before we proceed. I believe we may want the same outcome through different timelines." He sealed the letter and gave it to Xiao to send. He said, "If she declines." Xiao said, "Then we find someone else." She said, "But she won't decline." She said it with the confidence of someone who had read a 200-year-old letter and found it conclusive. He said, "You're certain?" She said, "She has been preparing for 200 years. Nobody prepares for 200 years and then declines." She said, "That is not how 200-year preparation works." He said, "All right." She put the letter away. She said, "The council's clock is running. What are you doing while we wait?" He said, "Reading. The U library has 3 more texts I haven't finished." He said, "And I need to work on the pattern reader control. The biological inscription reading is still occasionally intrusive at close range." She said, "Have you told the others?" He said, "About the biological reading." She said, "About the fact that you can now read their cultivation course." He said, "No." She said, "You should tell them." He said, "I know." She said, "Soon." He said, "I know." He said, "I will tell them today." She said, "Good." She left. He told them that afternoon, all 5 of them, as it happened, since they had developed a pattern of being in the same place at the same time. He described pattern reader capabilities simply. He could perceive biological cultivation inscriptions at close range. He could read cultivation course. He had not been doing so without purpose, but the ability was now present. There was a pause. Lin Feilu said, "Can you turn it off?" He said, "Yes. I've been practicing control." Chao Rui said, "Can you tell who is advancing faster?" He said, "Yes." She said, "Can you tell if a technique flaw is developing?" He said, "Yes. That is the main application." She said, "Then tell me if you see one." Yu Mingzhu said, "Yes." She said, "That is the useful response." Xia Wenjing said, "Does this change your ability to read the foundational inscription?" He said, "I don't know yet. I haven't encountered a biological inscription at the depth or complexity of the foundational document. Pattern reader may be insufficient for that level." She said, "But you are advancing." He said, "Yes." She nodded. She made a note on her star chart. Lin Feilu, after a moment, said, "Ruan Xiao." Ruan Xiao, who had been in the doorway, said, "Sixth notebook." Chapter 46. The counterchallenge was filed. The council had 30 days to respond. Wei Liang used the days. He had learned something about waiting from the months of procedural back and forth. Waiting was only unproductive if you treated it as waiting. He worked through the Yu family library systematically, reading pre-council foundational texts with pattern reader perception, which added a layer of reading he had not had before. The texts themselves were physical objects, old paper, ink, the inscription residue of practitioners who had handled and annotated them over centuries. At pattern reader depth, he could feel the history in the paper. This was not useful for the investigation, but it was interesting. He noted it. The others worked too, in their ways. Chao Rui continued training in the outer courts. She had extended her visitor status again. The maintenance elder had stopped asking for the purpose, which Wei Liang inferred was a kind of administrative accommodation to the ongoing situation. She trained every morning and spent her afternoons observing the sect's power structure with the specific attention of someone assessing a territory. In the evenings, she reported. She said, on the fourth day, the head elder has told 3 inner disciples that the council's involvement is under challenge. He didn't explain the legal basis. He said, there is a process underway. The disciples are curious. Wei Liang said, all right. She said, he said it like he expected the process to succeed. Wei Liang said, he mentioned Section 47 of the Transfer Authority Framework to me. He has his own reasons for wanting the challenge to work. She said, how many elders know about your situation? He said, all of them, probably. The maintenance elder processes all administrative requests. He is not a gossip, but he is not a locked room. She said, they're watching. He said, yes. She said, how many of them would support the challenge officially if asked? He said, I don't know yet. I am not asking yet. She nodded. She would report the same structure the next day, adjusted by whatever shifted. This was Chao Rui's particular contribution to the situation. She read the human architecture of a place the way Wei Liang read inscriptions. Lin Feilu, in the meantime, had completed a full security assessment of the sect perimeter and produced a written report that she gave to Wei Liang without being asked. The report was thorough and professional. It noted 12 perimeter vulnerabilities, 3 internal access issues, and 1 critical gap near the deep archive section that she described as, a practitioner with intention and patience could exploit this in under 4 minutes without triggering the current formation. He said, I repaired the outer wall section. She said, I know. The inner perimeter is what concerns me. She said, the deep archive. He said, I'm working on that. She said, work faster. He said, I know. Xia Wenjing was cross-referencing astronomical records with the inscription documentation he had built. She spent her days at the secondary table with her star charts and his notebooks side by side, building a parallel timeline, the celestial records version of events laid against the inscription records version, where they converged with signal. She brought convergence points to him every 2 or 3 days. On the 7th day, she said, the celestial record shows a disruption in Hezun's signature approximately 140 years after his establishment of the alignment system. Not a death signature, an interruption. The notation style suggests a practitioner who was removed from active operation but not destroyed. He said, archived. She said, that would match the celestial notation, yes. He said, what date? She said, by my calculation, approximately 390 years ago, 30 years before the council's founding. He said, so Hezun was archived 30 years before the council's establishment. The council was founded by people who had access to his system, but not to him, she said, and built their authority on the system he created without acknowledging it was manufactured. He said, yes. She went back to her charts. Ruan Xiao provided meals and commentary. The commentary was observational. Who was speaking to whom? What the elder's expressions showed during administrative sessions Wei Liang attended, what the maintenance elder had said when submitting the most recent formal request. The meals were reliable and the commentary was always accurate. He told her this once. She said, I know. I've been doing this for 14 years. She said, you could tell me that more often. He noted this. On the 12th day, a letter arrived from the hermit territory north of the third range. Chapter 47. The letter was short. It said, I am coming. I move slowly. Allow 10 days. The handwriting was precise, each character drawn with the care of someone who has learned that clarity matters more than speed. The paper was old, not artificially aged, genuinely old, the kind of old that comes from being stored well for a long time. He read the letter twice and passed it to Xianxia. She read it. She said, 10 days. He said, yes. She said, the counter-challenge window is 30 days. Her arrival on day 12 plus 10 puts her arrival at 22 days. You'll have 8 days to process the registration before the council's deadline. He said, I know. She said, tight. He said, yes. He said, do the registration documents need preparation before she arrives? Xiao said, I pulled the registration framework when I first started researching her. I can have the documentation prepared. She said, the council's counter-challenge window is the binding constraint. We need the registration submitted before it expires. He said, have the documentation ready by day 20. She said, I will. He said, also, her cultivation credentials, the format that predates council jurisdiction. She said, I have the format. The Yu family library had a copy of pre-council cultivation registration standards. She said, your Yu library access has been useful in ways you didn't anticipate when Yu Mingzhu gave it to you. He said, she anticipated it. Xiao said, I know. She said, that is what I mean. He spent the 10 days working. Pattern reader control had improved significantly. He could now hold the biological inscription access at a background level, perceiving cultivation cores in his immediate vicinity as a kind of ambient awareness rather than active reading. It was still intrusive at very close range for very complex practitioners, but manageable. Lin Feilu's technique was the most complex biological inscription he encountered regularly, and the complexity was interesting. He did not tell her this. He also continued working through the Yu library. The pre-council texts were building a picture of the period just before the council's founding, the practitioners involved, the debates, the political landscape. He was looking for Hizun's collaborators, the people who had worked with him on the original alignment system before it was appropriated. He found references. He made notes. On the 21st day, the maintenance elder sent a note to the workshop. Your expected arrival is at the outer gate. Chapter 48. Elder Shun Bai arrived at the outer gate at midday. She was short. This was the first thing Wei Liang noticed. She was shorter than almost everyone at the gate, shorter than Wei Liang himself. The second thing he noticed was that she moved at a pace that made the gate elder visibly uncertain whether to wait or to offer assistance. She was not hurrying. She was clearly moving at the pace she had determined was appropriate, and the pace was deliberate. She carried a single bag. She wore traveling clothes that were simple and old, not old in the way of poverty, old in the way of something cared for over a very long time. Her face showed 200 years in the way that very old practitioners' faces do, not aged in the usual sense, but layered, as if time had added depth rather than damage. She looked at Wei Liang when she reached the inner gate. She said, you are smaller than the celestial notation suggests. He said, I hear that occasionally. She said, yes. The notation describes presence rather than physical size. She said it with the flat correction of someone who finds imprecision mildly irritating. The presence is accurate. He said, you have been preparing for 200 years. She said, yes. He said, I want to understand what you prepared. She said, I know. She said, we will discuss it after I rest. I have been traveling for 10 days. He said, of course. He said, the guest quarters are prepared. She said, where is the inscription workshop? He said, I can show you on the way to the guest quarters. She said, good. She adjusted the bag on her shoulder, a small, unhurried movement, and began walking toward the inner courtyard. He walked with her. She moved slowly and without apparent concern about the slowness. He matched her pace. She looked at the sect buildings as they walked, reading the architecture with the attention of someone assessing a place they have thought about for a long time and are now confirming against the mental image. She said, the formation on the east wall, you repaired it recently. He said, yes. There was a gap. She said, not a maintenance failure. She said it as a statement, not a question. He said, no. She said, I see. She looked at the wall as they passed. The original eraser is in the mountains north of the capital. What arrived here was a secondary instance, a copy distributed to monitor locations of interest. She said, this sect became a location of interest when you arrived. He said, it has been watching since I arrived. She said, it has been tracking your advancement rate and comparing it against the registry threshold. She said, the threshold at which it activates is a specific inscription depth access level. He said, pattern reader. She said, yes. She said, you crossed that threshold recently. He said, 4 days ago. She said, the secondary instance activated when you crossed the threshold. It removed the wall formation section as a test to see if you would notice and how you responded. She said, you noticed and repaired it. He said, you're telling me it was testing me. She said, it was assessing you. The assessment results were sent to the original eraser. She said, this is how the system works. Secondary instances assess. The original decides. She said, you are now on the originals list. He said, the registry. They archived practitioners. She said, yes. She said, this is why the registration is urgent. He said, does registration protect against the eraser? She said, being unarchivable protects against the eraser. A registered practitioner with documented external connections, an institutional record, and multiple parties who would notice their absence. That is harder to archive quietly. She said, it is not impossible. It is harder. He said, documentation as a deterrent. She said, you have been building that case since you arrived. She looked at him briefly. You were doing it instinctively, without knowing why it mattered. She said, I found that significant. They reached the guest quarters. He indicated the door. She said, tomorrow. We discuss what I prepared. She went inside. He stood at the door for a moment and thought about threshold activation and assessment protocols and what it meant that a system 500 years old had just confirmed he was advancing quickly enough to notice. He went back to the workshop and wrote for 2 hours. Chapter 49. The registration took 3 days. Elder Shunbai had the documentation prepared already. She had, as Xianxia predicted, been working toward this for 200 years, and her preparation was comprehensive. The cultivation registration framework she produced predated the council's founding. Her sect's credentials were from an era when the council's jurisdiction had not yet been established. The registration format was correct under pre-council standards. Xianxia had prepared the supporting documentation. The cross-references were complete. The submission packet was thorough. They submitted it to the maintenance elder on the 24th day of the counter-challenge window, 6 days before the deadline. The maintenance elder reviewed the packet. He reviewed it for a longer time than he usually reviewed documentation. He said, this is from before the council's foundational year. Elder Shunbai said, yes. He said, their cultivation registration framework was established. She said, 43 years after my sect's founding. My registration credentials are from a tradition that existed before the council and was not incorporated into the council's authority framework. She said, Section 11 of the pre-council cultivation standards, which were never formally repealed, defines independent cultivation lineages as self-certifying within their own traditions. The elder looked at her. He said, are you the only surviving member of this sect? She said, I am the only member who has survived 200 years of waiting for this specific moment. Yes. He approved the registration. Wei Liang filed the registration with the counter-challenge documentation the same day. The council's Suchin appointment was now superseded. 2 cultivation masters could not be registered simultaneously, and Elder Shunbai's credentials predated the council's authority to make the Suchin appointment in the first place. The deadline passed. He waited. Elder Shunbai, in the meantime, began teaching him. She did not call it teaching. She said she was telling him things she had observed over 2 centuries that she had not had anyone to tell before. The observation that the council's authority was traceable to a manufactured inscription. She had suspected this for 100 years. The observation that the inscription eraser targeted practitioners at threshold levels rather than randomly. She had documented this over 70 years of watching the hermit territories. The observation that the archived practitioners were preserved rather than destroyed. She had found references in texts that were older than the council. He listened. He took notes. He asked questions. She said, on the second day, you asked better questions than anyone I expected to tell this to. He said, what were you expecting? She said, someone who needed explanation from the beginning. Someone who did not yet have most of the picture. She said, you have most of the picture. I am filling gaps. He said, I have been building toward Hizun for months. She said, yes. She said, he is where the correction begins. Chapter 50. The council's response to the registration arrived on the 32nd day. It rejected Elder Shunbai's registration on the grounds that her sect was not recognized by the ordained council. Wei Liang read this and felt something that was not quite satisfaction but was adjacent to it, the specific quality of a prediction confirming. He brought the response to Elder Shinbai. She read it. She said, as expected. She produced a document from her bag. She said, the Council's recognition requirement applies to sects established after the Council's foundational charter date. Sects established before that date are governed by pre-Council standards, which do not include a recognition requirement. She said, this document is a certified copy of the relevant provision from the pre-Council Cultivation Authority Framework. She said, I have had it prepared and certified for 60 years. He said, you have been preparing for the Council's specific objections. She said, I have had 200 years. I identified their likely objections approximately 70 years ago and began preparing responses. She said, there are 17. He said, you mentioned 17 before. She said, yes. I told you I had a list. She said, this is objection number 3. He submitted her documentation as a counter-response. The Council requested a formal 30-day review period. He granted it. During the 30 days, Wei Liang worked. He was now a pattern reader with established control. The next level was revision hand, the ability to correct flaws in other practitioners' cultivation cores, which he had already begun approaching in his work with Lin Feilu and the other consultation patients. The gap between reading a flaw and correcting it at the next depth level was the gap between draft writer and pattern reader, a qualitative shift, not a quantitative one. He spent the 30 days practicing at the edge of that shift. He also found the second eraser trace. It appeared on the 19th day of the review period, while he was conducting a standard inspection of the deep archive section. He had been monitoring the archive carefully since the outer wall incident, checking the formation stones, reading the inscription patterns at pattern reader depth, looking for signs of the secondary instance's activity. The second trace was inside the archive, not at the perimeter. A section of the deepest storage area, the oldest formation stones, the original construction, showed the same clean absence he had found at the outer wall. Inscription removed smoothly, no residue, no signature. Approximately 6 meters of affected stone. But this time it was inside. The secondary eraser instance had breached the perimeter and reached the archive. He added to his notebook, the eraser is inside the archive. The outer wall repair did not stop it, it went around or through. The deep archive is where the oldest formation stones are. It is also where Hizun's registry stone is located. He had not been back to the registry stone since his first visit. He needed to go back. He needed to go back before the eraser removed more. He told Elder Shun by that evening. She said, go. Tonight. Bring everything you can read. He went. Chapter 51. Wei Liang entered the deep archive at the first bell of the night, when the sect was quiet. He had a lantern and his notebook. He moved through the archive's outer chamber with the careful attention of someone navigating a space that had recently changed. The inscription patterns were readable at pattern reader depth, the formation stones giving off their ambient resonance, the layered inscription history of decades and centuries. He had been here before, navigated past the eraser instance in the outer chamber by reading the absence of inscription trick he had used previously. He repeated the technique, moving through while actively correcting a small inscription error in the stone path, maintaining the correction the entire time he was in the eraser's detection range. The eraser did not activate. He reached the inner chamber. He brought the lantern to the registry stone, the large formation stone at the center of the chamber, the one covered in inscription that he had read 4 months ago and documented meticulously. The stone was still there. The eraser had reached the surrounding stones. He could see the clean absence in the inscription patterns of the 4 nearest formation stones, but the registry stone itself was intact. For now, he pressed both hands to the stone and began reading. Pattern reader depth gave him access to layers he had not reached before. The previous visit had given him the surface content, the registry of 47 names, the dates, the archived notation. Now he could read the deeper inscription structure, the operational framework underneath the registry, the logic that governed how the system worked. The system was elegantly designed. He spent 2 hours reading it. It worked like this: a practitioner whose inscription pattern crossed a specific threshold, a configuration that preceded a particular kind of breakthrough, not just advanced cultivation, but the specific insight that preceded inscription-level understanding, would be detected by the secondary instances, which would report to the registry. The registry would evaluate the report against its criteria. If the criteria were met, the eraser would activate and the practitioner would be archived. Archived meant their inscription pattern was copied and stored intact, in a location the registry did not specify, but referenced as the preservation vault. He copied every character of the operational framework. He copied the detection threshold inscription pattern, the criteria notation, the vault reference. He worked until the fourth bell, reading everything he could reach at his current depth. He stopped when he heard something change in the inscription pattern of the chamber around him. It was subtle, a shift in the ambient resonance, something like the change in a room when someone opens a distant door. He was still. He read the pattern. The eraser had detected him. Not the detection avoidance technique. Something else had triggered it. He was actively reading the registry stone at pattern reader depth, which meant his inscription reading was leaving a faint residue on the stone's surface. He was, from the eraser's perspective, engaging with the inscription it was designed to protect. He finished writing the last notation he had been copying, closed the notebook, and left the inner chamber at a controlled walk. He maintained the active correction through the outer chamber until he was past the eraser's range. He did not run. Running would have made the last notation illegible. Outside, in the archive's entrance corridor, he stood for a moment and let the awareness of what he had just done settle. Then he added to his notebook, "The registry stone is intact. I read the operational framework. The detection threshold matches my current development trajectory. At my current advancement rate, I will cross the threshold within weeks." He added, "I need to be harder to archive than the previous 47. He went back to the workshop and worked until dawn. Chapter 52, he spent 2 days examining the eraser traces in the outer wall section and the deep archive. At pattern reader depth, the traces told him more than they had before. The inscription removal was not random. He had suspected this from the first observation, but now he could read the specific configuration of what had been removed versus what had been left intact. The formation stones with inscription removed all had one thing in common. They contained a configuration in their inscription pattern that he now recognized as the detection threshold from the registry. They had all shown that configuration, the specific arrangement that preceded breakthrough-level understanding before being cleared. The stones were not practitioners, but they had been in extended contact with practitioners who showed that pattern. They had absorbed the resonance. The eraser removed the resonance. In practitioners, it removed the cultivation inscription containing the resonance. In formation stones, it removed the inscription segment that held the absorbed pattern. He wrote this out carefully. The eraser targets the specific inscription configuration that precedes breakthrough-level understanding. It removes that configuration wherever it finds it. In practitioners, this removes the cultivation inscription. In objects with extended practitioner contact, this removes the absorbed resonance. He looked at the threshold configuration he had copied from the registry. He compared it to what he understood about his own advancement trajectory. The comparison was uncomfortable. He was approaching the threshold. The 42-year-old practitioner in the incident report had crossed it. His cultivation inscription had been unraveled overnight. Wei Liang looked at his notes. He thought about what the 42-year-old practitioner had been about to discover. The report said he was showing rapid inscription insight, the same characteristic Wei Liang was demonstrating. But the report did not say what the practitioner had been working toward. The registry listed 47 cases going back 500 years. Each one had reached the threshold. Each one had been archived. He did not know what any of them had been about to find. That was the question. Not just what the eraser was. Elder Shunbai could tell him that. But what the eraser had been suppressing for 500 years. What had 47 practitioners across 5 centuries all been approaching. He wrote in the notebook, "The consistent suppression target is a specific level of inscription understanding. What does that level of understanding reveal? I need to know what was suppressed, not just how it was suppressed. This changes the direction of the investigation." He sat with this for a moment. Then he went to tell the others. Chapter 53, he told them the following morning. All of them were in the workshop. By now this was nearly standard. He described what he had found in the archive and what his analysis of the traces had produced. He described the detection threshold. He described the 47 practitioners. He described the question the evidence had raised. Yu Mingzhu said, "The suppression has been consistent for 500 years. He said, "Yes." She said, "Something has maintained the same goal across 5 centuries. He said, "Yes. Either a continuous operator or an automated system with a stable goal. Based on what I have read of the eraser's inscription structure, I believe it is the latter." Lin Feilu said, "You read the eraser's inscription." He said, "The surface layers. At the deep archive, before it detected me." She said, "It detected you." He said, "I was reading the registry stone at depth. I left a residue. It registered the residue." She said, "And you walked out." He said, "Yes." She said, "Without running." He said, "Running would have made my notes illegible." Lin Feilu looked at him for a moment with an expression that was somewhere between exasperation and the specific quality of professional respect. Chao Rui said, "Can we fight it?" He said, "Not at our current level. I could read its surface inscription. To counter it, I would need to read it fully and find a way to modify or disable it. That requires revision hand at minimum, possibly deep scribe. Xiao Rui said, then you need to advance. He said, yes. Xiao Wenjing said, the celestial record shows the eraser's operational history extending back approximately 480 years. Its creator's signature is in the original inscription, the same signature I identified as Hizun's. He said, he created it. She said, the celestial notation suggests Hizun created it as a protective mechanism, not an offensive one. The context in the astronomical record shows a specific threat he was guarding against. She said, the notation does not specify what the threat was. He said, the threat changed. She said, or the mechanism was repurposed. Elder Shen Bai, who had been sitting in the corner of the workshop listening with her hands in her lap, said, I know what it is. She said, I have been waiting for you to find enough evidence to be ready to hear it. Everyone looked at her. She said, I have had 200 years and I am not in the habit of explaining things before they are needed. She said, now they are needed. She said, tonight, when you have had time to process what you have already found. She said, come to my room at the 7th bell. Chapter 54. At the 7th bell, they were in Elder Shun Bai's guest room. She was already seated, with a cup of tea and a set of documents on the table beside her. She moved through the setup with the unhurried precision of someone who had planned this conversation for a long time. She said, what I am about to tell you comes from 100 years of study and the records of several practitioners who encountered the eraser before they were archived. I was able to access their observations because their inscription patterns, like yours Wei Liang, left traces the eraser did not think to clear. She said, the eraser was not designed to suppress observation. It was designed to suppress a specific type of practitioner. Observers were not its target. He said, until now. She said, until pattern reader. She said, someone capable of reading the eraser's own inscription from the inside is a different category of problem for the system. She said, go on. She told them, the inscription eraser was not originally a weapon. Hizun had designed it as a safeguard, a mechanism to protect his alignment system, the network of manufactured prophecy inscriptions, from being corrupted or misused. The original design was targeted. It would identify and archive practitioners who were approaching the level of understanding needed to rewrite the alignment system's core inscription, not to harm them, to preserve them and the knowledge they carried until the correct person arrived to restore the system. Hizun had anticipated that his system would be misused. He had built the eraser as a backstop, a way to preserve what mattered until someone could correct the corruption. Approximately 390 years ago, Hizun himself had been archived, not by the eraser, by a student. His most capable student had discovered the alignment system's core mechanics and had rewritten it, not to understand it, but to control it. The rewrite changed the prophecies from cultivation guidance to relationship anchoring inscriptions. The student had recognized that an inscription system that directed people toward a specific practitioner could be used to accumulate power around that practitioner and around whoever controlled the practitioner. The student had then used the eraser to archive Hizun, removing the one person who could correct the rewrite. Elder Shun Bai said, the student built the ordained council 30 years later on the authority of the rewritten system. She said, the council's divine mandate comes from inscriptions written by a person, not from anything divine. The person who wrote them deliberately obscured their origin to protect the power structure built on top of them. Wei Liang said, who was the student? She said, his name does not appear in any record I have found. Hizun's records from that period were removed. That was part of the archiving. What I have are the observations of people who came after and pieced together what they could. She said, the council knows him as the Void Patriarch. She let the name land. He said, the Void Patriarch established the council. She said, the Void Patriarch was a student who appropriated his master's life's work, rewrote it into a control mechanism, and built an institution on the resulting authority. She said, Hizun created the alignment system to help practitioners develop their potential. His student turned it into a means to accumulate power. She said, the eraser has been running for 500 years preserving the practitioners who came close enough to see what was done. Lin Feilu said, they're still alive. Somewhere. She said, in the preservation vault. Yes. Chapter 55. The following day, Wei Liang went back to the deep archive. He did not go alone. He told Xiao Rui, who told him she was going with him regardless of what he decided. And he accepted this because arguing would take longer than the walk to the archive. He needed to read the eraser's inscription directly, not the traces it left, but the eraser itself. He had read surface layers during his registry stone visit. He needed deeper access. He needed to find the range limits, the exception criteria, the operational framework's weaknesses. He used the same passage technique. Active correction maintained through the outer chamber. The eraser did not activate. He moved to the inner chamber. The eraser was present. He had not been able to see it before. He had read its traces and known it was active, but the system itself had not been visible. At pattern reader depth, it was visible. A complex inscription pattern moving slowly through the chamber's formation stones, reading each one, comparing against the threshold configuration, clearing what matched. It was the most complex inscription he had encountered. The operational framework was orders of magnitude more sophisticated than anything in the sect's formation system. 500 years of autonomous operation had layered additional complexity on top of the original design. Reading it fully would require a depth he did not yet have. He began reading what he could reach. The eraser was thorough and slow. It moved through the chamber at a pace that suggested it was not in a hurry. It had been operating for 5 centuries, and it was not going to rush now. It read each formation stone. It cleared what needed clearing. It was doing its job. He was 4 meters away from the registry stone when the eraser registered his presence. Not the residue this time. He had been reading its inscription, active reading, pattern reader depth, and the eraser had detected the reading. The pattern of its movement changed. It oriented toward him. He had 3 seconds to note what he had managed to read. The range limit was approximately 40 meters from the central formation stone. He had found one exception criteria, the authorized corrector clause he had identified earlier. He had found the vault reference notation embedded in the operational framework, which was more specific than the registry stone's reference. He noted these in the same moment he registered that the eraser had oriented toward him and was beginning to move. Xiao Rui grabbed his arm. They moved. Not running. Moving, controlled, through the outer chamber, maintaining the active correction pass that kept the eraser from tracking them as primary targets. The eraser followed to the boundary of the outer chamber and stopped. 40 meters from the central stone, approximately. The range limit was consistent with what he had read. Outside in the archive corridor, Xiao Rui said, "You have exactly 1 minute to explain what just happened before I decide whether I'm angry about it." He said, "The eraser detected my reading and moved toward us. It stops at approximately 40 meters from the central formation stone. I have a range limit and 1 exception criteria confirmed." She said, "You were reading the thing that was about to archive your cultivation inscription." He said, "Yes. That was the purpose of the visit." She said, "While standing 4 meters from the thing you went to read." He said, "The range limit required proximity to confirm." She looked at him. She said, "I am angry about it." He said, "That is reasonable." She said, "You should have told me what the visit was actually for." He said, "You would have tried to position yourself between me and the eraser." She said, "Yes." He said, "Your Earth affinity signature would have triggered the eraser's threshold detection before mine did. You would have been the primary target." She was quiet for a moment. He said, "I needed to be the one it detected. I have documentation and multiple parties who would notice my absence. You have a sect recall notice and a formal return date. If you were archived, your sect's response would be administrative." She said, "That's a terrible reason." He said, "It is a practical reason." She said, "Those can be the same thing." She said, "Did you get what you needed?" He said, "Enough." He said, "I need revision hand-level access to read the exception criteria fully. That is the next advancement." She said, "How long?" He said, "I don't know." She said, "Then we work on it." He said, "Yes." She said, "Today." He said, "After I write this up." She said, "Write fast." Chapter 56 The Implications of the Range Limit took Wei Liang a full day to work through. He sat in the workshop with his notes spread across the bench and spent the day thinking, which he occasionally did when the immediate evidence exceeded his current ability to synthesize. Wan Xiao left him food and did not ask questions. Elder Shenbai came by at midday, looked at the spread notes, and said, "You found the range." He said, "Yes." She said, "And?" He said, "It changes the problem." She sat down and waited. He said, "The eraser has a 40-meter operational range from the central formation stone. It doesn't follow beyond that range, which means it was designed for specific locations, not a hunting system, but a guarding system." She said, "Yes." He said, "It is guarding the archive." She said, "What is in the archive that needs guarding?" He said, "The registry stone, the vault reference." He said, "But it has been here, the secondary instance, since my arrival. Not in the capital where the original is. Here." He said, "What arrived here was a secondary instance sent to monitor me. It brought the guarding behavior with it when it arrived." He said, "Which means what it is guarding is not just in the capital location. It is guarding wherever I am." She said, You are what it is guarding, he said. Or more precisely, the knowledge I am accumulating is what it is guarding against. The threshold configuration. My advancement trajectory puts me on a path that crosses the threshold, and everything I learn about the system becomes part of what needs to be suppressed. He said, it is not waiting for me to reach the threshold. It is here because I am already a risk. She said, which means your situation has changed. He said, yes. Before I understood the range limit, I was thinking in terms of avoiding the threshold long enough to find the correction. But the eraser being here isn't about the threshold, it's about what I know. Once it determines I have enough of the picture, it activates regardless of my rank. She said, so the time pressure is different than you thought. He said, the time pressure is not about my advancement rate. It's about my documentation. The more I learn and record, the closer I get to the activation trigger. He said, which means the record itself is the risk. She said, and the record is also your best protection. He said, yes. If enough people have the record, if it is distributed in enough places, archiving me doesn't suppress the knowledge. The record persists. He said, the eraser's goal is suppression. If suppression is impossible, archiving me achieves nothing. She said, you need to distribute the record. He said, I need to distribute it before the activation threshold. He said, I need to know what the activation threshold actually is. She said, you found one exception criteria. He said, the authorized corrector clause. An inscription practitioner actively engaged in correction may be exempt. He said, I need the full exception framework. That requires revision hand-level reading. She said, then that is the next step. He looked at his notes. He looked at the spread documents, months of evidence, built carefully, page by careful page. He said, the vault reference was more specific than the registry stone indicated. I saw a location marker before we had to leave. She said, did you copy it? He said, yes. He found the notation in the notebook. He showed it to her. She looked at it for a long moment. She said, I recognize this format. It is a mountain range coordinate. She said, north of the capital. He said, 3 weeks journey. She said, yes. She said, we will need to plan. Chapter 57, he spent 3 days planning. The trip to the preservation vault required leaving the sect, which required institutional cover, which required the council's ongoing procedural case to be in a stable state, which required the 30-day review to be managed. He had submitted Elder Shun Bai's counter-documentation. The review was running. He had approximately 20 days before the council's next response. 20 days was not enough for a 3-week journey. He talked through the timeline with xianxia. She said, you can't go during the review window. But after the review, if we know what the council's next response is before they send it, we can time the departure. He said, how would we know? She said, Xiao Wenjing has contacts in the capital. She was the observatory director for 8 years. She knows people in the administrative apparatus. She said, she may have a way to monitor the council's review timeline. He said, I'll ask her. Xiao Wenjing, when he asked, said, I have 3 former colleagues in institutions adjacent to the council. 2 of them have been watching your case with interest because the procedural challenge is the first one that has made it past the initial filing stage in 30 years. She said, they will tell me when the review committee schedules its session. That is usually 2 to 3 days before the formal response is issued. He said, 2 to 3 days warning. She said, enough to time a departure if you leave immediately on confirmation. He said, can you request the monitoring? She said, I already have. She said, I requested it when I arrived at this sect. I had a sense the timeline would matter. He said, when did you arrive? She said, 40 days ago. He said, you set up monitoring 40 days ago. She said, I spent 22 years tracking your trajectory. By the time I arrived, I knew a considerable amount about your situation. Setting up monitoring seemed prudent. She said, Ruan Xiao and I discussed the council's likely procedural moves before I submitted my consultation request. He said, you and Ruan Xiao. She said, she is thorough. I found her immediately useful. She said, we have been coordinating since my 3rd day here. He went to find Ruan Xiao. He said, you've been coordinating with Xiao Wenjing since her 3rd day. Ruan Xiao said, yes. He said, on the council procedural situation. She said, and on documentation distribution. She has archive access at the Celestial Observatory that is not subject to council jurisdiction. I have been sending copies of the investigation record there. He said, since her 3rd day. She said, since her 2nd. She arrived on a Tuesday, and we had the first distribution run completed by Thursday. He said, Ruan Xiao. She said, you were occupied with the counter-challenge filing and the archive inspection. I was not. She said, the record needed to be distributed. She had a distribution pathway. I used it. She said, this was the correct decision. He said, yes. She said, you agree. He said, the distribution protects the record. You acted correctly. He said, I would have wanted to know. She said, I know. I should have told you sooner. I was waiting until the first run was confirmed complete. She said, it was confirmed complete on Sunday. She said, I was going to tell you today. He said, all right. She said, are you going to write something in the notebook? He said, yes. She said, write something accurate. He wrote, Wan Xiao and Xia Wenjing have been distributing the investigation record to the Celestial Observatory Archive since Xia Wenjing's second day. The distribution protects the record against eraser suppression and council interference. This was the correct action. I would have wanted to know sooner. Wan Xiao acted in the investigation's interest rather than waiting for my direction. I note that this is consistent with her behavior throughout. He showed it to her. She read it. She said, 7th notebook. He said, you have 6. She said, I will need a 7th by the time we leave for the vault. Chapter 58. On the 48th day of the council's review period, which was 18 days beyond their stated 30-day window, Wei Liang received a notification from Xia Wenjing. She came to the workshop and said, the review committee is meeting tomorrow. The formal response will be issued within 3 days. He said, what do we know about the response? She said, the response accepts Elder Shun Bai's credentials. The objection about council recognition has been withdrawn. She said, my contact's note says, the committee couldn't find a clean basis for rejection and the documentation is too old to dispute. She said, the registration stands. He said, they're not done. She said, no. My contact also said the committee escalated the procedural file to the Grand Arbiter's office. She said, Su Chun is going to respond directly. He said, all right. He said, what is his authority in this situation? She said, he can issue a direct assessment order, not a transfer notice, which can be challenged procedurally, but a formal capability assessment requirement. It requires compliance within 30 days. She said, it bypasses the transfer mechanism. He said, how long does that leave us? She said, if the committee response comes in 3 days and Su Chun issues the assessment order immediately after, you have 30 days from his issuance. He said, which means we need to leave within 3 days and return in under 30. She said, 3 weeks journey. He said, we have to move faster than the standard pace. She said, I know routes. The observatory has mapped the northern mountain approaches for astronomical observation purposes. She said, we can reduce the travel time to 18 days. 9 days out, 9 back. That leaves 6 days at the location plus travel margins. He said, can you plan the route? She was already producing a map from her document case. They spent the afternoon planning. Lin Feilu joined them and added route corrections based on her knowledge of the terrain. She had worked in the northern territories before and knew where the council monitored roads. She said, avoid the council's regional station at the 3rd Northern Way station. Use the Eastern Pass instead. Adds half a day, but eliminates 4 potential checkpoint encounters. Chao Rui said, I've traveled that region. The Eastern Pass has a formation gap that's been there for 20 years. I can hold it open for the group. Yu Mingzhu said, my sect has a supply arrangement with 2 waystation houses along that route. We can resupply without interaction with council-monitored facilities. Elder Shunbai, who was listening from her usual corner, said, I will need more rest stops than the others. She said this without apology. Plan for it. He looked at the table, the group around it, each person offering what they actually had. He said, we leave in 3 days. Chapter 59. The deep archive visit on the day before departure lasted 6 hours. He went alone. He had distributed copies of his notes, told the maintenance elder he was conducting a final inspection before an extended cultivation research expedition, and entered the archive at the 2nd bell of the morning. The eraser was in the inner chamber. He read its position from the outer chamber before entering, confirmed the range, and approached the registry stone with an active correction pass extended. He had been practicing the authorized corrector approach, maintaining a genuine correction, not a nominal one, through the entire passage. The eraser registered him as engaged in correction and did not activate. He reached the registry stone. He read for 6 hours. At pattern reader depth, pushing the edges of his current ability, he reached deeper into the operational framework than he had before. The vault reference resolved into something more specific. A mountain range in the Northern Territory, a specific formation arrangement that he now recognized from Elder Shun Bai's chart description, a stone formation that would be identifiable from the inscription pattern it generated. He found the exception criteria framework. Not fully. Revision hand depth was still out of reach, but enough. The authorized corrector clause was real. It exempted practitioners actively engaged in inscription correction from the eraser's detection threshold trigger. The exemption had a specificity. The correction had to be genuine and ongoing, not performed. The eraser could apparently tell the difference. He found one more thing. Embedded deep in the operational framework, in a layer below the 500-year accumulation of autonomous operation, there was a single inscription segment that read differently from the rest. Older, more careful in its execution. The style was the same celestial inscription-influenced method he had been studying in the pre-council texts. Hizun had left a message here too. He read it with everything he had at pattern reader depth. Some of it was accessible, some of it was not. What he could read, he copied exactly. The message said, "The correction does not require destroying the system. The system served a purpose and can serve it again. Find the core inscription. The corruption is a rewrite, not the original. Rewrite it back." He sat with that for a long time. Then he wrote it down, put the notebook away, and walked out of the archive. He collected his notes from the workshop. He sent the distribution update to Xiao. He packed for the journey. Chapter 60. They left at the fourth bell, 3 days after Xia Wenjing's notification. The formal council response had arrived on schedule. Elder Shunbai's registration was accepted, the procedural challenge resolved, the transfer notice voided. The Suchin assessment order had been issued the same day, 30-day compliance window. They had a window. The group moved through the outer gate while the sect was in its pre-dawn quiet. The maintenance elder was at the gate. He handed Wei Liang a small document as they passed, a stamped copy of the research expedition registration, which Yuan Xiao had filed 2 days earlier. He said, "The head elder asked me to give you this." He said, "The head elder also said to tell you. The institution's records are available to you when you return." Wei Liang said, "Tell him I appreciate it." The elder said, "I know." He said, "Come back." They moved out through the outer gate into the pre-dawn road. Xia Wenjing led the route. Lin Feilu moved ahead and behind them, switching positions at intervals, her professional habits reasserting themselves now that they were in open territory. Chao Rui walked at the back with Elder Shinbai, not to protect the elder, but because Elder Shinbai's pace was comfortable for Chao Rui, who had learned that walking at Elder Shinbai's speed produced a quality of observation that faster walking didn't. Yu Mingzhu walked beside Wei Liang. They walked for a while without speaking. The road was empty. The morning was cold. Yu Mingzhu said, "Wei Liang." He said, "What?" She said, "The technique advanced last week." He said, "I know. I registered it." She said, "The simultaneous holding, it stabilized. Both resonances, simultaneously, without sequence." She said, "For 8 seconds." He said, "I know." She said, "8 seconds is not a complete technique." He said, "No, but it is the foundation of one." He said, "You've had 14 years of the technique almost working. 8 seconds is different from almost. 8 seconds is real." She said, "Yes." She said, "It is." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "When we come back." He said, "I know." She said, "The technique." He said, "I know." He said, "After this." She said, "All right." They walked. The road ahead curved into the northern territory. 3 weeks to the vault, 18 days by Xia Wenjing's route. The vault that held 47 practitioners who had been approaching the same threshold Wei Liang was approaching. The correction that didn't require destroying the system. The rewrite that could be rewritten back. He walked and thought about Hizun's message and what it meant that the system could be restored rather than dismantled. He thought about the ordained council building their authority on a corrupted version of a genuine thing, and what happened to authority that was built on corruption when the corruption was corrected. He had a working hypothesis. He noted it. He would need more evidence. He kept walking. Chapter 61. The northern road opened up on the second day. For the first day, they had been moving through the region immediately surrounding Stone River Sect. Familiar territory, regularly maintained roads, sect boundaries marked with formation stones Wei Liang had catalogued in his first weeks. He had read each one on the way out of habit. All functioning, all unaltered. He noted this as a baseline. By the second day, they were past the sect's territory and into the open roads between settlements. Xia Wenjing navigated from her observatory charts. Lin Feilu moved ahead of the group at 50-meter intervals, read the road, and signaled clear. Chao Rui walked with Elder Shinbai. Yu Mingzhu walked near Wei Liang. Yuan Xiao documented. The landscape at pattern reader depth was a different thing from the landscape, as most practitioners experienced it. Wei Liang found himself reading constantly. The inscription patterns in the road stones, in the rock formations along the hillsides, in the specific way water moved through a field's irrigation channels. All of it was writing. All of it was legible. He stopped twice during the second morning. Wants to read a stone formation near the road that showed a specific inscription configuration he recognized from the pre-council texts, a wayfinding inscription, very old, designed to mark reliable water sources. He made a note of the exact configuration. Wants to read a tree that had grown around an old formation stone. The stone's inscription spreading slowly through the wood over what he estimated was 200 years, the pattern visible at pattern reader depth as fine threads of influence through the grain. The second time, Lin Feilu came back from her forward position to find him with his hand on the tree. She said, "Is that relevant?" He said, "Probably not directly." He said, "The inscription spread from the stone through the tree over approximately 200 years. The pattern shows a specific kind of inscription diffusion I haven't observed in laboratory conditions. The organic material modified the inscription as it absorbed it." She said, "And that is interesting to you right now?" He said, "Yes." She said, "We have 18 days of road before us and a 30-day compliance window." He said, "I know." He noted the configuration and moved on. She fell back into her forward position without comment. He heard, faintly, what might have been a very quiet sound of patience. The inscriptions in the open landscape were different from the sex formation inscriptions in one significant way. They were not designed. The sex inscriptions had been placed by practitioners with specific purposes. The open landscape inscriptions were the accumulated record of natural processes, of centuries of human activity that had left inscription residue, of geological patterns that operated at a timescale that made the oldest sect formation look recent. He was reading history in every rock face. That evening, at a camp in a sheltered valley, he described to Elder Shun by what he had been reading. She listened with the quality of attention she brought to everything he said. Not deference, but genuine interest. She said, "The natural inscription patterns. Do you see what Hizun saw in them?" He said, "What did Hizun see?" She said, "Hizun developed his inscription theory by reading the natural patterns first. He observed that the landscape had been writing itself for longer than any practitioner tradition and that the patterns it had developed were, in certain ways, more refined than anything a human practitioner had produced." She said, "He spent 30 years reading the open landscape before he began designing his alignment system." She said, "His system borrowed from what the landscape had been doing naturally for 10,000 years." He said, "The alignment system was based on natural inscription patterns." She said, "Yes, which is why it has survived 500 years of a corrupted operator. The core is too well-grounded in natural patterns to break entirely. It can be distorted, it can be redirected, but the structural integrity remains because the foundation is older than any person's intentions." He said, "The correction is restoring the natural pattern underneath the corruption." She said, "Yes." She said, "Hizun understood this. His message to you, the system served a purpose and can serve it again, was not optimism. It was a structural observation." He said, "It is a rewrite, not a destruction." She said, "Yes." She said, "Which is why you are the correct person for it. You correct. You don't destroy." He thought about this for a while. The valley was quiet around them. The natural inscriptions of the stone were legible at this distance. Old, slow patterns, nothing urgent. He read them with the background awareness he had been developing and let the reading settle into something calm. He said, "He knew I would exist." She said, "He designed the system to find you. He couldn't predict when, the timeline was open. But the configuration of your ability is not an accident." She said, "Someone without direct cultivation power who reads inscriptions at depth. That is a specific gap that the original system was designed to produce." He said, "He engineered the prophecy system to eventually generate me." She said, "He designed the system to find someone like you. The specific you that exists now is a consequence of history and circumstance and choices that Hizun could not have planned in detail." She said, "What he planned was a direction. You are what that direction eventually reached." He was quiet for a moment. He said, "That is either very flattering or deeply uncomfortable." She said, "Both, probably." She said, "It has been true for your entire life. The discomfort is new." She said, "Rest. Tomorrow is long." Chapter 62. On the 5th day, they came to the way station at the northern crossroads. It was a medium settlement, a way station house, a supply depot, a small cultivation hall for traveling practitioners. Lin Feilu had noted it on her route assessment as council monitored, but not heavily, with a shift change that created a predictable observation gap. They had timed their arrival to coincide with the gap. The way station elder was at the door. She was approximately 70, with the specific alert quality of someone who has been waiting for something and has developed patience about the waiting, but not about the wait itself. She looked at the group. She looked at Wei Liang. She said, "There you are." He said, "Here we are." She said, I have been expecting you for 32 years. She said, since I received the vision. Come in, I have rooms prepared. He went very still for a moment. Then he asked the clarifying question. He said, what exactly does your vision say we need? She said, food, rest, and the best eastern route past the 3rd Northern Way station to avoid council monitoring. She said, I have the route map. I had it drawn up last month when the observatory sent word you were coming. He looked at Xia Wenjing, who was looking at the ceiling with the expression of someone who had sent the observatory word without mentioning this to him. Xia Wenjing said, I sent an advance notification to my contact network when we confirmed the departure date. She said, I may have included the general route. The way station elder said, she sent it to the right people. Come in. Your rooms are ready. The way station's inner hall was warm and well-maintained. The elder moved through it with the assurance of someone whose preparation has been thorough. She had 4 rooms clear. She had a meal laid. She had a route map on the table with the eastern pass marked in detail. Not just the pass itself, but the specific location of the formation gap Chao Rue had mentioned, with notes on how to traverse it. Chao Rue looked at the formation gap notation. She said, how did you know about the formation gap? The elder said, I have been maintaining a route record for 32 years. The gap has been there since I was young, long before the council built the way station at the 3rd Northern Post. She said, I've known about it longer than the council has had people watching for it. After the meal, the elder asked Wei Liang to examine the way station's formation. She had been having a calibration problem for several years that no passing cultivation specialist had been able to identify. He read it. The problem was a resonance interaction between 2 formation stones that had been placed too close together in the original construction. He corrected the placement's inscription effect without moving the stones. The correction took 12 minutes. She said, you did that by reading it. He said, yes. She said, the cultivation physicians who came through tried to correct it through their cultivation technique. None of them could reach the cause. She said, you just read it. He said, the cause was an inscription interaction. Cultivation techniques address energy, not inscription. They were working at the wrong layer. He said, the formation is stable now. You should not need further maintenance for several years. She said, 32 years of waiting, and you fix my formation in 12 minutes. She said this with the warmth of someone who finds the outcome worth the wait. She said, your vision description was accurate, by the way. He said, what did it say? She said, it said the man who reads what others cannot see will stop here on his way to correct the great error, and he will be shorter than expected. She said, I see what the celestial notation means now. She said, it is the presence. He said, that is what everyone says. She laughed. He was not expecting the laugh. It was genuine, unhurried, the laugh of someone who has waited 32 years and finds the moment exactly right. He noted it in the notebook. Way station elder, 32 years preparation, vision accurate. She laughed when she said, presence, and I was not expecting it. It was a good moment. I am noting it because it should be noted. He closed the notebook and went to sleep. The rooms were comfortable. Chapter 63. The Eastern Pass took them 2 additional hours, but the Eastern Road beyond it was empty of council presence. Lin Feilu confirmed. No tracking formations, no monitoring stones on the road surface, no practitioner signatures within detection range. Clean passage. On the 8th day, Xia Wenjing said, we are being followed. They stopped at a flat section of road. Lin Feilu had already come back from her forward position. She had detected it first, had been watching for the last 3 hours to confirm. She said, single practitioner, council insignia formation stone in their pack. Keeping 700 meters back. He said, a tracker. She said, not a combat specialist. The signature is too fine for combat training. This is someone used to quiet work. She said, they've been on us since the Crossroads way station. He said, since we used the elder's route adjustment. Xia Wenjing said, my contact notification may have been intercepted. He said, where the elder's way station is monitored more thoroughly than the approach seemed. He said, either way, we have a tracker. They considered. Chao Rue said, I could discourage them. Lin Feilu said, if you detain a council operative in the field, Su Chun has grounds to escalate beyond the assessment order. We don't want to give him grounds. Yu Mingzhu said, what is their purpose? Information gathering or interference? He said, probably information. If Su Chun wanted to stop us, he would have sent people before we left the sect. He said, a tracker is intelligence gathering. He wants to know where we're going. Elder Shunbai said, from her steady pace at the back of the group, the vault location is known to the original eraser. If Su Chin's people follow us to the vault, the eraser will register them. He said, as threshold crossing practitioners. She said, as practitioners who have approached the vault location. The secondary instances monitor for approach as well as threshold crossing. She said, they will be at risk. He said, then we cannot let them follow us to the vault. Lin Feilu said, I can lose the tracker. She said, 18 minutes, no contact, no grounds for council escalation. She said, a route divergence followed by counter-surveillance measures. Standard approach. She said, when we are clear, you and I will know. She said this to the group without specifying how, which suggested her signaling methods involved things she preferred not to describe in detail. He said, all right. She went back along the road. The group continued forward, maintaining pace. 18 minutes later, Lin Feilu reappeared at the road's bend ahead of them. She had looped through the landscape by a path that did not use the road, and said, clear. She said, they will report losing us in dense terrain north of the way station. That is accurate. She said, they will not report the vault location because they don't have it. Xiao Rui said, that was 18 minutes. Lin Feilu said, 15. I gave myself margin. They continued north. Chapter 64. On the 9th night, they camped in a valley formation that Elder Shunbai chose. She had been through this region twice in her 200 years and selected the campsite with the same unhurried certainty she applied to everything. The stone formation provided wind shelter. A spring ran through the eastern side. The inscription pattern in the valley rock was calm, old, stable, nothing activated in centuries. After dinner, the group dispersed in the way groups do when they have been traveling together for long enough to have developed comfortable patterns. Xia Wenjing was reviewing her star charts with the lantern. Xiao Rui and Elder Shunbai were sitting at the spring in what had become a regular evening arrangement. They talked very little but appeared to find each other's company sufficient. Yuan Xiao was writing, as always. Yu Mingzhu sat beside Wei Liang at the valley's east edge, where the spring sound carried and the stone inscription patterns were visible at pattern reader depth as faint, steady threads. She said, 8 seconds has become 20. He said, the simultaneous holding. She said, this morning, before we broke camp, I held both resonances for 20 seconds. She said, it did not collapse. I closed it deliberately. He said, what changed? She said, I stopped trying to hold them separately. The sequential practice trained me to maintain a separation between them. Fire here, water here, a space between. But the technique needs them to occupy the same space simultaneously. She said, I stopped separating them and they stopped fighting. He said, you found the right relationship between them. She said, I stopped treating them as two things and started treating them as one process with two aspects. She said, that is what you described in the session 3 weeks ago, but I couldn't do it then. I could only understand it. He said, understanding and doing are different. She said, yes. She said, 20 seconds. She said, the full technique requires sustained holding, not just duration. I am not there yet, but the direction is correct now. She looked at the valley. I have wanted to complete this technique since I was 17. He said, I know. She said, not because of the prophecy. He said, I know. She said, the technique is, it is something that should exist. Two opposing forces in sustained simultaneous balance. It is theoretically possible, and no one has achieved it. I wanted to be the one who achieved it. She said, the prophecy attached itself to that want. It did not create the want. He said, the prophecy identified a practitioner who wanted something that was achievable through inscription correction and connected you to someone who could provide that correction. She said, yes. She said, that is probably the original system working as designed, isn't it? He said, yes. She was quiet for a moment. She said, Hizun's cultivation guidance system. He sent visions showing practitioners what was possible for them and directing them toward what they needed to reach it. He said, yes. The corruption turned it into relationship-anchored visions instead. But the underlying mechanism, connecting practitioners to genuine potential, is what we see in most of the cases. He said, you had something real that needed a specific kind of help. The system found me. She said, Xiao Rui had Earth Berserker technique that needed someone to spar with who could read her inscription in real time and identify what she needed. He said, yes. She said, Lin Feilu had a cultivation flaw that was only readable at inscription depth. He said, yes. She said, the system was matching real needs to the specific ability required to address them. She said, it was not building a romantic drama. It was building a working group. He said, that is my current assessment, yes. She looked at him. She said, the embarrassing specificity of some of the visions. He said, the corruption overlay. The Void Patriarch's rewrite added the relationship framing to make the system produce concentrated authority. But the underlying match, practitioner to practitioner, is still Hizun's design. She said. So the embarrassing specificity is the corruption. He said. Yes. She said. Good. She said. I prefer my interest to be my own rather than an inscription's engineering. She said. Even if the system created the opportunity. He said. The opportunity is not the interest. She said. No. She said. It is not. The spring ran. The valley was quiet. Lin Feilu, from somewhere in the darkness at the valley edge where she had taken up her customary evening perimeter position, said, Are you two going to be long? Yu Mingzhu said, We are finished. Lin Feilu said, All right. A pause. The 20 seconds is significant. Yu Mingzhu looked toward the darkness at the valley edge. She said, Thank you. Lin Feilu said, Observation. She said, I watch things. Chapter 65. On the 12th day, Wei Liang advanced. He had been working toward revision hand since the deep archive visit. The boundary between pattern reader and revision hand was the boundary between reading biological cultivation inscriptions and correcting flaws within them. He had been close. He had felt the edge of it during the extended reading sessions in the Yu Library, in the consultation work with Yu Mingzhu's technique, in the archive encounters with the eraser's inscription. It came on the road, on a steep section of the northern approach, when he stopped to read an unusual inscription in the mountain face. The formation was natural, not constructed, a mineral deposit arrangement that had been channeling cultivation energy from the mountain's base to the peak over what he estimated was 2,000 years. At revision hand depth, which he was suddenly and without warning able to access, he could see not just the current state of the inscription, but the entire developmental history. The way the pattern had evolved, corrected itself, adapted to changes in the mountain's geological structure. 2,000 years of autonomous inscription development, recorded in the stone. He stood with one hand on the rock face and read for 11 minutes. Chao Rui said, You advanced. He said, Yes. He said, Revision hand. I can read the developmental history now, not just the current state, but how it got there. He said, That changes what I can do with the eraser. She said, Explain. He said, At pattern reader I could read the eraser's surface inscription and reach toward the exception criteria framework. At revision hand I can read deeper, including the operational framework's developmental history. If the exception criteria have evolved since the original design, I can trace that evolution and find the original intent. She said, You can find Hizun's original exception criteria rather than the 500-year accumulation. He said, Yes. The eraser's operational layer may have drifted from Hizun's design in ways that create gaps he intended to be there. She said, Gaps you can use. He said, Gaps we can use. He said, All of us passing through the vault. The exception criteria may be broad enough to cover everyone, not just me. Elder Shunbai, who had been listening from the road, said, Good. She said, I had hoped for revision hand before we reached the vault. She said, The timeline is better than I calculated. He said, You calculated. She said, I have been doing calculations about this situation for 200 years. I track whether they are accurate. She said, The advancement timeline exceeds my projection by 3 weeks. That is acceptable variance. She said, Continue. They continued. He spent the rest of the day reading at revision hand depth, learning the new access the way he learned everything, by reading what was in front of him, finding the edges, noting what the new depth revealed about what he had previously been unable to see. The biological cultivation inscriptions of his traveling companions were more legible now. He could see not just the current state of their cultivation, but its developmental arc, the way each practitioner's choices over years had shaped the inscription into what it currently was. He was careful not to read at depth without purpose. He had explained this to the group after pattern reader advanced. The new depth did not make the commitment obsolete. Lin Feilu fell back to his position that evening and said, Revision hand. He said, Yes. She said, You are going to be able to read my technique's correction site. He said, Yes. The developmental history of the correction, not just the current state. She said, Is it holding? He said, Would you like me to read it? She said, Yes. He read at revision hand depth. The correction site in her cultivation technique was clear, not just the current inscription but the history of the flaw developing over 15 years and the correction he had made and the way her technique had integrated the correction over the subsequent weeks. The integration was clean. The correction had held. He said, It is holding well. The foundational alignment has stabilized. The technique is advancing. She said, By how much? He said, You are at the level you would have been at if the flaw had not developed. For years of artificial sealing, reversed. He said, Your ceiling now is your actual ceiling. She said, which I don't know yet. He said, no, but it is real. She was quiet for a moment. She said, all right. She said, good. She moved back to her forward position. He watched her go and noted, in the quality of her movement, something that had not been there when she first appeared in the workshop doorway with something concealed in her right hand. The specific ease of a practitioner who has been carrying a constraint for so long they forgot it was a constraint and has now set it down. He noted this. He kept walking. Chapter 66. On the 14th day, they entered the mountain range that appeared on Elder Shun Bai's 200-year-old charts, but not on any current map. Xia Wenjing had confirmed the range's location from the celestial record. It appeared in astronomical notation as a formation that generated inscription interference significant enough to be visible in starlight observations. At ground level, Wei Liang could read the interference from a distance. The mountain range had a complex inscription pattern that radiated outward from its core, layered and dense, the oldest environmental inscription he had encountered so far. He stopped at the edge of the range and read it. The inscription was not designed by a human hand. Or not entirely. The core was natural, geological patterns that had been developing for longer than any cultivation tradition. But the outer layers bore Hizun's method. The same style he had identified in the foundational stone tablet, in the celestial messages, in the eraser's deep operational framework. Hizun had worked with this mountain range, had integrated his inscription practice into its natural patterns, had built something that used the mountain as its medium rather than imposing on it. He said, Hizun worked here. Elder Shunbai said, for 30 years, before he developed the alignment system. This is where he learned natural inscription. The preservation vault is in the core of the range. She said, the eraser's original instance is also in this range, at the range's boundary layer. We will need to pass it. He said, I know. The range limit and the exception criteria. She said, revision hand gives you the developmental history read. You identified this 2 days ago. He said, yes. I have been reading the eraser's structure from this distance since we came into sight of the range. He said, the exception criteria are broader than the secondary instances version. The original design has 6 exception categories. The secondary instances carry only 1, the authorized corrector clause. He said, the original has 5 more. She said, what are they? He described them. The 6 exception criteria Hizun had built into the original eraser were practitioners actively engaged in inscription correction, practitioners under formal cultivation master registration from a tradition predating the eraser's creation, practitioners whose cultivation inscription was at natural threshold rather than advancement threshold, practitioners who had received a vision or dream from the alignment system's source inscription, practitioners accompanied by a registered first era cultivation authority, practitioners whose purpose in approaching was explicitly restorative rather than extractive. He said, Elder Shunbai qualifies under criteria 2. You have a cultivation registration from a tradition that predates the eraser. She said, yes. He said, I qualify under criteria 1 and criteria 4. I am actively engaged in correction. I have received visions from the alignment system. He paused. I also qualify under criteria 6, I believe. My purpose is restorative. She said, yes. He said, the others. He looked at the group. Yu Mingzhu had received a vision from the alignment system, criteria 4. Chao Rui had received a dream, criteria 4. Lin Filu had received a vision, criteria 4. Xia Wenjing had been tracking alignment system outputs for 22 years, criteria 4, and possibly criteria 6 if her observatory purpose counted as restorative documentation. Ruan Xiao had not received a vision or dream. He said, Ruan Xiao. She said, I was going to mention that. He said, you don't qualify under any of the 6 criteria. She said, I know. Elder Shunbai said, she qualifies under criteria 5. I am a registered first-era cultivation authority. A practitioner accompanied by such an authority is exempted. She looked at Ruan Xiao. You will need to stay within 10 meters of me through the range boundary. Ruan Xiao said, understood. She said it with the calm of someone who had already considered this problem and is satisfied to have a solution presented. Wei Liang said, you were going to mention it. She said, yes. I had not yet determined the solution. She said, Elder Shunbai determined it before I raised the question. She said, I will note this in the record as a case where someone else identified a solution before I did. For completeness. He said, noted. Chapter 67. The eraser's original instance was at the range boundary. It was visible at revision hand depth from 200 meters away. The most complex inscription Wei Liang had encountered, orders of magnitude beyond the secondary instance at the sect. It was old in the way that natural processes were old. Not decayed, not diminished, but layered with the accumulated history of 5 centuries of autonomous operation. He read its outer layers as they approached. He said, "It is aware of our approach. The detection range is significantly larger than the secondary instance. I estimate 150 meters from the central formation, not 40. Lin Feilu said, "So it has already registered us." He said, "It has registered our approach and is running exception criteria evaluation against each practitioner in the group." He said, "This will take time. The evaluation is thorough." They stopped at the 200-meter mark. Xiao Rui said, "How long?" He said, "I don't know. The original eraser's processing is different from what I've read before. It is very thorough." He said, "I think Hizun's original design was built to evaluate carefully rather than react quickly. The secondary instances were simplified copies that inherited the quick reaction protocol, but not the full evaluation." Elder Shunbai said, "Yes. He designed the original to think before it acted." He felt strongly about the distinction. They waited. After approximately 20 minutes, Wei Liang registered a change in the eraser's inscription pattern. Not activation, something different. The pattern shifted in a way he had not seen before. He read it carefully. He said, "It has completed the evaluation." He said, "All 7 of us have passed the criteria check." He said, "Ruan Xiao passed under criteria 5. Ruan Xiao said, "Good." He said, "There is something else." The group looked at him. He said, "The eraser passed the criteria check, and then it sent something. A signal, or a message, deeper into the range. I can read the signal was sent, but not the content." He said, "I think it notified the vault that we are coming." Elder Shunbai said, "That is the correct interpretation." She said, "Hizun designed the eraser to protect and to inform. When an authorized approach is detected, the inner vault is notified." She said, "He hoped someone would come eventually." He said, "Then they know." She said, "Yes." He said, "How many?" She said, 47. The words settled over the group like a stone dropped in still water. 47 practitioners who had been approaching the same threshold, over 500 years, who had been archived rather than destroyed, and had been waiting in the vault. Not dead, waiting. Xiao Rui said, "They've been in there for, some of them for hundreds of years." Elder Shunbai said, "The vault preserves. The practitioners do not age within it. They are preserved in the state they were when they were archived." She said, "The experience of time inside the vault. I cannot speak to that. I have only read the records." He said, "They knew they were going in." She said some did. The later ones, the practitioners who were archived after the council had been operating for a while, would have understood what was happening to them if they recognized the eraser. The earliest ones may not have. She said, "Hizun himself knew. He built the vault." He said, "He waited for someone to come." She said, "For 500 years. He looked at the mountain range ahead of them. The inscription patterns in the stone were legible, complex and old, but legible. Hizun's method in every layer. And somewhere in the core of it, 47 practitioners waiting, and Hizun himself waiting, for the correction that Hizun had designed the entire system to eventually produce." He said, "Let's go." Chapter 68. The approach through the range took 2 days. The eraser did not engage them. It tracked their movement. Wei Liang could read the tracking in the inscription pattern, a faint attention that followed without interfering. The full exception criteria had been confirmed. The original eraser, more sophisticated than its secondary instances, maintained awareness without activating. The mountain range was extraordinary. He read constantly. The natural inscription patterns that Hizun had worked with for 30 years were everywhere, in the stone, in the water courses, in the specific quality of the air at different elevations. Hizun had not imposed on this landscape. He had worked with it, had learned from it, had added to its inscription record in a way that followed the range's own logic rather than overriding it. 2,000 years of natural inscription development, and then 3 decades of human inscription practice that treated the natural record as a foundation rather than a surface to write over. He understood, reading this, what Hizun had been. Not a practitioner who had learned inscription theory and applied it. A practitioner who had understood inscription as the fundamental language of the world and had spent his life becoming fluent in it. He stopped on the second morning at a flat stone outcropping that offered a view of the range's interior valleys. He stood and read. Elder Shunbai came to stand beside him. She said, "You see it now." He said, "The whole method. Not just the techniques, the underlying philosophy." He said, "He read what was there before he wrote anything. He learned the language from the landscape and then spoke it." She said, "Yes." She said, "That is what most inscription practitioners cannot do. They learn the inscription methods from other practitioners and apply them to the world. Hizun learned from the world itself." She said, "You do the same thing. Not consciously, But the way you approach inscription problems is the same. You read first, understand second, correct only when you understand. He said, I didn't learn it anywhere. She said, no. Hizun's alignment system found you because you had already developed the method independently. She said, the system was designed to find someone whose relationship to inscription was native rather than trained. She said, you are the closest match it has produced in 500 years. He said, am I the only one it produced? She said, there may have been others. The eraser archived 47. Some of them may have been approaching from the same direction you are approaching from. She said, Hizun will know. He said, he will know me. She said, he designed the system to find you. He will recognize what he designed for. He was quiet for a moment. He looked at the valleys and read the inscription patterns in the stone and thought about a practitioner 500 years ago spending 30 years in this mountain range learning to read the world's writing. He thought about the alignment system, designed carefully, used well for 100 years, then corrupted by a student who had misunderstood what power was for. He thought about the 47 practitioners who had come too close to the truth and been preserved instead of destroyed. He said, what do I do when I get there? She said, he will tell you. She said, he has been preparing for this meeting longer than I have. He said, is that supposed to be reassuring? She said, it is supposed to be accurate. He said, those are not the same thing. She said, no. She said, come. We have half a day before we reach the vault entrance. Chapter 69. The vault entrance was a stone formation in the range's central valley. Not a door or a structure. A specific arrangement of naturally occurring stones that resonated at a frequency Wei Liang could read from 30 meters. The vault's outer inscription, broadcasting steadily. He had been reading it for 20 minutes before they reached the formation. The broadcast was Hizun's method, unmistakable now that he had been reading it for 3 days in the mountain range. It was a signal. Here. This is the place. I have been waiting. He put his hand on the central stone. The stone's inscription was the most complex single inscription he had encountered, more complex than the eraser, more complex than the foundational tablet's surface description. He read at revision hand depth and found layers he could reach and layers he could not yet reach. What he could read, the vault was active. The preservation field was intact. 47 inscriptions were present within, individual cultivation patterns, each preserved at the state they had been in when archived. Each one's signature was distinct and legible. He read through them one by one, building a register in his notebook. Near the bottom of his read, near the deepest layer he could access at revision hand, there was a signature he recognized from the celestial record, from the foundational tablet description, from the range's own inscription history. Hizun. The inscription pattern was present and active, not dormant, active, attending. He said, he knows we are here. Elder Shunbai said, he has known since the eraser notified the vault. 2 days. He said, he has been waiting. She said, yes. He said, what do I? The central stone's inscription shifted. Not dramatically, a small change in the broadcast pattern, a single element added to the signal he had been reading. He read the addition. It said, in the inscription notation that he had been learning to read across the entire journey, you found the message. You read the method. You understand what needs to be corrected. He said, to the stone, because it was the most direct available communication channel. Yes. The stone said, then let us begin. He looked at the group. Ruan Xiao's notebook was open. Xiao Wenjing's hands were at her sides. Yu Mingzhu was watching with the steady attention she brought to technique work. Chao Rui was watching the valley perimeter, her earth affinity reading the stone for any external disturbance. Lin Feilu was watching him. Elder Shunbai was standing with her hands in her lap, patient as stone, as she had been for 200 years. He turned back to the vault formation. He said, before we begin, what will opening the vault do to the people inside? The stone said, it will release them from preservation. They will be as they were when they were archived. The time they have spent inside will not have passed for them. He said, they will wake up as if from a sleep. The stone said, yes. He said, and Hizun. The stone said, I am already awake. I have been awake since the eraser confirmed your approach. He said, 500 years. The stone said, the vault does not stop thought. It stops change. I have had time to prepare. He said, you built the system to find someone who could correct what was done. The stone said, I built it to find someone who understood the difference between the inscription and the corruption. The correction requires only that distinction and the access to apply it. You have both. He said, tell me what I am correcting. The stone said, come inside and I will show you. Chapter 70. The vault opened the way and inscription unlocks, not with physical movement, but with a change in the pattern. The formation's resonance shifted, a frequency adjustment that Wei Liang could read as an explicit invitation, and the central stone became permeable at the inscription layer. He entered first. The others followed. The vault interior was not large, a natural chamber in the mountain's core, the walls covered in inscription that glowed faintly at the ambient level, readable at revision hand depth as an integrated preservation field of extraordinary sophistication. 47 points of preserved cultivation inscription distributed through the space like lights in an astronomical map, each one distinct, each one containing the full record of a practitioner's lifetime of cultivation development. At the vault's center, one inscription was different. It was older than the rest, more complex, and it was not in preservation stasis. It was active, present, attending with an awareness that Wei Liang could read at revision hand depth as a genuine consciousness operating within an inscription medium. Hizun was not a body. He was an inscription. He said, "You archived yourself." The inscription said, not with sound, but with a direct inscription communication he could read, "I did not have a choice about being archived. The eraser was activated against me by my student. But I had built the vault. I had designed it to preserve rather than destroy. My student activated the eraser, but he could not change the vault's preservation method." He said, "Your student thought he had destroyed you." The inscription said, "He thought the vault was a containment system. He did not understand that I had designed it as a restoration waiting point. He believed he had removed me from the situation. He only removed me from active operation." He said, 500 years. The inscription said, "I have had time." The observation from inside the vault is indirect but continuous. I have watched the council develop from my student's original design. I have watched the eraser archive the practitioners who came too close. I have been watching your approach since you first read the eraser's traces in your sect's outer wall. He said, since before pattern reader. The inscription said, "The alignment system notified me when you were identified. I have been following your development." He said, "Show me the core inscription. What I need to correct." The inscription shifted. A section of the vault wall became legible. Not the preservation field inscription, but something beneath it. Older, the most fundamental layer of the vault structure. He read it at revision hand depth and found the edge of what he could access. He said, "I can read to this point. The core corruption is deeper." Hizun said, "Yes. What you can see is the surface of the corruption, the layer my student added when he rewrote the alignment system. The core inscription is beneath that. To read the core, you will need the next depth access." He said, "Deep scribe." Hizun said, "Yes. I cannot tell you how to advance to deep scribe. Advancement is always from within. But I can show you what the core inscription looks like, what you are working toward reading, so that when the access comes, you will recognize it." He said, "Show me." Hizun showed him. The display lasted 20 minutes. He read what he could and noted what he could not yet reach. The shape of the corruption, the structure of Hizun's original design beneath it, the specific rewrite his student had added. He could see the problem's architecture even if he could not yet read it fully. He said, "I understand the structure. I don't yet have the access." Hizun said, "I know. That is why the correction cannot happen today." He said, "When?" Hizun said, "When you are ready. The vault will hold. I have waited 500 years. I can wait for you to reach deep scribe." He said, "The 47. Hizun said, "They will be released when the correction is complete. The preservation field is tied to the core inscription state. When the core is corrected, the field will release." He said, "They have to wait." Hizun said, "They have already waited. They are patient. I have explained the situation to each of them over the years. The vault does allow communication between preserved inscriptions, though slowly. They understand. They are waiting for the correction, not for you specifically." He said, "But they will know." Hizun said, "Yes. When you correct the core, they will know before they wake up. They will understand what has been done." He stood in the vault and read the walls and thought about deep scribe and the structure of the corruption and the distance between where he was now and where he needed to be. He turned to the group. He said, "I know what I need to do. I don't yet have the access to do it." He said, "We have to go back." Chao Rui said, "And then what?" He said, "Then I advance to deep scribe and return." She said, "How long?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "As long as it takes." Hizun said, from the wall inscription, "You will advance faster than you think. You always have." Chapter 71. They stayed in the vault for 3 days. This was not the original plan. The original plan had been to reach the vault, assess the situation, and return within the compliance window. But Hizun had 47 conversations to conduct, and Wei Liang had 47 inscription signatures to document. And the work was not something that could be abbreviated. Hizun communicated through the vault's inscription medium, direct communication that Wei Liang read at revision hand depth and translated for the others. The others could hear the general quality of the communication, but not the specifics. Ruan Xiao sat beside Wei Liang for each session and wrote what he translated as he translated it. By the end of the 3 days, she had filled the 7th notebook and had started an 8th. The 47 archive practitioners were present throughout, preserved, not sleeping, aware in whatever way a preserved cultivation inscription could be aware. Hizun had told them about Wei Liang. Most of them had been waiting long enough that the concept of an eventual correction had become a kind of orientation rather than a specific hope. Several of them, through the vault's inter-inscription communication, sent acknowledgments that Hizun translated for Wei Liang. They understood what was needed. They would wait. They were grateful someone had found the vault. One of them sent something different. Hizun translated it as, "Tell the one who comes that the corruption layer has a seam." He said to Hizun, "A seam." Hizun said, "She was archived 12 years ago. She had reached pattern reader depth before the eraser found her, and she spent time in the vault studying the corruption layer from the inside. She identified a structural weakness in my student's rewrite, a place where the corruption is thinner. She believes a practitioner with sufficient access could begin the correction at the seam rather than approaching the core directly." He said, "That is a different approach than what you showed me." Hizun said, "I showed you the direct path. She found an indirect path that may be accessible at lower depth. I cannot evaluate whether it will work. I don't have the access to read the seam from inside the vault. But she was thorough and she had time to study it carefully." He said, "What is her name?" Hizun said, "Lu Yan. She was a formation master from the eastern coastal sections." He said, "Tell her I'll consider both approaches." Hizun relayed this. Lu Yan's inscription sent a response that Hizun translated as, "Good. Don't commit to the direct path until you've looked at the seam. The direct path may not be the only one." He documented this carefully. He had been planning for Deep Scribe. If there was a seam accessible at Revision Hand or approaching Codex Keeper, the next level above Deep Scribe, the timeline could be different. He needed more information before he could plan. On the 3rd day, Hizun said, "You should go. The compliance window. Your 30 days are running." He said, "I know." Hizun said, "You will return." He said, "Yes." Hizun said, "When you return, bring what you have built. The record. The evidence. The practitioners who came because the system sent them. All of it matters to the correction." He said, "Why?" Hizun said, "Because the correction is not just an inscription modification. The system's authority, the ordained council's authority, will fall when the correction is made, because the corruption is what they built their authority on. When the corruption is corrected, the false authority is also corrected. But corrections of that scale require witnesses and records and the kind of institutional weight that cannot be dismissed. You have been building that weight. Bring it." He said, "This is not just about fixing the inscription." Hizun said, "The inscription and the institution are the same thing. Fix one, the other changes. But the change has to be witnessed to be real. That is how human institutions work. Inscription alone is not enough." He looked at the group. He said, "He says bring everything." Ruan Xiao, who had been listening even though she could only hear the general quality of the communication, said, "I have been keeping records since before we left the sect." She said, "The records are distributed in 3 locations." She said, "We are ready." Chapter 72. The return journey was faster. They moved with the efficiency of people who had covered the ground before and knew its characteristics. Lin Feilu's route was optimized, the formation gap, the eastern bypass, the way station contacts. Elder Shinbai's pace was the same as it had been going north. It was the only pace she had, and they had all adjusted to it. On the 4th day of the return, Wei Liang received an indirect notification. It came through the inscription patterns in a formation stone near the road. Not a message anyone had placed, but an inscription disturbance that he could read at Revision Hand depth as the secondary consequence of something having happened at the Stone River sect. A formation adjustment, rapid, not a standard maintenance change. Someone had modified a formation at the sect. He said, "Something has changed at the sect." Xiao Wenjing said, "Can you read what?" He said, "Not at this distance. I can read that a formation was changed, a significant change, not maintenance." The inscription disturbance propagated through the regional formation network. He said, "Someone who knew what they were doing made a change to the sect's formation structure." Lin Feilu said, "Council." He said, "Possible." She said, "Su Chen's assessment order. If you don't comply within 30 days, he has operational authority to act." He said, "How many days have we been traveling?" Xiao Wenjing said, 23. He said, 7 days remaining in the compliance window. Lin Feilu said, "Su Chun may have moved early." Elder Shunbai said, "If Su Chun has moved against the sect, the head elder is in a position where he must either comply or refuse. Both have consequences. She said, he has been observing the situation. He may not be prepared to refuse. He said, we need to move faster. She said, I know. She said, my pace is what it is. She said, I can move for more hours per day. We can reduce the rest stops. He said, Elder, she said, I have 200 years of cultivation development. I do not require the same rest as a younger practitioner. She said, do not manage me. Tell me what the timeline requires, and I will tell you what is possible. He said, we need to be at the sect in 4 days. She said, I can do 4 days with reduced stops. We will cover more ground each day. She said, plan accordingly. They moved. The reduced stops and extended hours were not comfortable, but they were sustainable. Elder Shunbai moved with the same unhurried precision at 14 hours a day as she had at 8. Her pace did not waver, her attention did not diminish. Wei Liang revised his estimate of what 200 years of cultivation development meant in practical terms. On the second day of the accelerated return, Lin Feilu fell back to his position and said, I received a message. He said, from who? She said, a contact in the capital. The ordained council has convened an emergency session. She said, the subject of the session is your file. She said, specifically, the legal challenge record and the evidence of the council's foundational authority structure being manufactured. He said, how does the council know about the evidence? She said, someone distributed it. She said, I don't know who. My contact's note says the evidence summary appeared in 3 separate institutional archives simultaneously, including the Celestial Observatory's public record. He said, Xiao Wenjing. Xiao Wenjing, walking nearby, said, I sent the distribution to 4 additional locations before we left the sect. The Observatory Archive, 2 independent cultivation records repositories, and 1 institutional archive that is technically not under council jurisdiction. She said, the timing was before Su Qin's assessment order, so the distribution cannot be characterized as obstruction. She said, my contact at the observatory confirmed the distribution was completed before the order was issued. He said, you distributed the evidence before we left. She said, I distributed a summary. The full record is in Yuan Xiao's notebooks and in my personal archive. She said, the summary was sufficient to trigger institutional review by anyone who received it. She said, I calculated that an emergency council session was likely. I judged this preferable to allowing the council to act without institutional witnesses. He said, you made this decision on your own. She said, you had not yet made it. The window was closing. She said, I made the decision that needed to be made. She looked at him calmly. I will accept any criticism you have of the process. I do not believe the decision was wrong. He said, it wasn't wrong. He said, I would have consulted you before acting. She said, I know. She said, I acted because the timeline required it. Not because I didn't trust your judgment, because the window was smaller than your consultation timeline would allow. She said, if this was incorrect, tell me clearly and I will not do it again. He said, it was correct. He said, the decision was correct. He said, thank you for telling me what you did. She said, of course. She returned to her charts. Yuan Xiao said, from 3 meters behind. 8th notebook. Chapter 73. They reached the Stone River sect on the morning of the 28th day. The gate was staffed. The maintenance elder was there, which was unusual. The maintenance elder's presence at the outer gate suggested he had been notified of the approach. He looked at the group as they came up the road and said, you are back before the deadline. Wei Liang said, yes. What has happened? The elder said, 2 things. First, Su Qin arrived 4 days ago with a formal assessment team. He is in the administrative hall. He has been waiting. He said, second, a practitioner arrived 6 days ago from the capital with what she described as evidence documentation that she said needed to be delivered to Wei Liang personally. He said, she is also in the administrative hall. He said, who is she? The elder said, she identified herself as a cultivation records administrator from an independent archive institution. He said, she would not give her institutional affiliation to anyone except you. He said, all right. He looked at the group. He said, Elder Shinbai, rest first. The remaining time can be prepared without your immediate presence. She nodded and did not argue. Yuan Xiao, the notebooks need to be secured and copies made before we meet with Su Qin. She said, already arranged. I sent ahead to the observatory's local contact 2 days ago. The rest of you, you've been on the road for nearly 30 days. Rest, wash, eat. We will meet in the workshop in 2 hours. Lin Feilu said, you should know what Su Qin has been doing while he waited. He said, tell me on the way in. She told him. Su Chun had arrived with 5 assessment staff and 3 practitioners who carried the specific formation signature of council security personnel. He had been courteous to the sect administration and had not attempted any forced action within the compliance window. He had, however, placed 3 council formation stones in the outer courtyard, monitoring inscriptions, Wei Liang deduced, that would detect his return and notify Su Chun immediately. He had already read the formation stones when he entered the outer gate. He had noted them and not touched them. Removing them before meeting Su Chun would have been a provocation. Leaving them in place was information. He said, "He knows I'm back." Lin Feilu said, "He knew before you reached the gate." He said, "Good." He said, "The meeting needs to happen today." She said, "Before or after you talk to the records administrator?" He said, "Before." He said, "I need to know what she brought before I meet with Su Chun." Chapter 74. The records administrator was a woman approximately his own age, precise in manner, sitting in the outer waiting room of the administrative hall with a sealed document case on her knees. She stood when Wei Liang entered. She said, "You are Wei Liang." He said, "Yes." She said, "I am from the Independent Cultivation Records Archive. We are not affiliated with the ordained council. Our institutional mandate is the preservation and authentication of historical cultivation documentation." She said, "6 weeks ago, our archive received a delivery of documentation that we were asked to authenticate." She said, "The documentation arrived with a notation that we should seek you out when authentication was complete." She said, "Authentication took 4 weeks. It was complete." She said, "I came immediately." He said, "What was in the documentation?" She said, "A complete copy of Hizun's original foundational work, including the alignment system's core design specifications, the eraser's original operational framework including all 6 exception criteria, and a certified record of the system's creation predating the ordained council's establishment by 520 years. She held up the case. "This is the authenticated copy. The original is in our archive." He said, "Who sent it?" She said, "The notification said it was sent by the vault." She said, "I did not understand this notation. I came because the documentation is real. Our authentication confirmed it is genuine and predates any known practitioner tradition currently operating. It is not fabricated." She said, "Whatever the vault is, it sent us real documentation." He was still for a moment. Hizun had sent documentation ahead, not through the inscription communication in the vault, through a physical delivery mechanism that Hizun had prepared 500 years ago in time to activate at the correct moment. He had been preparing for this meeting longer than Elder Shunbai had. He had been preparing for longer than anyone. He said, "I will need to read the documentation." She said, "I expected that. I have time." She said, "The archive's position, now that we have authenticated this documentation, is that the historical record contains evidence bearing on the question of the ordained council's founding authority." She said, "We have a professional obligation to make that evidence available." He said, "How widely has it been distributed?" She said, "The authenticated copy went to 5 institutional archives before I left the capital. The archive's position was that documentation of this significance should be in multiple locations before anyone knew we had it." She said, "Su Chun does not yet know what the documentation contains. He knows we made a delivery. He does not know the contents." He said, "You didn't tell him." She said, "He is not authorized to access documentation in transit to its intended recipient." She said this with the flat satisfaction of someone who has waited for years to use a rule they found genuinely useful. He said, "All right." He said, "Can I read it now?" She said, "That is why I am here." He read for 40 minutes. The authentication was thorough and the documentation was real. Hizun's original specifications, his own handwriting in the inscription notation style Wei Liang had been reading for months, the complete design of the alignment system from first principles. It was more complete than anything Hizun had been able to show him from inside the vault. It was the whole picture. He said, "Thank you." He said, "The archive has done an important thing." She said, "The archive has done our job." She said, "Which is occasionally the most important thing anyone does." Chapter 75. Wei Liang met with Grand Arbiter Su Chun in the administrative hall at the 3rd bell of the afternoon. The head elder was present, as he had been for every previous council meeting. Elder Shunbai was present. She had rested for 90 minutes and had appeared in the workshop before the meeting, having decided that her presence was needed. The records administrator had offered to attend as a witness, and Wei Liang had accepted. Ruan Xiao was in the corner with an open notebook. Su Chun looked at the assembled group. He said, "You returned within the compliance window." Wei Liang said, "Yes." Su Chun said, "I will conduct the formal capability assessment as specified in the order." Wei Liang said. Before the assessment, there is documentation I need to share with you. Su Chen said. The assessment takes priority, Wei Liang said. The documentation bears directly on the assessment's legal basis. He said, the Independent Cultivation Records Archive has authenticated a document establishing that the ordained council's founding authority is derived from an inscription artifact predating the council by 500 years and created by a practitioner rather than by divine authority. He said, the authentication was completed by an independent institution and has been distributed to 5 institutional archives. Su Chen was still. Wei Liang said, I am not asking you to act on this today. I am informing you that the documentation exists, has been authenticated, and has been distributed. The council's emergency session has presumably been convened because the documentation summary has already reached institutional review. He said, I am giving you the authenticated version directly. He placed the document case on the table. Su Chen looked at it. He looked at Wei Liang. His expression was the expression of someone who has spent their professional career within a structure that has just been described to them as fundamentally different from what they believed it was. He said, what exactly does the documentation show? Wei Liang said, the foundational divine tablet is a manufactured inscription. Its author was He Zun, an inscription theorist who lived 500 years ago. The council's founding authority is traceable to his work, which was appropriated by his student and reframed as divine revelation. He said, I have the complete evidence chain, the documentation, the celestial inscription record, the vault's registry, and a direct communication from He Zun himself, who has been preserved in the vault since his student archived him using the eraser system. He said, this is not a theory. It is a documented record. Su Chen said, you spoke with He Zun. Wei Liang said, I was in the vault for 3 days. Su Chen said nothing for a long moment. Wei Liang said, I am not asking for the council to dissolve. I am asking for an honest review of the foundational authority claim. The alignment system He Zun created was designed to help practitioners develop their potential. That is a genuine good that the council has, in some form, been administering. The divine authority claim is false, but the practical functions built on top of it are mixed. He said, the correction I am working toward restores the original system. It does not destroy the institutions that developed around it. It removes the false authority claim that those institutions are built on. He said, that is a distinction worth understanding before anyone acts. Su Chen sat with the document case in front of him and did not speak for a full minute. He said, you are giving me the documentation voluntarily. Wei Liang said, I am giving it to the council as an institution because the council deserves to understand its own founding accurately. Individual members of the council have been operating in good faith under a false claim. That is not their fault. He said, this is information, not an attack. Su Chen looked at the case. He said, I need to read this. Wei Liang said, yes, take the time you need. He sat down. Su Chen began to read. The room was quiet. Outside the window, the afternoon light was moving across the practice courtyard, the formation stones running steadily, the sect going about its ordinary operations, as if this afternoon were any other afternoon, and not the afternoon when the ordained council's founding grand arbiter read the authenticated documentation of the false authority claim his institution had been built on. Ruan Xiao, in the corner, was writing. Chapter 76, Su Chen read for 2 hours. He read carefully. He asked 3 questions during the reading. Once to confirm the authentication institution's standing. Once to ask Wei Liang to clarify a specific notation in He Zun's original specification document. Once, near the end, to ask how He Zun had sent the documentation if he had been preserved in the vault since his archiving. Wei Liang explained the activation mechanism. He Zun had built a delivery system into the vault infrastructure. Time to release the documentation when the vault's internal notifications confirmed that an authorized approach had been made and registered. He Zun had not known exactly when the delivery would be triggered. He had known it would happen when the time was right. Su Chen said, he built a delivery system 500 years ago and trusted it would work when needed. Wei Liang said, yes. Su Chen said, and it did. Wei Liang said, yes. Su Chen closed the document case. He sat for a while. The head elder, at the side of the table, had not moved or spoken throughout the reading. Elder Shunbai had fallen asleep in her chair approximately 40 minutes into the reading and was currently asleep with the quality of someone who has been awake for 20 days and has decided that this particular moment does not require her continued attention. Su Chen said, I have been Grand Arbiter for 21 years. Before that I was a Regional Assessment Officer for 12. My entire professional life has been built on the authority structure this documentation undermines. He said, I want to be precise about what I am saying when I say, I believe the documentation is genuine. Wei Liang said, all right. Su Chen said, it is consistent with things I have noted over 21 years that did not have explanations. The Divine Mandate's source inscription, I have reviewed it twice as part of the authority verification process. The style felt manufactured to me. I did not have grounds to say so. I wrote it off as my own skepticism. He said, the documentation provides the grounds I did not have. He said, you had doubts. Su Chen said, many practitioners in the council have doubts. The council's function as a practical administrative institution is real, regardless of whether the founding authority claim is accurate. He said, that is the complication. If I acknowledge the documentation, I am not just questioning a founding myth. I am beginning a process that will restructure the entire authority framework within which every cultivation institution operates. Wei Liang said, I know. Su Chen said, you are proposing this deliberately. The correction. Wei Liang said, I am proposing a correction to a corruption. The genuine function the council serves, administering cultivation institutions, maintaining standards, managing intersect relationships, those are real functions that serve a real purpose. They can continue on a different authority basis. He said, the false divine mandate is not the foundation of those functions. It is an overlay. Removing the overlay does not remove the functions. Su Chen said, you have thought about this. Wei Liang said, for months. He said, I want to be clear that my goal is not the council's dissolution. My goal is the correction of an inscription that corrupted a system designed for something genuinely good. The institutional consequences of that correction are significant, but they are not a goal. Su Chen said, what do you need from me? The room was quiet. The head elder looked at Su Chen with the expression of someone who has been waiting for this question for 30 years. Wei Liang said, a period of institutional stability while I complete the correction. The council needs to not take actions that escalate the situation while I work toward deep scribe access. I need the assessment order suspended and the procedural case held in place. He said, when the correction is made, the situation will resolve itself. I cannot tell you exactly when that will be. Su Chen said, deep scribe is the next level. Wei Liang said, yes, I am at revision hand. Deep scribe requires reading the sect's institutional inscription structures at depth, the patterns underlying how power organizes itself in human institutions. I need direct access to a major institutional structure to advance. Su Chen said, and the council is a major institutional structure. He said, yes. Su Chen was quiet for a moment. He said, you want access to the council's own institutional inscription records. Wei Liang said, I want access to read the council's inscription structure. Not to modify it, to read it. Reading is how I advance. I need to read something at the scale and complexity that the council represents. Su Chen said, you want to read the institution to advance, and advancing allows you to make the correction, and the correction changes the institution's authority basis. Wei Liang said, yes. Su Chen said, that is a circular structure that I find either elegant or alarming, and I am not yet certain which. The head elder said, in my experience, it is both. Su Chen looked at him. The head elder returned his gaze with the neutrality of someone who has been keeping 30 years of doubts to himself and finds the current situation a reasonable occasion to say one true thing. Su Chen almost smiled. He said, I will suspend the assessment order pending an internal review of the documentation. He said, that gives you time. It gives the council time. It does not prejudge the outcome. He said, I cannot promise the council will cooperate with your access request. That requires a broader institutional decision. He said, but I will not obstruct the review. Wei Liang said, that is sufficient. Chapter 77. After Su Chen left, the head elder poured tea. This was not standard procedure. He poured tea from the service on the side table that had been set up before the meeting, and he handed cups to Wei Liang and Elder Shinbai, who had woken from her 20-minute nap with complete composure and received her cup with the air of someone who had not just been asleep in the middle of a significant institutional meeting, and to the records administrator, who accepted hers with surprise. He said, 21 years as Grand Arbiter. 12 before that. He said, and the first response he gave to potentially career-ending documentation was to describe it as genuine and ask what you needed from him. He looked at Wei Liang. You chose to give it to him directly. Wei Liang said, he has spent his career administering a false claim in good faith. He deserved to know. The head elder said, most people in his position would have responded with institutional protection rather than acknowledgement. Wei Liang said, most people in his position don't read the documentation for 2 hours. The head elder considered this. He said, fair. He said, what happens now? Wei Liang said, I need deep scribe. Su Chun is not going to grant institutional access quickly. That requires the council's emergency session to move toward acknowledgement, which will take time. He said, I need a different path to the depth access. The head elder said, what constitutes a structure of sufficient complexity for deep scribe access? Wei Liang said, the underlying inscription patterns of how an institution's power organizes itself. The sect would theoretically qualify. It is a complex institution with several generations of accumulated inscription patterns in its governance structure. The head elder said, you need to read the sect's power structure. Wei Liang said, if you grant access. The head elder said, read what you need. He said it with the flatness of someone who has been waiting a long time to say something useful and has finally found the occasion. He said, the sect has been a quiet observer in this situation since you arrived. It is no longer quiet. Read what you need. Wei Liang said, thank you. The head elder poured himself a cup of tea, sat back down, and said, tell me what you found in the vault. He told him. The head elder listened for an hour. He asked 3 questions, each of them pointed and specific, the questions of someone who had been building his own understanding of the situation for months and is now finding the missing pieces. When Wei Liang finished, the head elder said, 140 years of administration built on a corrupted inscription, and the person who created the original is preserved in a mountain range waiting for a correction. Wei Liang said, yes. The head elder said, Hizun's original design was genuine. Wei Liang said, yes. He said, and the practitioners the eraser archived, 47, they are real. Wei Liang said, yes. Preserved since their archiving. When the correction is made, they will be released. The head elder was quiet for a moment. He said, some of them have been there for centuries. Wei Liang said, yes. He said, they will wake up into a world that is entirely changed. Wei Liang said, yes. He said, that is a very human complication for what is otherwise an inscription problem. Wei Liang said, I know. He said, I have been thinking about it. The head elder said, when you make the correction, he stopped. He started again. There should be people there. When the 47 come out, someone who can explain what has happened and help them understand where they are. Wei Liang said, yes. He said, that is not an inscription problem. That is a human one. He said, you will need people who are good at it. Wei Liang looked at the group and thought about who among them was good at explaining difficult things to people who had not expected to find themselves in a changed world. He thought about Xia Wenjing's 22 years of careful preparation. He thought about Elder Shun Bai's 2 centuries of accumulated patience. He thought about Ruan Xiao, who had been keeping records since before any of this started and who had never once failed to explain something accurately and with appropriate care. He said, I know who to ask. Chapter 78 Deep Scribe came 3 weeks after the return from the vault. He spent those 3 weeks reading the sect's institutional inscription structure with the head elder's permission. The administrative formation records, the compliance documentation, the governance inscriptions that had been laid down in the sect's foundation stones and accumulated through generations of administration. The structures were complex and interesting in the way that human institutions are always complex and interesting. The formal inscription of stated authority layered over the informal inscription of actual practice, the two often divergent in small ways that accumulated into significant patterns. He read carefully and took extensive notes. On the 19th day, reading in the sect's deepest administrative archive, the records that went back to the sect's original founding documents, the inscription patterns of decisions made by people who had been dead for generations and whose decisions still shape the practice of everyone currently operating within the sect, he found the layer. Not an advancement trigger, not a specific moment, a recognition. He was already reading at deep scribe depth. The access had been there for 3 days. He had been using it without identifying it, because the shift from revision hand to deep scribe was a shift in what he was reading rather than how deeply he was reading. He had crossed the boundary when he began reading the institutional inscription patterns as a system rather than as individual components. He sat back from the record he was reading and confirmed this against the description he had built from his own advancement history. Deep scribe can read the inscriptions underlying a sect's power structure. He was reading them, had been reading them for 3 days. He wrote in his notebook, Deep scribe, I have been at this level for approximately 3 days without identifying the advancement. The transition was from reading cultivation and formation inscriptions to reading institutional inscription, the patterns underlying how power organizes itself in human structures. This is a different kind of reading and required different orientation rather than deeper access to the same material. He added, I can return to the vault. I can read the seam Lu Yin identified. I can attempt the correction. He added, I need to tell the others. The others were in the workshop when he returned from the archive. He said, I advanced. Ruan Xiao said, when? He said, 3 days ago. I didn't notice. She said, you advanced 3 days ago and didn't notice. He said, the transition was different from previous advancements. The depth wasn't new. The material was new. She said, Ninth Notebook. Chapter 79. 2 days before the second departure for the vault, Su Chen returned. He came without his assessment team. He came with a letter from the council's emergency session committee, sealed with the full council seal rather than the Grand Arbiter's personal authority seal. He handed the letter to Wei Liang in the workshop without preamble. The letter was written in formal institutional notation. It stated, the ordained council has received and internally reviewed the authenticated documentation submitted by the Independent Cultivation Records Archive. The council's emergency session committee has reached a preliminary finding that the documentation requires further institutional review before determinations can be made. The council requests a 6-month review period before any action is taken affecting the council's authority structure. Wei Liang read it twice. He said, a 6-month review period. Su Chen said, yes. He said, in exchange for what? Su Chen said, in exchange for the council suspending all enforcement actions against you and your associates, suspending all compliance file reviews for the practitioners connected to your Nexus file, and granting you access to the council's institutional archives. He said, the access request you made. The council is granting it, retroactively, for the period during which you were reading the Stone River Sect's administrative records. He said, your Deep Scribe advancement will not be challenged. He said, they know. Su Chen said, you read a complex institutional structure for 3 weeks. The council's assessment team noticed the inscription activity. He said, they did not interfere because the assessment order was suspended. But they noticed. He said, the emergency session committee's view is that advancing to Deep Scribe by reading an institution's inscription structure is an ability that the council finds either useful or threatening, and they have not yet determined which. He said, so they want time. Su Chen said, the council is a large institution with a great deal invested in the current authority structure. Change at this scale requires time to process. He said, the 6-month review period is not stalling. It is genuine institutional process. He said, I believe the review will produce an honest finding. He said, and while the review runs, Su Chen said, you complete what you are working toward. He said, the council is aware that a correction is pending. They do not know exactly what the correction entails. They have decided that a correction made transparently and with institutional witnesses is preferable to a correction made outside their visibility. He said, they want to see what happens. He said, they are choosing informed change over defended stability. Su Chen said, some of them are. The vote was not unanimous. He said, 17 members voted for enforcement action rather than review. The majority voted for the review period. He said, the margin was 8 votes. He said, 11. Su Chen said, 16 to 8. 11 was not the number. He said this with the tone of someone who has been counting votes carefully and finds precision important. 16 to 8. More support than I expected. Wei Liang said, thank you for telling me the margin. Su Chen said, I thought it was the relevant information. He said, it is. He said, you voted with the majority. Su Chen said, I did. He said, why? Su Chen said, because the documentation is real and the correction is coming, and the question is not whether it happens, but whether the council is present and honest when it does. He said, I have been a practitioner within this system for 33 years. I have done my job honestly within a framework I am now learning was built on a corruption. He said, I would prefer to be honest about that rather than defend the corruption. He said, all right. Su Chen said, the archive access. You will need it to confirm the vault approach. Wei Liang said, yes. Su Chen said, I will coordinate it. He said, when do you leave? He said, 2 days. Su Chen said, then I have 2 days. He said, tell me what you need from the archive. Chapter 80. The night before the second departure, Wei Liang was in the workshop. He was not working. He was sitting at the inscription bench with the notebooks in front of him. 9 notebooks, the last 3 still in Ruan Xiao's handwriting. The pages dense with documentation of everything that had happened since he arrived at the Stone River Sect and found a stone tablet fragment in a back room. He read through them. Not the details, he knew the details. He read the shape of the record, the way the story was built up from specific observations, patient documentation, careful verification. Each person's arrival, each examination session, each procedural challenge and counter-challenge. The eraser traces. The vault. Hizun's message. Su Chen reading for 2 hours, and saying, "I believe the documentation is genuine." The workshop was quiet. Outside, the practice courts were dark. The formation inscriptions on the walls ran their steady ambient patterns, readable at any of his current depths as a kind of background conversation. The sect going about its quiet operations, everything as it had been when he arrived, and also entirely different. The door opened. Lin Feilu came in and sat in the examination chair, the one she had sat in for 4 correction sessions, the one she had called a dining chair. She said, "You are reading the notebooks." He said, "Yes." She said, "Wan Xiao told me you do this sometimes." She said, you do it when you are about to do something that you are not certain will work." He said, "Wan Xiao should not interpret my habits to other people." She said, "You would say that." He said, "I know." He closed the current notebook. He said, "The seam Lu Yin identified. I don't know if it will hold at deep scribe depth. The direct approach is more certain, but requires more depth than I currently have." She said, "And the seam approach?" He said, "May work at my current level. May not." He said, "I can read the seam when I get there. The vault will tell me whether it is viable." She said, "And if it is not viable?" He said, "Then I come back and advance to Codex Keeper and try the direct approach." She said, "More time." He said, "Yes." She said, "The 47 are still waiting." He said, "I know." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "What is the specific fear?" He said, "That the correction requires more than I currently have, and I won't know until I am there." She said, "That is always the position." She said, "Every session I have had with you has been in a situation where we don't know until we are there. You read. You find what is there. You correct what can be corrected." He said, "Those were cultivation inscriptions. This is the core of a system that has been running for 500 years. She said, "Yes." She said, "And it was designed to be corrected by someone with your specific ability." She said, "Hizun built it to be correctable from the inside by an inscription practitioner without direct cultivation power. The design is for you, not for a general inscription master." She said, "That is still your advantage." He said, "I am aware of this intellectually." She said, "I know." She said, "I am telling you anyway because sometimes you know things and still need to hear them." He looked at the notebook. He looked at the examination chair. He said, "When you arrived here, you had a concealed item in your right hand, and you stood in the doorway and told me you were evaluating the workshop's security." She said, "Yes." He said, "What was the item?" She said, "A contact poison applicator. Very fast, very clean. The original assignment was an information extraction and termination." She said, "I was deciding at that point whether to proceed with extraction." He said, "And?" She said, "And you turned around and said, 'Can I help you?' And I said, 'No,' because that was accurate. And you said, 'Are you looking for something specific in the workshop?' And I said, 'No.' And then I left." She said, "You were so completely unperformative about it that I had to reconsider." He said, "The reconsideration took 4 days." She said, "I was thorough." She said, "By day 4 I had decided that completing the contract would be a waste of someone who was clearly doing something important, and also that I needed the cultivation correction, and also that," she stopped. She said, "Also other things that are not relevant to the current discussion." He said, "All right." She said, "The point is." She said, "Go to the vault. Read the seam. Do what you can read to do." She said, "You will know what it is when you see it. You always do." He said, "You're certain?" She said, "I have never been certain of anything in my professional life except the accuracy of careful observation." She said, "I have been observing you for months." She said, "I am certain." He looked at her. She looked back with the directness she brought to everything, the specific quality of someone who says what is true and nothing else. He said, "Thank you." She said, "Don't be embarrassing about it." She stood. She said, "Get some sleep. The second departure is tomorrow." She left. He sat for a while with the notebooks in front of him and the formation inscriptions running their steady patterns on the walls. He thought about the seam and the vault and 47 practitioners, and Izun waiting 500 years. He thought about what he could read and what reading had always produced. He closed the notebooks. He went asleep. Chapter 81. The second journey north was different from the first. The first journey had been an exploration, moving towards something Wei Liang had understood in outline but not in specifics, reading the landscape as he went, discovering what the mountain range held at its core. The second journey was directed. He knew the route. He knew the destination. He knew what he would find at the vault and what he needed to do there. This knowledge made the journey quieter in some ways and louder in others. Quieter because the group had developed a traveling rhythm. Xia Wenjing at the lead with her charts, Lin Feilu forward and back on her survey routes, Chao Rue, with Elder Shunbai at the rear setting the pace. Yu Mingzhu and Wei Liang in the middle, Wan Xiao everywhere simultaneously. The rhythm required no adjustment. They moved louder because the inscription patterns in the landscape were now readable at deep scribe depth, and at deep scribe the landscape was an entirely different text. He had expected that deep scribe would mean reading institutional inscriptions, the patterns underlying human power structures, which was how the advancement had come. He had not expected it to mean that the entire landscape's inscription record became legible in a new dimension. At deep scribe depth, the mountain range ahead was not just old natural inscription patterns. It was a record of institutional history, the inscription residue of every cultivation tradition that had operated in this territory, every sect that had laid claim to land or students or authority, the accumulated inscription of human organization going back further than he had expected. Thousands of years of how people had organized themselves, written in the stone. He read as they walked. On the third day, Yu Mingzhu said, "What are you reading?" He said, "The institutional inscription history of the Northern Territory. It goes back further than any current sect tradition." He said, "There were cultivation communities operating in this region 2,000 years ago, before the current sect system existed. Their inscription patterns are still in the landscape." He said, "I can read the dissolution event. When a community ended, the inscription pattern shows a specific kind of collapse. Some dissolutions are gradual, some are sudden. Several of the communities in this region ended suddenly." She said, "The eraser." He said, "Possibly some of them. I cannot confirm at this distance which closures were eraser-related, but some of the signature patterns are consistent with what I read in the sect's deep archive." She said, "It has been doing this for a long time." He said, 500 years minimum. But the oldest sudden dissolution inscriptions in this landscape are older than 500 years. He said, "Either the eraser predates Hizun's creation of it, which contradicts the vault documentation, or someone was doing this before he built the system, and Hizun built his version in response." She said, "A different erasure." He said, "A different system, or the same goal with a different mechanism." He said, "I don't know yet. I'm noting it." She said, "You are going to have more work after this correction than you have had before it." He said, "Yes." He said, "I know." She said, "Does that concern you?" He said, "It is information about the scope of the problem." He said, "Concern is a different question." He said, "The correction is what is currently needed. After the correction, I will have different access. I will read what is there and find what needs addressing." He said, "The scope is large. The work is specific. I deal with the specific." She said, "That is a very Wei Liang answer." He said, "I am the only Wei Liang I have access to." She said, "I find that answer both extremely predictable and somehow still surprising." She said, "The dual resonance technique." She said, "Last night I held both resonances for 4 minutes." He stopped walking. She looked at him. He said, "For minutes." She said, "The collapse threshold is somewhere above 4 minutes. I don't know where yet, but 4 minutes of sustained simultaneous holding." She said, "I think I am close." He said, "The technique completion, the prophecy fulfillment." She said, "Yes." She said, "I wanted to tell you before we reached the vault." She said, "So you know the state of things when we go in." He said, "When the technique completes, the compliance file closes." She said, "Yes." She said, 6 years of quarterly assessments. The file closes when the technique completes, and the technique will complete." She said, "I wanted you to know that I am not completing the technique to close the file. The file closing is a consequence." He said, "I know." She said, "I know you know." She said, "I am saying it clearly anyway because some things deserve to be said clearly." She said, "For minutes. I am close." He said, "When you complete it," he stopped. He said, "After the vault. When we return, we will finish the technique together." He said, "I want to read the completion at deep scribe depth." He said, "I want to see what a 14-year process looks like when it finishes." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "All right." She said, "After the vault." They walked. Chapter 82. The mountain range registered their approach from a greater distance than the first visit. He noticed this on the 11th day. The inscription pattern that radiated from the range's core was reading his group from further out, the attention more precise than before. He mentioned it to Elder Shunbai. She said, "The vault knows you are coming." Hizun designed the range's inscription response to activate at greater distance for authorized returns. The first approach requires full eraser evaluation, but a return from an authorized party triggers earlier recognition. She said, "He anticipated that the person making the correction might need multiple visits." He said, "He thought of that." She said, "He was very thorough." She said, You remind me of him, in that way. He said, in what way specifically? She said, the noting, the documentation, the careful building of evidence before any action. She said, Hizun spent 30 years reading before he wrote the first inscription of the alignment system. She said, you have been building toward this correction for nearly a year before attempting it. She said, he would recognize the approach. He said, did you know him? She said, I knew of him. My tradition's records include his early work, the 30 years in the mountain range. He was already in the vault when my tradition was founded. She said, but his method is in the records. The inscription theory, the 30-year reading practice. I learned from his documentation. She said, in a sense, everyone who learned from natural inscription patterns learned from him eventually. He said, your 200-year preparation. She said, yes. She said, I knew what was in the vault. I prepared to be useful when it opened. She said, I prepared documentation, cultivation master credentials, knowledge of the exception criteria. I prepared to accompany whoever came with the right ability. She said, I was not certain you would come in my lifetime. 200 years is long, but the vault has been waiting 500. She said, I prepared anyway. He said, and now. She said, and now I am walking into a mountain range with the correct person at the correct time. She said, I find this satisfying. She said, after 200 years, satisfaction is not a simple feeling, but it is present. He said, thank you. She said, for what specifically? He said, for preparing, for being here, for telling me what you know without withholding information until it was needed, for not treating me as a tool to be managed. She said, you are not a tool. You are a practitioner doing difficult work. She said, everyone around you treats you accordingly. She said, that is because of how you treat them. He said, is that observation or instruction? She said, both. She said, walk. The range is 3 days ahead. Chapter 83. The eraser recognized them at 200 meters. This time the recognition was different. Not the thorough evaluation of unknown practitioners, but a specific acknowledgement. The inscription pattern shifting into a configuration Hizun had apparently designed to indicate clearance for authorized return parties. Wei Liang read it as, come through. I know who you are. They passed through the eraser's range without stopping. The exception criteria evaluation took approximately 4 minutes. The eraser did not activate against any member of the group. On the other side of the boundary, Chao Rui said, it let us through. He said, yes. She said, is that because we all passed last time? He said, it recognized the group. The first evaluation established the record. The return party matches the record. He said, Hizun built the system to recognize authorized return, not just authorized approach. She said, he really did think of everything. Elder Shunbai said, he had 30 years and 2 centuries to think. They moved through the mountain range. At deep scribe depth, the range's inscription history was even richer than it had been at revision hand. Every layer of Hizun's 30-year practice visible in the stone, the accumulation of a practitioner who had learned to read the world's own writing and had eventually built his own contribution into that record. The institutional inscription history was present too. The communities that had operated here, the dissolution events, the gradual reclaiming of the space by natural patterns after the communities had ended. Wei Liang read as they walked and tried to understand the pattern of what had been erased. Not random, not arbitrary. Every dissolution event he could read at deep scribe depth showed the same signature. A community that had been developing a specific kind of institutional inscription, not power concentration, but distributed understanding. Communities where multiple practitioners were developing independent inscription reading abilities simultaneously, without centralizing the knowledge in a single authority. The eraser had been suppressing distributed understanding. He said, I have to tell you something. The group looked at him. He said, the dissolution events in the landscape. The communities that ended suddenly over the past 1,000 years. He said, they were not terminated because they posed a specific threat or because they were about to make a specific discovery. He said, they were terminated because of how they were organized. Each one was a community where inscription understanding was developing in multiple practitioners simultaneously without central authority. He said, the eraser's goal was not suppressing specific discoveries. It was suppressing the model of distributed understanding. Lin Feilu said, why? He said, because a model where multiple people independently understand a thing is much harder to control than a model where one authority holds the understanding and distributes it selectively. He said, Hizun's original design created distributed understanding, practitioners developing their own potential independently, guided by the alignment system. His students' rewrite centralized the guidance toward relationship-based authority concentration. He said, The eraser was repurposed to eliminate communities that were doing what Hizun's original design intended, developing understanding broadly. Xia Wenjing said, "The council's entire authority structure is built on centralized inscription knowledge." He said, "Yes." He said, "When the correction is made, the alignment system returns to its original design. The guidance becomes distributed again. The centralized model stops receiving the artificial support the rewrite provides." He said, "The council's authority does not disappear, but the inscription that sustains it changes." He said, Su Chun understood this when he said the institutional consequences would be significant. Yuan Xiao said, "He voted for honest change anyway." He said, "Yes." She said, "That is significant." He said, "Yes." He said, 16 votes out of 24. That is a council that is willing to examine itself. He said, "The Void Patriarch's student built an institution on a corruption, and 380 years later, more than half of that institution voted to examine the corruption honestly." He said, "That is not nothing." Elder Shunbai said, "Hizun will want to know that." He said, "I'll tell him." Chapter 80 for the vault formation recognized them the moment they entered the central valley. The central stone's inscription had shifted since the first visit, a change that Wei Liang read at deep scribe depth as an active reconfiguration. Hizun having spent the time since their first meeting adjusting the vault's inscription structure in preparation for what was about to happen. The preparation was visible in the stone. Layers of inscription modification, systematic and careful, everything positioned for the correction attempt. He put his hand on the central stone. Hizun's inscription said, "You advanced." He said, "Yes." Deep scribe. Hizun said, "I know. I have been reading your approach. The institutional inscription history you read in the landscape. You see the broader pattern now." He said, "The distributed understanding communities." Hizun said, "Yes. I designed the alignment system for that model. My student's version was the opposite: concentrated authority, singular guidance, dependence on central interpretation. The eraser was repurposed to clear the communities that demonstrated the original model naturally, without my design. They were evidence that the model worked. He could not allow that evidence to persist." He said, "I want to try the seam approach." Lu Yan's identification. Hizun said, "I have been studying the seam since the first visit. I can show you what I read from inside. The seam is real, a structural weakness in my student's rewrite layer where he built on top of my original inscription without fully understanding it. He knew the surface of my method, but not the depth. The seam is where he built on top of an element he could not fully incorporate, and the join is imperfect." He said, "Is it accessible at Deep Scribe?" Hizun said, "I cannot be certain. I am reading from inside the vault, which limits my access to the seam's exterior characteristics. What I can tell you is that the seam is real, that it extends through the full depth of the rewrite layer, and that a practitioner reading at Deep Scribe depth would be operating in the same register as the layer above the seam. Whether that register reaches the seam structure, I cannot confirm." He said, "I will read it directly. The reading will tell me." Hizun said, "Yes. Come in." The vault opened. He stepped into the center of the vault's inscription field. At Deep Scribe depth, the vault was extraordinary. The 47 preserved cultivation inscriptions were visible as distinct, complex patterns, each one the full record of a practitioner's life and cultivation history. Lu Yan's inscription was the most active of the preserved ones. She had been studying the seam from her preserved position for 12 years, and her inscription showed the specific quality of focused, sustained attention applied to a single problem. He read her notes. At Deep Scribe depth, he could read the inscription's information content directly, not translated, direct inscription reading. Her notes were thorough and precise. She had identified the seam's location in the rewrite layer, its structure, its characteristics. She had documented what she believed was the minimum access depth required to read it from outside. She had estimated pattern reader or higher. He was significantly higher. He said to Hizun, "She identified it correctly. I can reach the seam at this depth." Hizun said, "Then try." Chapter 85. He sat at the vault's center stone and read toward the seam. The vault's inner inscription, the preservation field, the archive records, Hizun's active inscription consciousness, was at one layer. The corruption layer, the Void Patriarch's rewrite, was at a deeper layer below the vault's foundation stone. The seam was in the corruption layer, a fault line where the rewrite sat imperfectly on top of Hizun's original design. At Deep Scribe depth, he could read down through the vault foundation into the corruption layer. This was different from reading architectural inscriptions or institutional inscriptions. This was reading the inscription that governed how the entire alignment system operated, the fundamental layer that all of Hizun's and his students' work had been built on top of. He read for 4 hours. the preservation field held. He could read through it because Hizun was actively supporting the reading, maintaining the vault's inscription transparency at the layer Wei Liang needed. Without that support, the preservation field would have been opaque to external reading even at deep scribe depth. He found the seam. Luyan had been correct about its location. The Void Patriarch's rewrite layer sat on top of Hizun's original inscription, and at the seam there was an imperfect join, a place where the rewrite had been applied over an element of Hizun's original that his student had not understood. The student had built around it rather than through it, and the join was not flush. At deep scribe depth, the imperfect join was legible as a structural discontinuity. Two inscription layers that did not sit correctly against each other, separated by a gap that was invisible to cultivation-based reading but clear at inscription depth. He read the gap. The gap was small, perhaps 12 characters of inscription length, in Hizun's original notation, but it extended through the full depth of the rewrite layer. A thin crack from the rewrite's upper surface all the way to Hizun's original inscription underneath. A path through. He said, "I found it." Hizun said, "Can you read through it?" He said, "I am reading through it now." He said, "Hizun, the original inscription, the design beneath the corruption. I can see the shape of it." He said, "I can't read all of it at this depth. The core design is at a layer below where I am, but the seam goes all the way through. If I can widen the seam at this depth, the original inscription will be accessible." Hizun said, "Widening the seam requires inscription revision, applying a correction to the gap's edges to extend the opening. At deep scribe level, do you have revision access to this inscription layer?" He sat with this question. Revision access, the ability to modify inscription rather than just read it, had first appeared at Ink Touch, had been present at each advancement since. At revision hand, he could correct cultivation inscriptions. At deep scribe, he could correct institutional inscriptions. This was an inscription layer deeper than institutional. This was the foundational inscription of the alignment system itself. He tested the revision access. He found the gap's edge in his reading and, carefully, applied a minimal correction, not extending the gap, just confirming whether he could affect the inscription at this layer at all. The edge responded. He said, "I have revision access to this layer." Hizun said, "Then the seam approach is viable. You can widen the gap." He said, "If I widen the gap, what does that do to the vault?" Hizun said, "The vault's preservation field is separate from the corruption layer. Widening the seam should not affect the preservation field directly. But if you succeed in exposing the original inscription fully, the correction will begin from the original layer, and the correction changes the corruption layer above it. When the corruption layer changes, the rewrite is no longer in effect. When the rewrite is no longer in effect," he said, "the preservation field releases." Hizun said, "Yes. The field is tied to the corruption layer's authority mechanism. It was preserved within the field because the corruption was maintaining the circumstances that required the preservation. When the corruption is corrected, the field has no more reason to hold." He said, "They will be released." Hizun said, "Yes." He sat with this for a moment. The 47 inscriptions around him were present and attending. He could feel the quality of their attention at deep scribe depth, the preserved practitioners aware of what was happening at the center stone. Luyan's inscription sent a direct communication. "Go ahead. I have been here for 12 years waiting for this. Go ahead." He said, "All right." He said to the group, which had been sitting around the vault's edges in patient silence for 4 hours, "I am going to attempt the correction. When it is complete, the vault releases." He said, "Hizun comes out with them." He said, "All 47 come out." Ruan Xiao said, "We are ready." He turned back to the central stone and began to read the gap at its full depth. Chapter 86. The correction took 9 hours. He had expected it to take 4. He had prepared for 6. At 9 hours he was still working, his hands on the central stone, reading the gap at its full depth and applying systematic revision to widen it without disrupting the surrounding inscription structure. Each correction had to be precisely calibrated. Too narrow, and it would not create sufficient opening. Too broad, and it would disturb the adjacent layers of the Void Patriarch's rewrite, which had been stable for 380 years and would respond to disruption unpredictably. He worked carefully. Hizun was present through the stone, not directing, watching. He had said at the beginning that he would not guide the corrections because the corrections had to be Wei Liang's work, that the alignment system had been designed to recognize the correction as coming from the right practitioner, and a guided correction would not produce the same recognition. He was a presence and an attention, watching the work from inside. The group was in the vault. Xia Wenjing was reading her star charts. She had said the celestial inscription would change when the correction was made, and she wanted to read the moment of change directly. Xiao Rui was sitting against the vault wall in the posture of someone maintaining readiness while at rest. Lin Feilu was watching the vault entrance, her attention on the eraser's position outside. She had told him she would watch the external boundary while he worked, that he should not divide his attention. Yu Mingzhu had her hands in her lap and her eyes closed, running the dual resonance technique in the slow practice that had become her standard preparation state. Elder Shunbai had fallen asleep at the 4th hour. Yuan Xiao was writing. At the 6th hour, Wei Liang found the first real difficulty. The gap at its lower boundary, where the rewrite layer met He Zun's original inscription, was narrower than the upper sections. The Void Patriarch had built more carefully at the bottom of his rewrite, closer to the original, because he had understood that the join at that layer was the most critical. The imperfect join was imperfect because he had not fully understood what he was joining to, but he had tried harder at the base. The gap at the base was 12 characters wide and needed to be 40. He worked at the base for 2 hours. Careful corrections, each one tested before the next was applied, building the widening incrementally. He Zun's attention was intense during this period. The original inscription beneath the gap responding to the approach of correction with a quality that Wei Liang could only describe as recognition, the way a practitioner's cultivation responds to a treatment it has been waiting for. At the 8th hour, the gap was 40 characters wide at the base. He said, He Zun, I have the opening. The original inscription is visible. He Zun said, I know. I can feel it. The original inscription is present at the gap. You can read it now. He read. He Zun's original design was the most elegant inscription he had encountered. 500 years old, and the design was clear, not complicated by the accumulated weight of history, but structured in a way that demonstrated profound understanding of how inscription worked at the deepest level. He read the guidance mechanism, the distributed learning intent, the specific structure that had sent visions to practitioners for 100 years before the corruption. He read the corruption layer above it. He could see exactly what the Void Patriarch had added. A relationship anchoring mechanism, a redirect in the guidance logic that took He Zun's cultivation guidance output and converted it to relationship focus output. The conversion was technically sophisticated but philosophically simple. It had changed the question the system was trying to answer from, what does this practitioner need to develop their potential, to, where is the practitioner who completes this person's arc? He read the relationship between the original and the corruption. He read for 1 hour. Then he began the second part of the correction, not widening the gap, but reversing the redirect, reading the Void Patriarch's conversion mechanism and writing the original relationship back. Chapter 87. The reversal took the 9th hour in full and 30 minutes of a 10th. He worked at the deepest level he could access. The revision was precise, not removing the Void Patriarch's addition, which might have created cascading disruption in the inscription layers above it, but reversing its function. The conversion mechanism that had been taking He Zun's cultivation guidance output and converting it to relationship focus output was still in place after the revision. It now converted in the other direction. The guidance system came back online. He felt it before he read it. A change in the inscription pattern of the vault that He Zun's immediate reaction confirmed. A shift in the field. A change in the way the preservation mechanism was running. The vault's ambient inscription pattern altered, the preservation field's resonance changing from a holding pattern to something that was beginning, not releasing, not yet, but beginning to change state. He Zun said, the correction is registered. The original inscription recognizes the reversal. It is beginning to reconnect. He said, what does that mean in terms of timeline? He Zun said, the reconnection will propagate through the alignment systems network, the secondary inscriptions, the distributed guidance mechanisms, the individual vision inscriptions that have been functioning as relationship anchors. They will revert to He Zun's original design. The reversion will take time. Not instantly. The network is large. Hours, perhaps a day. He said, and the vault. He Zun said, the vault will release when the preservation field recognizes that the corruption which required the preservation is no longer active. The field monitors the corruption layer's state. When the corruption is corrected, fully corrected, throughout the network, the field releases. He said, so they don't come out yet. He Zun said, not yet. The correction is made. The reconnection is proceeding. The release will follow when the network has reverted fully. He said, hours or a day. He Zun said, a day probably. The network is large and the reversion has to propagate through every secondary inscription. Some of them have been running the Void Patriarch's version for 380 years. The transition is not instant. He said, we wait. He Zun said, we wait. I have been waiting 500 years. 1 more day is nothing. He took his hands off the stone. The vault was quiet. He sat back and looked at his hands, slightly numb from 9 hours of contact with the stone, the inscription residue of that contact visible at deep scribe depth as a faint pattern on his palms. He looked at the vault ceiling, the preservation field's inscription still running but changed, the quality of the field different now in ways he could read. Yuan Xiao was beside him in the next moment with water and food that she had apparently been holding ready. She said, "Eat." He said, "I'm fine." She said, "Eat anyway." She put the food in his hands. She said, 9.5 hours. He said, "Yes." She said, "Did it work?" He said, "The correction is made. The network is reverting. We wait for the vault to release." He said, "Yes. It worked." She wrote in the notebook. He ate. Chapter 88. They waited in the vault for the rest of that day and through the night. It was not an uncomfortable wait. Hizun's inscription communicated at intervals, reporting on the network reversion, the rate of propagation, which secondary inscriptions had already reverted, which were still in transition. Xia Wenjing watched the celestial changes as they became visible in her star charts. She said, at the 5th hour, the celestial inscription is changing. I can see the reversion in the astronomical record. She said, it is beautiful, actually. He said, what does it look like? She said, like a pattern that has been held artificially in the wrong state for a very long time, relaxing into its natural configuration. She said, every astronomy student learns that certain inscriptions in the celestial record have been locked. They don't change the way natural celestial inscriptions should over time. We were taught this was a feature of their stability. She said, they weren't stable. They were held. She said, I'm watching them unlock. The 47 preserved inscriptions in the vault were more active as the night progressed, the quality of attention from each one changing, something building. Not agitation. Anticipation. Lu Yan's inscription sent a communication at the 6th hour. The seam widened correctly. I watched from inside. The join was difficult at the base. You took longer than I estimated, but the result was correct. He said to Hizun, tell her the longer time at the base was because she was right about the base being more carefully built. Hizun related. Lu Yan's response was, I know. I identified that in my notes. She sent a follow-up. Tell him when I wake up I want to look at his notebooks. He said, tell her the notebooks are available. Xiao Rui woke from sleep at some point in the night and came to sit beside him. She said, how are you? He said, fine. She said, you spent 9 hours reading the deepest inscription layer you have ever encountered and made a correction that changes how a 500-year-old network operates. She said, you are allowed to be something other than fine. He said, I am also tired. She said, better. She said, sleep. He said, I want to be awake when the vault releases. She said, I will wake you. She said, Hizun can tell when the release is coming? He said, yes. He will know approximately an hour before. She said, then sleep until Hizun tells you. She said, I will watch. He slept. Hizun woke him at dawn. Hizun said, the network reversion is approximately 90% complete. The vault's preservation field is beginning the release sequence. The field release will happen within the hour. He sat up. He looked at the vault. The 47 preserved inscriptions were fully active now, all of them attending, the quality of that attention different from anything he had read before. 500 years of preservation, the oldest ones. 140 years for some. 12 years for Lu Yan. Each one waiting. He said quietly, Xiao Rui. She was already awake. She stood. She went to each person in the group and woke them quietly, efficiently. Within 5 minutes everyone was sitting up, attending. The vault's inscription pattern began its final change. Chapter 89. The release was not a sudden event. He had half expected something dramatic, a pulse of inscription energy, a visible rupture in the preservation field. What happened instead was gradual and complete. The field's inscription pattern, which had been running in a steady holding configuration for 5 centuries, began to relax. Layer by layer, the holding mechanism released, moving from the most recently archived inscriptions toward the oldest. Lu Yan's inscription came first. She came back into her body, or rather, her preserved body, which had been in the vault's stasis, returned to active state. She was sitting on the floor of the vault near the vault wall where her inscription had been located. She opened her eyes and looked at the vault ceiling for a moment. She looked at the group. She said, hello. He said, hello. She said, it worked. He said, yes. She said, the seam held. He said, yes. You were right about the base requiring more time. She said, I know. I watched. She looked at her hands. She said, 12 years. She said this with the flatness of someone acknowledging a significant number without performing anything around it. What is the current year? He told her. She was quiet for a moment. She said, all right. She said, Hizun. Is Hizun? He said, he is coming. The release moves from recently archived to oldest. He is last. She said. All right. She said. There should be someone here who knows what year it is and can answer the basic questions. She stood up. She was slightly unsteady, the return of physical animation after 12 years requiring a moment to calibrate. She stood. She looked at the group. She said, "Who are you?" He introduced them in order. She listened. When he reached Elder Shunbai, she said, 200-year tortoise spirit tradition. You would have been operating during the first century of the council. She said, you have documentation. Elder Shunbai said, yes. Lu Yin said, good. We are going to need documentation. She said, the 47. Some of them have been here much longer than I have. The oldest have been here for centuries. They are going to need time and support and accurate information about the world they are returning to. She said, someone needs to coordinate that. Yuan Xiao said, I have been preparing for this. She said, the notebooks have detailed records going back nearly a year. I have a contact network at the Celestial Observatory and 2 independent archives. I have correspondence with the ordained council's grand arbiter, who has been briefed on the correction and has committed to institutional review. She said, I have been preparing a transition document for the vault's practitioners since I spoke with Xia Wenjing about the distribution situation 7 weeks ago. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Xiao. She said, you started preparing 7 weeks ago. Yuan Xiao said, I started the detailed preparation 7 weeks ago. The general preparation began when I understood what the vault contained. Lu Yin said, all right. She said, good. She said, you are the coordinator. Yuan Xiao said, I know. She said, I have been coordinating since before any of this started. The other archive practitioners began returning during the following 40 minutes. Each one coming back at the moment their preservation layer released, each one sitting up or standing and looking at the vault and at each other and at the group with the specific quality of someone who has been in stasis and is now processing a great deal of information simultaneously. Hizun came last. Chapter 90, Hizun's inscription, the oldest in the vault, released at the end of the sequence. He appeared not as Wei Liang had expected, not as an old scholar, not as someone carrying 500 years of preservation. He appeared as a man approximately 60 years of age, with the specific quality of someone who has spent 30 years in a mountain range learning to read natural inscriptions and then the remaining decades of his active life before archiving learning everything else. He looked at the vault's interior with the attention of someone confirming the state of a place they have known for a very long time. He looked at Wei Liang. He said, you read the seam. Wei Liang said, yes. He said, how long did the base take? Wei Liang said, 2 hours. He said, I would have expected 2.5. He said, the base is the most carefully built section. My student was being thorough. He said, good work. He said this as a professional acknowledging a technical achievement. Not inflated. Not ceremonial. Just accurate. Wei Liang found this immediately familiar. He said, the correction is propagating through the network. Hizun said, I know. I can read the propagation now that I am active. He looked at the group. He looked at Yuan Xiao and the open notebooks. He said, you have been keeping records. Yuan Xiao said, since the beginning. He said, good. He said, there are going to be institutional complications arising from the correction, the council's emergency session, the eraser's deactivation. He said, the eraser's secondary instances will deactivate as the network reverts. They were extensions of the corruption layer's authority mechanism, and when that mechanism reverts, they lose their operational basis. He said, the sect that has a deactivated eraser in its deep archive is going to have a structural inscription gap. Wei Liang said, I will reinscribe the archive's formation stones when we return. Hizun said, yes. He said, there is a great deal of reinscription work ahead. He said, the network reversion is going to reveal the full extent of what was built on the corruption, not just the council's authority claim. 5 centuries of institutions and practices that were built in the context of the corrupted system. They will need to be examined and in many cases rebuilt on accurate foundations. He said, you are describing decades of work. Hizun said, yes. He said, you are the most capable inscription practitioner I have encountered in 500 years. This is not flattery. It is an assessment of the workload. He said, you will need people. He looked at the group. He said, you have them. He looked at the 47 archive practitioners, beginning to stand and move through the vault, beginning to find each other and speak. He said, and you have 47 more, as soon as they have had time to understand what year it is. Wei Liang said. Lu Yin said the same thing about the time. Hizun said, she has been studying the situation from inside for 12 years. She will be the most immediately useful of the 47. He said, she is also going to have a great many questions about inscription theory that I suspect you will find interesting to answer. He said, she said she wants to see my notebooks. Hizun said, yes. She told me. He said, I reviewed your notebooks through the vault inscription during the 9 hours you were working. I found them thorough. Wei Liang said, you read my notebooks. Hizun said, is that a problem? Wei Liang said, no. He said, they are records. Records are meant to be read. He said, what did you think? Hizun said, I thought, this is the practitioner I designed the system to find. I thought, the record is thorough but could be organized more efficiently for cross-reference. He said, I will tell you the organizational method I used when I have been outside for more than 5 minutes. Wei Liang said, all right. Hizun said, also. He paused. He said, thank you. He said it with the quality of someone who does not say it often and means it fully when they do. 500 years is a long time to wait for something you are not certain will come. You came. The correction is made. He said, thank you. Wei Liang said, you designed the system to find me. Hizun said, I designed it to find someone with your approach. The specific you is not my doing. He said, you are the consequence of history and choices and whatever makes a person who they are. He said, I found you. I did not make you. He said, the credit for the correction is yours. He said, I had help. Hizun said, yes. I know. He looked at the group. He said, I know all of them. He said, the alignment system I designed, I can read its outputs now that I am active again. I can see who it sent and why. He said, the system sent them because they were genuinely needed. Not just for the prophecy framing. For the work. He said, yes. Hizun said, good. He walked toward the vault entrance. He stopped at the threshold. He looked back at Wei Liang. He said, my student. When the correction is complete through the whole network, he will know. The alignment system will no longer be providing his institutional authority. He will respond. Wei Liang said, the Void Patriarch. Hizun said, yes. He said, he has been operating the corrupted system for 380 years. He is not the student I knew. He is whatever he has become in 3 centuries of that operation. He said, he will not accept the correction quietly. He said, I know. Hizun said, be ready. He walked out of the vault into the mountain morning. Chapter 91. The mountain range was different after the correction. Hizun stood outside the vault and read the range's inscription patterns with the attention of someone seeing a place they have known for centuries from a new vantage point. He stood still for a long time. Wei Liang stood beside him and also read. The difference was in the quality of the range's ambient inscription. The natural patterns were the same, the geological inscription record, the watercourses, the light patterns in the valleys, but the alignment system's inscription, which ran through the range as an undercurrent beneath all the natural patterns, had changed. The holding configuration was gone. The network's inscription was running in its original design now, the guidance mechanism active and distributing as Hizun had intended. He said, it is running. Hizun said, yes. The original guidance system, active for the first time in 500 years. He said, practitioners with cultivation potential who are ready for guidance will begin receiving visions again. Not relationship anchors. Cultivation guidance. He said, the content will be specific to what each practitioner needs to develop their potential. He said, it will be different from the visions your companions received. He said, my companions' visions were the corrupted version. Hizun said, yes. Relationship anchored, with specific personal framing. He said, the original system would have shown you Mingzhu a vision of her dual resonance technique in its completed state, what it could be and what was needed to reach it, without the specific personal framing about the man who would help her complete it. He said, the personal framing was my student's addition. He said, the personal framing is why they came. Hizun said, the personal framing provided motivation. Genuine cultivation guidance is less compelling to practitioners who are not already oriented toward this kind of development. He said, my student understood human psychology better than I did. The personal framing was effective. He said, it was also a manipulation. He said, they came because of the manipulation, but they stayed because of the work. Hizun said, yes. He said, I have read the records, the notebooks, the consultation sessions, the institutional challenge process, the journey. They stayed because the work was real. He said, that is what the original system was designed to produce. Not the journey, the staying. He said, the journey was the corrupted version's method. The staying is the original's goal. Hizun said, yes. The 47 archive practitioners were emerging from the vault one by one, moving into the mountain morning with the specific quality of people encountering the physical world after an extended absence. Some of them were steady and oriented, the more recently archived practitioners who had been in stasis for decades rather than centuries. Some were slower, requiring more time to process the sensory reintegration. Lu Yin was among the steady ones. She came to stand near Hezun and Wei Liang and said, "The propagation rate." Hezun said, 93% complete as of this morning. Full completion by end of day. She said, when the Void Patriarch receives confirmation that the network has reverted, Hezun said, "He will act." He said, "Yes. I have been considering this since Wei Liang and I spoke this morning." He said, "My student will not accept the loss of the system quietly. His authority structure, his institutional position, his accumulated power, all of it is built on the corrupted alignment system's outputs. When the outputs change, the foundation changes." He said, "He has 380 years of institutional power and a network of practitioners who believe in the system's divine authority. He will attempt to reassert the corruption." Lu Yin said, "Can he reassert it? Is the correction reversible?" Hezun said, "The correction is at the original inscription layer. My student's ability is at the rewrite layer. He cannot reach below it. A second corruption attempt would fail for the same reason the original seam was imperfect." He said, "He cannot redo what he did because the seam is now sealed from below." Wei Liang said, "He sealed the seam when he completed the revision." Hezun said, "Yes." He said, "The correction closes the gap. The original inscription and the rewrite layer now sit against each other with the original inscription active rather than suppressed. The rewrite layer still exists, but it is no longer directing the system. It is an overlay on an active foundation, and the foundation is running the original design." He said, "My student can attempt to disrupt the system from above. He cannot access the original inscription." Lu Yin said, "So his response will be institutional and conventional rather than inscription-based." Hezun said, "Yes. He will mobilize what he has, the council's enforcement apparatus, the practitioners who are loyal to the corrupted system's authority structure, and whatever accumulated inscription techniques 3 centuries of operation have given him." He said, "He is not a practitioner I underestimate." He said, "He was my most capable student." Wei Liang said, "What do you need from us?" Hezun looked at him. He said, "I need you to reach Codex Keeper." He said, "By when?" Hezun said, "Before my student reaches your sect." Chapter 92. The return journey was 17 days. The additional day came from carrying 47 more people than they had brought. Not all 47. Many of the archive practitioners had their own paths forward and made their own plans in the mountain range before the group departed. Some of them had sects they could return to. Some had institutions that had continued without them. Some had, upon learning what year it was, sat with that information for a long time and then said they needed to figure out what to do next. Lu Yin came with them. She had no sect to return to. Her sect had dissolved 20 years after her archiving, and the practitioners who had known her were dead or scattered. She said, when she told him this, 20 years after I was archived, my sect dissolved. They missed a cultivation physician who was the only one who could read certain inscription flaws. She said it flatly, noting a fact. "I intend to make myself useful." He said, "You already have." He said, "The seam identification." She said, "The seam identification took 12 years of dedicated study from inside the vault. It should not require that much." She said, "I would like to understand how to read it from outside at shorter timescale." She said, "I want to see the notebooks." He handed her the 3rd notebook. She read for an hour while walking. She said, "Your organizational method is functional, but the cross-references are inconsistent." She said, "I can improve them." He said, "Ruan Xiao is the primary notebook manager." She said, "I will speak with Ruan Xiao." She said this with the same flat certainty she applied to everything. Hezun also came. He walked slowly, not Elder Shun by slowly, but with the careful gait of someone reacquainting themselves with physical movement after a very long absence. He was steady. He was alert. He was reading the landscape at every step with the specific quality of recognition. The mountain range he had spent 30 years in, now visible to him again after 5 centuries. He said, on the 2nd day, "The dissolution communities. You read them?" Wei Liang said, "Yes." On the 1st journey, Hezun said, "I created the eraser to protect the alignment system from corruption. My student repurposed it to eliminate the communities that demonstrated the original system's model. Those communities were developing distributed understanding independently. They were evidence that the distributed model worked. He could not allow that evidence. He said, I am responsible for the existence of the eraser." He said, "You designed it as protection." He used it differently. Hezun said, The tool I built was used for 5 centuries to erase communities I would have celebrated. He said, I need to think about this. He said, I will think about it while walking. He walked. The road south was familiar now. The way station at the northern crossroads, where the elder had been expecting them and was expecting them again. She had an expanded accommodation this time. She had received no advance notification of the larger group, but she had prepared anyway. When Wei Liang asked how she knew to expand the preparation, she said, the alignment system vision I received 32 years ago was very specific about the return journey. She said, it said many. I have been wondering what many meant. She looked at the group and the 47 minus however many had gone other ways. She said, I see. He said, the system's visions are changing. She said, I know. I received a different kind of vision 2 days ago, just an image of my own practice, what it could become, what I was not reaching. She said, no personal framing, no prophecy about a specific person. She said, it was still clear, but different. He said, the original system. She said, yes. She said, I found it more useful, actually. She said, it showed me the work rather than the person. He zoomed, eating at the table, said without looking up, good. That was the intent. Chapter 93 Chao Rui received a second recall notice from her sect on the 14th day of the return journey. She read it. She said, my sect master is requesting my immediate return. Not recall, request. The language changed. She said, someone told them something. Xiao Wenjing said, I sent a notification to several institutional contacts when the correction was made. The notification described the network reversion in general terms and cited the practitioners who had been involved. She said, your sect master was on my contact list because your presence was documented. Chao Rui said, why was my sect master on your contact list? Xiao Wenjing said, because your sect master received a cultivation guidance vision from the alignment system 18 months ago, and I have been tracking the vision recipients as part of my astronomical record. She said, they were not one of the practitioners who came to find Wei Liang. Their vision was specific to their own cultivation development. She said, but they have been aware that something was happening since the vision. Chao Rui looked at the letter. She said, they want to know what I was involved in. He said, you were involved in a correction to the foundational inscription of the alignment system that underpins all cultivation guidance visions in the known world. He said, that is accurate if asked directly. She said, that is an enormous amount of information to put in a response letter. He said, you do not have to put it in the response letter. He said, you can return to your sect and tell them in person. She said, and when the void patriarch acts. He said, we are returning to the sect. We are preparing. When he acts, we respond. He said, your sect will probably be safer if you are there than if you are not. She said, I know. She said, I will go to my sect when we return to Stone River. I will brief my sect master, and then I will come back. He said, you don't have to come back. She said, yes, I do. She said, you need Codex Keeper before the Void Patriarch acts. You advance by reading institutional inscription structures. My sect is a major institution with a complex power structure that has not been damaged by any of this situation. She said, I will bring you a research access arrangement when I come back. He said, I wasn't going to ask. She said, I know. She said, you were going to figure out how to reach Codex Keeper without imposing on anyone. She said, I am making the imposition unnecessary. She said, accept it. He said, all right. He said, thank you. She said, come find me when this is resolved. She said, that was not conditional. It is still not conditional. He said, I know. She said, good. Chapter 94 They reached Stone River Sect on the evening of the 17th day. The maintenance elder was at the gate again. He looked at the group. The returning original 6 minus Chao Rui, who was taking a different road south, plus Lu Yin, plus Hizun, plus the 3 other archive practitioners who had decided to travel with them while they figured out where they were going. He looked at all of them. He said, you are back. Wei Liang said, yes. The elder said, the eraser in the deep archive went inactive 4 days ago. He said, the head elder asked me to tell you that the inactive eraser has been documented and the area is sealed pending your return and reinscription. He said, we did not remove it. We documented it. He said, good. The elder said, the head elder also asked me to tell you that Su Chun sent a message 2 days ago. The council's emergency session produced a second finding. The message is in the administrative hall. He said, the head elder described the finding as, he looked at the note he was holding, more substantial than expected. He said, all right. The elder looked at Hizun. He said, you are Hizun. Hizun said, yes. The elder said, You have been in a vault for 500 years. Hizun said, Yes. The elder said, Welcome back. He said it with the particular flatness of someone who has processed many unusual things over the course of a career and has developed a reliable response to each category. Hizun said, Thank you. He said, Is there a place I can stay while I re-establish my institutional credentials? The elder said, The guest quarters are available. He said, There are currently several additional guests. The situation may be crowded. Hizun said, I lived in this mountain range for 30 years before building an alignment system. I do not require much space. The elder said, Very good. He opened the gate. They went inside. Chapter 95. The council's second finding was 14 pages. Wei Liang read it that night in the workshop. It had been prepared with the formality of an official institutional ruling, proper seals, proper notation, the signatures of 16 council members, and the counter-signatures of 8 who dissented. The finding acknowledged the authenticated documentation was genuine. The founding authority claim was derived from a manufactured inscription. The inscription had been created by the practitioner known as Hizun and had been appropriated by a student who had built the ordained council on an authority structure that was not what it was claimed to be. The finding did not dissolve the council. It stated that the council's practical administrative functions were legitimate independent of the authority claim and would continue pending a formal restructuring process. It established a review committee with broad institutional representation, including independent archive institutions, cultivation sect representatives, and, notably, Hizun himself, if he could be found. The findings cited Su Qin's recommendation that acknowledging the false authority claim honestly and beginning a restructuring process was preferable to defending a known corruption. At the bottom, in a separate notation, the council has received information that its founding authority derives from the work of the practitioner Hizun, and that Hizun was archived against his will by a student 390 years ago. If Hizun is found and confirmed to be the person described in the documentation, the council wishes to acknowledge the wrong that was done and commit to the restructuring process under his guidance and that of Wei Liang, inscriber. The word inscriber was a cultivation rank he had never been given before. He looked at it for a moment. He went to find Hizun. Hizun was in the guest quarters, reading the pre-council foundational texts in the Yu family library. Yu Mingzhu had given him access before they had even unpacked. He looked up when Wei Liang came in and said, The council's finding. He said, You know. Hizun said, I read the inscription impression on you when you came in. He said, It is in your posture. He said, What does it say? He gave him the document. Hizun read it. He read it twice. He was quiet for a long time. He said, They called it a wrong. Wei Liang said, Yes. Hizun said, 380 years of institutional operation built on what my student did, and the organization says, that was a wrong. He said, I expected many things from the response to the correction. I did not expect that. He said, 16 out of 24. Hizun said, Yes. He said, 16 people in an institution built on my student's corruption looked at the documentation and said, This is a wrong, and we are going to name it. He was quiet for another moment. He said, The alignment system found you. The people around you are here because of the system's guidance, however corrupted. He said, But the council's 16, no vision sent them to this finding. They chose it. He said, Yes. Hizun said, My student thought the best use of the alignment system was concentrating authority. The most significant thing that has happened since the correction is 16 people within his institution choosing to redistribute it. He said, He will not find that acceptable. He said, He is coming. Hizun said, Yes. He said, Wei Liang, you need to advance to Codex Keeper. He said, I know. Hizun said, My student has 3 centuries of experience operating a corrupted alignment system and building institutional power. He has practitioners who are loyal to his version of the system. He has the accumulated inscription techniques of a lifetime of highly capable practice. He said, He has been waiting for the correction to complete so that he knows where to focus his response. He said, He is going to come to Stone River Sect because this is where the correction was prepared and where the people who made the correction are gathered. He said, How long? Hizun said, I estimate 2 to 3 weeks before he can mobilize effectively. He has infrastructure to manage, the council dissidents, the institutional network, the eraser secondary instances deactivating across the network. He said, He will need time to assess and redirect. He said, 2 weeks at minimum. He said, Chao Rue is bringing me institutional access for Codex Keeper advancement. Hizun said, Good. He said, 2 weeks may be enough. He said, It will have to be. Chapter 96. Chao Rue returned in 10 days. She arrived at the outer gate in the morning of the 10th day after their return, having apparently traveled at a pace that she described as efficient. She was accompanied by her sect master, a practitioner of significant cultivation rank who had the specific quality of someone who has been managing a major institution for 30 years and has fully understood the gravity of what was happening before they made the journey. The sect master's name was Elder One. He was a methodical person. He sat with Wei Liang and he zoomed for 2 hours, reading the documentation Wei Liang provided, asking precise questions. He said, at the end, "The Void Patriarch is my student's student. He said, "The lineage goes back. Several people in my tradition have received cultivation guidance from the alignment system." He said, "If the system has been corrected, the guidance my tradition provides to young practitioners will change." Hizun said, "Yes, the visions will be different, more specific to individual potential, less personally anchored." Elder One said, "My practitioners will find this disorienting." Hizun said, "The original design is more effective for cultivation development than the corrupted version. They will adapt." Elder One said, "I know." He said, "I am noting the management consideration, not objecting to the change." He said, "What Wei Liang needs from my institution's inscription records, the access arrangement." He said, "A week of reading access. Deep scribe depth. I need a large, complex institutional inscription structure to advance to Codex Keeper." Elder One said, "My sect is 300 years old and has been at the center of the Eastern cultivation tradition for most of that time. The institutional inscription depth should be sufficient." He said, "I grant the access." He said, "You will need to travel to our headquarters in the Eastern City." He said, "Can the access be arranged remotely?" Elder One said, "No. Institutional inscription reading at deep scribe depth requires physical presence." He said, "Then I will need 3 days travel. A week of reading. 3 days back." With the Void Patriarch's expected arrival window, he calculated. Elder One said, "It is close." He said, "I will make the institutional structure's most complex sections immediately accessible rather than requiring you to navigate the archive organization." He said, "That should reduce the required reading time." Hizun said, "I can advise on what Wei Liang needs to read for Codex Keeper advancement." He said, "The specific elements that trigger the transition from Deep Scribe to Codex Keeper involve reading an institution's core founding inscription alongside its current operational inscription and understanding the full developmental arc of how the institution became what it is from what it was." He said, "A 300-year institution's founding records alongside its current structure." He said, "If those are accessible and contrasted directly, the advancement should come within 2 or 3 days of reading." Elder One said, "I can arrange that specific access." He said, 2 days preparation on our end. You leave in 2 days." He said, "I'll be ready." Chapter 97. The day before departure, Yu Mingzhu completed the dual resonance technique. She came to the workshop in the morning. Wei Liang was preparing reading materials for the journey east. She stood in the doorway and said, 8 minutes. He set down the materials. She said, "Last night in the practice courtyard, I held both resonances in sustained simultaneous balance for 8 minutes. I closed it deliberately at 8 minutes because I chose to, not because the technique collapsed." She said, "The technique is complete." He looked at her. She said, 14 years. She said, "And the fulfillment?" She said, "The compliance file closes when the technique completes. I wanted you to know when it happened." She said, "I am choosing to tell you directly." He said, "I know." She said, "I want to read the completion." She said, "You said you wanted to read it at deep scribe depth. What a 14-year process looks like when it finishes." He said, "Yes." He said, "May I?" She said, "Yes." He read her cultivation inscription at deep scribe depth. 14 years of technique development were visible in the inscription. The sequential practice she had been doing since 17, the imperfect attempts and the gradual refinement, the specific places where she had almost reached simultaneous holding and had collapsed back to sequence. The correction sessions with him visible as inflection points, the technique's trajectory changing direction after the simultaneous holding instruction. And then the past 3 months of the new approach, the foundation slowly releasing its sequential habit, the simultaneous holding appearing briefly and then sustaining. The final inscription state was extraordinary. 2 opposing resonances, fire and water, in sustained simultaneous balance, the technique holding them in a relationship that neither collapsed them together nor separated them into sequence. A genuine paradox made stable. He read the inscription structure of that stability, how the resonances were actually interacting in the completion state, the mechanism Hizun's original design would have helped her see without needing him. He said, It is extraordinary. He said, the mechanism, the way the two resonances are holding. I have not read anything like this in any other practitioner's inscription. She said, no one else has completed this technique. He said, the inscription shows why. Most practitioners who attempt dual resonance techniques approach it as a power problem, how to hold two opposing forces without either overwhelming the other. That is the wrong approach, and it produces the sequential habit. You found the relationship approach, not holding two forces, but finding how two forces can exist as one process. The inscription is built around the relationship, not the forces. She said, that is what you described 3 months ago on the road. He said, I described it. You understood it and then did it. He said, the understanding and the doing are different. She said, yes. She said, the compliance file. He said, yes. She said, it will close automatically when the sect registers the completion with the council. She said, 6 years of quarterly assessments. The file closes. She said, Su Chun is processing documentation. With the council's current restructuring process, the compliance file system is under review anyway. She said, my file closing may be the last time the old process runs for this kind of case. He said, the new guidance system is running. The visions will change. The compliance files based on old prophecy content will need to be reviewed. She said, yes. She said, a great deal of work. She said, the transition committee will need inscription practitioners. She said, I am going to volunteer. She said, after you come back from the East. He said, you are going to volunteer for the council's restructuring committee. She said, I have a completed technique that demonstrates dual resonance cultivation. The council's restructuring needs examples of what the original system's guidance was trying to produce. She said, I am a direct example of it. She said, I am going to be visible about it. She said, choices are choices. I am choosing this. He said, I know. She said, I know you know. She said, I am saying it clearly. He said, yes. He said, it is a good use of what you have. He said, you will be effective at it. She said, yes. She said, come back from the East quickly. He said, I will. Chapter 98 The Journey East took 3 days. Elder Wen's institution, the Iron Veil sect, one of the oldest continuously operating sects in the Eastern Territory, was a 300-year-old organization with the institutional inscription depth that 300 years of cultivation practice, governance, student training, and philosophical development had built. Wei Liang arrived and immediately read the quality of the inscription structure from the outer gate. He said to Hizun, who had accompanied him, this will work. Hizun said, yes. I thought it would when Elder Wen described the institutional age. He said, read the founding records first. The original founding documents are the deepest layer, then the current operational inscription, then the developmental arc between them. He said, I know the method. Hizun said, I know. I am being thorough. He said, you find that familiar? He said, yes. They were given access to the founding archive on the first day. The founding records were dense and old. 300 years of inscription development compressed into the original documents and the accumulated record of every subsequent amendment, revision, and reinterpretation. He read for 8 hours. On the second day, he read the current operational inscription, the institutional inscription patterns that governed how the sect actually ran, how decisions were made, how authority was distributed and exercised. He compared this against the founding records. 300 years of institutional drift were visible in the gap between the founding intent and the current operation. Not corruption, genuine organic development. The way institutions change over time as practitioners interpret and reinterpret the founding principles. The drift was interesting and complex and full of the specific texture of human decisions accumulating over generations. Hizun sat in the corner and read over Wei Liang's shoulder, as it were, not literally, but at the level of institutional inscription. He said, on the second evening, you are reading the founding intent and the current operation simultaneously and holding them in relationship. He said, yes. Hizun said, that is what Codex Keeper requires. The ability to hold the full developmental arc, what something was designed to be and what it has become, simultaneously, and to write accurately about the relationship between them. He said, I am almost there. Hizun said, I know. He said, read the founding charter's inscription for the student intake section tomorrow. That section has changed the most significantly from founding to current. The drift in that section will clarify the full arc. He read the student intake section on the third day. The advancement came in the afternoon. It came as all his advancements had come, not as a sudden event, but as a recognition that a depth he had been approaching was now accessible. Codex Keeper, can write new inscription laws for a defined territory. He sat with that description and confirmed it against what he could now read. Not just the developmental arc between founding and current, but the governing logic beneath the arc. The underlying inscription principles that had shaped how the institution had changed. The ability to read that logic and, if needed, write it. He said, Hizun. Hizun said, I know. He said, I can read the change in your inscription signature. He said, Codex Keeper. He said, yes. He said, can we go back now? Hizun looked at him with something that might have been amusement. The expression of someone who has waited 500 years and finds the urgency of the present generation interesting. He said, we can go back now. Chapter 99, they were back at Stone River Sect in 3 days. The Void Patriarch had not yet arrived. Hizun had estimated 2 to 3 weeks from the correction. They were at the outer edge of that window. The maintenance elders report when they came through the gate. No unusual visitors, no council enforcement activity, no formation disturbances. The situation was stable. Su Chun had come in their absence and met with the head elder. He had left a document. The council's formal appointment of Hizun and Wei Liang as co-advisors to the restructuring committee. The appointment was not conditional on acceptance. It was an offer. Hizun read the document. He said, they move quickly. He said, 16 votes. Hizun said, yes. He said, I will accept the appointment. Not because I trust the institution. I have specific reasons not to trust this institution. But because the restructuring requires someone who understands the original design to guide the process. He said, I am the only person alive who understands the original design. He said, I will accept as well. He said, after we address the Void Patriarch. Hizun said, yes. He said, everything contingent on that. The group assembled in the workshop that evening. All of them who were present, Hizun, Lu Yin, Lin Feilu, Yu Mingzhu, Xiao Wenjing, Elder Shenbai, Wan Xiao. The 3 archive practitioners who had stayed were also present. They had found useful work in the intervening weeks and had become part of the extended group. He said, the Void Patriarch will come here. Hizun estimates within the week. He said, when he comes, his goal will be to reassert the corrupted system or to disrupt the correction's propagation. He said, he cannot reverse the correction at the source. The seam is sealed. But he can attempt to disrupt the network's reversion through conventional inscription methods. He said, he can also attempt to suppress the practitioners who made the correction. He said, that is more likely. He said, he has been doing that for 5 centuries. Lin Feilu said, he will come with his own practitioners. He said, yes, loyal to the corrupted system's authority structure, trained under his method. He said, I am a Codex Keeper. I can write inscription laws for a defined territory. He said, the territory I intend to define is this sect's grounds. Yu Mingzhu said, what does that mean practically? He said, it means I can write the inscription governing how cultivation energy, formation techniques, and inscription-based abilities operate within the sect's bounds. A set of rules that apply to everyone within the territory, including practitioners who arrive intending to use inscription methods against the correction. Hizun said, it is a significant ability. Use it carefully. The inscription laws you write can have unintended effects on practitioners within the territory who are not the intended target. He said, design for specificity. He said, I know. He said, I am going to read the sect's existing inscription structure first and write from the existing foundation rather than imposing something entirely new. He said, consistent with what is already here. Hizun said, yes, that is the right approach. He said, write what is already trying to be there. He said, yes. Chapter 100, he spent 2 days reading the sect's inscription and then writing. Reading at Codex Keeper depth was different from every previous depth. He had been, at each advancement, reading what existed. Codex Keeper was reading what existed and understanding the underlying logic well enough to write continuation, not imposing but extending, the way a practitioner who fully understands a text can write in that style without falsifying it. The Stone River sect's inscription had been developing for 200 years. Its founding inscription had a specific character, emphasis on careful practice, long-term development, the cultivation of understanding over the cultivation of power. The developmental arc had been largely consistent with the founding intent, more so than the Iron Veil sect's 300-year drift, he noted. The sect's founders had built carefully and subsequent administrations had built carefully on what the founders had established. He read the existing inscription and understood its logic. Then he wrote. The inscription laws he wrote were 3. First, that within the sect's territory, inscription modification performed without the territory's agreement would reflect and return to its source rather than taking effect. This was not an attack. It was a mirror, a property of the territory rather than a weapon against any specific practitioner. Inscription techniques intended to suppress, erase, or corrupt would encounter a surface that returned the intention to the practitioner attempting it. Second, that the formation inscriptions within the territory would not respond to external authority commands. Council enforcement formations, elder command inscriptions, the specific inscription codes that the council used to override local formations for enforcement purposes. This was a sovereignty inscription. The territory governed its own formations. Third, that Hizun's alignment system, operating at its original design parameters following the correction, would be accessible to practitioners within the territory with full transparency. Any practitioner who received an alignment vision within the territory would also receive, simultaneously, a clear marking indicating that the vision was manufactured inscription rather than divine revelation, and a brief notation of Hizun's name as the original author. The third law was Hizun's suggestion. He had said, "The transparency is important. The system should be known as what it is. I designed it as a tool. It should be recognized as a tool." He wrote the 3 laws into the sect's inscription foundation over 2 days. The work was careful and exact. Hizun reviewed each inscription before it was finalized. When the 3rd law was inscribed and the writing was complete, the sect's ambient inscription changed, not dramatically, not visibly to most practitioners, but at deep scribe and codex keeper depth the change was clear. The 3 laws were in place. The territory was defined. He put down his tools and looked at the workshop walls. The formation anchors were running steadily. The inscription he had been reading and correcting and learning from since his first week at this sect was now a foundation he had written into rather than simply read from. He had added to the inscription of the place. Hizun said, from the doorway, "He is 3 days out." He said, "I know. I can read the approach." He said, "The inscription structure I built will engage when he enters the territory's boundary." Hizun said, "Yes." He said, "You wrote it well." He said, "I wrote what was already trying to be there." Hizun said, "Yes." He said, "That is the method." He said, "You always do." He said, "I learned from reading." Hizun said, "Yes." A pause. "I know." Another pause. "I am glad you came." He said, "I needed to." Hizun said, "I know." He said, "Rest. 3 days." He said, "Then we see what my student has become." He closed the workshop and went to find xianxia. He wanted to know the current notebook count. He wanted to make sure the records were distributed and current before the Void Patriarch arrived. He wanted to know that what had been built was documented and safe regardless of what happened next. She was in the reading room. She had the current notebook open and the distribution log beside her. She said, "I know why you are here." She said, "10th notebook. Distribution is current through this morning." She said, "All 3 locations confirmed receipt." She said, "We are ready." He said, "Thank you." She said, "I have been ready since before you arrived at this sect." She said, "That is my job." She said, "That is what I do." He sat down across from her. She was writing in the notebook, current date, current status, the same thoroughness she had applied to every entry since the beginning. He said, "Ruan Xiao." She said, "What?" He said, "I would not have built this record without you." She said, "I know." She said, "That is also what I do." She looked up from the notebook. "Now go rest. You have 3 days." He went to rest. Chapter 101. The Void Patriarch arrived at dawn on the 3rd day. Wei Liang read his approach from the inscription patterns, a practitioner of significant depth moving through the sect's outer territory with a group of 12, their cultivation signatures visible at Codex Keeper depth as a formation. A core practitioner surrounded by 11 others arranged in a specific inscription reinforcing pattern. Not a guard formation, an amplification formation. The 12 were not protecting the Patriarch. They were extending his reach. He called the group together at the 2nd bell. He said, "He is arriving in approximately 2 hours. He has 12 practitioners with him arranged in an amplification formation." He said, "The amplification suggests he intends to use inscription techniques at significant scale." He said, "The territory laws I wrote will engage when he crosses the outer boundary. The reflection law will apply to any inscription modification attempts directed at practitioners within the territory." He said, "He will find that his inscription techniques return to him rather than taking effect." Hizun said, "He will recognize what you have done. He is not a slow thinker." He said, "He will adjust his approach when the reflection engages. Expect him to probe for the territory's boundaries and logic before attempting anything sustained." Lin Feilu said, "He may not attempt inscription techniques first. He has 12 practitioners. He may lead with cultivation pressure and conventional formation techniques." He said, The sovereignty inscription handles conventional formation commands from external authority structures. It does not handle direct cultivation-based pressure. That requires practitioners responding directly. He said, Chao Rue is not here. Hizun said, I am here. He said this flatly, with the specific quality of someone noting a relevant capability. 300 years in a vault have not diminished my cultivation inscription, and I have an interest in the outcome. Lu Yin said, several of the archive practitioners who remained here have significant cultivation depth. We have been in preservation since our archiving. Our cultivation inscriptions are exactly as they were, fully intact. She said, we have been here for weeks. We have read the situation. We are prepared to be relevant. He looked at them. Hizun, Lu Yin, the three other archive practitioners who had stayed. He said, I want to be clear about what the goal is when he arrives. He said, the goal is not to defeat him. The goal is to demonstrate that the correction cannot be reversed and that the territory will not accommodate an attempt to suppress it. He said, if he understands that the correction stands and suppression is not viable, there may be a way to reach a different outcome. Hizun said, my student will not respond to reason easily. 3 centuries of operating the corrupted system have not been good for his capacity to accept correction. He said, but he was my student. He understands inscription at depth. If the inscription evidence is clear enough, he will recognize it. He said, that is what I am counting on. He said, you want to show him the correction. Hizun said, I want to show him the original design, what he appropriated and what it was for. He said, he was 23 when he rewrote the system. He did not understand what he was rewriting. He understood the mechanism, but not the purpose. He said, he has been running a corrupted version of something beautiful for 3 centuries without knowing what the original was. He said, I want him to know. Lin Feilu said, that is optimistic. Hizun said, yes. He said, I am 500 years old, and I have been in a vault for most of that time, and I was wrong about my students' motivations once before. I may be wrong again. He said, but I am going to try. He said, Wei Liang. He said, yes. Hizun said, the territory laws protect the practitioners here. The reflection law protects against inscription attacks. But the core of what will happen today is inscription communication, showing him the original design, the correction, the full record. He said, you built the record for months. Can you present it as inscription rather than documentation? He said, at Codex Keeper level I can write inscription that encodes the record and makes it directly readable by any practitioner with sufficient depth. He said, if I write the record as a territorial inscription statement, a formal inscription communication within the defined territory, any practitioner of deep scribe or higher who enters the territory will be able to read it directly. Hizun said, can you write that before he arrives? He said, 1 hour. Hizun said, do it. He went to the inscription bench. Chapter 102, he wrote for 1 hour and 20 minutes. The inscription summary of the record was not the notebooks, not the documentation, not the procedural challenge papers, not the authenticated archive materials. It was the evidence chain itself, distilled. Hizun's original design, the corruption event, the 5 centuries of suppression, the vault's registry, the correction. Written in inscription notation at a level that deep scribe and higher practitioners could read directly, without translation. A statement in the language of inscription itself. He wrote it into the territory's ambient inscription, not a formation stone, not a specific location, but the air of the sect itself, the inscription medium that his Codex Keeper laws had established as defined territory. The statement would be present to any practitioner who entered the territory with sufficient depth access. Hizun read it when he finished. He said, this is accurate. He said, yes. Hizun said, the notation style. He said, it is closer to my early method than to the contemporary inscription notation conventions. He said, I learned from your texts. He said, the U family library had your pre-council work. He said, I read it for months. Hizun said, yes. He said, you read my method from my own texts and developed it further. He said, I find that, the correct word is moving. I find that moving. He said, ready? He said, he is crossing the outer boundary now. Hizun said, then yes. We are ready. Chapter 103 The Void Patriarch entered the sect's outer courtyard at the 4th bell. He was older than Wei Liang had expected, older than Hizun, which was itself a strange observation given that Hizun had been in a vault for 5 centuries. The Patriarch had been operating and aging normally for 3 centuries. He was not decrepit. His cultivation inscription was substantial and his formation held steady, the 12 practitioners around him maintaining their amplification arrangement with practiced precision. But the 3 centuries were visible in his inscription signature at Codex Keeper depth, the accumulated weight of a long practice, some of it brilliant, much of it bent toward a specific purpose. He stopped in the outer courtyard. He read the territory. Wei Liang watched him read it. Could read the reading from the inscription patterns, the patriarch's deep scribe access. It was at least that, probably Codex Keeper, engaging with the territory laws, the reflection mechanism, and the inscription statement Wei Liang had written. He read carefully and thoroughly. He was not slow. He found all 3 laws within the first few minutes. He found the inscription statement. He read for a long time. Wei Liang stood at the courtyard entrance. He Zun stood beside him. The others were positioned throughout the courtyard. Lin Feilu, Yu Mingzhu, Xia Wenjing, Elder Shun Bai, Lu Yin, the other archived practitioners, Yuan Xiao. Not a combat formation. A witness formation. They were all present and attending, all reading what the patriarch was doing. The patriarch finished reading. He looked at Izun. He said, "Master." Izun said, "Student." The patriarch said, "You are not supposed to be here." Izun said, "No." He said, "I was in the vault." He said, "You put me there." He said, "Someone let me out." The patriarch looked at Wei Liang. He said, "You made the correction." Wei Liang said, "Yes." The patriarch said, "The seam." Wei Liang said, "Lu Yin identified it from inside." The patriarch looked at Lu Yin. She returned his gaze. She said, 12 years. She said, "I had time." The patriarch was quiet for a moment. He said, to Hizun, "The original inscription. The record states the alignment system is running at original design now." Hizun said, "Yes." The patriarch said, "I cannot reverse the correction at the source." Hizun said, "No." He said, "The seam is sealed from below. The original inscription is active." He said, "What you built on top of it still exists. The rewrite layer is structurally intact, but it is no longer directing the system. The original design is running underneath." He said, "You can disrupt the network from above. You cannot restore your version." The patriarch said, "I know." He said, "I have been reading the propagation since the correction." He said, "I came because..." He stopped. He said, "I came because the record says I should read it. The territorial inscription statement." He said, "I read it." He said, "I read the original design." Hizun said, "Yes." The patriarch said, "The cultivation guidance mechanism. What I thought was a system for identifying and directing practitioners toward specific relationship anchors for authority concentration." He said, "You designed it to identify practitioners and show them their own potential." Hizun said, "Yes." The patriarch was quiet. He said, "I knew it produced accurate visions. I knew the mechanism was sophisticated." He said, "I did not understand what the original was for." He said, "I thought the relationship anchoring was the primary design. I thought I was completing a design you had not finished." Hizun said, "I know." He said, "You were 23. You were very capable and very certain." He said, "You did not understand what you were reading." He said, "I do not say this to condemn you. I say it as an accurate description of what happened." The patriarch said, 3 centuries. He said this with the quality of someone whose accounting has just changed. "I built an institution on a design I did not understand." He said, "I thought I was improving it." Hizun said, "I know." Chapter 10 for the conversation lasted 4 hours. He stayed. His 12 practitioners did not engage. The amplification formation continued, but the patriarch had not attempted inscription techniques against the territory, and the formation was not being used. The 12 were simply present. The 4 hours covered the original design's purpose, the corruption event, the 380-year operation, the council's founding authority, the suppressed communities, the 47 archive practitioners. Hizun spoke. The patriarch listened. Lu Yin spoke several times. She had been in the vault studying the corruption from inside for 12 years, and she had specific technical observations that Hizun did not have. Wei Liang mostly listened. Hizun had been right that the patriarch needed to read the inscription evidence before anything else could happen, and the territory inscription statement had provided that. The conversation was the consequence of that reading. At one point, Hizun said, "The communities the eraser suppressed. The distributed understanding communities." The patriarch said, "I know what happened to them." He said, "The eraser was protecting the system's exclusivity. Distributed understanding models were evidence that the system worked without centralized authority." He said, "I could not allow that evidence." He said, "I ordered the secondary instances deployed to those locations when they appeared." Hizun said, "I know." He said, "You ordered the suppression of communities that were developing exactly what the original system was designed to produce." He said, "I want you to hear that clearly." The patriarch said, "I hear it." He said, I am not going to pretend it is not what it was. He said, 3 centuries of institutional operation has produced a great many things I cannot pretend are not what they were. Hizun said, yes. He said, what do you want to do with that? The patriarch was quiet for a long time. He said, the council's restructuring process. The emergency session finding. He said, 16 members voted to acknowledge the false authority claim. I have 8 members who are loyal to my version of the system. He said, if I act against the correction, I will be acting against 16 council members who voted honestly and against the restructuring committee. He said, I will also be acting against an inscription territory that reflects inscription techniques back to their source. He said, I calculated these odds before I came. He said, I came anyway. Hizun said, why? The patriarch said, because you were in the vault. He said, because the record exists and is authenticated and distributed in multiple locations I cannot suppress. He said, because the seam is sealed and the correction is irreversible. He said, because I am 300 years old and I have been running a corrupted system I designed when I was 23 and did not understand. He said, I came because there was no calculation that led anywhere except here. He said, you trained me to be thorough. He said, I am being thorough. Wei Liang said, what are you asking for? The patriarch looked at him. He said, to be part of the restructuring process rather than its target. He said, the institution I built on the corrupted system, it has done things worth dismantling. It has also done things worth preserving. He said, the administrative functions, the standard-setting work, the intersect relationships. Those were not built on the corruption. They were built alongside it. He said, they can be separated. He said, I know where the lines are. He said, no one else does. Hizun said, you want to help undo what you built. The patriarch said, I want to help build what should have been built. He said, which is what you designed, master, which I failed to see for 3 centuries. He said, I would like the opportunity to see it now. Hizun looked at Wei Liang. Wei Liang looked at the patriarch, at Codex Keeper Depth, at the cultivation inscription of a practitioner who had been running a corrupted system for 3 centuries and had come here, without fighting, after reading the evidence. He read the inscription's quality. He read the 3 centuries of institutional development and the specific weight of a practitioner who has been doing something enormous for a very long time and has just understood what it was. He said, the restructuring committee needs someone who knows how the corrupted system actually worked from the inside. He said, not to defend it, to help identify what was built on the corruption and needs to change versus what was built alongside it, and can continue. He said, you are the only person alive who has that knowledge. The patriarch said, yes. He said, under Hizun's oversight. He said, and under the committee's authority structure. He said, not as a principal, as a technical advisor who knows the details. The patriarch said, yes. He said, that is acceptable. He said, it is probably more than I deserve. Hizun said, probably. He said, but we are trying to build something accurate, not something punitive. He said, if accurate means including the person who did the damage in the process of repairing it, that is what accurate requires. Chapter 105. The 12 practitioners outside the territory boundary had been standing for 4 hours. When the patriarch came out of the courtyard and spoke to them, they did not immediately disperse. They listened, adjusted their formation, and then reformed in a different arrangement. Not an amplification formation, a travel formation. They were preparing to go somewhere. The patriarch said to Wei Liang, my 8 council members, they expect me to return with a report on the correction status and recommendations for how to respond. He said, what I am bringing them is not what they expect. Wei Liang said, what will you tell them? The patriarch said, the truth. He said, the correction is irreversible. The council has 16 members who voted honestly. The restructuring is proceeding. My recommendation is participation rather than opposition. He said, 8 members. I expect 4 to accept the recommendation. 4 will probably refuse. He said, the 4 who refuse will attempt to operate independently. They have resources. He said, that will be a management problem for the committee. Wei Liang said, I can read the institutional inscription of their operations. At Codex Keeper Depth, if they attempt to build a replacement authority structure using the remaining corrupted system elements. The patriarch said, they will try. He said, the eraser secondary instances are all deactivated. The alignment system is running original design. They cannot suppress practitioners the way the corrupted system did. He said, what they can do is propagate the old narrative, that the visions are divine, that the divine authority claim is legitimate, that the correction is an attack on the sacred order. He said, the 4 who refuse will do that. He said, they will find believers. He said, "This is how institutions work when they lose their factual basis. The narrative persists after the foundation changes." Hizun said, "And the response to narrative is also narrative." He said, "The testimony of the 47, the archive practitioners who were suppressed. Their accounts are the most powerful available counter-narrative. Practitioners who were taken because they knew the truth, now able to speak." He said, "The story has witnesses." The patriarch said, "Yes." He said, "I know." He said, "I am prepared for the 4 who refuse to be a long-term problem." He said, "Institutional change takes time." He said, "I have spent 3 centuries building the problem. I am not expecting the solution in a week." Hizun said, "Neither am I." He said, "I have been waiting 500 years. Patience is something I have in abundance." The patriarch said, "I will be at the council's headquarters in 3 days. I will send a communication when the recommendation has been delivered." He said, "Wei Liang." He looked at him directly. "The territory laws you wrote. The reflection mechanism." He said, "I noticed you wrote them into the ambient inscription rather than into specific formation stones." He said, "Yes." The patriarch said, "The ambient inscription is more flexible but less durable. Over time, without reinforcement, the ambient inscription drifts." He said, "If you want the territory laws to persist, you should inscribe them into the foundation stones." He said, "I know because I have been managing inscription systems for 3 centuries." He said, "This is technical advice, not an observation with a hidden purpose." He said, "I know." He said, "I will reinscribe into the foundation stones tomorrow." He said, "Thank you." The patriarch said, "You are going to be a better inscriber than I was." He said it with the flatness of someone making an accurate assessment. "You work from the foundation rather than from the surface. I always worked from the surface and found the foundation afterward." He said, "That is a significant difference in approach." He said, "It produces more durable work." He said, "I learned from the landscape." The patriarch said, "I know." He said, "I read the territorial inscription statement." He said, "You describe a practitioner who reads what exists before writing anything." He said, "That is what Hizun did. I never understood it until now." He said, 3 centuries. He said, "All right." He said, "I will go." He left. Wei Liang stood in the outer courtyard and watched the patriarch and his 12 practitioners go down the outer road. Hizun stood beside him. The morning light was coming over the eastern buildings. Hizun said, "What are you thinking?" He said, "That he came here prepared to fight and ended up offering to help." He said, "I don't know if that is a good outcome or a complicated outcome." Hizun said, "It is both." He said, "Most good outcomes are complicated." He said, "Go reinscribe the territory laws into the foundation stones. Durable work first." He said, "Yes." He went. Chapter 106. 3 days after the patriarch's departure, the restructuring committee convened its first formal session. It was not at Stone River Sect. It was at a neutral institutional site, a long-established archive building in the central cultivation territory that had maintained its independence from the council for 200 years. Suchun had arranged the site and sent invitations. 23 of the 24 council members attended. The 4 dissenting members sent their proxies rather than appearing in person, which was noted in the record. Hizun attended. Wei Liang attended. Lu Yin attended, representing the archived practitioners as a group. The patriarch attended, in the role he had described, technical advisor on the corrupted system structure. The independent archive institution sent its director, the woman who had come to Stone River Sect with the authenticated documentation. She was given a formal committee role she accepted with the same flat satisfaction she had brought to the original delivery. Yuan Xiao attended as primary documentation support. She brought 10 notebooks. The committee members looked at the 10 notebooks when they were set on the table and did not quite know what to say. Yuan Xiao said, "This is the record. Everything that is discussed in this session will be added to the record. When the record is complete, copies will go to the Celestial Observatory, the Independent Cultivation Records Archive, and the 3 secondary distribution locations." She said, "This is how records work." She sat down. The committee began. The session lasted 2 days. The first day covered the factual basis, the authenticated documentation, Hizun's testimony about the original design and the corruption event, Lu Yan's testimony about the vault and the archive practitioners, the patriarch's testimony about how the council's authority structure had actually operated under the corrupted system. The testimony was recorded, read into the formal committee record, and acknowledged as accurate by unanimous agreement of the 23 attending members. The second day covered the restructuring framework. This was more complex. The council's practical functions, administrative, standard setting, intersect coordination, were separated from the divine authority claim and evaluated on their own merits. Most of them were found to be legitimate independent functions that served genuine needs. The divine authority claim was formally withdrawn as a basis for any council decision or enforcement action, effective immediately. The compliance file system was suspended pending review. All active Nexus files were placed in inactive status. The quarterly assessment process was discontinued. This affected several thousand practitioners across the known cultivation world who had been under compliance review for prophecy fulfillment purposes. Suchin noted that the notification process would take several weeks. The Patriarch presented his analysis of which council functions were built directly on the corrupted system's authority mechanism and would need to be redesigned. It was more than Wei Liang had expected. The Patriarch had spent the 3 days after leaving Stone River Sect producing a detailed technical breakdown of the council's operational dependencies, the kind of thorough analysis that demonstrated exactly the capability the Patriarch had described when he offered to be a technical advisor. The breakdown was presented without defensiveness and without omission. What needed to change was noted clearly. What could continue was noted equally clearly. He-Zun reviewed the breakdown. He said, "This is accurate." He said it with the quality of someone who has verified a complex document against their own knowledge and found it consistent. The session ended with a formal committee resolution. The restructuring would proceed under the oversight of the full committee, with He-Zun as technical advisor for the alignment system restoration, the Patriarch as technical advisor for the legacy institutional structure, Wei Liang as the designated inscriber for any inscription work required by the restructuring, and a rotating chair from the council membership. Suchun was the first rotating chair. He said, opening the resolution, "The ordained council was founded on a false authority claim. We are acknowledging that. We are also acknowledging that the people who served this institution for the past 380 years did so in good faith, largely. The institution did real work. The work does not become false because the authority claim was false." He said, "We are not erasing the institution. We are correcting its foundation." He said, "That is, I understand, what inscription practice does." He-Zun looked at Wei Liang. Wei Liang looked at He-Zun. He-Zun said quietly, "Yes, that is what inscription practice does." Chapter 107. The 4 dissenting council members attempted, as the Patriarch had predicted, to establish a parallel authority structure. They were not subtle about it. Within 2 weeks of the committee session, they had convened their own meeting and issued a counter-declaration affirming the divine authority claim and declaring the restructuring committee illegitimate. They had 3 sect heads who supported them and access to a publication network that distributed their declaration widely. The declaration received attention for approximately 8 days. On the 8th day, Lu Yin published her account of her 12 years in the vault. She had been writing it since the day after her release. It was thorough, specific, and structured with the precision of a practitioner who had spent 12 years analyzing a problem from the inside. It described exactly what had happened to her, the eraser's activation, the preservation process, the vault's interior state, the other archive practitioners, her study of the seam. It included the specific inscription notation of the seam she had identified, so that any practitioner with sufficient depth access could verify the technical accuracy of her account. It was distributed through the independent archive network before any dissenting council member could review it. 3 other archive practitioners published their own accounts within the following week. The accounts were diverse, different time periods, different institutional contexts, different personal circumstances. All of them were specific and technically verifiable at inscription depth. All of them described the eraser's activation, the preservation, the vault. The Patriarch's dissenting members issued a response describing the accounts as fabrications. The response was published on the same day that the Independent Cultivation Records Archive issued a formal authentication certification for all 4 accounts, noting that the inscription evidence in each account had been verified against known historical records and found consistent. The counter-declaration's distribution network collapsed within the week. 3 of the supporting sect heads withdrew their support. The 4th sect head traveled to the vault location and requested access to read the vault inscription directly. He-Zun accompanied him. He read for 2 days. He came back and issued a public statement. The vault is real and the accounts are accurate. He resigned from the counter-declaration. The 4 dissenting members continued. They would continue for years. Institutional narrative did not collapse quickly, but the counter-declaration had lost its institutional footing within a month of its issuance. The Patriarch, who had predicted this trajectory with accuracy that Wei Liang found impressive for its lack of self-justification, noted the timeline in a message to the committee. For weeks to isolation. Faster than I estimated. The restructuring continued. Chapter 108 Chao Rui came back to Stone River Sect on the day of the first frost. She appeared at the outer gate in the mid-morning with a travel bag, in the same unhurried manner she had brought to every arrival. She found Wei Liang in the inscription workshop, where he spent most of his time now, working through the re-inscription backlog that the network reversion had revealed, and said, "I am back." He said, "You said you would come back." She said, "Yes." She looked at the inscription bench. She said, "You have a backlog." He said, 47 practitioners who were archived have returned to the world. Many of them have sect affiliations or institutional connections that include inscription systems built on the corrupted model. The reversion has affected those systems. Some of them need rebuilding. He said, Lu Yin is handling the technical coordination. I am handling the direct inscription work. He said, it is a great deal of inscription work. She said, I assumed it would be. She put her travel bag down. She said, my sect master has authorized me to assist with the re-inscription work. I am a decent formation reader, not inscription depth, but I can assess whether a formation is functioning correctly versus incorrectly and help with physical preparation for re-inscription. She said, also I am very good at keeping the pace of work moving when people are tempted to slow down. He said, that is an accurate description of a useful capability. She said, I know. She said, also. She paused. She said, my sect master received a cultivation guidance vision from the original alignment system. She said, the first vision of that kind my sect's master has received in 3 decades. She said, it showed him the technique correction he has needed for 12 years that no cultivation physician has been able to reach. She said, he sent me back partly because he wants to know if you can help. He said, tell him to submit a consultation request through the maintenance elder. She said, I told him you would say that. She said, he is submitting one. She said, the second maintenance elder, there is a new one, I noticed, also seems to have adjusted to the volume of consultation requests. He said, the original elder retired after the vault situation was resolved. He said, 30 years, and this is a reasonable conclusion. He said, the new elder is the previous assistant. He accepted the role with what the head elder described as resigned comprehension. She said, good. She looked at the workshop. She said, same chair. He said, yes. She said, it still looks like a dining chair. She sat in it with the comfort of someone returning to a familiar place. She said, what's next? He said, the dissenting council members' narrative management, the archive practitioners' reintegration, the distributed community rebuilding in the locations where the eraser suppressed sects over the centuries. He said, the re-inscription backlog. He said, the preparation for living script advancement. That is the next level, and I don't yet know how to approach it. She said, you will figure out the living script when you figure it out. She said, what is the most immediate thing? He said, the re-inscription backlog. She said, then show me where to start. He showed her. Chapter 109 The night before the restructuring committee's second formal session, the group gathered in the workshop. Not all of them. Not Lu Yan, who was in the capital coordinating with the archive institution. Not Elder Shen Bai, who had returned to her hermit territory to begin the process of reviving her tradition's presence in the cultivation world. But the original group that had traveled twice to the mountain range. He Zun, Yu Mingzhu, Chao Rui, Lin Feilu, Xia Wenjing, Wan Xiao, and He Zun, newly present in the world. The workshop was lit warmly. The formation anchors ran their steady inscription patterns. The bench was clear. Wei Liang had finished the day's re-inscription work before the others arrived. Nobody performed anything. Nobody demonstrated anything. They sat and they talked, and the conversation was not about the committee session or the restructuring work or the dissenting members or the eraser secondary instances still deactivating across the network. The conversation was about smaller things, the kind of things that do not get documented in committee records or authenticated by institutional archives. At some point in the evening, he said, whatever happens with the committee session tomorrow, whatever the restructuring produces, whatever work comes after this. He looked around the workshop. He said, none of this was decided by the prophecies. He said it carefully, choosing each word. He said, you were all sent visions that told you to come find me. You all made choices after that. The prophecy put you in motion. The choices are yours. He looked at each of them in turn. He said, thank you for the choices. He Zun said, I did not come because of a prophecy. Wei Liang said, no. He said, you built the system. You waited 500 years. That is also a choice. He said, thank you for that too. Wan Xiao said, I did not receive a prophecy either. He said, you were there before any of the prophecy recipients arrived. He said, you kept the record. You made the distribution happen before I thought to make it happen. You have been doing that since before I knew what I was building. He said, that is also a choice. He said, thank you. She said, I know. She said it with the specific quality of someone who has been doing the right thing for a long time and is satisfied to have it named. You are welcome. Yu Mingzhu said, the technique. Yesterday I held it for 20 minutes. He said, I know. I read it when you walked in. She said, I know you did. She said, I just wanted to say it aloud. She said, 20 minutes. The compliance file closed last week. She said, the first morning in 6 years without a quarterly assessment to prepare for. She said, it is a very quiet feeling. He said, good. She said, yes. She said it is. Lin Feilu said, this is a sentimental conversation. He said, yes. She said, I am noting that I am present for it and not leaving. She said, this is significant data. He said, I noted it. She said, good. She said, Ruan Xiao. Ruan Xiao said, 11th notebook. Lin Feilu said, yes. She settled back in her chair. Hizun watched all of this with the quality of attention he brought to natural inscription patterns in the landscape, reading and noting and finding it accurate in the way things are accurate when they are exactly what they are and nothing else. Chapter 1:10 The second committee session established the distributed oversight model. This was the central design question that the restructuring faced. What replaces the centralized divine authority of the ordained council? The patriarch had argued that some centralization was practically necessary, that completely distributed cultivation governance would produce fragmentation and conflict. Hizun had argued that the original alignment system's design demonstrated the viability of distributed guidance without central authority. The debate between them was detailed and technically sophisticated and lasted the first day of the 2-day session. The resolution they reached was Hizun's original design, with the patriarch's practical modifications, a distributed network of institutional nodes, each with authority over its own territory and cultivation community, coordinated through shared inscription standards rather than central command authority. The standards themselves, what counts as valid cultivation practice, what inscription techniques are recognized, would be maintained by a rotating standards council with representatives from every recognized institutional node, with no single node having veto authority. The alignment system, running at original design, would provide cultivation guidance to individual practitioners. The guidance would be clearly marked as manufactured inscription rather than divine revelation. Practitioners who received guidance visions would be informed of the system's nature and its history. This transparency was Hizun's absolute condition. The system could continue to function, but never again as a hidden authority. The dissenting members' parallel authority structure was noted in the record and formally designated as unrecognized. The committee's position was that the dissenting members were welcome to operate within the distributed model with equal standing to any other institutional node, but that their divine authority claim would not receive institutional recognition from any committee member. The 4 dissenting members rejected this designation in a formal statement. The committee noted the rejection and moved on. 3 of the archive practitioners who had been in the vault longest, 1 who had been preserved for over 3 centuries, 2 who had been preserved for approximately 2 centuries, attended the session and gave brief statements. The 3 centuries practitioner said, I have been in a vault for 320 years. I came here to see what 320 years produced. He looked at the committee. He said, better than nothing. He said, also, the inscription work this young man did to make the correction is the most sophisticated I have encountered. I was at Pattern Reader when I was archived. I have been advancing in theory within the vault since then. I am telling you, the work was exceptional. Do not let him be modest about it. He sat down. Wei Liang said, to the committee, he was in a vault for 320 years. His technical opinion is formed through 3 centuries of theoretical advancement in preservation. I would take the assessment seriously. Su Chun, who was chairing the session, said, noted. Hizun, who was sitting next to Wei Liang, said quietly, his inscription theory while in the vault has in fact been quite advanced. He has some ideas about the deeper inscription levels that I find interesting. He said, will he be joining the technical advisors? Hizun said, I expect he will eventually. He said, he has 3 centuries of theoretical work to share, and he has been waiting a long time to share it. He said, that is going to be a long set of conversations. He said, good. Hizun said, yes. He said, it is. Chapter 1:11 Xia Wenjing published her astronomical record 3 months after the correction. The publication was formally titled, The Celestial Inscription as Evidence, a 22-year record of Hizun's alignment system and the history of its corruption. It was submitted to the Independent Cultivation Records Archive for authentication and published simultaneously in 6 institutional archives and the Celestial Observatory's public record. It was the most comprehensive account of the situation from any single source. 22 years of astronomical observation, cross-referenced with the inscription evidence chain Wei Liang had built, with Hizun's testimony, with the vault's registry. The Celestial Records documentation of the alignment system's history, Hizun's creation, the corruption event, the 5 centuries of suppressed practitioners, the correction, rendered in astronomical notation that could be verified by any qualified astronomer. The publication reached the 4 dissenting council members' communities within a week. The response was immediate. The members declared the publication fabricated and Xia Wenjing's credentials fraudulent. The Celestial Observatory issued a response the same day noting that its director's credentials were a matter of public institutional record and that the authentication had been performed by the Independent Cultivation Records Archive, not the observatory. The dissenting members' response to the observatory's response was noted, filed, and not addressed further. The publication was read widely. It was translated into the Southern inscription notation system and the Northern oral traditions written form within a month. The archive practitioners' accounts, combined with Xia Wenjing's astronomical record and the authenticated documentary evidence, constituted a case that was substantially harder to dispute than any of its individual components. The Patriarch, reviewing the publication, sent a message to Wei Liang. The celestial record component was not something I anticipated. That is the most robust element of the evidence chain. I was unaware of the 22-year observation record. Wei Liang replied. She started the observation record when she was 12. The Patriarch replied. The alignment system sent her toward this work when she was 12 years old. Wei Liang replied. Yes. The Patriarch replied. The original design was building this evidence chain for 22 years before the correction was made. The system was preparing witnesses. Wei Liang replied. I know. Hizun's design. The Patriarch replied, after a pause. I should have understood the design better before I rewrote it. He said, I understand it now. Wei Liang put the correspondence in the record. Everything went in the record. That was the method. That was how it had always worked. Chapter 112. The stone tablet fragment in the back room of the inscription workshop had been there since Wei Liang's first week at the sect. He had found it in the initial clearing out, a section of stone that had been pushed to a storage shelf with the accumulated objects of decades, covered in old inscription that he had not been able to fully read at his initial depth. He had logged it, kept it, and noted it periodically as his depth access increased. Each time he read it, he found more. He read it now at Codex Keeper depth. The fragment was a piece of Hizun's original foundational work. Not the alignment system itself, something else, something Hizun had been working on alongside the alignment system. A theoretical text on the nature of inscription, what inscription was, what it meant that the world was written, what a practitioner who could read it fully would find. He read for an hour. Hizun was in the workshop when he set the fragment down. Hizun looked at the fragment, then at Wei Liang. He said, You found that here. He said, In the back room. My first week. He said, I have been reading it as my depth advanced. He said, What is it? Hizun said, The beginning of what I was working on before I was archived. He said, I called it the foundation theory. The inscription, underlying inscription, the question of what the world's writing is written in, and what would happen to a practitioner who reached first author access. He said, I did not complete it. He said, I was archived before I could. He said, the fragment was here for 50 years at least. No one knew what it was. Hizun said, I had copies of my theoretical work in several locations before my student archived me. I did not know which copies would survive. He said, I found the vault copy when I returned. I did not know this one was here. He said, You were placed at this sect. He said, The alignment system guided my placement here. Hizun said, Yes. He said, It sent you to the sect where the theoretical foundation you would need was already present, waiting. He said, The fragment is the next step. He said, After living script and sealed archive, and whatever comes before first author. He said, The foundation theory describes what first author access is. He said, You will need to read it fully to understand where you are going. He said, I have been reading it since my first week. Hizun said, I know. He said, You were reading it before you could read it. He said, That is typical. He said, I think it is also why you were sent here. He said, I was sent here because there was a stone tablet fragment in a back room. Hizun said, You were sent here because the system identified the practitioner who would advance to the level where the fragment became meaningful and guided them to the fragment's location. He said, The system has been doing this for 500 years for other practitioners. It did it correctly for you. He said, yes. He looked at the fragment. He said, the foundation theory. Hizun said, I will tell you what I had developed before the archiving. He said, you will tell me what the fragment says at Codex Keeper depth that I could not read when I wrote it. He said, we will finish what I started. He said, together. He said, all right. He picked up the fragment. He put it on the bench. Hizun sat down across from him. They began. Chapter 113, the reinscription work took months. It was not glamorous work. Traveling to sect locations where the network reversion had revealed corrupted inscription systems, reading the corruption's specific effect on each location, designing corrections appropriate to the existing structure, inscribing the corrections. Each location was different. Each correction required reading from the beginning, understanding what was there before writing anything. Lu Yin coordinated the schedule and provided technical analysis. Chao Rue organized the physical preparation and kept the work moving. He did the inscription. Hizun occasionally accompanied him. The experience of traveling through cultivation communities and seeing his original design's effects, practitioners receiving genuine cultivation guidance, developing their own understanding, the distributed model beginning to take shape, was something Hizun moved through with the quality of long-deferred satisfaction being allowed to exist. He said once, in a small sect in the mountain region, watching a young practitioner who had just received an alignment system vision work through its implications, this is what it was for. He said, yes. Hizun said, I built the system and then spent 500 years unable to see whether it worked. He said, it works. He said, the cultivation guidance is reaching people who need it. Hizun said, yes. He said, the distributed understanding communities. The suppressed model. It is beginning to appear again. Not the specific communities the eraser destroyed, but the pattern. Practitioners in multiple locations developing independent inscription understanding simultaneously. He said, the eraser is gone. The communities can form. He said, is that what living script is for? That level? Hizun said, what do you mean? He said, living script, his own body becomes a walking inscription that affects others. I have been thinking about what that means practically. He said, if I am at that level, other practitioners near me would be able to read inscription more easily, the way a practitioner near a strong formation reads the space differently than in open territory. He said, I would be a catalyst for distributed understanding. Hizun was quiet for a moment. He said, that is an interpretation of living script I did not fully develop in the foundation theory. He said, I described the mechanism. I did not follow the implication through. He said, you may be right about the practical effect. He said, I don't know. We are in new territory. He said, I find that interesting. He said, I find it somewhat alarming. Hizun said, you find everything somewhat alarming when you first encounter it. He said, you always read it carefully and then proceed. He said, that is your method. He said, apply it. He said, yes. Hizun said, read it when you get there. He said, you always do. Chapter 114 Lin Falu became the restructuring committee's security advisor. This was not a role that had been formally established before she proposed it. She proposed it at the third committee session by placing a written proposal on the table in front of Su Chun and saying, the 4 dissenting members have resources and motivation to interfere with the restructuring process. The institutional records that document the false authority claim need ongoing physical and inscription security. I am qualified to assess and manage both. She said, I am offering my services. Su Chun read the proposal. He said, your previous professional activities, she said, are relevant to the role in a way that benefits the committee. He said, you are an independent practitioner with a background in, she said, security assessment and risk management. She said, the committee can examine my qualifications. She said, or it can accept that I have been assessing security risks in this situation for the past year and produce a list of vulnerabilities I have already identified in the committee's record-keeping and distribution infrastructure. Su Chin said, please produce the list. She produced the list. It had 22 items. 12 of them were immediately addressed at the session. The other 10 required infrastructure work. Su Chin said, the appointment is approved. He said, welcome to the committee. She said, I have conditions. He said, of course you do. She outlined her conditions. They were specific, reasonable, and clearly the result of someone who had thought carefully about what they were agreeing to and what they were not. The conditions were accepted. She became the committee's security advisor. Wei Liang heard about this from Yuan Xiao, who had been at the session with her notebook. He said, she proposed a role and then produced a list of vulnerabilities. Yuan Xiao said, yes. He said, in the committee session, in front of 23 council members. Yuan Xiao said, She said afterward that the most effective way to establish credibility in an unfamiliar institutional context is to demonstrate specific, actionable knowledge immediately. She said. She also said she had been bored since the patriarch's departure and needed useful work. She said, both are true. He said, how long has she been assessing the committee's vulnerabilities? Yuan Xiao said, she told me, since the second committee session. She was there documenting for me and assessed the infrastructure as a reflex. She said. She also said she was going to tell you eventually, but found the committee session a more efficient delivery method. He said, she finds institutional processes efficient. Yuan Xiao said, she finds careful preparation followed by decisive action efficient. The institutional process was incidental. He said, yes. He said, that is accurate. Yuan Xiao said. She also told me to tell you she is fine. She will be at the SEC for the remainder of the reinscription work, and the conditions she negotiated with the committee include the flexibility to be present when the next advancement occurs. She said, quote, he will not notice unless someone makes sure he does. He said, I notice things. Yuan Xiao said, you notice inscription patterns and institutional structures and historical evidence chains. She said, you are somewhat less attentive to the people noticing you. She said, she knows this. She said, this is why she specified it in the conditions. He said, noted. Yuan Xiao said, yes. She closed the notebook. 11th notebook, I think. She put it down. 12th from here. Chapter 115. 6 months after the correction, Hizun presented the foundation theory at the Independent Archive Institution. It was the first public presentation of inscription theory at that depth in 500 years, a formal academic lecture by the person who had developed the field, presenting the full theoretical framework underlying all cultivation inscription practice, with commentary from Wei Liang on how the theory had developed from codex keeper depth and projections about what lay beyond it. The session was attended by practitioners from across the cultivation world. The archive institution's hall was full. The 3 Centuries archive practitioner was in the front row with a stack of notebooks he had brought from the vault, 3 centuries of theoretical development and preservation, waiting for this conversation. Hizun presented for 3 hours. Wei Liang presented for 1 hour. The 3 Centuries practitioner spoke for 20 minutes, and then asked questions for 90 minutes that required Hizun and Wei Liang to consult each other on 7 separate occasions. Afterward, in the quiet after the hall had emptied, Hizun said, I could not have given that lecture without your commentary. Wei Liang said, the foundation theory is yours. Hizun said, the foundation theory was written before I reached Codex Keeper access. Your readings from that depth-added material I did not have. He said, the theory is a collaboration. He said, I want to note that clearly. He said, you have been very clear about crediting people for their contributions to the work. Hizun said, yes. He said, I was not, when I was young. He said, my students rewrite. Part of what made it possible was that I had been secretive about my work. I had not shared the alignment system's design documentation broadly. If I had documented and distributed it as you have done with the investigation record, my students' corruption would have been much harder to sustain. He said, the distribution approach. Yuan Xiao's notebooks in multiple locations. The authenticated archive copies. He said, that is the correct approach. I did not practice it. He said, I am practicing it now. He said, the foundation theory will be documented, authenticated, and distributed before the month is out. He said, Yuan Xiao can coordinate the distribution. Hizun said, I have already asked her. He said, she said she has it planned. He said, she also said she has been planning it since the 2nd week after I left the vault. He said, she is extraordinary. He said, yes. He said, she has been since before any of this started. Hizun said, I know. He said, the alignment system identified her as a fixed star. I understand that notation now, having met her. He said, she has been the constant point around which everything else has moved. He said, the documentation is the record. She has been the record all along. He said, I know. Hizun said, does she know you know? He said, yes. I told her. He said, some time ago. Hizun said, good. He said, some things should be said clearly. He said, you said it. He said, she told me to say it more often. He said, she is probably right. Hizun said, most of the people around you are right about most things. He said, that is not an accident. He said, the system was building people around you who could see what you cannot always see. He said, that is what the working group was for. He said, use it. He said, I do. Hizun said, yes. He said, I know. He said, I am telling you anyway because sometimes you know things and still need to hear them. He recognized the phrasing. He said, Lin Feilu said that. Hizun said, I heard her say it. It was accurate. I adopted it. He said, that is also how inscription works. You read what is already true and you add it to your own record. He said, go home. There is reinscription work tomorrow. He went home. Chapter 116 Living Script came 9 months after the correction. He had been working toward it without quite working toward it. The advancement that would make his own body a walking inscription affecting other practitioners. He had been reading the foundation theory fragment with Hizun's guidance, had been thinking about the implication he had identified in the mountain region, had been noticing things in his inscription work that suggested the boundary was closer than he had estimated. It came in the deep archive of Stone River Sect, which he had fully reinscribed after the eraser's deactivation. The archive was now complete. All formation stones reinscribed, the eraser's traces cleared, the old registry stone maintained as a historical record rather than an active system. He had been reading the full archive inscription at Codex Keeper depth, confirming the reinscription quality, when the depth shifted. Living script, his own body becomes a walking inscription that affects others. The shift was subtle and immediate. He sat with it for an hour in the archive before moving. He needed to understand what had changed before he was near other practitioners. What had changed was exactly what he had predicted in the mountain region, and also not quite that. He could feel, at living script depth, the way his own inscription pattern radiated outward. Not cultivation energy, not formation technique, but inscription itself, the specific quality of his inscription reading and correction ability becoming present in the space around him. Practitioners near him would find their own inscription more legible, not taught, not explained, just more visible, the way a practitioner near a well-calibrated formation stone perceives their own cultivation signature more clearly. He sat with this for an hour. Then he went to find Hizun. Hizun was in the Yu family library, working through the 3rd volume of the Foundation Theory Reconstruction. He looked up when Wei Liang came in and said, You advanced. He said, Yes. Hizun said, I can read it in your inscription pattern. He said, Living script. He said, What does it feel like? He said, Like radiating. He said, Outward, not directed. Ambient, like a formation stone rather than an active technique. He said, The people near me will read their own inscription more clearly. Hizun said, Yes. He said, That is what I described in the foundation theory, and that is what I predicted, and I am still glad to have it confirmed. He said, Does it feel controllable? He said, Yes. It is ambient, but I can modulate the intensity. At minimum output it is subtle enough that most practitioners would not notice the difference. At full output the effect would be very clear. He said, I need to determine what the appropriate default output level is. Hizun said, Subtle, I would suggest. Practitioners should develop their own inscription reading naturally. You should be a catalyst, not a teacher imposing on students who did not ask. He said, This is the error I did not make explicit in the foundation theory. The alignment system's guidance should support natural development, not replace it. He said, Living script is the same principle applied to your presence. He said, Subtle. Let them develop. He said, Yes. Hizun said, The distributed understanding communities. The emerging networks. He said, You have been traveling for the reinscription work. You have been at those locations. He said, The practitioners there. Have you noticed any effect from your presence? He said, I wasn't at living script depth during those visits. Hizun said, No. But your Codex Keeper inscription has been affecting the ambient inscription quality in the locations you visit. The reinscription work is durable work. It improves the quality of the inscription medium for every practitioner in the territory. He said, Living script extends that effect to your personal presence. He said, The distributed understanding communities. The places you visit. The practitioners there. He said, When you are present at living script output, they will see their own inscription more clearly. He said, Not what you see, what they can see, but more of it. He said, That is a significant effect. Hizun said, Yes. He said, Use it carefully. He said, Subtle. Let them develop. He said, I will. Hizun said, And tell the others, particularly Lin Feilu. He said, She has been tracking your advancement trajectory since before Codex Keeper. He said, She will want to know. He said, She specified it in the committee conditions. Hizun said, I know. He said, Go tell her. He told her. She was in the outer practice courtyard, completing the daily perimeter assessment she had maintained as a habit since the Patriarch's visit. He found her at the south wall and said, I advanced. She said, When? He said, An hour ago. In the archive. She said, Living script. He said, Yes. She said, The radiant inscription effect. He said, yes. She said, can I feel it? He said, probably at close range. He said, I'm at minimum output. He said, I've been at minimum output since I left the archive. She said, what is minimum output? He said, subtle, not immediately distinguishable from a well-calibrated formation stone in the immediate vicinity. She said, I am a poison affinity practitioner. I am not primarily an inscription practitioner. If your living script effect makes my cultivation inscription more legible to me, I should notice it even at minimum output. He said, yes. She said, I noticed it when you came through the practice court in trance. She said, I thought the practice court formation had been recalibrated. She said, it was you. He said, yes. She said, that is going to be an adjustment. He said, for you or for practitioners in general? She said, both. She said, but mostly me, since I am going to be around you more than most practitioners. She said, what does full output do? He said, I don't know yet. I haven't tried full output. She said, don't try full output in an occupied space until you've tested it in an unoccupied one. He said, yes, I know. She said, good. She said, congratulations. She said it with the same flat directness she brought to everything, and it was still, somehow, exactly the right word. Chapter 117, the dissenting members for practitioner parallel authority attempted to establish a formal suppression action against the restructuring committee 9 months after the correction. It was not a successful attempt. The action was filed through a legacy council mechanism that the restructuring had not yet formally abolished, and it triggered a review process that took 3 weeks. During those 3 weeks, the independent archive institution produced authenticated documentation that the mechanism being used predated the correction and was based on the divine authority claim that had been formally withdrawn. The mechanism was voided. The 4 dissenting members' legal challenge to the voiding was reviewed and rejected at the committee session. The 3 months that followed produced 2 more attempts, both of which failed for similar reasons. The legacy mechanisms they were attempting to use had their roots in the corrupted system's authority, and the documentation existed to demonstrate this clearly. The Patriarch, reviewing the attempts from his technical advisor position, sent a message to the security advisor, Lin Filu, before each attempt. His messages were accurate about timing, mechanism, and likely point of failure. She addressed each attempt before it became a formal action where possible. After the 3rd attempt, she sent him a message. Your accuracy on the timing and mechanism for these actions is impressive. How are you predicting them? He replied, I designed those mechanisms. I know how they work and who would use them in what circumstances. He replied, I am also in contact with the dissenting members' institutional networks. Not to aid them, to observe. He replied, I told them when I left Stone River Sect that I would be technical advisor for the restructuring and that my role was to help dismantle what I built on incorrect foundations. They did not believe me. He replied, I intend to continue demonstrating it. She replied, your intelligence on the dissenting members' plans has been useful. He replied, yes. He replied, I am aware. He replied, I would have found me useful too. Lin Feilu brought the correspondence to Wei Liang. She said, I want you to have the record of this. He said, you trust him. She said, I trust his self-interest aligns with the committee's goals in the current situation. That is not the same as trust. She said, I also trust that he is genuinely attempting to undo what he built incorrectly. I believe that is real. She said, operational trust is different from character trust. I have both to varying degrees. She said, the record preserves both distinctions. He said, yes. He said, keep the correspondence in the distribution record. She said, already done. Chapter 118. A year after the correction, Su Chun requested a one-on-one meeting with Wei Liang. Not a committee meeting, a personal meeting, in the small administrative office of whatever archive building they were both at when the request came through. They were both at the Central Archive Institution for a Standards Council session. He came to the meeting. Su Chun had a cup of tea and a single document on the table. He said, 11 months into the restructuring process. He said, the distributed oversight model is functioning. The Standards Council has its first 2 sessions completed. 17 of the original 24 council members are actively participating in the restructuring. He said, the 4 dissenting members' efforts have been unsuccessful. He said, the Patriarch's technical contributions to the dismantling process have been more comprehensive than I expected and more honest. He said, yes. Su Chun said, I want to ask you something directly, and I want you to answer directly. He said, all right. Su Chun said, the restructuring, the distributed model, the alignment system running at original design. He said, is this what you were working toward? Or is this a consequence of what you were working toward? He said, the inscription correction was what I was working toward. He said, the correction was to the foundational inscription of the alignment system. The institutional consequences were predictable, but were not the goal. He said, the goal was accuracy. Su Chen said, accuracy. He said, yes. Something that was written incorrectly had to be corrected. Not because of the institutional consequences. Because it was written incorrectly. He said, that is what I do. Su Chen said, you corrected the foundational inscription of a 500-year-old system and restructured the authority framework of the known cultivation world because something was written incorrectly. He said, yes. Su Chen said, that is either the most or least dramatic description of what you have done that I have encountered. He said, I find I believe it. He said, you are also the most important inscription practitioner alive. That is an institutional assessment, not flattery. He said, I know. He said, I find the description uncomfortable. Su Chen said, I know. He said, I am going to use it anyway in formal contexts because it is accurate and it matters for the restructuring's institutional credibility. He said, I wanted to tell you directly so you are not surprised by the usage. He said, all right. He said, thank you for telling me. Su Chen said, the document. He slid it across the table. A formal institutional recognition from the restructuring committee. Your inscription rank is formally established as living script, with a note that you are the first practitioner to reach that level in the current era's documented history. He said, there is also a note from the committee that the institutional records will reflect your role in the correction. He said, the note is brief. It is accurate. He read the document. The recognition was formal and correct. The note about his role was indeed brief. 3 sentences, which described what he had done without embellishment and without the quality of someone trying to make it larger than it was. He said, this is accurate. Su Chen said, yes. He said, I wrote it myself. He said, I find accurate description requires more care than dramatic description. He said, most institutional documents prefer dramatic. He said, I preferred accurate. He said, thank you. Su Chen said, you are welcome. He said, the committee has also voted to establish a formal inscription research institution with the Stone River sect as its founding location. The research institution will be the home of Hizun's foundation theory and a center for inscription work at all levels. He said, the founding director has not yet been appointed. He paused. The committee's recommendation is you. He said, the founding director. Su Chen said, you are already doing the work. The institution formalizes it. He said, Hizun has agreed to serve as the founding theoretical advisor. Lu Yin has agreed to serve as the archive director. He said, the committee is asking you to be the founding practical director. He said, that is a significant administrative role. Su Chen said, yes. He said, you can accept or decline. The committee's preference is acceptance, but the work is not contingent on your institutional participation. You will do the work regardless. He said, the institution provides resources, recognition, and a formal structure for the practitioners who will develop inscription understanding in the distributed model. He said, it is Hizun's original design, formally established. He said, give me a day. Su Chen said, of course. He said, you will talk to the people around you, and they will help you make the decision. He said, yes. Su Chen said, good. He stood. That is also how good decisions work. He said, not alone. With the people who see what you cannot always see. He said, the committee understands this. We are trying to build an institution that works that way. He said, it is harder than it sounds. He said, but it is possible. Chapter 119, he talked to all of them. Hizun said, yes. Accept. He said it without elaboration. Lu Yin said, the archive director position gives me the foundation theory records and the archive practitioner's accounts as primary materials. The founding practical director position goes to you. Those two things together produce the institution Hizun was trying to build when his student stopped him. She said, yes. Accept. Lin Feilu said, the institution needs a security structure from the founding documents rather than retrofitted after establishment. I have 17 notes on what that should include. She said, if you are the founding director, I can make those notes relevant. If you decline, I am still security advisor for the committee and the notes apply to a different institutional context. She said, from a practical standpoint, your accepting produces a better outcome for the security architecture. She said, accept. Xiao Rui said, 300 years from now, the Inscription Research Institution's founder is the person who made the correction and built the distributed model. That is the historical record. She said, you are going to do the work regardless. The institution formalizes the record. She said, accept. Xia Wenjing said, the Celestial Observatory will establish a formal affiliation with the Inscription Research Institution. I have been waiting for the institution to exist before proposing the affiliation. She said, 22 years of astronomical observation of the alignment system's operation will be the opening collection of the research archive. She said, accept. Ruan Xiao said, 12th notebook. I have been keeping records for the institution since before the institution existed. She said, accept. Yu Mingzhu said, the dual resonance technique. When the institution is established, I want to contribute the technique documentation to the archive. It is the first completed dual resonance cultivation technique in the known record. She said, the institution gives it a home. She said, accept. He accepted. Chapter 120. The founding session of the Stone River Inscription Research Institution was held 6 weeks later. The administrative hall of Stone River Sect had been reorganized for the occasion, the head elders doing, with the assistance of the new maintenance elder and a considerable amount of carefully moved furniture. The head elder stood at the front and said, I have been head elder of this sect for 27 years. In that time, I have managed quarterly compliance assessments, institutional reviews, formation maintenance, visitor registration, and one occasion when the inscription workshop produced 7 significant cultivation practitioners from a single year's consultation work. He said, this is the occasion I was not expecting. He said, I am glad to have been here for it. He stepped back. The founding documents were signed. Wei Liang as founding practical director, Hizun as founding theoretical advisor, Lu Yin as founding archive director, Xia Wenjing as founding observatory affiliate. The affiliated institutions were noted. The Celestial Observatory, the Independent Cultivation Records Archive, the Ironvale Sect, Elder Shun Bai's reviving hermit tradition. The institution's stated purpose was in the founding charter, to document, develop, and distribute understanding of inscription theory and practice at all levels of access, with full transparency about the nature of inscription and its relationship to the cultivation world. Hizun had written the purpose clause. Wei Liang had reviewed it. He had said, this is accurate. Hizun had said, it is what I should have written 500 years ago. Wei Liang had said, you wrote it now. Hizun had said, yes. He had said, that is better than not writing it. Hizun had said, yes. He had said, that is better than not writing it at all. After the signing, Ruan Xiao distributed copies of the founding documents to all attendees. She had prepared the copies in advance, as she had prepared everything in advance for as long as Wei Liang had known her. She worked through the room with the efficiency of someone who has been doing this work for years and knows exactly how it goes. When she came to him with his copy, she said, 12th notebook, 2nd volume. She said, I'll need a 13th soon. She said, the institution's records start today. She said, everything gets documented. He said, everything gets documented. She said, everything. She put his copy in his hands. She said, the institution exists now. She said, everything that comes next goes in the record. She said, that is how it works. He said, yes. She said, good. She moved on to the next person. He held the founding document and looked at the room. The practitioners who had come, the archive practitioners who had joined the institution's advisory council. Hizun speaking with the 3 centuries practitioner who had been in the vault, Lu Yin organizing the archive committee, Lin Felu in the back of the room watching the exits with her habitual professional attention, Xiao Rui talking with Elder One about formation training methodology, Xia Wenjing showing her celestial charts too. 3 young observatory staff who had come with her. Yu Mingzhu standing near the window, watching the practice court through the glass with the expression of someone whose work is not finished, but who can see what it is becoming. He read the room at living script depth, not intrusively, just ambient, and saw the inscription signatures of all of them, each one distinct and complex, and developing in the specific way that practitioners develop when the guidance they receive is genuine and the work they do is real. He put the founding document away. He went to find the next inscription problem. There was always one. That was the nature of the work. The world was written, and some of the writing was wrong, and he could read it, and that meant he would correct it. That was enough. That was the right amount of enough. He kept going. Chapter 121. The institution's first year was busy in the specific way that institutions are busy when they are genuinely trying to do something. Not administrative busy, which is the kind of busy that produces documents without producing outcomes, but work busy, where every meeting has an immediate consequence and every conversation leads to something being built. The inscription research side of the institution developed faster than Wei Liang had expected. He had anticipated that the work of the distributed model would require years of cultivation. building the community slowly, the understanding spreading gradually. What he had not fully anticipated was that Hizun's alignment system, running at original design, was already doing the cultivation work. The system had been sending genuine cultivation guidance for almost a year before the institution was founded. Practitioners across the cultivation world had been receiving visions of their own potential, specific to what they could develop, for nearly a year. Many of them had begun the development. The institution's job was to support what had already been set in motion. The supporting work was different from the building work. He had been building for months. The correction, the evidence chain, the restructuring. Supporting was different. Listening to what practitioners were developing and providing resources, correction services, inscription access that helped them continue. Luyan was better at this than he was. She had the patience for the management work, the ability to hold many parallel conversations about different practitioners' development without losing the thread of any of them. He was better at the direct inscription work, the corrections, the reinscription backlog, the foundation theory development with Hizun. He said to Lu Yin one morning in the archive, "I think you should have the practical director role." She looked at him. She said, "You have been the practical director for 6 months." He said, "I have been doing the work for 6 months. The directorship is a coordination function as much as a practice function. You coordinate better than I do." He said, "I want to be the chief inscriber. I want to do the inscription work and the theoretical development with Hizun." He said, "The coordination, the management of practitioners' development programs, the institutional relationship management, the committee liaison work, that is better done by you." She said, "You are proposing to abdicate the role you accepted 3 months ago." He said, "I am proposing to clarify the role structure to match what is actually happening." He said, "The committee appointed me founding practical director. The work has evolved and the clearest structure is a chief inscriber role for me and a managing director role for you." He said, "Both of us were in the vault. Both of us are central to the work. The question is which work each of us is best suited to." She was quiet for a moment. She said, 12 years of studying the seam from inside a preservation field produces a specific kind of patience with complex, multivariable problems." She said, "Managing practitioners' development programs is a complex, multivariable problem." She said, "Yes." She said, "I will take the managing director role. You will be chief inscriber." She said, "Su Chun will need to be told." She said, "He will ask if you are certain." He said, "Tell him yes." She said, "He will say the committee expected you to hold the role longer before restructuring it." He said, "Tell him the restructuring produces a better institutional outcome and accuracy matters more than expectation." He said, "He will understand that argument specifically." She said, "Yes." She said, "He will." She said, "All right." She stood. She said, "I am going to need more staff." He said, "Wan Xiao has been coordinating the archive support." He said, "Talk to her." She said, "I already have." She said, "She told me to tell you she has been managing the practical coordination since the first week of the institution's operation. The role change formalizes existing reality." She said this cheerfully. He said, "That sounds accurate." She said, "Yes." She left. He sat in the archive with the foundation theory fragment and continued reading. The work was the right kind of work. He knew it the way he knew correct inscription, by the quality of the fit. Chapter 122, Hizun finished the foundation theory reconstruction 14 months after leaving the vault. The reconstruction was not a recovery of what Hizun had written before his archiving. It was a development of it. The original notes, preserved in the vault and in the fragments Hizun had distributed before his archiving, provided the foundation. The months of collaboration with Wei Liang at Codex Keeper and Living Script Depth provided the extensions that Hizun had not been able to reach from his original level. The final document was 700 pages in formal inscription notation. Lu Yin organized the authentication and distribution. Hizun had been specific about the distribution. Every recognized institutional node in the new distributed model received a copy simultaneously. The archive institution received the originals. The Celestial Observatory received a certified copy. The Patriarch received a copy with a note from Hizun that said, "For your reference, the original design, as I intended it, for what it is worth after 3 centuries." The Patriarch replied, "It is worth more than I can account for." He said, "I am reading it carefully." He said, "I have found 7 places where my students' rewrite was built on a misreading of the original rather than a deliberate corruption. I am annotating those sections." He said, "A practitioner who misreads may be more recoverable than one who deliberately corrupts." He said, "I am trying to determine which kind of practitioner I was when I was 23. Hizun replied, "You were both. The misreading allowed the corruption." The ambition drove the misreading. He said, I did not teach you carefully enough what the purpose was. He said, that is also an error. My error. He said, we have both been annotating. The patriarch replied, yes. He said, I suppose we have. Wei Liang read this correspondence in the archive and noted it. He said to Hezun, the patriarch is annotating the foundation theory. Hezun said, yes. I expected him to. He said, he is thorough, even in circumstances where thoroughness requires acknowledging his own errors. He said, that is still the student I trained. He said, the thoroughness survived 3 centuries of corruption. He said, I find that. The correct word is complicated. I find it complicated. He said, he is doing useful work. Hezun said, yes. He said, that is also complicated. He said, both can be true. He said, go finish the chapter you were working on. He went to finish the chapter he was working on. Chapter 123. The child Wei Liang had met in the market district in the first months after arriving at Stone River Sect sent a letter to the institution. He read it 3 times. The child was now 2 years older, no longer so young that the distinction between dream and prophecy had been a fresh observation. She was 11 now, and the letter was written with the careful handwriting of someone who had been practicing. The letter said, I am still not a prophet, but I am learning to read inscriptions. An alignment system vision showed me a practice form I had not tried before, and I tried it, and it is correct. I wanted to tell you because you told me the difference between dreams and visions mattered, and I was right that they are different. Thank you. He wrote back, you were right. The difference is real and your ability to identify it is genuine. The alignment system's guidance is accurate. The practice form it showed you was specific to your development because the system reads what practitioners are capable of and guides them toward it. Keep practicing. If you want access to inscription theory texts appropriate to your current level, the institution has a student program. Your letter has been documented in the institutional record. He sent the letter. He told Xianxia about it. She said, the child from the market district. He said, yes. She said, she received an original design alignment vision. He said, yes. He said, the system identified her potential and sent her specific guidance. The vision she received showed a cultivation practice form she had not tried. She tried it and confirmed it was correct. He said, that is Hezun's design working. Xianxia said, for how many practitioners has this happened in the past year? He said, the institution has documented 43 cases of original design alignment visions being received and the guidance acted on. The Celestial Observatory has tracked celestial inscription evidence of a significantly larger number that have not been formally documented. He said, the system is working. She said, 500 years of corrupted operation. And now? He said, yes. He said, and now? She said, Hezun will want to know about the child. He said, I told him yesterday. He said, he sat with it for a while and then said, the child in the market district who knew the difference between dreams and visions. He said, the original system identifies naturally perceptive practitioners and guides them. He said, she was right about the difference because she perceived it accurately, not because she was told. He said it was the kind of case the system was designed to find. Xianxia said, good. She said, the institution's student program. When the child applies, make sure there is someone good at teaching young practitioners. She said, not you. He said, why not me? She said, you are exceptional at inscription work and better than average at working with practitioners who come with specific technical problems. She said, you are not naturally suited to structured pedagogy for 11-year-olds. She said, Lu Yin is organizing the student program. Let her. He said, I know. He said, I was not planning to teach the student program. She said, good. She said, then we agree. She closed the notebook. Chapter 124 Sealed Archive came 2 years after the correction. He was in the mountain range, the Vault Mountain Range, where he returned periodically to continue reading Hezun's embedded inscriptions and to work on the foundation theory's extensions. The mountain range had become a regular working location for him. The natural inscription patterns were the richest he had encountered anywhere, and at each advancement, he found new layers that had been invisible before. At Sealed Archive Depth, can access and modify inscriptions from previous cultivation eras. The mountain range was transformed. The natural inscription patterns that had been visible at previous depths had their own depths, which now became accessible. The inscriptions written by communities and practitioners who had lived in this territory across multiple cultivation eras, going back to geological time. The range held inscription in layers that no current practitioner tradition could read because the traditions that had written those layers no longer existed. He read them. The experience was disorienting in the specific way that each advancement had been disorienting. Not confusion, but the recognition that the world was much larger than what he had been reading until this moment. He sat down against a mountain outcropping and spent 4 hours simply reading, moving through layers, finding what was there. Hizun came to find him at the 6th hour. Hizun said, "You advanced." He said, "Yes." Sealed archive. He said, "The pre-council era inscriptions. The earlier cultivation traditions. I can read them." Hizun said, "Yes." He said, "I reached sealed archive approximately 40 years before my archiving. What I found there is in the later sections of the foundation theory." He said, "I want to hear what you find, now, with the context you have that I did not." He said, "I had 50 years of theoretical development to bring to sealed archive." He said, "You have the correction and the restructuring and the year of the institution's operation." He said, "You will find things I missed." He said, "What did you miss?" Hizun said, "I don't know. I missed it." He said, "Read. Tell me what you find." He sat down beside him against the outcropping. "I have time." He read. What he found in the pre-council era inscriptions was not dramatically different from the current era's inscription. It was the same world, written at a different time, by practitioners who had different vocabulary and different institutional contexts, but the same fundamental relationship to inscription. They had read the world. They had tried to write it correctly. They had made mistakes and corrected them. What he found in the deeper layers, the very old layers, the geological time layers, was harder to describe. He said, eventually, Hizun, the inscription at the oldest layers, the natural inscription patterns that go back to geological time. He said, they are not random. He said, I have been reading them as the accumulated record of natural processes, water flows, mineral deposits, geological formations. He said, at sealed archive depth they are not random. There is a structure in the oldest patterns that is not random. He said, something wrote this. Hizun said, yes. He said, you knew? Hizun said, I found the same thing when I reached sealed archive. He said, I did not know what it meant. I still do not know what it meant. He said, that is what is in the later sections of the foundation theory. He said, the question the theory ends with rather than answers. He said, the world's inscription is not random. It was written. By what? He said, I never found the answer. He said, I was archived before I could. He said, first author. Hizun said, yes. He said, can perceive and revise the fundamental inscriptions governing reality. He said, I believe first author is the access level at which the question becomes answerable. He said, I never reached it. He said, I still have not reached it, even after 500 years and the collaboration with you. He said, I am closer. He said, I do not think it comes from effort. He said, I think it comes from understanding something I have not yet understood. He said, what? Hizun said, I don't know. He said, that is the nature of the thing you don't yet understand. He said, you will advance when you do. He said, not before. He said, in the meantime. He said, we read what is there. He said, yes. Hizun said, that is always the method. He said, that is always the right method. He said, read what is there. Find what is there. Correct what is wrong. He said, the world has been written. Some of the writing is wrong. You can read it. He said, that is enough. He said, for now that is enough. He read, Chapter 125. The dissenting members formally dissolved their parallel authority structure 3 years after the correction. The timing was not dramatic. One by one, over 18 months, the 4 members had reached the conclusion that the institutional support for the counter-declaration had evaporated and the cost of maintaining the structure exceeded any practical benefit. The last remaining member sent a formal communication to the restructuring committee citing changed institutional circumstances and requesting readmission to the Standards Council. Su Chun brought the communication to the committee. He presented it without recommendation. He said, the committee will decide. He said, I note only that the distributed model has a stated commitment to inclusion over exclusion, and that the foundation theory's original design contemplated a cultivation world where all practitioners had access to accurate guidance. He said, the decision is yours. The committee discussed it for 2 sessions. The vote to admit was 15-4, with 3 abstentions. The 4 who voted against had been members who had been directly affected by the dissenting members' suppression attempts. Their archives and records had been targeted in the failed actions. The abstentions noted that they neither objected to the admission nor endorsed it. The patriarch voted to admit. He said in the session, I was the target of the suppression efforts more directly than anyone here. The 3 attempts were aimed at undermining the work I was doing as technical advisor. He said, I vote to admit because the distributed model means what it says, or it doesn't. He said, it should mean what it says. The admission was granted. The last remaining dissenting member attended his first Standards Council session 3 weeks later. He was quiet throughout. He submitted a formal statement at the session's end that acknowledged the false authority claim and committed to operating under the distributed model standards. The statement was brief, precise, and appeared to have been written carefully. Liu Yin said to Wei Liang afterward. He wrote that statement the way a practitioner writes a correction inscription. He identified what was wrong and wrote the accurate version. She said, he found the right form. He said, yes. She said, it does not undo what was done. He said, no. She said, but the form is the right one. She said, the distributed model needs to be able to accept people who stopped being wrong. She said, that is part of what makes it different from the centralized model. She said, the centralized model accumulated authority and excluded those who challenged it. The distributed model has to do the opposite. She said, this is harder. She said, it is also correct. He said, yes. She said, I know you know. She said, I am saying it clearly anyway because some things deserve to be said clearly even when everyone knows them. She said it with the specific, dry warmth that had developed over 3 years of working closely enough that both of them knew who they were borrowing which phrases from. He said, you have been spending time with Lin Feilu. She said, she has some genuinely useful observations about direct communication. She said, I have incorporated them. She said, she knows. She said, she approves. He said, good. He said, is there a next inscription problem? She said, there are always next inscription problems. She said, that is the nature of the work. She said, go read something. He went. Chapter 126 The distributed understanding communities began forming in earnest in the 3rd year after the correction. Not organized by the institution. The institution supported them, but the formation was organic, the way He-Zun had designed it. Practitioners in different regions who had received alignment system guidance, who had developed their cultivation in the direction the guidance pointed, finding each other through the natural connections that people who are working on related problems form. Small groups, some of them just 2 or 3 practitioners working on a shared inscription theory question. Some of them larger, 8 or 10 practitioners who had established a regular practice and a shared library. He visited several of them in his travel for the reinscription work. At living script depth, his presence in these communities had the effect He-Zun had described. The ambient inscription became slightly more legible. Practitioners could read their own cultivation signatures a little more clearly. Conversations about inscription became a little more precise. Not dramatically, not in ways most practitioners could specifically name. Just a quality in the air. He visited a community in the eastern coastal region, Liu Yan's home territory, where she had practiced before her archiving. The community there had formed around a group of formation masters who had been developing inscription reading ability alongside their formation work for 2 years. They were at ink touch and draft writer level, most of them. They were developing fast. One of them said to him during a working session, we received alignment system guidance 6 months before you came. The vision showed us our technique in its completed state, not how to complete it, just what it could be. We've been working toward it since. She said, is that how it's supposed to work? He said, yes. The original design shows practitioners their potential and trusts them to work toward it. He said, the guidance is the vision of what's possible. The work is yours. She said, we thought the vision was prophecy. When the new understanding came, that it was manufactured inscription, not divine, some of us found that disappointing. She said, some of us found it better. She said, it is better to know what it is. She said, the potential is real even if the source is human. He said, yes. He said, the potential is accurate. The source matters for authority claims, not for the guidance's validity. She said, that's what we decided. She said, the vision showed us something true. It doesn't stop being true because a person wrote it rather than a god. He said, yes. He said, that is accurate. She said, Liu Yan came from here. She said, she was archived 40 years after my grandmother's time. The community here kept records about her. She said, when she came back, when the vault released, she came here first. He said, I know. He said, she told me. She said, she stayed for 3 weeks. She helped us understand what the inscription practice looked like before the council's standardization. She said, she showed us texts from 50 years ago that described inscription approaches we had been trying to rediscover. She said, you were going to find it eventually. The alignment system was guiding you toward it. I am just giving you a shortcut. She said, she told us about 12 years in the vault studying a seam she couldn't reach from inside. She said, she said, understanding a problem you cannot solve is still understanding. It builds toward the solution. She said, we liked her. He said, she is worth liking. He said, she is also correct about understanding problems you cannot immediately solve. The practitioner looked at him. She said, are you working on a problem you cannot immediately solve? He said, first author. He said, the level of inscription access that allows perceiving and revising the fundamental inscriptions governing reality. He said, I am at sealed archive. The next level. He said, I have been approaching it for 3 years. I do not yet have the access. He said, I am trying to understand something I haven't understood yet. She said, what? He said, I don't know. That is the nature of it. He said, I am reading what is there and waiting for the understanding to arrive. She said, that is the most patient description of anything I have heard. He said, Hizun has been approaching it longer than I have. He would say the patience is necessary. He said, he would also say he finds it frustrating. He said, both are true. He said, I find it interesting more than frustrating. He said, each thing I read at Sealed Archive teaches me something. The teaching leads somewhere. He said, I do not yet know where. She said, but you are reading what is there. He said, yes. He said, that is the method. He said, that is always the method. Chapter 127 Elder Shun Bai's Hermit Tradition Revival produced its first 3 students in the 3rd year after the correction. They were young practitioners. The oldest was 22, who had received alignment system guidance pointing them toward a cultivation path that no current sect offered. The guidance had been specific and accurate, as original design guidance was. The practitioners had asked around about the specific approach their guidance indicated. They had been directed to Elder Shun Bai. Elder Shun Bai accepted them with the characteristic composure of someone who has been preparing for 200 years and finds the arrival of students only slightly earlier than the latest plausible deadline. She wrote to Wei Liang, 3 students. The guidance directed them here accurately. The cultivation approach is what my tradition practiced for a century before the council's standardization process made it unfashionable. She wrote, I have spent the past 2 years preparing the teaching materials. The materials are now in use. She wrote, the institution may wish to document the revival as a case study in distributed model community formation. He wrote back, congratulations. He wrote, the institution will document it. Lu Yin is coordinating case study collection. He wrote, how are the students? She wrote back, one of them is extremely methodical, asks 12 questions before proceeding, and has been testing every exercise against its inscription theory basis before practicing it. She wrote, he reminds me of someone. She wrote, I find him tiring and excellent. She wrote, the other 2 are faster and less thorough. She wrote, they balance each other. She wrote, the instruction is going well. He showed the letter to Hizun. Hizun read it. He said, she says one of them reminds her of someone. He said, she does not specify who. He said, I believe she means you. He said, I know what she means. Hizun said, is she wrong? He said, no. He said, testing every exercise against its inscription theory basis before practicing it. He said, she is not wrong. Hizun said, the students of practitioners tend to develop the practitioner's methods. He said, not through instruction alone, through inscription influence at living script depth. If their teacher is at that level, you do not teach your approach. The approach becomes present in the ambient inscription when you are near practitioners. He said, Elder Shun Bai's students were near you during the first months after the vault. He said, one of them absorbed the method even before becoming her student. He said, he was present at Stone River Sect? Hizun said, check the visitor logs. He said, I believe so. He checked. The visitor log from 18 months ago included a brief note. A young practitioner from the Eastern Territory, present for a week, no formal consultation, observed the inscription workshop's operations. The maintenance elder's note. Quiet. Interested. He sent a note to Elder Shun by asking if the methodical student had been at Stone River Sect in the previous year. She replied the next morning, yes. He came before receiving the alignment vision. He told me he had seen inscription work being done at Stone River Sect, and it had changed how he thought about cultivation. She wrote, he asked me, can inscription work be practiced without direct cultivation power? I told him, the person who founded the institution where you are now applying has no direct cultivation power. She wrote, he said, I thought so. She wrote, he is your student, Wei Liang, whether or not he is formally enrolled at the institution. She wrote, you should know. He said to Hizun, I have a student. Hizun said, you have had students since the first week at Stone River Sect. You have never formally accepted any of them. But your inscription work has been teaching practitioners since before you understood it was doing so. He said, the living script effect extended that before you advanced to living script. He said, the ambient inscription of a practitioner who works correctly teaches. He said, you have been teaching. He said, you should acknowledge it. He said, how? Hizun said, write to Elder Shunbai's student and tell him what you are working on. Tell him where you are in the advancement. Tell him what you are trying to understand. He said, a teacher who shares their current problem is a better teacher than one who only shares their conclusions. He said, tell him about the thing you don't yet understand. He said, first author. Hizun said, yes. He said, tell him. He said, he will have a different perspective. Perspectives you don't have are useful. He wrote the letter. Chapter 128 Elder Shunbai's student. His name was Rin Xing, wrote back within the week. His letter was methodical. It described his current practice, his understanding of inscription theory at the level he had developed, and then a series of questions about the things Wei Liang had described in his letter. The questions were good. Several of them were questions he had asked himself and not yet resolved. One of them was a question he had not asked himself. He wrote back answering all of them. He noted the one he had not asked himself in the notebook. A correspondence began. Yuan Xiao documented it. Lu Yin noted it in the institution's records as a case study in the living transmission of inscription methods. Hizun occasionally read the correspondence over Wei Liang's shoulder, in the way that Hizun had developed the habit of, and commented. Hizun said, reading Rin Xing's third letter, the question about the geological time inscriptions. He is asking whether the non-random structure in those layers suggests the inscriptions were written by an entity with intent, or whether non-random structure can emerge from natural processes at sufficient scale and time. He said, that is a first author question. He said, he reached it from a different direction than you did. He said, how old is he? He said, 22. Hizun said, he has time. He said, the alignment system sent him toward inscription practice, and toward Elder Shunbai, and toward you. He said, the system was building something. He said, first author requires understanding what you don't understand. This student is asking the question. He said, students sometimes reach the question faster than the teacher because they don't have the same investment in the current theory structure. He said, his perspective on the first author question may be useful to you. He said, I know. He said, I told him about it. Hizun said, yes. He said, what did he say? He said, the geological inscriptions are non-random. Non-random at that scale and time duration could be the accumulated result of countless smaller random processes, or it could be intentional authorship. You are looking for which one from inside the inscription. You might need to step outside the inscription to see the shape of it. He said, what does it look like from sealed archive depth compared to what it looked like at lower depths? He said, when you advanced, did the non-random quality look more intentional or more emergent? Hizun said, what was your answer? He said, I told him, at each advancement, the non-random structure has appeared more intentional. At blank slate, it was invisible. At each subsequent level, the structure has become clearer and has looked increasingly like writing rather than like random accumulated pattern. He replied, then first author might not be finding something you didn't know was there. It might be recognizing what you have been reading for years. Hizun was quiet for a while. He said, is that right? Hizun said, I don't know. He said, but I believe it might be. He said, for 22 years I had been reading the landscape inscription before I built the alignment system. The system used what I had been reading for 22 years. He said, I did not advance by discovering something new. I advanced by understanding what I had already been reading. He said, if the same pattern applies to first author. He said, what have you been reading all along? He said, the world's writing. Hizun said, yes. He said, what is the oldest thing you have read at sealed archive depth? He said, the geological time inscriptions, the non-random structure, the suggestion of authorship. Hizun said, you have been reading the question for 3 years. He said, what does the question look like? He said, like the world was written by something that understood what it was writing. He said, the inscription patterns at geological timescale are not simple. They are structured in a way that suggests, not accidents of natural process, but something that knew what the world needed to be. He said, something that wrote the rules. Hizun said, yes. He said, and what is first author? He said, can perceive and revise the fundamental inscriptions governing reality. He said, the fundamental inscriptions governing reality are the ones written by. He stopped. Hizun said nothing. He said, the fundamental inscriptions governing reality are the ones that were already there. The ones at geological time scale. The ones that look like they were written by something that understood what the world needed to be. He said, first author is not writing something new. First author is understanding what has already been written well enough to be in the same register as whatever wrote it. He said, first author is reading the author. Hizun said, I believe that is correct. He said, I did not understand it until you said it. He said, I have been approaching it from the wrong direction, as a practitioner trying to advance to a level of ability. But it is not an ability level. It is a recognition. He said, you read the world. The world was written. Understanding the writing fully means understanding what kind of mind could have written it. He said, that is first author. The archive was very quiet. He said, Rinqing's question got us here. Hizun said, yes. He said, good students teach their teachers. He said, write to him and tell him. Chapter 129, he wrote to Rinqing. He told him what they had worked out from his question. The recognition that first author was not an ability level, but a kind of understanding, that the advancement would come from recognizing what the geological time inscriptions were and what kind of mind could have written them. He told him about Hizun's realization, which had been enabled by the student's question. He sent the letter. He went back to reading. 3 days later, he advanced to first author. He was in the inscription workshop. He was not in the mountain range. He was not in a significant archive or at a profound formation site. He was in the workshop where he had been working for years, at the inscription bench where he had spent thousands of hours, reading a formation anchor's inscription at sealed archive depth. The formation anchor was simple. He had read it hundreds of times. At sealed archive depth it showed its developmental history, decades of calibration, adjustment, the accumulated record of the practitioners who had worked with it. And beneath that, at the oldest layer of the stone's existence before it had been worked into a formation anchor, the natural inscription of the stone itself, going back to geological time. He read the geological inscription of the stone. He had read geological inscriptions hundreds of times. He had read non-random structure. He had been building toward the recognition for 3 years. The recognition came, not as a new ability activating, not as a surge of power or a dramatic inscription surge, as a very quiet understanding of what he had been reading for 3 years, and what the writing was, and what it meant to read it, not as a practitioner reading an inscription, but as a reader reading writing, both in the same act of language, both sharing a medium that was older than any cultivation tradition. The world was written. He was reading it. He was, in the very act of reading it, part of the writing. The advancement was not loud. He sat at the bench for a long time, and then he picked up the formation anchor and set it down, and everything was different in the specific way that permanent recognitions make everything different. He went to find Hizun. Hizun was in the library. He looked up when Wei Liang came in. He was still for a long moment. He said, you advanced. He said, yes. Hizun said, first author. He said, yes. Hizun said, in the workshop. He said, with the formation anchor I have been reading for 3 years. Hizun said, yes. He said, of course. He said, the oldest thing in the workshop, present since before you arrived. He said, reading it from the beginning. He said, the recognition came from reading what you have been reading all along. He said, yes. He said, yes, that is right. He said, Hizun. Hizun said, what? He said, you will advance too. The question Rinqing asked. The recognition we reached together. He said, you are closer than you have ever been. Hizun said, I know. He said, I have been thinking about it since we talked. He said, I don't know when. He said, but I know it is closer. He said, for now. He said, tell me what you see. He told him. Chapter 130, he spent 2 days not working. Not deliberately not working. He attempted to work and found that he was sitting with the formation anchor or reading a passage from the foundation theory or reviewing correspondence and not, actually, working. He was thinking. Lin Feilu noticed on the first evening. She said, you are not working. He said, I advanced 2 days ago and I am still processing. She said, first author. He said, yes. She said, what does it look like? He said, the world is written and I am reading it and writing it simultaneously. He said, the inscriptions are not separate from me. They were never separate. I have been reading what I am part of. He said, first author is not the ability to revise the fundamental inscriptions governing reality. First author is being in relationship with them in a way where the question of revision is different from what it sounded like at lower levels. She said, what does it sound like now? He said, not revision in the way I revised Hizun's alignment system, reading what was wrong and correcting it. Revision in the sense of reading what exists and understanding what it is trying to be and supporting that. He said, the world's inscription is not broken. It is incomplete. He said, the work is not correction. It is continuation. She said, continuation. He said, yes. He said, the world was written. The writing is still happening. That is what first author means. He said, I am part of the writing. She looked at him. She said, is that good or terrifying? He said, both. He said, mostly interesting. He said, Hizun said that about every major thing I discovered, and I always thought it was a mild response. I understand it better now. He said, the response to finding something true is usually interesting. He said, fear or awe are also true, but they are not the most durable response. He said, interesting lasts. She said, the world was written and you are part of the writing and you find it interesting. He said, yes. She said, that is the most Wei Liang thing you have ever said. He said, I know. She said, I mean that in the most positive possible sense. She said, do not misconstrue it. He said, I know. He said, I didn't. She said, good. She sat down. She said, 2 more days of not working, and then tell me what comes next. He said, the continuation work. He said, the institution has been building distributed understanding for 3 years. At first author depth, I can see what the distributed model is developing toward. Not just the current communities, but the long arc of what inscription practice becomes when it develops without central suppression. He said, it is going to take generations. The communities that are forming now are the beginning, not the conclusion. She said, you knew this. He said, I knew it as information. Now I can read it as inscription. He said, the difference is, he said, reading it as inscription means I understand the structure of it, the shape of it, what the development requires. He said, Hizun designed the original system for this, and then was archived before he could see it operate for more than 100 years. He said, I am going to see it operate. He said, that is different. She said, good. She said, I am going to be here for that. She said it with the quiet conviction of someone who has decided something and does not need to perform the deciding. He said, I know. She said, I know you know. She said, I am saying it clearly. He said, yes. He said, I heard you. She said, good. She did not leave. She stayed, and the workshop was quiet around them, and the formation anchors ran their steady inscription patterns and the ambient inscription of the territory laws written into the foundation stones, the long history of the sect's careful practice, the older geological inscription beneath it all, was present and readable, and, in the recognition he now carried, part of a writing that had been ongoing since before anyone had learned to read. He sat with that. It was, as Hizun had taught him to say, interesting. Chapter 131 The Alignment System's stone tablet fragment authenticated itself. He had known this was coming. The fragment from the backroom, Hizun's original theoretical work, had been on the research bench for 3 years. At sealed archive depth, he had read more of it than at any previous depth. At first author depth, the fragment spoke, not in words. In inscription, direct inscription communication, the way the vault had communicated with him. A very old, very clear signal, I am the foundation. Read me now. He read it now. At first author depth, the fragment opened completely. What had been partially legible at Codex Keeper and sealed archive became fully readable, not a fragment, but a complete document, most of which was encoded at a depth below what any previous era's practitioners had been able to access. Hizun had hidden the deepest content below the Codex Keeper threshold deliberately. He had known that anyone who found the fragment would need to advance past that level before the most important content could be read, and that the advancement itself would be the verification that the reader was ready. He read for 6 hours. Hizun came in at the 3rd hour and sat down across from him and read what Wei Liang was reading over the inscription medium's shared channel. Hizun said, I wrote this. He said, I did not know what I was writing when I wrote it. He said, I thought I was recording what I observed. I was writing the theory I needed to develop but hadn't developed yet. He said, the inscription encoded the conclusion before I reached the conclusion. He said, that has happened to me before. It happens when a practitioner is close enough to an understanding that the understanding enters their work before their conscious mind catches it. Wei Liang said, what does this section mean? Hizun read it. He was quiet for a long time. He said, I think it means that the fundamental inscriptions governing reality are not stable. They are not fixed laws. They are ongoing practice, the world writing itself continuously, the way practitioners develop their cultivation through continuous practice. He said, first author doesn't mean accessing a fixed system and revising it. First author means being in relationship with a continuous process. He said, the world's inscription is not finished. Wei Liang said, it never was. Hizun said, no. He said, it is writing. He said, Writing is always ongoing. He said, even I didn't fully understand this when I wrote it. He said, I was observing it without knowing what I was observing. He said, Wei Liang. He said what? Hizun said, I advanced. The archive was very quiet. He looked at Hizun. Hizun said, I have been approaching it for years. I told you when you advanced that I was closer than I had been. He said, reading what you were reading with you. Understanding what I wrote in that fragment. Now, with the reading you have done at first author depth that I could follow through your inscription. He said, the recognition came just now. He said, I advanced. He said, first author. Hizun said, yes. They sat with it for a while. Hizun said, 500 years in a vault and a year outside it, and the recognition came reading what a student was reading. He said, I will note that the distributed model produces outcomes that the centralized model could not have produced. He said, the student taught the teacher. The teacher taught the student. The mutual teaching produced both advancements. He said, Hizun's design in action. He said, I am allowed to be pleased about that. He said, yes. Hizun said, I am very pleased about that. He said, Ruan Xiao. She appeared in the archive doorway. She had been writing in the hallway and had apparently been following the conversation's general quality. She said, 12th notebook, final section. Hizun said, 2 first author advancements. Same day, same archive. He said, document it accurately. She said, of course. She came in and sat down and opened the notebook. She said, tell me what happened. They told her. Chapter 132, he wrote to Rin Qing the next morning. He told him about the fragment, the 6-hour reading, Hizun's advancement. He told him what first author meant, the relationship with an ongoing process rather than the ability to modify a fixed system. He told him what the fragment's deepest content had said. He also told him something else. He wrote, you asked the question that led us here. The question about whether the non-random geological inscription was intentional authorship or emergent structure. Your willingness to ask from a position of not knowing, without investment in a predetermined answer, opened a direction Hizun and I had been circling for years. The student taught the teacher. In the distributed model, this is supposed to happen. This is what happens when understanding develops in multiple places simultaneously rather than flowing downward from central authority. You contributed to a first author advancement at 22. I want you to know that, accurately, without embellishment. It is the kind of thing that belongs in the record. He sent the letter. Ruan Xiao read it before it went. She said, he will find this overwhelming. He said, probably. He said, it is still accurate. She said, yes. She said, send it. He sent it. Rin Qing's reply arrived 8 days later. It was 2 pages, which was long for him. His letters were usually precise and compact. The first page was a series of questions about first author and the ongoing inscription process. The second page was 1 paragraph that said, I am 22. I am in touch. I asked a question because I did not know the answer and wanted to. I did not expect the question to matter in this way. I have been thinking about your letter for 8 days. I do not know how to receive what you wrote correctly. That is, I know how to receive it accurately, but I do not know how to receive it without it changing how I think about my own work. He said, I believe it should change how I think about my own work. He said, I am going to let it. He said, thank you for sending it accurately. He showed it to Hizun. Hizun read it. He said, he is going to be very good. He said, yes. Hizun said, how long do you think he will take to reach first author? He said, I don't know. He said, but he is asking the question already. He has time. Hizun said, yes. He said, the distributed model produces practitioners who ask the right questions. He said, that is not coincidence. He said, that is design. He said, my design. He said it with a quality that was not quite pride but was close to it, the satisfaction of someone who built something and can see it working. He said, you built it to find practitioners like him. Hizun said, I built it to find practitioners ready to develop their potential. What they do with it is theirs. He said, he is doing something interesting. He said, good. Chapter 133 4 years after the correction, the stone tablet in the council's inner archive was brought to the research institution. Su Chun arranged the transfer after the Standards Council approved it by unanimous vote. The tablet was the foundational divine artifact, the one the council had described as divine origin and built its authority on, the one the pre-council scholar had described as Hizun's work, the one Wei Liang had found referenced in the Yu family library years before. It arrived in a formal transfer case with full documentation. Hizun looked at it for a long time when the case was opened. He said, I made this. He said, I was 43 years old. I had been in this mountain range for 12 more years after the alignment system, and I was building the theoretical framework. He said, This was the physical anchor for the alignment system, the object that grounded the inscription system in a specific physical medium. He said, I made it because I thought a physical anchor would make the system more stable. He said, my student found it after my archiving. He described it as divine because he did not understand what I had made. He said, or he understood and chose to describe it as divine. He said, I am not certain which. The patriarch was present for the transfer. He had requested to be present. He said, I believe he understood it was manufactured and chose to describe it as divine because the divine description was more useful for authority purposes. That is consistent with how he made other decisions at the time. He said, I am sorry. I know that is a difficult thing to hear about your student. Hizun said, I told you in the vault. I no longer have the habit of not hearing difficult things. He said, I heard it. He said, thank you for saying it clearly. Wei Liang examined the tablet at first author depth. It was Hizun's work, unmistakably, at every level. The inscription style, the foundational theory applied in its construction, the specific method of grounding a large inscription system in a physical medium. At first author depth, he could read not just the current inscription but the ongoing process of the tablet's inscription. It had been a living inscription object for 5 centuries, maintained by the alignment system's operation, and it had been developing, slowly, according to Hizun's original design, in ways the current era's practitioners had not noticed because they had been taught it was inert stone. He said, Hizun, the tablet has been developing since you made it. Hizun said, yes. I built a development pathway into the anchor inscription. It was designed to evolve as the alignment system evolved. He said, what does it look like now? He said, like the alignment system's complete theoretical history, recorded in the inscription of the anchor object. He said, 500 years of operation, including the corruption period, including the correction. All of it is recorded here. He said, the tablet is the alignment system's own record of itself. Hizun said, yes. He said, I built it to be the system's memory. He said, I did not know if it would work over 500 years. He said, it worked. He said, we should authenticate and distribute the record. Hizun said, yes. He said, Lu Yen. Lu Yen was across the archive, working through a document. She looked up. She said, I heard. She said, I will coordinate the authentication. She said, how large is the record? He said, 500 years of daily inscription development in a complex physical object. He said, very large. She said, how long to authenticate? He said, I don't know. Reading the tablet at first author depth. He said, weeks at minimum. She said, I will block the time. She went back to her document. Hizun looked at the tablet. He said, my student thought he was using this as a prop for a false authority claim. He said, he had no idea what he had. He said, he never read it at depth. He said, he never learned to. He said, he knew some things very well and not others. Hizun said, yes. He said, most people do. He said, start reading. He started reading. Chapter 130 for the reading took 3 weeks. He read at first author depth, with Hizun following through the inscription communication channel, and the two of them built an ongoing conversation about what they found. The tablet's record of the alignment system's history was extraordinary, a complete developmental record, from Hizun's original creation through the corruption event and all 5 centuries of the corrupted system's operation, and then the correction and the year of restored operation. The corruption event was particularly detailed. The tablet had recorded the Void Patriarch's rewrite in real time. The specific modifications, the reasoning, insofar as inscription encoded reasoning, the changes to the system's guidance logic. Hizun read those records in silence for 2 hours on the 3rd day. He said afterward, I see what he did in detail now. The rewrite was sophisticated. He understood the inscription mechanism at a level I had not expected from a 23-year-old. He said, he was very capable. He said, the mistake he made was not capability. It was purpose. He said, he understood the mechanism and he used it for the wrong purpose. He said, I do not know how to have prevented that. He said, I have been thinking about it for 500 years. I still do not know. The patriarch had also read the corruption records in a separate session. He came to Wei Liang afterward and said, the records show me what I did at 23 in detail, including the reasoning. He said, I was reading it as an honest account of what I actually thought at the time. He said, I thought I was improving the system. He said, I thought Hizun's design was incomplete, that it needed the authority concentration mechanism to function stably at scale. He said, I was wrong about that, but it was a genuine belief, not a deliberate choice to corrupt for power. He said, I want to note that because the historical record should be accurate. He said, it was both, misunderstanding, and ambition. Not purely one. Wei Liang said, I will note it in the record. The patriarch said, Thank you. He said, Accurate accounting matters more than favorable accounting. He said, Hizun taught me that, when I was young. I forgot it for 3 centuries. He said, I am trying to remember it now. Wei Liang noted it in the record. The tablet's record of the restoration period, the correction, and the first years of the original system's operation, was the most recent and the most hopeful. Hizun read those sections with an expression that Wei Liang had learned to read as satisfaction at the specific quality of Hizun's. Not simple pleasure, but the complex satisfaction of seeing something work as you designed it to work, after having been prevented from seeing it for a very long time. Hizun said, at the end of the 3 weeks, the tablet has documented everything. He said, the record is complete. He said, distribute it. They distributed it. Chapter 135. 5 years after the correction, the distributed model had 73 recognized institutional nodes across the cultivation world. The original Stone River sect, the Iron Veil sect, the Independent Archive Institution, the Celestial Observatory, Elder Shun Bai's reviving tradition, the Eastern Coastal Community where Lu Yin had visited. These were among the founding nodes. Around them, over 5 years of formation, 73 communities had developed independently, received Distributed Standards Council recognition, and joined the network. Each of them was different. The Standards Council had one common framework, the shared inscription standards, the transparent guidance system, the distributed authority model, and within that framework each community practiced differently. Different cultivation approaches, different inscription specializations, different traditional emphases. The distributed model was producing exactly what Hizun had designed it to produce. Practitioners developing their individual potential in a context where the guidance was genuine and the understanding was distributed rather than concentrated. Wei Liang traveled among them for the continuation work, the ongoing reinscription projects, the consultations, the reading sessions where he sat with practitioners' inscription questions and worked through them. At first author depth, the travel was a continuous reading. Every community's inscription, every practitioner's development, visible as part of an ongoing pattern that Hizun had designed 500 years ago, and that was now, finally, operating as intended. He came back to Stone River Sect after each journey with new additions to the Foundation Theory's working document. The theory was not complete. It had been clear for years that the theory would be ongoing, that the understanding of inscription expanded as inscription practice expanded. Hizun had accepted this with equanimity. He said, an incomplete theory is more honest than a complete one. He said, the world is not done. Neither is the theory. On one return journey, he arrived to find Ruan Xiao waiting at the outer gate. She had the 13th notebook under her arm. She said, we have received 50 consultation requests this month from distributed model nodes that have no inscribers with pattern reader access or higher. She said, we need to think about the training pipeline. He said, Lu Yin has been developing a training program. She said, Lu Yin has been developing a training program for 2 years and has not presented it because she has been waiting for you to be stationary long enough to review it. She said, you have been on the road for 8 of the past 12 months. She said, you should be stationary for a while. He said, the reinscription work, she said, can be managed by practitioners at lower depths for the remaining projects. She said, you need to be here for the training program review and the Foundation Theory's current revision and 3 consultation backlogs that Lu Yin and I have been managing in your absence. She said, also Hizun wants to discuss the tablet's deepest inscriptions with you, and he has been patient for 4 months, which is not his strong suit. He said, Hizun's patience is considerable. She said, Hizun's patience for geological scale problems is considerable. His patience for administrative delays is much shorter. She said, he has been asking about the tablet review every 2 weeks for 4 months. She said, come inside and be stationary. He came inside and was stationary. It turned out that 4 months of consultation backlog, a training program review, a Foundation Theory revision, and Hizun's tablet discussion took approximately 3 months to work through. At the end of the 3 months, Ruan Xiao presented a revised consultation and travel schedule that balanced field presence with institutional work. He reviewed it. He said, this is well designed. She said, I have been designing it for 8 months. He said, you should have presented it. She said, you needed to experience the consequence first. He said, I noticed that you are applying the same teaching principle Hizun identified. She said, yes. She said, it works. He accepted the schedule. He stayed stationary for the first month of the new schedule and found that the institutional work that had accumulated in his absence was both more substantial and more interesting than he had been treating it. The consultation backlog was full of practitioners at distributed model nodes whose problems were genuinely complex. The training program Lu Yin had developed was thorough and needed only one major revision. She had designed it for practitioners who already had some inscription theory grounding, and he noted that they needed a path for practitioners with no prior inscription background at all. She said, "I know. I left that section incomplete because you are the only person who can design the entry level." She said, "The entry level needs to be built from your experience." She said, "What was it like to read inscription before you knew what inscription was?" He said, "I have been trying to describe that for years." She said, "Now you have first author depth to describe it from." She said, "Try." He tried for 3 weeks. The resulting entry-level curriculum was, Yuan Xiao said when she reviewed it, "the best description of learning to see something you have always been seeing that I have encountered." He said, "That is what it is." She said, "Yes." She put it in the training program. They distributed it. Chapter 136. 10 years after the correction, Ren Qing arrived at the institution. He was 32. He had been at Ink Touch when Wei Liang first wrote to him about the contribution to the first author advancement. He had been at Pattern Reader when he sent his second letter, 3 years later, asking a series of questions about the geological inscription layers that Wei Liang had found in the mountain range at sealed archive depth. He was at Deep Scribe now, and he arrived in person because, he said in the letter that preceded him, the questions have become specific enough that letters are no longer the right medium. He was taller than Wei Liang had expected. He had the specific quality of attention that Wei Liang had learned to recognize in practitioners who had developed their inscription reading independently, not from a formal tradition, but from the direct practice of reading what was in front of them without a teacher to tell them what to find. The quality was a kind of stillness combined with a readiness to be surprised. He looked at the archive's inscription patterns the way someone who had been reading inscription in the open country looked at a library, with recognition and with the specific hunger of someone who has been working alone and suddenly has access to more than they have had. Wei Liang showed him the archive. He soon emerged from the back room after an hour and looked at Ren Qing for a long moment and said, "Ren Qing," he said, "I have been reading your letters to Wei Liang over the inscription communication channel, with his permission." He said, "You asked the questions I asked when I was your age." He said, "The questions about the geological inscription layers." He said, "You are asking them from the outside, from the field, and I asked them from theory. Your version is better." He said, "You are finding things I would not have found." He said, "Come to the back room. There is a document I want to show you." Ren Qing went to the back room. Wei Liang heard their conversation continuing for 3 hours. Yuan Xiao appeared beside him at the hour mark and said, "He Zun is teaching." He said, "Yes." She said, "He rarely does that with people he hasn't known for years." He said, "Ren Qing asks the right questions." She said, "He is going to advance faster now." She said, "That is what happens when someone who has been developing independently gets access to the right resources." She said, "We should think about the practical structure." She said, "The institution needs practitioners at sealed archive depth who can work in the field." She said, "He will be there in under 5 years." She said, "That is not a guess. That is a reading of what he has been doing with his time for the past 10 years. She said, "We should be thinking about what to ask him to do with that when it arrives." He said, "Let him develop first." She said, "Of course." She said, "I am thinking 10 years ahead. That is the practical director's job." She said, "You told me to take the role. I took the role." She said, "I think 10 years ahead." She closed the 13th notebook, she was on the 15th now, and opened it again to a clean page. She said, "Go back to the foundation theory. I know you were in the middle of a section." He went back to the foundation theory. The section he was working on was the one about the relationship between first author depth and the geological inscription layers. The question of what had written the oldest inscription, the question Hizun had spent his life approaching and had finally reached the threshold of at first author. At first author depth, Wei Liang could read the oldest layers with a clarity that had been impossible at sealed archive. The question of what had written them was not simpler from this vantage. It was larger. He wrote, in the foundation theory's current working draft, the geological inscription is not a record of natural processes written by natural processes. It is a record of natural processes written by something that was in relationship with natural processes, something that read the world and wrote it simultaneously. The question of authorship does not resolve at first author depth. It opens. What we find is not an answer. What we find is the shape of the question more clearly. This is, as Hizun noted, the nature of advancement. Not arrival. Approach. He sat with that for a while. Hizun emerged from the back room at the 3rd hour. Ren Qing followed. Rinqing had the expression of someone who had just been shown a map of territory they had been navigating by feel for a decade. He said, I have been reading the geological layers in the eastern coastal region for 4 years. He said, I thought I was reading erosion patterns. He said, I was reading something else. He said, Hizun has shown me what else. He said, I need to go back to the eastern coastal region. Wei Liang said, how long? Rinqing said, 3 months. Maybe 6. He said, the question is large. Hizun said, take the Foundation Theory's current draft, the eastern coastal sections. He said, you will find things we have not found. Document them. He said, the documentation goes into the theory. Your name on the sections you contribute. He said, that is how the Foundation Theory is written. Many authors. The theory names them. Rinqing said, yes. He said, I will. He left the next morning with a copy of the relevant Foundation Theory sections and a letter of introduction to Lu Yan's Eastern Coastal Contact Community. Hizun watched him go. He said, he will advance to Codex Keeper within 2 years. He said, sealed archive within 5. He said, he will contribute substantially to the Foundation Theory's Eastern Coastal sections. He said, he will be the practitioner who answers the question we have been circling. He said, not today, but in 20 years. He said, he has the right relationship with the question. He said, he is not trying to arrive at it. He is reading what is there. He said, that is the method. He said, that has always been the method. He said, you sound satisfied. Hizun said, I am. He said, deeply. He went back to the back room. Chapter 137. 12 years after the correction, the Standards Council voted to dissolve itself. The vote was 22-1, with 2 abstentions. The one dissent came from Su Chan, who voted against not because he opposed the decision, but because, he said, the historical record should show that someone argued for preserving the structure that made the transition possible before deciding it was no longer necessary. He said, the argument should be heard before the decision becomes unanimous. He said, I have made the argument. The vote can proceed. He voted against. The vote passed. The Standards Council dissolved and was replaced by the Distributed Standards Network, a non-hierarchical body of all recognized institutional nodes, operating by shared standards that every node had ratified. The authority was distributed not to a committee but to the network itself. Any matter affecting the shared standards required a consensus of all nodes, and consensus was defined as agreement by a supermajority of active nodes after an open discussion period. The Patriarch attended the dissolution session. He was quieter than he had been in the years immediately after the correction, when his presence at institutional events had carried a quality of visible effort, the effort of someone doing the work of being present in a place where their past actions had caused harm, and choosing to continue doing that work because accuracy required it. Now the quality was different. Not ease exactly, but something that had moved past effort into practice. He had been present at institutional events for 12 years. The presence had become part of how he operated rather than something he was choosing to maintain. He said, in the dissolution session, when the chair invited comment from observers, I want to note for the record that the Standards Council's design was correct for the transition period. A central body was necessary to coordinate the correction and the restructuring. The distributed network could not have been built without the central coordination mechanism to build it from. He said, the dissolution is the success condition. He said, the council was designed for a transition. The transition is complete. He said, Hizun's design again. He said, the central structure was always meant to be temporary. He said, he told his student this. His student did not listen. He said, the current council listened. He said, that is also part of the record. Su Chin said, it is noted. The Patriarch said, thank you. He sat down. After the session, Wei Liang found him in the archive's front room, looking at the foundational stone tablet, which had been moved to the archive for permanent installation after the 3-week reading. It was displayed with its complete documentation, the authentication record, the development history, the 500 years of inscription it had accumulated. He said, what are you reading? The Patriarch said, the inscription from the year before my student archived Hizun. He said, it is in the tablet's record. The alignment systems state that year, in detail. He said, the system was already beginning to show the effects of what I had done to it. The inscription is starting to redirect in the patterns that led to the corruption. He said, I was reading it then too. I knew the system was changing. I thought the changes were improvements. He said, the tablet recorded the truth, and I did not see it. He said, I was not reading what was there. I was reading what I expected to find. He said, that is the error. He said, the fundamental error. He said, reading what you expect rather than what is there. He said, yes. The Patriarch said, The tablet makes it very clear. He said, 3 centuries of error visible in inscription. He said, I am grateful the record exists. He said, I am grateful the record is public. He said, accurate accounting matters more than favorable accounting. He soon taught me that. I spent 3 centuries demonstrating the consequences of forgetting it. He said, the tablet demonstrates it better than I can. He said, let it demonstrate it. He said, we have kept it displayed for that reason. The patriarch said, yes. He said, good. He left. He stood with the tablet for a while. The inscription in it moved, very slowly, the way the world's inscription always moved. The ongoing process, the continuous writing. 12 years of restoration now in the record. The corruption visible, the correction visible, the restoration visible. Everything written, everything there to be read. He read it for a while. Then he went back to work. Chapter 138. 15 years after the correction, Lin Feilu married a practitioner from the Celestial Observatory. The announcement arrived in a brief letter. I am getting married. His name is Feng Ruiqing. He is an astronomical inscriber. He asks questions the way I ask questions, which means we argue productively. I expect you and he soon to attend. Yuan Xiao is already confirmed. The letter was signed with her formal name and also with a small ink-touch drawing of 2 swords crossed, which was the first time she had included any decoration in any of her correspondence. He attended. He soon attended, which was notable because he soon rarely left the mountain range for social occasions. He said when asked, Lin Feilu has been the institution's security advisor for 12 years. She held the outer archive while the correction happened and the Void Patriarch's people were in the mountains. She is getting married. The occasion warrants presence. He attended and gave Lin Feilu's new husband a thorough reading of his inscription that left Feng Ruiqing visibly unsettled for the first 10 minutes before he soon said, your foundation is good. Your technique is better than good. You will continue to advance. He said, do not be alarmed that I read you. I read everyone. It is a habit. Feng Ruiqing recovered after that. Yuan Xiao attended and gave a speech at the ceremony that the assembled guests described afterward as precise and unexpectedly moving. It was 7 minutes long and contained exactly 3 jokes, all of which landed. She had prepared it for 2 months. When Wei Liang asked her about it afterward, she said, of course I prepared. It is Lin Feilu's wedding. She said, some occasions warrant preparation. She said, I made notes. She had, in fact, made 12 pages of notes. She did not mention this to anyone other than him, and he did not repeat it. Su Chun attended and brought an institutional gift, a formal recognition certificate from the Distributed Standards Network, countersigned by every institutional node, acknowledging Lin Feilu's contribution to the correction and restructuring period. It was the first time the network had issued a recognition certificate of that kind. Su Chun said, when asked about the precedent, it will happen again when warranted. This was warranted. He said, the certificate does not create an obligation to issue further certificates for lesser contributions. It acknowledges an extraordinary one. He said, the Standards Network agreed unanimously. He said, that is also a record. Xiao Rui attended and spent the reception in conversation with Feng Ruiqing about astronomical inscription, which turned into a 4-hour conversation that continued after the reception into the evening, and which both of them described afterward as productive. Xiao Rui had been working at the Celestial Observatory for 3 years by then, seconded from the institution to work on a joint astronomical and geological inscription project that Renqing had proposed from the eastern coastal region. The project was producing findings that neither tradition had anticipated. He sat at the edge of the gathering and watched all of them, Lin Feilu and her husband in the center of the space. He soon speaking at length with the Celestial Observatory's head inscriber, Yuan Xiao managing the logistics of the reception with the specific, graceful invisibility she brought to all practical tasks. Su Chun in formal conversation with a delegation from one of the new distributed nodes. Xiao Rui and Feng Ruiqing already deep in the inscription discussion that would become a published paper. He thought, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the mountain range, the vault. Lin Feilu arriving at the Stone River sect and reading the archive state in the first hour and saying exactly what she found. The eraser in the dark. The correction that had taken 9 hours and required everyone present to hold what they knew clearly and act correctly. They had all made choices. Not because of a prophecy. Not because the alignment system had shown them a vision of this outcome and they had moved toward it. Because each of them had read what was in front of them and acted on what they found. The alignment system had not shown any of them this moment. It had shown them their cultivation potential, what they were capable of developing. What they had done with that potential was theirs. He sat with that for a while. Then Lin Feilu appeared beside him. She said, You are being contemplative at my wedding. She said, Stop it. She said. Hizun already did his contemplative reading of everyone in the room. We only need one. He said. Hizun read your husband's inscription foundation. She said, I know. Feng Ruiqing told me. He said Hizun's reading was thorough and honest, and he is glad Hizun approved. She said, Feng Ruiqing values honesty in inscribers. She said, We have that in common. She said, Which is why this works. She said, What were you thinking about? He told her. She was quiet for a moment. She said, Choices. She said, Yes. She said, I chose to come to Stone River Sect because the archive was interesting, not because anyone told me to. She said, Feng Ruiqing chose to come to the Celestial Observatory because he wanted to read the sky's inscription. She said, None of us ended up here because it was prophesied. She said, We ended up here because we kept reading what was in front of us and following what we found. She said, The world is written. We are reading it. She said, The reading takes us places. She said, Yes. She went back to her wedding. He went to find Xianxia, who was in the kitchen managing the evening's refreshments with the same focus she brought to institutional documents. She said, without looking up, The contemplative moment is over? He said, Lin Feilu told me to stop. She said, Good. She said, There is tea. Sit down. He sat down. She poured tea and sat across from him. She said, 15 years. She said, This is the 15th notebook. She held it up briefly. The 15th in the series she had been keeping since the year they met. The archive notes that had become an ongoing record of everything the institution had done. She said, I have been thinking about what we do with these. She said, Not now. Eventually. She said, They are the institution's operational record from the inside. She said, They should be archived. She said, At the institution. She said, Openly accessible. She said, Anyone who wants to understand how this kind of work is actually done should be able to read how this was actually done. She said, Accurate accounting. She said, Hizun's principle. She said, Also correct. He said, Yes. He said, When you are ready. She said, 10 years. She said, I want to write another 10 years and then archive all of them. She said, The complete record from the beginning. She said, 25 years of institutional work. She said, That is a document worth archiving. She said, We agree? He said, Yes. She said, Good. She went back to the refreshments. Outside, Lin Feilu's wedding continued. The night was clear. The inscription in the air, readable at depth, was the ongoing inscription of a world that had been developing for longer than any of them could read and would continue developing after all of them were gone. He read it, briefly, through the kitchen window. Then he finished his tea and went back to the gathering. Chapter 139. 20 years after the correction, Ren Qing advanced to first author. He was 52. He had been in the eastern coastal region for 3 years of intensive study, following the geological inscription layers that he and Hizun had first discussed at the institution 20 years before. He had contributed 14 sections to the Foundation Theory's working document. He had trained 7 practitioners in geological inscription reading methodology. He had published a study with Chao Rui and Feng Ruiqing on the relationship between astronomical and geological inscription that had been distributed to every node in the distributed standards network and had generated correspondence from 43 of them. The advancement happened on a morning when he was sitting at the edge of the coastal cliffs, reading the inscription in the rock formations below, and the understanding arrived. He wrote about it in a letter to Wei Liang 3 days later. He wrote, The understanding I have been approaching for 20 years arrived in the form of a question answered. Not the question I thought I was asking. The question the geological inscription had been asking back. I have been reading the oldest layers as if they were a record. They are not only a record. They are an ongoing correspondence. The world's inscription is not a document. It is a conversation. The oldest layers are not writing from the past. They are a response to something that is still ongoing. First author does not mean being the first author. It means being in the conversation at the level where the correspondence is legible. The world has been talking to itself for longer than inscription practice has existed. First author is the point at which a practitioner can begin to listen to what it is saying. Wei Liang read the letter in the archive. Hizun read it over the inscription channel. He said, He found it. He said, The framing I could not find. He said, I called it the question the theory ends with. He called it ongoing correspondence. He said, His framing is more accurate. He said, This section of the foundation theory needs to be revised in light of his framing. He said, Will you do the revision or shall I? He said, Both of us. The way we always do it. Hizun said, Yes. He said, Both of us. He said, Bring the draft to the back room. He brought the draft to the back room. They worked on the revision for 2 weeks, incorporating Ren Qing's framing, testing it against every section of the foundation theory that touched on the oldest inscription layers, revising where the new framing changed the meaning of what they had written before. At the end of the 2 weeks, Hizun said, "This is more accurate." He said, "The foundation theory has been in development for 35 years. He said, "I do not expect it to be finished in my lifetime." He said, "By which I mean the inscription lifetime I have been living since the vault." He said, "It will be ongoing. The theory will be ongoing because the world is ongoing." He said, "This is correct." He said, "An incomplete theory is more honest than a complete one." He said, "I have been saying this for 35 years. He said, "I mean it more now than I did at the beginning." He said, "That is how it works with things that are true." He said, "The truth becomes more true as you live inside it." He said, "Yes." Hizun said, "Write the revision." He said, "Then write to Ren Qing." He said, "Tell him the framing changed the theory." He said, "He should know." He said, "The student taught the teacher." He said, "Again." He said, "Good." He said, "That is Hizun's design." He said, "Working as intended." He said, "After 35 years of restored operation." He said it with the quality that Wei Liang had come to understand was the deepest form of Hizun's satisfaction. Not pride, not vindication, but the quiet acknowledgement of someone who had built something good and had lived long enough to see it grow into something better than they had built. He wrote the revision. He wrote to Ren Qing. Ren Qing's reply arrived 2 weeks later. It was 1 page. It said, "You told me 20 years ago that I contributed to a first author advancement at 22. I did not know how to receive that accurately without it changing how I thought about my work. I said I would let it change how I thought about my work." It said, 20 years later, I am at first author, and the thing I found there is something neither of us found. Not because I am better than Hizun or Wei Liang, but because I was in a different place asking from a different angle. It said, the distributed model produces this. Multiple practitioners developing simultaneously in different locations, finding different angles on the same question. It said, Hizun's design. It said, it works. It said, I am going back to the eastern coastal region. There is more to read. Tell Hizun I will send the next foundation theory section within the year. He showed it to Hizun. Hizun read it. He said, yes. He said, good. He went back to the back room. Chapter 140. 25 years after the correction, Wan Xiao archived the notebooks. All 15 of them, bound and documented and cross-indexed and deposited in the archive's permanent collection with a formal description that read, Institutional Record of the Archive Research Institution, years 1 to 25 of the restoration period. Observer's notes from within the ongoing work. Not a history, a practice log. Written as it happened. 15 volumes. Her name was on the documentation. The description was hers. She said, at the small ceremony she organized for the deposit, I do not have a speech. The notebooks are the speech. She said, 25 years of accurate accounting. She said, that is what these are. She said, anyone who wants to understand how this kind of work is done can read how this was done. She said, that is the purpose. She said, available to anyone. She sat down. Hizun said, well said. He said, concise. He said, accurate. He said, the highest compliments. Wan Xiao said, I know. She said it without looking up from the index she was reviewing. He stood at the archive's window that afternoon, after the others had gone to their various work. He had been at this window many times in 25 years, looking out at the mountain range, reading the inscription in the landscape at whatever depth he was currently at, finding new things each time because each advancement opened new layers that had been invisible before. At first author depth, the landscape was extraordinary. The ongoing correspondence that Ren Qing had named, the world talking to itself, the oldest inscription in dialogue with the newer inscription, was visible in every direction. The mountain range held conversations that had been running for geological time. The sky held conversations between the astronomical inscription Feng Ruiqing and Chao Rui studied, and the geological inscription Ren Qing read. Everything was in relationship with everything else. The world's inscription was not a document. It was a living practice. The way cultivation was a living practice. The way the institution was a living practice. He thought about what it had taken to get here. Not the skills. Not the advancement through the depths. Not even the correction, which had been necessary and right, but was not the reason any of this was possible. He thought about the moment in the mountain range, years before the correction, when he had read the inscription in the rock formations and understood that he was reading something that had not been written by practitioners, that the world had its own inscription, its own ongoing process, and that what practitioners did was learn to be in relationship with it rather than above it. He had not known what to do with that understanding then. He had not had the context for it. He had found the context by staying in the work, by reading what was in front of him, by asking the questions without knowing the answers, by being willing to change the institution's structure when the structure needed changing, and to build the curriculum when the curriculum needed building, and to sit in the back room with Hizun for hours working on a theory that both of them knew would never be finished. He thought about the prophecy, the one that had sent women to the Stone River sect for years before he arrived, the one that had named him without his knowledge, the one that Yu Mingzhu had told him about in the archive before she understood that the telling would change both of them. He had not fulfilled the prophecy by trying to. He had never known about it until after most of it was already done. He had done the work in front of him, read what was there, chosen correctly when choices mattered. The prophecy had named what he would do because prophecy at that depth of inscription reading was not prediction. It was a description of what a person's character, fully developed, would produce. Not fate. Character. The world had read him correctly before he had fully read himself. He was still reading himself. That was also ongoing. He turned from the window. Yuan Xiao was at her desk, opening the first pages of a new notebook, the 16th. She looked up. She said, "You are doing the contemplative thing again." He said, "Lin Feilu is not here to stop me." She said, "I am here." She said, "What were you thinking about?" He told her. All of it. The landscape, the ongoing correspondence, the prophecy, the character question. It took longer than he expected. She listened to all of it. She was quiet for a moment after he finished. She said, 25 years. She said, "You still find the same question interesting." She said, "That is the sign of a real question." She said, "The real questions don't resolve." She said, "They develop." She said, "Like the foundation theory." She said, "Like the world." He said, "Yes." She said, "Go finish the foundation theory section you were working on." She said, "Hizun is waiting for the draft." She said, "The question will still be there when you look up from it." He went to finish the draft. Hizun was in the back room with the stone tablet, reading the inscription that the tablet had accumulated in 25 years of restored operation. He looked up when Wei Liang came in. He said, "You have been at the window." He said, "Yes." Hizun said, "The ongoing correspondence." He said, "Yes." Hizun said, "I have been reading it in the tablet." He said, 25 years of the restored alignment systems operation, recorded in the anchor object." He said, "What it looks like, compared to the 500 years of corrupted operation." He said, "The difference is visible in the inscription the way the difference between a wound and a healed scar is visible on skin." He said, "Both are real. Both are in the record." He said, "The healing is also real." He said, "The healing is now 25 years of record." He said, "That is enough to read clearly." He said, "It is enough." He said, "Yes." He sat down. He opened the draft. "The foundation theory." Hizun said, "Yes." He said, "The foundation theory." He said, "Section 47. The correspondence framing." He said, "Read me what you have." He read what he had. They worked through the afternoon. The archive held them the way it had always held them. The stone walls, the inscription in the materials, the light changing as the hours moved. Hizun reading over the inscription channel, asking precise questions, pushing back on imprecise language, accepting the revised language when it was more accurate. The theory developing, as it always developed, in the specific collaborative way that Hizun's distributed model produced, not from one person's understanding, but from the ongoing conversation between practitioners who were each reading different parts of the same world. Outside, the Distributed Standards Network held its annual coordination session, 91 nodes now, each practicing differently within the shared framework, each contributing findings to the ongoing understanding, each practitioner developing what they were capable of developing. The alignment system ran at original design, sending visions to practitioners across the cultivation world of what they were capable of, not what they were fated to be. The choice of whether to develop remained theirs. The world wrote itself. They read what was there. This was the work. This was always the work. If you've been following Wei Liang's journey through all 140 chapters, from a practitioner who read inscription without knowing what inscription was, to someone who reads the world's oldest ongoing correspondence, thank you for being here for all of it. Subscribe so you don't miss the next story. Leave a comment telling me which moment hit hardest for you. And if someone you know loves cultivation stories with real stakes and real character development, share this with them. The channel grows one listener at a time, and every one of you keeps this going.